example, someone jumps to my mind. Author of Low was a poet. Existed before the century. Creative poetic language. It was basically a symbolism as we know. If someone had told me that was written somewhere else,
Welcome to all the guests.
it's important to know exactly where these
Should we
texts
guess? What do we have here? What's your name? From?
So I don't have one. I think you have to look at
New Jersey. Shalom Aleichem. You know, I went to yeshiva there.
literature and see the arguments, but I've never seen a
Years ago, the 80s.
What about someone? We do know where it took hold.
There you
It
go.
took hold primarily.
That's right. Were you alive in the 80s?
For many people, that's a good argument.
Well,
Say forgets is weird because it seems to flourish.
Kai Schwenk is in the house. The voice side. You know,
So we see versions of it.
your brother told me that he's going to start schooling.
At the same time, they're being written in
Because of him?
Iraq. At the same time, they're being written in Egypt.
No, you're like, trying it out for him.
How did this text get to these different places fast? And why?
Oh, the Yalav. Maybe Hashem will have two Schwenkes on board for schooling.
In the 10th century.
What's that? Oh,
What happened? Right? And the answers we don't know.
got anybody else want to say
Scholarships still
something?
work on this problem. It's profound.
Ariel,
Because we know they weren't working
go ahead for all your hard work.
Was that like the Saudi Gal?
It's not often.
Hey, let's write commentaries on Sage Against Rock. They didn't even know they were doing it. And yet just so I don't know. It's something's going. There's a story there. And the truth of the matter is, we don't know. And also, by the way, Sefer Yetzirah is also composed in what is sometimes called the Jewish Dark Age. There was a period after the Talmud, but before the rise of the Midrash, where we have basically no documentation. There's a 300-year period in which nothing's been written. So it's weird. It's super. Again, and sometimes it's I know scholars who get into this field of work, these are difficult to do, you have no idea. Basic things we don't know. Basic things we don't know. And it's going to take people who read Persian. It's going to take people who read Hebrew. People who read genres in countries like Iraq, in countries like Iran. Geopolitics.
Everybody together!
Questions we're jumping into tonight. Just before the rise of Kabbalah, just a couple of social currents that are worth pointing out. I don't have to tell you all right that already by the time Kabbalah appears, Jewish mysticism is there are already several currents of it. Jewish mysticism wasn't one thing by the time Kabbalah appeared. You have lots of currents. It's all literature, Jewish magic, Jewish mysticism, all the way to so in many ways, it has a huge repertoire of things.
Welcome to all the guests.
Now, I'm not going to get knee deep in the Maimonides.
Oh, should we guess? What do we have here? What's your name?
Basically, what we have is a debate about the merits of Maimonides.
From?
Remember this. You may have forgotten. You may
No, I went to
Maimonides is one of the most divisive figures in the history of Judaism. Now,
yeshiva there years ago, the 80s.
Everybody likes Maimonides. Everybody loves it. That was not the case in the Middle Ages. They were people that were very pro-Maimonides.
That's right.
They were
Were
people
you
that
alive?
were very happy to give Maimonides' books and Dominicans to burn them. Jewish
In the 80s?
communities went to the Dominicans and said, hey, we heard you guys burn heretical liturgy. They're like, yeah, here's some. And they gave them Maimonides to burn. So, in a big way, Maimonides was an incredibly polarizing figure. Very polarizing. Because on the one hand, many people thought Maimonides rationalized every aspect of Judaism away. For them, Maimonides took Judaism and just made everything into metaphors. And Maimonides didn't bat an eye at doing that. He would say, oh yeah, angels and demons are metaphors. God has a hand, that's a metaphor. Right? God has a wind, ruach, it's a metaphor. Maimonides was happy to rationalize aspects of Judaism in a way that he did not feel conformed to his version of a kind of rationalizing Aristotelian worldview. Now, there are other Jews at the time who were like, hell no. If the text says they're angels, they're angels. You are not Maimonides. You are not better than the Talmud. You don't think the Talmud is options. If they're angels and demons, demons. If the Chazal, if the Talmud says they're angels and demons, it's angels and demons. And too bad, Maimonides. You can be smart as hell. And you do not get to what it is. So the Maimonides controversy was Europe, especially. And this was enormous. And this maybe later on, because many people were. If you really think that a lot of this stuff is metaphors, angels and demons and the law and all that kind of stuff are metaphors, and if God is really just a space making everything mechanically move around, do you really care if you pray at a church or a synagogue? You might not care. And so they tell you, right, if you're a wealthy doctor, wealthy lawyer, court physician, wealthy poet, musician, and some guy comes along and says, you gotta go for relief. Do you leave your fancy job? Where do you go? It's all about the same. Well, that happens. And many Jews felt that Maimonides led to conversion. He assimilated them. Right? Think about all the things we talked about in the 20th century about how many people love to hate on assimilation. Well, this formed a reaction in the Spanish Jewish world, especially French Jewish world, where Maimonides really got, people really polarized the word. This Maimonides thing. Well, one reaction to rigorous rational philosophy is a kind of romanticism. And we know that because we've seen it happen over and over and over in history of philosophy, right? Kant gave way, right? Kant, Descartes, the hyper-rationalism of people like Leibniz gave way to the romanticism of people like Goethe, right? And Schelling in the 19th century German situation, right? You can't imagine the Baroque ideas of Hegel as anything other than a response to the hardcore rationalism in a certain kind of way of Kant. So, romanticism is always a reaction to rationalism in some way, and we see it actually play itself out here in the 13th century. Also, what's really important is Jews at the time in Spain are living under the administration, at this time, are living under the administration of Alfonso X. Now, Alfonso X is one of these guys you probably haven't heard of, but it's actually really, really important in the history of a lot of things. Because Alfonso X was probably one of the most tolerant and curious monarchs in European history. He allowed for and encouraged translation between Arabic, Hebrew, and Latin. He encouraged poets and artists and mathematicians. He was probably one of the most benign, enlightened despot. If you want to think of an enlightened despot monarchs, he was Alfonso X. He was called Alfonso the Wise. And again, also you have a try like you're Philip the Fair, Philip the Ugly. He's typically accurate. And Alfonso the Wise was a pretty wise dude. And it's in his administration that Jews probably allowed the greatest amount of civil freedom until Napoleon. So if you want to think about it in those terms, right? Alfonso X probably allowed Jews freedom in his realm than any other European leader until Napoleon. And so Alfonso the Wise is relatively liberal, again, within the confines of medieval Christendom and all the things that go into that, but a relatively liberal world in which new ideas come in, Polish Jews can try to this at the same time is that Jews and Christians are living in a close proximity, especially in Spain and Girona, and they're talking at a level that they really haven't prior, and they really don't ever have. And that means they're influencing each other. Two things are really worth mentioning here. One is the Cathar cult, right? The Cathar heresy. I say heresy, whatever. The Cathars were kind of, it seems like a lay-led, semi-agrarian, dualistic movement of Christendom that lived at the very margins of Catholicism and maybe even outside of it. And they were intensely persecuted by the Catholic Church during what is called the Albigensian Crusades. People forget that the first Crusades were not Christians against Muslims, they were Christians against other Christians. The Albigensian Crusades was a crusade against, in many ways, other Christians. Albigensian Catholic Christians. It also goes on now, this is the time period of the Marian cult. And I say Marian cult, just know that I'm going to use the word cult. I'm using the religious studies term. I don't mean cult in a negative way. I just mean as an intense religious movement. And that is to say there was an intense spike in Spain at this time around the image and theology of Mary, and Mary adoration became intense at this time period and around the early 13th century around Mary. So there was a lot of intense veneration of Mary at this time. That's going to matter in a minute because that's going to be a problem for the Jews. Because Mary is very charismatic. People really like Mary. The Catholic Church, they're not that Mary love. Like Mary's intercession, Mary veneration proved to be enormously popular for it's a blind demand. If the Catholics got the Mary thing, what the Jews got to get to? Right? In many ways, we know that the Shekhinah, the feminine aspect of God, is the Jewish response to the rise of the Marian veneration. Anything you can do, we can do better. You got the Mother of God, we got the feminine God, right? This is a kind of theological accomplishment that you can see and the development of Kabbalah. There on the left, you can see Alfonso X. I actually have a coin. I collect medieval coins. I have every conceivable dorky hobby that one can have. And I actually have a silver dinar of Alfonso X. You can even see in his minting that he's really picky about his minting. His minting is especially beautiful in a way that previous and after their minting, the Spanish minting is notoriously bad. But Alfonso X really wanted to have beautiful coins minted, and you can see that in his mints. He had an eye to detail. All right. So, what are the kind of core philosophical problems that are going to intervene in the rise of Kabbalah? Because one of the things I always like to point out to people is that mysticism and rationalism are never really opposed to history until now. It's only in the aftermath of the 18th century that we really oppose the mystical and the rational. You don't see that in the Middle Ages, you don't see that in the classical period. It's really modern so big deal, right? It's an attempt when we say philosophical, we really want to say it's theism. They're philosophical problems that have to do with theology. So it's not quite philosophy, it's not quite theology, it's something in between. Because there was already a development of Jewish theology, and there was already Jewish philosophy.
Everybody together!
All-knowing, all-powerful. That transcending God. And yet, being transcendent, we're imminent. I don't know everything about guaranteed. I don't know everything about the Kabbalah. I don't know everything about most things. 99.999 things.
This is Nasi numero 6 with Mordecai. Welcome, welcome.
This is a basic philosophical problem. How do you reach the gap? Because
All the guests. How should we guess? What do we have here? What's your name?
infinity.
From?
Infinity minus
Shalom Aleichem. No, I went to yeshiva years ago, the 80s.
You can't subtract it. Think about trying to pull the infinite towards you by subtraction. You never get to it. If you try to get to infinity, right, by adding more, a little bit more, you're never going to get there either. Because every time you add to a finite number, you'll never get to infinity. How do you bridge the gap?
Were you alive in the 80s?
Neoplatonism is famous for trying to solve this problem by adding in what they call hypostases.
There's some Chaim Shrekis in the house. Their voice Vivaldi. You know, your brother told me that he's going to start cooling. Because of him? No, you like try and get out for him. Vivaldi. Beis Hashem will have 2 Shrekis on board for cooling. What's that? Oh. Got anybody else want to say something like that? Ariel. Go ahead for all your hard work. It's not often that he comes to share. So now that he's here, I can thank him in person. He's our chief editor for the English, and he does a phenomenal job. And thank you for all the hard work and the crazy hours while I was in America. So you just make the schmack is short, cool, and bring more people on board. Cool. Let's see what we have here today. Yeah, cool. No pun intended. Dear Belly, been watching the ship for a while. As I travel every day on a train to Manhattan, I asked my relatives, should I rather watch the short version twice or the long version, which includes emails, videos, jokes, stories, once? The answer is as follows. As per the Gemara, Baruch HaShulchan says, optimally, one should not learn Torah with lightheartedness and frivolity. Rather, one must learn whatever the word is. Rather, one must learn with seriousness. But the Baruch HaShulchan asks, why do Poskim bring these Gemaras down? Why don't they bring this down? Explain that Poskim understood that nowadays, if one learns down jokes and fun, people would not learn at all. Based on the Baruch HaShulchan,
and also, if God is responsible
and suggested that I continue the longer version, so that Rav Moshe, eventually quoted in the Sinech Yom Law, also allows jokes during learning. That's the main feature. He said that this is valid only when the Mashiach comes. Once the Mashiach comes, we're going to hire Madrega. I should switch to the shorter version and watch it twice. What do you think? Sincerely, Ari Rasti. Listen, if a person can learn Torah without jokes, without this, then he should learn. If you can't, you can. This is what helps learning. I'm not saying this is the way to do it. You can learn without pictures, learn without pictures. You can learn without. That even the Baruch HaShulchan, Manazet doesn't agree to. Okay. Ephraim Graver. New journey and accountability and a big thank you. Just an update. I finished my first receptor together with Rebelli. Today we're getting my learning back on track. 40 days in counting that I've consistently learned each day. Finished base, so thank you. So I met a few people like this recently. And I say, if you already did 40 daf on a separate basis consistently every day, why don't you jump on board and do daf later with us? It's different, it's interesting, but the mile of doing daf yomi with everybody is because it's with everybody. And clients will tire you, and if you do it by yourself, you can take over the day and nothing's going to happen, but everybody's doing it, and if you miss a day, you know that you're falling behind client Yisrael, so that gives you a push. Plus, you go to different places, you go to different shows, you go to different cities, they're all learning the same thing, so that's a huge mile over learning by yourself. But I gotta remind the Olam. Hayoim, Shiva Asar Yoim, Shehem, Shnei Shavuot, Shishot, Yomim, Ba'omer, La'omer. Okay, Mayor, the first I've never visited sleep, the biggest murder of strong lands in the Flama, and month, void at Tefillah committee, that maybe I told me. Yeah, I know. So the guy Adam's here in the morning, and he was not happy about. He says, "I'm not a couple of Shamara. The people get up in the middle and they make coffees before dining's over." So I don't care because as long as the MDY makes money off of this, you could make as many macaws as you want. Official edition MDY shots, Masechta by the Iranian Levi families, Perik, the Pasha family, in memory of our grandparents. Daf Tzadik Zayin Anonymous in memory of Yosef ben Tzvi Hersh and Tuvia Ilan ben Moshe made the Neshama have Aliyot. This today, Moshe is Monday. By day, the Masechta is sponsored by David Solomon, dedicated in memory of Avi Murray, Shmuel, Boral, Firm, Thanks, Feedback, from the Rock. It's sponsored. Don't get down to the show, my father, Jack Dallas, Anonymous, that's all groups of the Gash, College Channel Foundation, Zippage Mass, Harala Goyer, Shlomo, Politics, the Mental Sea Eloy. Guys, Anonymous review Bush Lemon Ritzion to lay about Tester. Yisrael Malkin to speak about his other Tester. So proud of you after more keep steiging, sitting with the family, Candy Island, Jake. In order to value change my meaning of life, plenty on Benny, Mark and Benny, and all those who took any wife as one comes heart. All these sponsors are recited on their Bush Lemon, Avi Murray, Baruch Ben Miriam. Sponsors. Anonymous and honor of Ellie, Marcus Knazi, and the entire MDY crew do not slow down for a second. All right, checking now. Daily sponsor, my son should become a cousin to the daughter of Yosef Chaim Berman of Lakewood. Maltov. Do we have that already? There's a new one? Got names or? Okay. MDYR, before Shlema, Yonatan Eitan, Ben Hashem Bracha, Amen. Before Shlema, Mordechai Ben Esther. Before Sayel, Daniel Zez Ben Ayel Esther. My boy says, starting from today, well, not starting today, we already had a few days, maybe a few weeks. Still that little sector, just smooth sailing, easy, almost like a godly stuff. Today we have a phenomenal hands-on displays. It's going to be the first time that I'm showing this in the English here. The Mizbeach Hazav that's really Weisberg made the Shabbaton. It was crazy the amount of stuff that he made. We have two pieces here, the Shulchan and the Mizbeach Hazav, both which I've not shown in sheer luck.
Is that a lot of their symbolic language, like the language of lights and flames, lights and fragrances, right? That when you smell a beautiful rose, right, it doesn't take anything away from the rose. Now, strictly speaking, I guess it does, but they know that, right? But the idea is that when you smell in the rose still stays the same, even though you get the fragrance. And so in some ways, you can think about that the rose emitting fragrance is an image for the emanations of God in the world. In fact, this idea survived. Remember at the 13-petal rose, the idea that the fragrance is given off by the flower that is God, which, by the way, is a feminine symbol, right? Flower and the vulva are almost always connected together in poetry. Already we can get this sort of clearing aspect of the nature of the Godhead, regarding feminine and male at the same time, both an active force, right, but also a passive force. That humans are the ones smelling, God is giving off the odor. So again, you get this idea, this gender bending stuff is already beginning to happen. The image of the overflowing fountain is very clear that they're actually looking at medieval fountains and imagining these cascading fountains in the Middle Ages in Spain as kind of like what God is like. So you can actually look at these medieval fountains. And actually going to Spain and seeing some of these medieval fountains in Castile, and they're still there from this time period. You're like, oh wow. That's what they were seeing when they thought of the Sephirah, right? And sometimes they imagine the sun going down, and they can see the sun coming through the light of the water, and that image to them is very powerful of how the universe, how the cosmos functions. They're also very keenly interested in the sacred Yetzirah. They do write some commentaries involving the creation of the golem, and they're very interested philosophically in how creation began and persists. About 32 very brief works of the circle, the earliest circle of Kabbalists there, probably in Spain, survived. Although some of their works are only a page long. The most famous work they produced was called a text called The Fountain of Wisdom, and The Fountain of Wisdom goes on to be reprinted, well beyond the give a reference at the end. If you want to read basically the major works that come down to us from the Moon Circle, I'll give you a book that you can check out if you want to read some of their works. Many of them have been translated, some of them have been translated. The other major group here is going to be the Provence Circle, and specifically the Provence Circle being led by Isaac the Blind, who is also referred to as Sakina Hor, which in Aramaic means the one who is full of life. The idea is that while Sakina Hor couldn't see from birth, he could see from his eyes, but he could see with his soul, and the fact that he was blind without this ability was actually an ability, because Sakina Hor wasn't deluded like the rest of us. Sakina Hor could see the inner structure of reality, whereas we just see a bunch of illusions. It's the idea that Sakina Hor was not blind, he was full of light. So I always like to refer to him as Sakina Hor rather than Isaac the Blind, rather focused on his ability than him as a disabled person. At any rate, Sakina Hor arrived in the late part of the 12th century, and he is, so far as we can tell, the first full-time Kabbalist. He was an adjunct Kabbalist. He was a full-time Kabbalist. He was a Kabbalist in tenure track. And we can thank him for fixing the amount of the Sephiroth. He fixes it to 10. After Sakina Hor fixes the number of Sephiroth to 10, he uses a verse in the Hebrew Bible from 1 Chronicles 29:11 to fix the number of Sephiroth to 10. It never changes after that. Never. Sakina Hor basically sets the stage for Kabbalah, at least in terms of delimiting the amount of Sephiroth that there are. And what he argues is that the Sphirot actually existed prior to our world. They're a bridge to our world. So God exists in God's utter transcendent state. The Sephiroth are a kind of intermundia. They're a world between worlds. And our world is what is connected by the ladder of the Sephiroth to the world of the transcendent. So, and this will be a debate, by the way, a lot in Kabbalah is to what degree does the Sephiroth exist in our world or beyond our world, or are they a part of our world? Do they transcend our world? How much world do they exist? Do they exist before or after creation, right? When God said yes before, does that inaugurate the development of the Sephiroth, or do they exist prior to that? Sakina Hor actually argues that a really dramatic and really ingenious, there's no other word for it. What he does is to prove this, that the Sephiroth existed prior to our world. Sakina Hor actually goes to the Hebrew Bible, to the book of Genesis, and he describes how the very first chapters of Genesis, the creation story, do not describe the creation of our world. For Sakina Hor, the Genesis creation story, let there be light, and there was light, and there was lights, and there was a firmament, and all this stuff, for him, that's not our world. That's the world before our world. So the Genesis creation story, the first Genesis creation story, describes the world. In fact, the second one too describes the generation of the post-divine world, the world after God is utterly transcendent, but before our world comes into existence. Now, we're very lucky because our world mirrors that world. And therefore, the Genesis story does double duty. Read on one level, it's the story of how our world came into existence. But read on a deeper level, a more transcendent level, it's the story of how the eternal world, the world of the Sephiroth, came into existence. And so if you know how to read it correctly, according to Sakina Hor, in this very esoteric way, you can read into the Genesis story the preternatural coming into being of the world. And his commentary is, to my mind, the first commentary to do exactly that. Now, the Sefer Zohar, which we'll get to beginning next week, spends hundreds of pages on it. So again, Sakina Hor sets the stage for what's going to become the huge unfolding of the world of the Zohar and the world of the Kabbalah proper. Now, as you might imagine, Sakina Hor also prohibited teaching these ideas to the public, even prohibited writing them down. He had a famous quote that he sent to some of his students over in Castile, where he said, and actually the lines in Provence, he said, look, he said a book concealed in a cupboard isn't. If you lock a book in a cupboard, it's not concealed. It's going to get out, right? And so he says, write this stuff down, right? He says, a candle concealed in a cupboard isn't concealed. Why? It's the light shining out. If you try to conceal a candle in a cupboard, you think someone's going to see it. Well, if you try to conceal this stuff in books, we're going to find the books. We're going to publish the books. They're going to come. And so he's the first person to actively forbid the writing down of Kabbalist ideas. And it was for a very long time successful. Very brief. Right? Very brief. Because as soon as it gets over in Spain and Girona, the brothers, the Kabbalists over in Girona, immediately began disseminating this material. And what ended up happening is they further disseminated it, and they further went down, and they began to disseminate it. You see here, this is image of the Girona synagogue. It's still there in Girona. I've been there. It's very weird to walk around the old Jewish sections of Girona, knowing that Kabbalah was basically birthed there. And trauma. So they have a Jews that they think it's there. One of the psychedelic students systematizes the suffering for the first time. And not only systematizes the very earliest doctrines about the suffering into what is basically catechism. I say catechism, question, answer, catechism. Again, Catholics and Jews, they kind of talk to each other. Catholics about the catechism. Many Jews and the scripture and the economy. And the
Welcome to all the guests. What should we guess? What do we have here? Shalom Aleichem. What's your name? From? Shalom Aleichem. No, I went to yeshiva there years ago, the 80s. There you go. Were you alive in the 80s? It's a time selection in the house, my voice. You know, your brother told me that he's going to start Hulu. So to him? No, you like try and get out for him. You're loud. Maybe we'll have 2 Swickies on board for pulling. What's that? Oh, got anybody else want to say Shalom Aleichem? Oh yeah. Go ahead for all your hard work.
The rabbis have always been pretty skeptical of it for many years. In a lot of Kabbalistic ideas,
it's not often that he comes to shir. So now that he's here, I could thank him in person. He's our chief editor.
Sometimes you can just legitimate a thing. And by including it, by legitimating it, by the way, we've already seen that happen with Sefer Yetzirah, right? Sefer Yetzirah basically became part of the Jewish canon because very famous Jews like Barzillai, Shabbatai Golo, and the Sadia Gaon all wrote commentaries on it. Well, if they wrote commentaries on it, it must be good. It must be true. Well, ditto is Nachmanides, as I've written, right? If you understand this, right? Al-Derech, right? If you understand this, right? Al-Derech Emet, according to the way of truth, then it must be some kind of something that must be important. Also,
I go to Bocabo side. You need to not see me, Miro Sirius for Mordecai. Welcome to all the guests, partial guests. Who do we have here? Shalom Aleichem. What's your name? From? New Jersey. Shalom Aleichem. You know, I went to yeshiva there years ago, in the 80s. Very good. Were you alive in the 80s? Well, there's some Chaim Shwekis in the house. Their voice loud. You know, your brother told me that he's going to start Hulu. Because of him? No. You like, try and get out for him. You're loud. Maybe the show will have 2 Shwekis on board for Hulu. What's that? Oh. Got anybody else want to say Shalom Aleichem? Ariel, go ahead for all your hard work. It's not often that he comes to shir, so now that he's here, I can thank him in person. He's our chief editor for the English, and he does a phenomenal job. And thank you for all the hard work and the crazy hours while I was in America. So he's going to make the Shmaka shorts for Chulin. Bring more people on board. Hulu. Let's see what we have here today. Yeah, Hulu. No pun intended. Jimmy Belly, been watching this shit for a while. As I travel every day on a train to Manhattan, I asked my relatives, should I rather watch the short version twice or the longer version, which includes emails, videos, jokes, stories, once?
Horrifying reality. And by the third time, what ends up happening is there's an entire alternate Sephiroth system on the back side of the Sephiroth system that's evil. So imagine the divine system with like right? Now the first 3 are destroyed. God destroys them, but the rest remain. And the last 7 remain are demonic forces that still haunt our reality. And those demonic forces are part of the necessary structure of reality. So this is where evil is actually found. Evil existed before creation itself. It won't be here until creation itself. This idea, this primate, seems to have really been influential. And the idea that evil's fundamental reality is going to go directly into this. So what's going to happen is this evil inheritance to sign those version of that evil. So insofar as it is reality, that reality is penetrated.
Everybody together.
Now, the idea where when you do the law of God, you follow the Torah. You're not just
I go to Bocabo side. You need to not see me, Miro Sirius for Mordecai. Welcome to all the guests, partial guests. Who do we have here? Shalom Aleichem. What's your name? From? Shalom Aleichem. You know, I went to yeshiva there years ago, in the 80s. Very good. Nice. Were you alive in the 80s? There's a Chaim Shwekis in the house. Their voice loud. You know, your brother told me that he's going to start Hulu. Because of him? No. You like, try and get out for him. You're loud. Maybe the we'll have 2 Schweckies on board for pulling. What's that? Oh, God, anybody else want to say something? Cool. Ariel, sweat for all your hard work. Yeah. It's not often that he comes this year, so now that he's here, I can thank him in person. He's our chief editor for the English, and he does a phenomenal job. And thank you for all the hard work and the crazy hours while he's in America. He's like to make the schmack short, cool, bring more people on board. Cool. Let's see what we have here today. Yeah, cool. No pun intended. Dear Belly, been watching the show for a while. As I travel every day on the train to Manhattan, I asked my relative, should I rather watch the short version twice or the long version, which includes emails, videos, jokes, stories, once? The answer is as follows. As per the Gemara, the Aruch HaShulchan says that optimally, one should not learn Torah with lightheartedness and frivolity. Rather, one must learn whatever the word is. Rather, one must learn with seriousness. But the Aruch HaShulchan asks, why do Poskim bring these Gemaras down? Why don't they bring this down? Explain that Poskim understood that nowadays, if one learns to tell jokes and fun, people would not learn at all. Based on the Aruch HaShulchan, my friend suggested that I continue with the longest version. This Kinecho Yom law also allows jokes during learning, especially at the main interest. He said that this is like it's only applies when Mashiach comes. And once Mashiach comes, we're going to hire Madrega. I should switch to the shorter version and watch it twice. What do you think? Sincerely, Ari Raster. Well, listen, if a person can learn Torah without jokes, without this, they should learn. If you can, you can. This is what helps learning. I'm not saying this is the way to do it. You can learn without pictures, learn without pictures. You can learn without
liberal Jews, right? We got to reclaim it because I think it's one of those.
That even the Aruch HaShulchan doesn't agree to. Okay.
We should reclaim it.
Efraim Grab, new journey, accountability, and a big thank you. Just an update. I finished my first reception together with your belly. Thank you for getting my learning back on track. 40 days in counting that I've consistently learned each day. Finished paid, so thank you. So I met a few people like this recently, and I say, if you already did 40 daf and Masechtas Beitza consistently every day, why don't you jump on board and do daf every day? It's different, it's interesting, but the mile of doing daf, you know what I mean? With everybody, it's because it's everybody. And place of Chai, and if you do by yourself, because of the day, there's going to happen, but everybody's doing it. If you miss a day, you know that you're falling behind clock. So that gives you a push. Plus, they go to different places, go to different schools, go to different cities. They're all learning the same thing, so that's a huge amount. And what we're learning by yourself, but I gotta remind the Olam. Hayoim, Shiba also Yoim Sheim, Shtei Shavuot, Shishot Yomim, Lo'imer, Lo'imer. Okay, here's Lo'imer. Let's look at more vision sheet. The quick vision more of the strong and last. Let's look and month. Void Atfila committee. Yeah, I know. So the guy Davin's here in the morning, and he was not happy about. He said, "Not a couple of Shonhara." People get up in the middle with coffee before Davin's over. So I don't care because as long as the MDY makes money off of this, you can make as many makhaz as you want
feel confident.
Official edition of the White Shots, Besechta by the Iranian Levy families, Perik, the Patrick family, in memory of our grandparents.
Like Hegel, Fisher Price, compared to the Sacred Study. Right? Like, just phenomenology spirit. It's like
Tzadik Zion Anonymous, in memory of Yosef ben Tzvi Hersh and Tuvia, Ilan ben Moshe, may the Neshama have Aliyot.
Welcome back, and thank you.
Because today, Moshe is Monday. My day is the Masechta, sponsored by David Salvin, dedicated in memory of Avi Meir, of Shmuel, Baruch, Baruch, Time, Speed, Deutsch, Brother, Rock. Masechta sponsored, Jogi Dallas, Lee, Trust My Father, Jack Dallas, Anonymous, that's all Ruth, Livy Gash, Pastor Count, Foundation, Zikri Shmaz, Harav Goyer, Shlomo, Politics, the Mitzvah Eloi.
Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time
Guys,
you can find those things below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Everybody together. Hashem, she want to be lost. Welcome to all the guests. Partially guests. Who do we have here? What's your name?
Argument.
From? New Jersey. Shalom Aleichem. You know, I went to yeshiva there. Years ago, in the 80s.
I get it.
Very good. Shmat. Were you alive in the 80s? Well, there's some Chaim Shwekis in the house. Rabbi Isai. You know, your brother told me that he's going to start soon.
Ago, there's a way to measure what it's going to be like. Sometimes they just stop clapping. Sometimes they keep clapping.
No,
This really knows how to accentuate awkwardness when it happens. It really does. Like that was a nice, solid clap. I said, what's up, everybody? Everybody stopped clapping and they didn't say anything. So that's going to translate weird. Yeah. All those things that was like fake applause.
You got anybody else want to follow?
Anyway, I'm glad to see you guys, even though you guys love sitting in the back rows and hiding.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, I invited some of you to
Well, for your hard work.
but it's good. I like the front row.
It's not often that he comes this year, so now that he's here, I could.
Have you ever seen him in the front row of a comedy club? Have you ever? Have I ever? No, that's weird. I saw my second show was David Tell. I sat right in the front row. That'd be awesome. And I was recording him with his little camera. Jesus, you're a shady motherfucker. And he called me out. Pretty great video. By the way, a good friend of Death Squad. She's been on many Death Squad shows. Rita Lutz is here in the audience, guys. And she's an amazing artist. And she just gave me a gift. Hold my microphone for a second. She just gave me a gift. She has art prints that are available on her store. She's got a lot of cool stuff, and her design is really unique. I love her how she draws. She kind of draws like Aeon Flux, kind of, the old Aeon Flux cartoon. But anyways, check her out. Her store is I love Red Bands. RitaLux.bigcartel.com, and that's RITALUX.bigcartel.com. Thank you very much for the friend. This is awesome. This episode episode is also brought to you by McDonald's. McDonald's, I'm loving it. That's true. I had McDonald's today for lunch, and boy, am I feeling good. Helps me all the time. By the way, McDonald's now has free Wi-Fi, so if you were loving it before, you're going to be loving it even more. A special sponsor of this year's Olympics in Sochi, McDonald's, bringing the best of tomorrow to you today. Who are the people that are doing their work at McDonald's on the Wi-Fi? I know, right? Oh man, I have so much shit I have to get done. I gotta go to McDonald's and take care of this ASAP. Paying probation tickets. The shit that I have to sit there and procrastinate through for 5 hours. I'm going to McDonald's for their free Wi-Fi. Not only is the Wi-Fi free, but also the refills. McDonald's, I'm loving it. Thank you, McDonald's, for the sponsorship. We're so excited about that. We can't believe that they would take a chance on a Bel-Air comedy podcast, but they did, and we're very excited about that. A lot of people were thinking that we might sell out and go corporate at any point. Guess what? We were. McDonald's, where you can relax and take time for yourself. Only at McDonald's. I was just looking for a picture of somebody masturbating or something like that, but there is a milkshake, squirting milkshake. They're really trying to play it like McDonald's isn't only for methods anymore. Right. I mean, McDonald's, I'm loving it. Anyway, McDonald's for people running late to a show and they have to eat in 10 minutes. Right. Relax, take time for yourself. Go through our drive-thru as fast as you can. Anyway. Fuck yeah. So this is episode 45 of Tony. This is very exciting. God, I don't want to really bring this up, and we can't talk about who it is, but I just want to say, because I have to acknowledge it, we have some guests coming up on this show that are unbelievable. Today, couldn't make it. Turned out something happened a few hours ago. My God. There's some big ones coming up. Just wanted to get that out there. I was so excited for what was about to happen that I just had to mind fart that one because we almost had somebody die of water. Even though we have an amazing show with 2 people that have already been on. In fact, 3 is our Patriot. Probably one of the best Patriots. The response from this Patriots been amazing. No doubt about it. This one is out of control. Before we bring him out, we should talk about our shows in the 1819. Portland, Seattle, and Vancouver. McDonald's. I'm loving it. You need to take time for yourself by going to that April 18th, 19th, and 20th. We'll be 420. We're going to be at the Edgewater Casino in Vancouver, which is awesome. I can't wait to get crazy stoned in a public place. Yes, absolutely. 420 in Vancouver. We're going to smoke some pot and then enjoy a good McCafe, a new dessert treat. They even have real maraschino cherries that they put on top. They only give you one. You can get a refill, but only one cherry. And this new Taco Bell breakfast from Taco Bell breakfast. Who wants Taco Bell breakfast? It's disgusting. I want Taco Bell dinner. So it's really tough to convince me. I don't like them. I'm not a very big pro breakfast person. I like a whole salad with some oats. But you know what I really love though is McDonald's breakfast available before 11 p.m. Right. So you guys get it. Let's bring out our head. Since the beginning of this show, for some reason, we've always had a head of security, somebody to keep us safe for more than 30 episodes. We had the Iron Patriot, who was a very loyal member of everything, and then he turned his back on us. We've been rotating in new Patriots each week. This one is a return Patriot, one of our favorites of all time, and he's stronger than ever. Put your hands together for Iron Earl Skateball. Ravishing fuck yeah, there he is. Some people wonder, how's it going, Patriot person? I'd like to take a moment. Lazy, untalented potluckers. You better be funny, or you're out. Women. sort of plays it like he's the bad guy at a wrestling match. And I gotta tell you, Earl, that is quite the up. I don't know if it's an upgrade or a downgrade. Losing your pants and just going in underwear tonight. But Jesus, it's very hard to look at. There's too many shadows going on over there. Squeezing in to get a closer look at Earl's junk. Welcome, guys. Yeah, this is disturbing. A lot of people said that Earl was our most controversial, maybe more racist remarks in some ways. A lot of people, and one of the facts that you said was that your special power is white power.
I watch moves backwards. I get hard. Everybody together!
I'm not exactly sure what that means, but
I'm not either.
if you watch it backwards, they'd be free at the end.
Come on, if we lost
Do you have Tourette's of your crotch? Jesus. Whoa, there you go.
Lady, that's dirty.
All right. I love the fact that you almost don't wear any of the costume, but you do wear the bra part of it. You're willing to let your junk hang out, but your nipples, no way.
If you just look at his dick while he talks, it looks like his dick has been like throat cancer or something.
Oh, yeah. Jesus. Fuck yeah. Well, welcome back, Patriot. Very excited to have you. He's the only Patriot that doesn't wear the mask because we actually think his face is funnier than the Patriot helmet. He's got a Kennedy head. You have Kennedy in your blood, right? It's a joke about how big his head is, folks, for those of you listening at home or in this room. It's just not acknowledging how gigantic of a head he has. It's not an optical illusion. I see one lady cleaning off her glasses right now. Very shocked at what she's seeing. And you have some hefty glasses, too. What are those? Like, how bad is your vision? We can all see the sun. That's really not a very good... I think you should have a different answer loaded up for next time. I can see the sun and the moon. Yeah, did you feel the earthquake over the weekend? You felt it, right?
Did you speak the same thing? I actually felt it. They were filming a documentary, Graham Elwood's documentary, Earbuds. They were interviewing me, and I had one of those freak out moments back in the days. Yeah. It was very close to this Epic Center or whatever it's called.
Epic Center.
Where it's like super awesome.
Yeah, it's like so epic.
It's very good. No, but it was like near passing in there where I was at. So I got footage, like nice HD footage of me right pitched.
Great. Awesome. Fuck yeah. Well, let's get this party started, shall we? It's episode 45 of Cool Tony, ladies and gentlemen. And as always, I have two of my funniest friends here to sit with me and hang out and watch comedy. So, put your hands together for two of our finest returning guests that we've ever had. Earl, can you tell your dick to settle down a little bit? Fuck yeah. There you go. Josh Martin, everybody, the worst comedy producer in Hollywood. Always there 5 minutes after you need us. One of the only grown men that I know that looks like he drinks juice boxes. Josh Martin, everybody. There he is. Doesn't he look like he should always have a juice box in his hand? Anyway, here's our guests, everybody. Two of my favorites. It's Gene Catafretta and Kurt Fox, everybody. Either team of the podcast. Kurt Fox, Comedy Central, the love this test. It's one of my favorite shows to watch when I get a chance. No, it's so true. Hi, guys. Fuck yeah, what do you guys think about this Patriot?
I've always thought he looked like Flanders, you know? mouth because he's like kind of dorky, and then he takes off his shirt.
Good comparison.
You know, because Landers has that like fake, really super hot Jesus chest. It's like, girl. We have tiny heads.
Well, we know he has a tiny head down there.
I guess so. Who are you asking? Anybody. Oh man, I like it. I can see every tiny part of your dick. Your underwear was a little wet earlier. I'm trying out. Yeah, that's a better look.
He really got his balls busted on that one.
He had a little dribble.
Yeah, it is tough, right?
It's got a little dribble. It's okay.
Yeah.
The older you get, that starts happening.
It's really hard to avoid the drip. I mean, I notice it. Sometimes I'll wear like gray. Or red's another one. Red almost turns purple if it's wet.
It's just a problem you guys all have.
There's a couple drops that'll happen. I mean, not like it wasn't like he peed his pants.
Yeah, it's just one tiny drop.
But even if the tip's wet, it turns into a drop.
There's some in the barrel that you have to just squeeze out after you stop.
Yeah.
But you know, it does that.
Mini jerk it off for a
Yeah.
second.
Yeah, you just have it.
Ah.
Pretty sexy. Well, I guess it's all very sexy.
Yeah.
I don't drip. No, I actually never drip. No, I can feel it. I
She
can
has
feel
a lot,
it.
she has a lot of lips.
A lot of lips, big lips. Like you
Those get wet. See, I've had a thing lately where I'm trying to figure out where girls pee on them exactly.
You don't know.
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell
I
you.
sort of know, but I've never actually seen it.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows. It just comes out.
What does the people look like?
It looks like a little hole.
Yeah, it's a tiny bit.
Shows you where. But like,
I'm not gonna show you my feet.
but it doesn't look like a hole. It just looks like a piece of skin.
You can put a flower in.
If I try, like if I spread it, I can kind of designate where it is.
Really?
Yeah. But I feel like I'm down.
Oh, here's the best video you need to watch. I don't know if it's still online. It used to be on Live Leak. It's a guy fucking a girl in her pee hole.
It's Earl.
It's real. I'm just taking it for it. I'll find it by the end of the podcast.
Yeah, well, was it a tiny penis and a giant penis?
Kind of. It wasn't that big. It was a bit, but still, the stretch out the people out fucking it's crazy.
Was there a horse in the horse?
No horse.
I always think about that, like, because there was a thing of a guy stuck a tiny fork in his pee hole in jail. It was like an exotic thing he was into it. But it was like a tiny fork. I mean, I guess some pee holes are bigger than others. I mean, as far as fork goes, yeah, as far as you shove up your penis down. Do you know what I mean?
Jesus. How did we get on it? People.
Earl started it. I started it.
So let me ask you this. So if a guy is going down on the girl, they're pretty much licking their penis.
Alright, here we go. People fucking 2 on X2.
No.
This is the sequel, which a lot of people say it's not as good as the first one.
Are you playing a
Yeah.
Where are we watching?
Are we watching this video?
No, I'm watching it.
Is McDonald's sponsoring this video?
Guy fucking a girl's penis.
Oh, it's a black people.
You need to relax and take time. Okay. Jesus Christ. What the?
Oh, yeah, there we go. See that?
Wait, what?
This is a pee hole?
Yeah, that's a people.
Yes. Which one of those things you what's that?
You don't even want to look
It
at it.
just looks like
That's
two horse dicks. It's very weird.
Wait, what? The only shot I so badly want to get what you
No, it's weird. It doesn't make sense.
That's good. I'm throwing
What you said
I'm
doesn't
dropping out.
Doesn't make sense.
I fold.
Yeah. I just tapped out on the God, that's weird. That was very creepy. It's like
You gotta show us something to block that out. Disney, show us a Disney.
what's the ginger to that sushi?
Show me some fucking man.
Alright. Here's a dolphin. No, here's dolphin.
That's
I don't want to see that.
Oh.
Earl.
It's getting alpha and male put together.
Oh, guys, let's get out of picture in prison. We're live. We're live together here, all together. And if you guys could smell Earl, it's like a mosque. It's a mosque like like a cabin that you haven't been to in a while, but you have supplies there, so you go back for like a vacation or you're ready to work.
Girl, listen, she's attacked you, but I gotta tell you, you look good. You seem confident, good posture. You're sitting, I didn't notice it. So
It's how I flirt.
stand tall.
He's right.
What's gotten in the way?
His speaker box. But Bruno, do you have any questions for our guests today?
Oh, that's right.
Oh, I didn't get left, so I got a good situation. Were you there? I was there, and I heard no that night. It was mostly consistent.
When it gets to a certain point, when it gets to a certain point, and that was the first show on that mega tour, and
I think whatever it was good. We're supposed to have it. I feel good. I didn't get shot. So I encourage them to just hang together. And they all came together and they were consistent.
you should release that set on iTunes.
That set is gone. It's been destroyed.
He contacted you.
Yeah, but a lot of them have places to go. I was in Detroit. Good place, never been there.
You're like, I'll make this sit a little longer.
Charlie came out at the 10-minute mark and gave me a Hershey's kiss, which he thought would encourage me. He didn't. I think he thought I was having a place.
Did he really do that?
What I just said. He came out, he thought he could calm them, but it just encouraged them.
Right.
Because now they knew he was here. Basically, everything that could backfire that night did.
Right.
It was a perfect storm.
So you got me on your
Turn that off.
That's awesome.
I didn't have shit.
Jake, you have a podcast. That's the highest I've ever been.
Yeah, Speed Week came by and just delivered me.
Podcast.
Yeah, we smoke pot and then we play improv singing games. Just never happens. You try to put it together, it just
Everybody together! Welcome to all the guests, partial guests. Who do we have here? Charlie, what's your name? From? I went to Yeshiva years ago, in the 80s.
Then you call their parents on the air and negotiate release.
Were you alive in the 80s?
First 5
It's
minutes,
a time working in the house. The voice loud. You know, your brother told me that he's going to start schooling. You go to him? No,
We'll talk
you
more
like
about this after
try it
this
out
one.
for
Let's get this one kick-started,
You're
guys. You know
loud.
what
You're loud.
it is.
Ladies and
It's
gentlemen,
Hotel
2 Schweckies on board for
everybody.
pulling.
There.
What's that?
How's
Oh,
that background?
got anybody else want to see
Yeah,
something?
there's those clapping hands.
Tony, question, just real quick. Was this one of the slowest
Ariel.
you've ever think one has had?
Somebody just said, yeah.
Right, for all your hard work.
No, I got it.
Have you shown everybody your butt? we're getting a better perspective than I mean.
It's not often that he comes to Shir. So now that he's here, I can thank him in person. He's our chief editor for the English. And
Just shut up, everybody, but you don't talk.
No, those are audience members. The comedians are up there. Maybe to them.
so he's going to make the Schmacker short to cool and bring more people on board. Yeah, cool. No pun intended. Dear Belly, been watching this shit for a while. As I travel every day on a train to Manhattan, I asked my relative, should I rather watch the short version twice or the long version, which includes video videos joke stories once? The answer is follows. It's pretty good murder. Dr. Pippen says, not to me, one should not lose player with lightheartedness and frivolity. Rather, one must learn whatever the word is. Rather, one must learn with seriousness. But the Archive Sultan asks, why do Playstation bring this Gemara down? Why don't they bring this down? Explain that Playstation understood that nowadays, if one learns down just as far as people would not learn at all. Let's not if they're going to think existed, but I can keep the longer version. So that Rav Moshe Isaac quoted in his Kinechet Yom Law also allows jokes during learning. He said that this is valid only applies until Mashiach comes. Once Mashiach comes, we're going to hire Madrega. I should switch to the shorter version and watch it twice. What do you think? Sincerely, Ari Rasta. Well, listen, if a person can learn Torah without jokes, without this, then you should learn. If you can, you can. If this is what helps learning, I'm not saying this is the way to do it. If you can learn without pictures, learn without pictures. If you can learn without.
Come in, ladies. No. All at the same time. Up against the wall. And over.
Do just the joke.
I don't know why he thinks that's such a good idea.
That even the Shulchan Shemana is in the YouTube. Okay.
He's probably going to come home to his girlfriend.
The Frank Grab.
And the last thing he wants to see is her.
Good journey and accountability. Big thank you. Just an update. I finished my first reception together with Belly. Thank you for getting my learning back on track. 40 days in comedy that I've consistently learned each day. Finished late, so thank you. So I met a few people like this recently. And I say, if you already did 40 dots and something plates consistently every day, why don't you jump on board and go back to everywhere? It's different, it's interesting, but the mind was doing up with everybody, push with everybody, and place for behind you. And if you do it by yourself, you think of a day, nothing's going to happen, but if everybody's doing it, and if you miss a day, you know that you're falling behind clients, so that gives you a push. Plus, they go to different places, you go to different shows, you go to different cities, they're all learning the same thing, so that's a huge mile over learning by yourself, but oh, I gotta remind the Olam. Hayoim, Shiva Asar Yoim, Sheim, Shnei Shavuos, Shusha Yomim, Ba'omer, La'omer. Okay, since Omer, before that more religious group, the which is more of a strong alliance with the Shlema, and Mom, Void Appeal Committee. That's the thing I told me. Yeah, you know, some guy got in the morning and he was not happy about what he said. I'm not a couple of Hara, but people get up in the middle or they make coffee before davening's over. So I don't care because as long as you want to make money off of this, you can make as many cars as you want. Official edition of the White Shots, this episode by the Iranian Levy family, Perek, the Pounce family, in memory of our grandparents, Daf Tzadik Zayin Anonymous in memory of Yosef ben Tzvi Herz and Tuvia Ilan ben Moshe mit the Neshama Pav Aliyot. Just today, apparently Moshe is young on Monday. By the Masechta is sponsored by this 6,000 dedicated memory of Avi Murray of Shmuel Baruch for trying to speak Deutsch from the Rock. The Masechta is sponsored. Joe Vidal Speech from Father Jack Vidal. The name of the Ruch of the Gash. The House Panel Foundation Zip Nishmas. The Roy Shlomo Pal. I think the message to Eloi.
But yeah, and you didn't give an example of what would be going in there. You just said what won't be going in there.
Anonymous removed Bush Limit Rich Young to Lev Assester. You saw Malgi to the Sticham Office of Assester, so Patty Yakimos like to Steig in Synagogue and Family County Island King. In order to go change my meaning of life, plenty on money against Mark and Benny and all those and surfing the wife as Bullish on Sparks. Multi sponsors are side of the first name of Avi Murray Baruch Miriam. Multi sponsors. Anonymous and Otter Belly, Marcus Knazin and Brian DYQ do not slow down for a second. All right, check it now. Daily sponsor, Malcolm. My son Shim become a closet. The daughter of Yosef Klein Bergman of Lakewood. Mazdov. Do we have that already? There's a new one? You got it? Okay. And new IR. איתם ובשם ברוכו עמי ושלם המון בן אסתר ופוס הילד דניאל זאב בן הילד אסתר Rabbi say, starting from today, well, not starting today, we already have a few days, maybe a few weeks, till then in the sector, just smooth sailing, easy, almost like a guide to stuff. Today we have phenomenal hands-on displays. It's going to be the first time that I'm showing this in the English year. The Mizbeach Hazav, that's really Weisberg made for the Shabbaton. It was crazy the amount of stuff that he made. We have two pieces here, the Shulchan and the Hazav both, which I've not shown in here live. The Mizbeach Hachitzoin, I will not be showing anytime soon because it's live here in this table. The skill, I don't know, it's pretty live, but interesting. So here we go. We're holding smack in the middle of a sugya, and that's Tzadik Zayin on out. No need to know what we learned before or say it over. Just al-Khazar, why not? What tells us that we have to be careful with the shulchan. Okay, so
Is it close to limit?
we're already talking about the shulchan. Very heavy. These breads are made out of like ceramic. I'm going to take all the breads off. You can put them in, by the way. Let's do some Friday.
So is it mostly women or are there...
It's mostly women. You don't get a guy
Do you think there's ever been a gynecologist that pulled the
Listen
Juwan
what I'm saying, I'm just thinking here. You keep your hand up on both sides.
I feel like you sometimes will get.
You say they're not men, but it's
Beautiful. Okay, so now I just lift this up. It's beautiful. This piece is unbelievable. I thought about it on Shabbos, and now I'm looking at it.
I think a lot of women
How did you make
like a demand of
the
female.
hole so perfect that it must have been CNC? See these pipes, one of them comes out.
Yes. Yeah.
See, these are questions you should ask yourself.
Yeah, or before. Yeah.
Okay. You see what's going on here? These are half pipes, and they have,
Get out.
it's unbelievable. Okay, anyway, so we're going to talk about this. How many pipes are on each side? 14. Why do we have 14? The top, you see there's only 2 pipes.
I think like if I get a massage, I'll definitely not want a guy massage, you know?
Yeah.
And if
Okay,
I have a
so this is the
doctor,
shulchan.
I would probably want a girl doctor.
The Gemara tells us that the shulchan can become tamei.
I don't want any guy.
But you gotta be careful not to make it tamei.
For girls, it's
Because the Gemara, but how does it become tamei? It's lenachas. It's meant to stand in one place. Sort of like this table right over here. It's not meant to be moved. So it's not makabel tumah. So the Gemara tells us no.
I honestly, I prefer
when Lysol comes to Alila Regel, the Brianna would take it out and raise it up. By the way, it's much larger than this, yeah? This is a model. It's about, what we say, 2 amas long, so about 4 or 5 feet long. It's much larger than this. I'm a wide, 2 feet wide. Okay. So, because they lift it up and showed everybody, so now it's not a permanent fixture in the Beis Hamikdash, and it can be makap.
She took like 2 steps and just
Whereas, wait a minute.
Yeah, she just like took 2 steps and just like,
it's plainly gold. And gold is metafes. It's metal. And metal is makabel tova.
So she just said,
so what do you have to tell me? Because you lift it, you don't, even if you don't lift it. Even if we don't hold like that. It's still makabel tova because it's gold. So that's what we're holding right now.
I can't believe she quit on you. If at first you don't succeed,
Top off, top exactly what I was. 4 lines. But he then asked the Shita Hashivi, the way badly, to tell me we had this beautiful video of how they make the shulchan made about the Shita. Maybe they're very important and very expensive wood. So the wood is in Kabbalah. And even with what play. It's like, look, Habam Gizayam, you get like this wood that comes from overseas, China. Cheap stuff. I was thinking this month, it's Walmart, like here in the Medrash. Really badly. Maybe you'll tell me, oh, it's such comfortable wood that even the gold, the place that doesn't, it's not thoughtful. And the neighbor, it's not a couple of tuma. Shapir, that would be okay. That would be okay. My friend used to tell me that. Even expensive wood, like that, the shipping is buckled to the gold, like the Neymar, so it becomes common anyway because it's a metal cleat. Says you want shiny shulchan, Rahmana, Tiny. This is seriously place. I'm going to tell you again. A lot of people think sports. Some guy tries to fight out of it. It's metal. Don't do it. The Torah calls it wood. It might look like metal, but it's wood. It's not the opposite of this one. Tom, I ain't chump. The Mordecai eats. The Torah calls it wood. Shemar on his back eats. Sholish Am is Gavoya. The word Mizbeach is referring to the point right, referring to the shulchan. It's problematic, this passage. And you have to understand it in the Nebuah, the Petzl he's a shulchan that's 3 amas. So we know that the shulchan, our shulchan, is not 3 amas, so we have to explain that. But the next part fits in Arba Shnai Imamos. That we know our shulchan is 2 amas long. From here to here is 2 amas. Unikza is loy, and it has angles. It's like a square.
Alright, Shragler. Is that your real name, Shragler?
That's my
top. It's 3 rows of 8. It's all made out of wood.
What is it?
If Shragler's your stage
But
name,
he's not even like that.
what do you think his real
Shulchan.
name is going to be?
You see now the puzzle calls it a shulchan. Before it was there. Okay, so Torah calls it wood. It's wood, it's not gold. So therefore it's not buckled through the gold. And it becomes wood. So now you have to understand how does it become to be telling. You have to explain that they raised it, and that's why again, it could become as the Gemara. Other women is Be'ah, you see the shulchan.
They just come right out because they hear Straggler. They're expecting a lot. But
This
Craig,
week's my mother's yard side, so I down to the oven. I don't down to the oven. It's like the only time in the year.
Right, that's what I thought.
I used to down a lot to the oven, but not anymore. But the reason is because what happened today, like I cannot carry through. I can't sing. It's like I need voice lessons. Anyway,
not in Australia.
no, 2 shiurim a day. I just can't recover.
What'd you say, why?
Yeah,
I'm always in a state of hoarseness. And I have this thing, whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't feel well. Next.
No, yeah.
So, that's the Gemara. Posted in the 17th the posted. Why did he post it?
Just because you are.
But you can also talk about you
Jeff hates, and also says, they don't realize that shulchan.
My favorite part of that was
Now,
the scene where you try to do a
what kind of Allah
black guy for a second.
do you go through this chaos that I get us today? Is that
That's like when
shulchan?
I've never
Table and a shulchan. Table and a mizbeach. So
It
what?
was funny. I thought you had.
Don't sit on it. Is that a real Allah? I don't know what Allah is. When you see that Allah, your mother told you. Very good. Oh. Mm. Oh. So by you, the minute is more stark than Allah. Salt I saw in Allah.
I agree. You have good attitude. You came out and I instantly like you. I wanted to hear what you're saying.
Now that you're praying,
Salt.
Yeah, Craig is
Salt,
better.
another Allah. You're not supposed to put a knife,
Yeah.
a metal knife on the table while you're benching.
I thought it was gonna be. I didn't know what I thought.
Not sitting on the table, not standing on the table. I see Hasidim stand on the table and at the tish. Wow, this guy on the table big time.
In Australia,
Yeah,
sure,
we
it
run
might
up
be like a
and down the
John
table
is
for
here,
home.
but really?
So I don't know exactly where I don't know where that comes from.
And it
Okay,
also-
so it's a thing.
Yeah, it's just
But the
it's so fun. How long
I
have you been
love that we learned from the Mizbeah. It's when you tear out the
No
picture.
better time to lose the shrag like
Okay.
It never went anywhere. One
She
set.
says the mother all the
we
different.
got
I was straggler for a minute.
But down the value. So why does the third start with the another? Why does it start with the Mizbeah and go to Shulchan?
Talk about how you lost your nickname.
Yeah.
Down the value,
It's
God
really
says,
funny.
"Man, Shabbat Samir Kayo Mizbeah Mechaber Allah." Where we have the Beis Hamikdash, and that's why we miss the Beis Hamikdash so much. That's one of the main reasons. We want the Beis Hamikdash because you get a kapara. You sin, immediately you go to the Beis Hamikdash, bring a carbon, and that's
I
it.
think
You're
do
done.
jokes that aren't
Today you
about
have to
being
chew on. You don't know if
Australian.
it's accepted,
You know
not
what I mean?
accepted.
We
It's a
hear your
whole it's a
accent,
process.
you know.
We have a favorites, and
Say your English or something like that.
you just go. What if it's in English?
You don't have to say your name.
You have to say
You don't have to say
Figure
your
out the Mechaber Allah. Ba'achshav Shei Beis Hamikdash Kayo. Shulchan Shalom Mechaber Allah.
I hope so.
So how? What do you do today? Today it's your table that's using a part. So how? Says Rashi, by Google plus the sorrow. This is it's coming up. Plus the sorrow to copy. That's how it's copy. The Marshal says by saying you require out the table.
That's his Twitter.
Okay, that's how you get it apart.
I have a Facebook.
Your voice, I think it's a good time to mention to the island.
That's interesting. I want to know about
In
this.
2 weeks,
Really?
That's good.
we're starting the second school.
So funny, man.
Unbelievable. Some school, I guarantee you're going to love this after.
What do you do specifically do?
It has everything in it from machos, asuras, the types of things that go into our body, the innards of the animal,
Like girl.
how the kishis work, how everything works, the esophagus, the different stomachs. Bezer Hashem, you're going to get alive in the church, it's going to do a shkita.
That's really funny. What do you do? What do you do specifically?
It's going to be unbelievable. You know, open it up. It's going to show us all the innards. You're going to see things like you never saw in your life. You know, parts of the stomach, it looks like a honeycomb. It looks like a dick. It's crazy. The smushiness, whatever it's called. The smell of the... Yeah, I think he's getting excited. I'm telling you. You think about it, we all try to do ketchup. Try to help your fellow Jews. You go and give money and you help out for constantly.
drag was fucking awesome.
So I got,
Congratulations. Your first time on stage.
this is the best way to help out your friend.
Is she
Give
here?
a call. One phone call, one text message. You get your friend join the his life. And I know you're doing it. I speak any person I bump into, especially here in the neighborhood, say, yeah, this guy tried to get me, this guy tried to get me. Maybe it's Bashar, I met you, maybe it's not Bashar. I'm telling you, you kind of tested. There's no greater tested in the world. Mama. What? Oh,
Good times, great all you.
if you have a bot, go to you put in status in the bot. You have WhatsApp, get the bot number. Once you have the bot, you just write in one word, status. Boom, boom. The short clips come to your phone. Put it out there. Your friends join, and your bank account starts filling up with so much. You do some money, you can't even imagine. This guy's life has changed. From one status, you didn't even do anything. You pushed the button while you're in bed. And 3 guys joined. This guy had to pay people. He's driving to the lot. He paid $500 a guy to join his house. I was telling over here, you'll see. Money well spent. Duty free by doing the status. Are they still on? They're still on. They're still doing it. It's crazy. Okay. I'm telling you, you get a lot of different types of animals, the birds, different colors. The eagle, how the feet work. They have three thingies. The 4, all the different birds. What? The talons and maybe pictures here galore. It's gonna be. Imagine with AI. It's gonna be unbelievable. Zog Gemara. I boss Stephen Shazov. How you show? Here, check out this video. Check it out on our new stream. Those are the streets and those 4 walls we put up there. Like 1 feet is that wide. 4 walls, 2 for each row of bread.
That's a good one. Yeah,
Omar Kakino Omar Shkroba Sisa Klaroisa, the Kapoisa, the Kusoisa, Womanakioisa, all these interesting words. What does it mean? Klaroisa, these are the.
I've never asked him. I've gone to visit him several times.
It's pretty easy to find out.
Mold, thank you. The mold that will make the bread. Kapoisa, eating the sequel. Those are the spoons that you I'll show you the. You have it here anyway, probably. No, that's good stuff. Okay, the chicken are the 2 spoons full of Ravina that are on the shulchan.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I think it's funny you say that your name is Arthur.
So.
So it's Elu sniffing. I see over here in the process that she's sniffing. You walk on the side.
Then don't tell a joke that's
This guy's right over here.
Yeah, just
This
I
guy's
feel
sniffing.
like a minute is a long time. Kind of a long time.
Yes. How do you know sniffing? So. Coming at the ice, what do you do with that? Able cutter. These are the rods. Which one did you pull out? I can't get it. Oh, this one.
Come at us, as opposed to.
Oh, it didn't come out complete.
Did your dad ever call you with this one phone?
Anyways, these rods.
A couple years ago,
Literally. It's made out of, didn't have plastic back then. And the gold leaf.
Isn't every phone in prison a cell
You
phone?
see it? Maybe on that screen. The newer screen. No, not even.
That's my gift.
That's awesome.
I'm gonna find out if
You could actually do that as a joke by having to sneak cell phones in your ass.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, just, I wish once I could
I
go with
don't
nothing
believe
in my
it.
ass.
It's a way to turn up.
Guys, balloon.
I don't know
I don't know if it works for balloons. It's a mixed turtle for and like. He made this movie bad also by the way. Just because it's crazy stuff. Okay, unbelievable. Now discuss next episode for you. Actually, you sat playing Shemesachtin Bohen Kalek. Here, these rods.
Yeah, play with that. I mean, it's the way I don't know why I
They look like snot. If I put a bread in here,
I guess because there was no joke about it.
it's like people use this as snot. They use meat. You're kind of bamboo, right? Back when I was a kid, everybody used it before they came out of the mess. So it's kind of exactly kindness. This kindness is made out of this. This is actually better than reed. This is like the kindness because kindness is half. They cut it out. Beautiful. By the way, I realized that it's entire wop.
So you can assume it's murder.
That thing short. And we had this course of hearing when he's into one of our viewing. Like he was suffering from his cold. It's unbelievable. A young guy like that, I want you to accomplish when he's alive. And people like to come around, you never know where you go. Before you thought you're going to live like everybody else. 80, 90, 100, also one day. You don't know where you go.
So it's been 26 years of living together, so for like 26 years you haven't asked.
But we're not getting any money. Oh, so it doesn't say in the force of the prayer anything about Connor. It says we're not feeling sick. Anybody says it's Connor. Actually, use the way she's not going to tell them. What's the brother? But see, I can't believe that you want to take the shop. You cannot remove those rods that hold up the bread on Shabbos. You can remove them and get them out. We saw the guy with the right, so I might do the Shabbos. You can't even not do it. Means these rods have seven forms of the Torah. And when do you replace the bread? On Shabbos. So do it on Shabbos, put it on Shabbos. Why can't you do it? Because it looks like moving and just it looks like it. It's like a Durakana. But the Rambam, I don't know, I'm in a movie state. It's not this one yesterday was given as a rule. Allah say some Shabbos. The Shabbos. Perform this avodah like Brismila, anything a male could do before Shabbos, must do before Shabbos. Not even the double Shabbos alive. Time of night. So now Rabbi goes into kind of the cross. He explains the reason behind the rod, which is interesting. Why did the Torah say to put rods? Who needs rods? You don't want the bread to get molded. The guy still living in the office, don't worry about it. If you're going to do it on what's the Shabbos, that's a few hours that the bread is on Shabbos. It's not going to be the end of the world. Remove them before Shabbos, put them on after Shabbos, everything's good. Decide. This is where Shabbos is trying to tell even larger shulchan. Just like in this picture right over here, you see on the bottom, the rods are under the table.
I'm single.
Lengthwise of the table,
you know
not
what I mean? I
widthwise.
think every comic is single and it's a shocker, you know, kind of thing.
Tell them about your dad.
Umotzei Shabbos Nishmat Mashpia Roisha Shel Chala Machnis Konatel. Basically, you take the chala and you lift it up as so. No, very lift up the chala. Not like this. Like this. Insert a rod. Alright, the rod doesn't come in. Insert a rod. Put it down. Go like this. And repeat. And like this, you have the rods in Motzei Shabbos. Oh, explain why you do this. We talk. Okay, very good. But you're not like pushing it in through the collar. You're lifting it up nicely, rod sits in, put the two rods down, put the bread down, lift it up the other side, come in, put the third rod in.
I love skateboarding. Some people say
Implementation, whatever it is. But once it has again, repeat. Each chala requires 3 rods. And here we go. This answers all questions. That's why Weisberger was medayik very stark when he made this. Went through all the halachas, and Weisberger was Weisberger. 2 on top, not 3. Why? Because that's it. It's the final bread. There's nothing else on top of it. It doesn't have to hold up 2 breads, so it's fine. 2 is enough for bread. The other ones are carrying a lot of weight from all this bread. We said that these breads are at least 10 pounds of flour, plus all the water. This bread is at least 15 pounds.
Yeah.
How many kilos?
I saw you a couple months ago.
1 kilo? No. It's only 5 kilos of flour. But you say it's 3 kilos of water? I don't know. I'm not a baker, but I'm assuming there's a lot of water that gets stuck in there, and it adds 7 kilos. 7, 8 kilos. It's not. No. It only is the last one. So if you have a shelf that has to carry 5 boxes, you need to have heavy rods. The top shelf is only carrying 1 bread, so it's less rods. No. We learned that the rods are in the breads. They're actually touching each other. There is realization that it does carry, the bottom one carries all of it. Yeah, that's not 100% accurate. Come on, what do you want from the guy? Spend 3 months and you want to spend 8 months on one little table? Come on. Listen, we have more questions on AI videos that you guys are, well, you're not so proud of. But it's the soccer to the naive. This is not exact. Nobody's going to come to, well, I just want an empty wife like that, and I look good. It's just, the what? The bottom of the vanity. The bottom is nothing, really. It should be 4? Oh, gosh. But it looks nice. I guess, look, 3 is enough to hold it. They did a weight test and it's good. 3 is enough. It's not. We said this already. Where are we? Oh. The fish ain't all there massive. It doesn't have that much weight. And the funny and the teeth of Komiker, as you see right over here, the bottom one just gets inserted like this, not on any rod at all. Why?
There's actually a bit called oil check.
The fish, when I got the bottom is cold, and it gives it enough, it doesn't get molded. It doesn't need to rest. All right, boys, there's going to be a schmuck. I need everybody to pay attention, no changing, because we need mathematicians here. Part of it's math. There are 3 ways to count an amma. 5 tefachim, 6 tefachim. 5 is the least, 6 is the middle, and then you have 6 and a finger. Right? We'll see exactly. Half a finger. So Benjamin's is the middle one. So that's 6 tefachim. Anything in the Beis Hamikdash that has to do with building the Mizbeach, that has to do with building the Shulchan, the Menorah, it's all 6 tefachim. Quote, the Mizbeach Hazav. Wow, Rabbi, check this out. Actually, don't even look at this over here. Look at it on the screen. It's much better on the screen. Not that screen. That screen. Okay, check this out. Yeah, I did over there. It's unbelievable. So, this is the Mizbeach Hazav. Obviously, it's not the scale. You're not allowed to do the scale. It's not that much smaller. It's probably half the size. It's 50%, I would say. Oh, if you ask me, it looks actually like a foot by a foot. It's supposed to be 2 feet by 3 feet. 1 arm by 1 arm. Okay. You can see it has little carrot on top, little horns. This is what every day they put the carrots on this. This was in the Heichel. Also, the shulchan was in the Heichel. The Menorah was in the Heichel. The Karen. Now we're gonna switch over to this Mizbeach. This is Mizbeach Pizza, also known as Mizbeach Oilo. Mizbeach Anachasis. This had little horns on top. This is also made to scale. I'm pretty sure this is made to scale. You should see the one that he made for the Shabbat Chol. And I think he's shipping it there to Israel. I don't know what we're going to do with it exactly. If anybody has an extra room in their living room, let me know. This has a Karen. This Karen is 1 amma by 1 amma. The 5 tefachim amount. So in other words, this is 5 tefachim by 5 tefachim, not the 6. The Hasoiver, the Hayisoid. We have a good video for that. Even though I'm holding it in my hand, I might as well show you this beautiful video. This is again from our artist that does only Beis Hamikdash stuff. full time.
What do you
So that green thing is the site.
Alright, the wire feathers right down the middle. But yeah,
The
Bray
Saiva is, you can see a little ramp on the right side, it goes up to the Saiva. Like, what I'm holding in my hand, the blue area. It's like a sidewalk, it's a lake, where the type to walk on the blue thing around there, and that's what it does. I've done video too, of how they do the blood of the Oila Sa'id goes up here, and also the pathos, regular pathos goes up here, and he must stand on this blue walkway called the Saiva. Okay. The Saiva and the Saiva, they're both 5 fucking. Now, there are 2 parts of a stair. There's the rise, and there's the run. Run. The tread is, it's another way to call it. There's the rise and the run. So when the Gemara says that it's a 5 fucking, what is the Gemara referring to? The height or the width? The height of the stair? The rise or the run? What? You say run? Who says run? Why do you say run? Maybe both. Okay, so anyways, let's see. By the way, we're talking about a Karen. Just a fascinating thing. The Ramban brings the Targumim thing. Says that when Aaron HaKohen went up onto the Mizbech the first time, and he saw the Karen, to him it looked like the horns of a bull. Because I guess the nice egg was very scared, which we're going to find out. Anyway, we could argue. I'm not saying the fuck. No. Anything you build with the Mizbech is 6 fucking Bishop Caleb, but anytime it has to do with the plea, like the United, it's so fun. The plea, that's Hamisha. Consistent. All right, we don't know the same Mikro Epidotes. Remember, we're even going to bring this as a, we learned that the Shulchan is 2 hours long. I mean, fucking. Well, look at all the Amma is 5 fucking, so it's 10 fucking long. If the Amma is 6 fucking, so it's 12 fucking long. That was not what you asked. Is it 10 fucking or 12 fucking? Is it 5 fucking wide or 6 fucking wide? So since we're going on, this isn't the puzzle. We're saying we're going to Darshu, wait, let me do some bad. But Amma is the outside. This is back right over here. There's back a pizza. Amma, the payback. In other words, it's an Amma of the payback. Another tefach, it's a 6. Amma of 6 fucking. That's how that was based. The Chekhan, but because it's but it's hard to pick. The Chekhan Amma. You want to know the things that are 5 Amma, 5 fucking per Amma. The Amma Rechav, Uvula, El Sfasa, Savin, Zeres, Echad. The Zay Gavan is back. The Gemara is going to explain every word here. Chekhan Amma, the site. Okay, so going back to this picture, that green little guy on the left corner, the site, the base of his back. This was back right over here, the red guy that goes almost, it doesn't go around the whole back, but there's a base. Okay? The red guy. Okay, comes the side. Right comes the side. And now looking at this picture over here, you can see the walkway above the red line. See that red line right over there? Right above the red line is a walkway. And this was back, it's the blue walkway over here. That's Amaroid. So let's see later. Zeres is from here to here. This is a half Amma. So I can call an Amma a half Amma. Why? Let me show you this. Let me see if I can find it. Wow. I know it's in there. Oh yeah, here it is. If you start from the center, so it's a half arm in every direction. It's an interesting way. Listen, I think your text was designed to throw us off, not for regular people. Those who know. Those who are supposed to understand. Instead of saying arm by arm, it's a half arm if you start from the center.
You know what I mean? Like,
okay.
Describe like, I don't know, but then to have that juxtaposition of the dark. I think that's fun.
Zed God, I'm bad. Oh, we have 10 minutes for them to share, and this is not a big deal. It's a very. Zeg Gad HaMizbeach. What does it mean when the pasuk says Gad HaMizbeach? Zeg Mizbeach Hazov. Mizbeach Hazov. All these things that we just mentioned, they're all 5 tefachim. The Yisoid, the Soivev, the Kronos, the horns on the Mizbeach. The Mizbeach Hazov, this golden guy. He's trying to find. So look at this video. This guy, it's 5 tefachim. Oh, they're like
You can try anything.
like Jerry Willick said, he's a filmmaker movies. Okay. Renee Sova, Zeu Ba'amo Bas Chamisha. So what's Zeu? This Mizbeach Hazov. This guy is 5.
Every
That's
time
it.
you talk,
Zeu.
it's
This.
like I'm horny and disgusted all at the same time.
Kolam is Kalim Ba'amo Bas Shisha, but if you're talking about a menorah, you're talking about it.
Yeah, that was, I think, a
Everything
little
else,
too
you're not
much.
saying, Baby, you just sound like Chazeh. Not Zeh, but Chazeh, like this. Chazeh, you Kolam is Kalim. Look at this guy. This is 1 amma of 6, of 5. All the Kalim in the Beis Hamikdash are 5. So Machlokes is this doctor in the Mizbeach Hazov is 5, but everything else is 6. Or the reason no, I have a general rule. All Kalim in the Beis Hamikdash are 5. Everything else, when you want to build a wall, when the Torah tells us Shazor should be like this and like that, then you use the 6. But everything else, all the Kalim, the small things that move, the movable objects, they're all 5. I'm a 5. Because all that when you say that, so you ba'am about Chamisha be good about. All right, everybody, we got some cool stuff together, but everybody has to participate. Now it's like a nigga. How much is 5 times 6 or 6 times 5? 30. How much is 6 times 4? 4. 4 times 6. 24. So that math is easy. That's it. That's the hardest part so far. That's it. So what's going to happen over here is this Mizbeach from top to bottom, from the point, the highest point of the Mizbeach, top of the carrot, to the bottom is 10 amos. So now the Gemara is going to say, no, we're dividing this Mizbeach into 2 parts. There's a 6 amma part, and how much is left now? Very good. Only 3 people answered that. The total amount is 10. We're not doing any hard math there, boys. No division and nothing. Just simple plus. 4 plus 2, 1 plus 5. From top to bottom is 10 amos. From the side, from the walkway to the bottom is 6. So how much do we have left? 4. Now we're going to do different types of math here, different types of amma. From the bottom to over here, we're going to do ammas that are 5 tefachim. So it's 6 amma times 5 tefachim. Is how much? 30. But from the side to the top, we're going to do an amma which is 6. And there's 4 ammas over here. So 4 times 6 is 24. How many tefachim do I have total? 54. Now, Aryeh, Simon, you're not allowed to answer the question. I'm going to ask you a question. This ratings got it. I couldn't believe it. The whole place answered in a second. I don't know what. 54 divided by 2 is how much? Wow. Not bad. No, that's a tough one. 54 divided by 27. This red line on both sides is halfway on this there. So in other words, it's 27 tefachim from the bottom and 27 tefachim from the top. Yeah? You with me? You're looking at me like you went to Ponovich for that. Right. Very good. Very good. Don't jump yet. Don't. I'm getting there. I'm getting the doc. I'm getting there. So again, from the top corner to the red line is how many tefachim? 27. No. From the top corner to the red line is how much? Halfway. 54 divided by 2 is 27. You with me, Stiliosi? You with me? Top to the red is 27. Top to the walkway is how much?
Holy shit.
Top to the walkway. The walkway is, again, from the walkway to the top is 4 amos, and each amma is 6 tefachim. 6 times 4 is how much? 24. So from the top to the walkway is 24. From the top to the red line is how much? 27. Does anybody know math here? You take 27, you take off 24 from it. How many have remained? No way. You guys are good. You guys are unbelievable. They're giving themselves so excited.
How much of that's true?
24 right there. You're not allowed to answer any questions.
I'm glad that you're
Yeah.
so
So, I have a question for you. If I'm standing on this blue line, I'm a client, I'm standing on the walkway, and I have blood of a chatas in my hand, it has to go above a red line.
I totally thought that.
How many fucking could I bend over and put the blood? 3.
And it was
And if I did 6, if I bend over and I did 6, I'll be past the red line. That's a big problem. It says in the Gemara that he's allowed to bend down 6 fucking. So remember, something's off with our math. Because we did something not so geschmack. We said that from here to here, we're going to do arms that are 5 fucking. From here to here, we're going to do arms that are 6. That messes us up. That means that he's standing at the wrong place. Let's see inside. I'm telling you to use this stuff. Here, you want to see all this. We did it. You don't even need it, but here. Check this out. Very, very simple.
We're just hanging out.
The purple arrow says, oh, you can't see now, you can see? The purple arrow is 6 amas, and each amma is only 5 fucking, and then we're going to change each amma is 6, because there's 2 types of amas. There's a 6 and there's a 5. So if the 6 times 5 is 30, see how it says 30? And then the top part, with the blue arrow, it's 4 amas times 6 fucking, and that's equals 24. So 30 plus 24 equals 54 in the top. The top to bottom is 54. Halfway, 27. That means from the 27 line till the walkway is 3 fucking. And that's a problem. Let's keep it over there for a second. So let's see it like this. From the bottom to the walkway, you're going to use an amma of 5. And the rest, you have to stick in it. And the rest is going to be amma. Might take amma. The amma right now. What does it mean? The take amma, right now, amma, that's Kamisha. Take amma, you bring to the soil. Over in the bottom. Take amma roicha to the width, to the walkway. Roicha is a wide place to stand on. The walkway, from the bottom, I'm going to read it in the book. From the bottom to the right now, I'm going to use a 5 amma. That's a total of 30 fucking. 6 ammas times 5 is 30. Goydam is there, have it just do Chazar. We do this both. This whole height of this bag is how much? Esra. She's been a Kamsha. The 6 ammas on the bottom are only 5 fucking each amma. That's total 3. The Arba, bye, and the 4 ammas on the top of them is there, but it's Shita. Those are a different type of amma, 6 fucking each. 4 times 6 equals 24. Where's the Akama have it? So 24 plus 30 equals 54. How do you get everybody knew. I would have to do the whole thing. 50 divided by 2 is 25. 4 divided by 2 is 2. So 25 plus 2 equals 27. You guys like spit it out like that. Unbelievable. Is you going to have a concert? How do you have a yeshiva? Half of it is 27. So from the top part is there until the walkway is on the Sheshem Arba. 24, we already said.
No, it wasn't like that.
So from 24 to 27, how much is that? The halfway point is that? Plus 3. But that's the problem. It's not. Let me play a video real quickly. We're running out of time. But who cares? Let those Israelis wait outside for an hour. This guy is making oil. I saw it. Unbelievable stuff. He takes that bird, smears that blood on the corner, takes the head. If you were with us in Zvach, you know what's going on there. Takes the head, puts in a bunch of salt, puts it under his bear, and returns.
Have you guys fucked girls since? Or is it like, never again?
Okay, but the trekking, you're not going to forget this in your entire life. You know how to do it. Goes back, takes the rest of the bird, throws it onto the flame. Okay, great. Now, put the secret be'emtza כדי להק בדומן על גלויים זו מתחמן. There's a red line, Rabbi, like this, that differentiates and separates the blood that's supposed to go on the bottom. What's for bonus, the blood goes on the bottom. Besides, two that go above the red line, which is the Chatas and the Eilos Ha'ai. You can't mix it up. If you do it below, what's the halacha? Also. I showed you in the video, it goes up the ramp, he goes to the corner, the southern corner of Mizrach is east, south, southeast. South?
Fuck yeah, Antonio.
East.
Hell yeah.
America's Malaysia, Mimalarka, Umabdul White says, Dama, Kira, Mizbeach, and he does everything you saw in the video, the Masala Masin Ragla. And if he bends over below his feet, he's on the walkway, Afilu Amma Achashera, even 1 hour, call it an hour 5 for hour 6. The problem is, he only has 3 talking to go below his feet, and you're telling me he's allowed to go below his feet. 6 talking, it's a problem. So how are we going to fix the problem? So now, says the Gemara, with the player is telling us that it's 5, it's not referring to the rise, to the height, it's referring to the run. The step, the part that you step on, that part is 5 talking. So what I'm telling you, and I'll explain everything, not that this you saw, this red part is 5 fucking tall, it's actually 6 fucking tall. So what's 5 fucking tall? First says it's 5. The puzzle game is because it says 5. No, the part that you can stand on, this part is 5. The cypher is an arm wide. No, it's not a full arm of 6 fucking, it's only 5 fucking wide. It's the knisa, the stuff that you stand on. And Mamela watch. Now everything works out, get valid. Why? Check it out. Rabbi, so we do the math now. This is easier than before. If you have, be quiet. Then the band is how tall? 10 amas. Each amma is going to be 6. From top to bottom, 6. 6 times 10, Rabbi, so you know this one? 60. Half of 60 is how much? 30. Where's the walkway at? What point from the top to the walkway is how many tefachim? It's 4 amas times 6 tefachim is how much? He's standing on 24. From the 24 points to the halfway point, which is 30, 24 to 30 is how many tefachim? 6. That's why it says if he stands on the walkway, he can bend over up to 6 tefachim. That works out great. But the pasuk says there's a 5 tefachim, something's 5 tefachim. We just made everything 6 tefachim. Okay, so the height, everything is 6 tefachim. That's gewaldig. Now we're going to have to make our mizbeach narrower. We're going to have to make it this way because the pasuk says some of it is at 5 tefachim. We're measuring 5 tefachim. How? Elo chek ha'amakniso. Amarei ha'kniso. The yisoid is only 5 tefachim. The walkway is only 5 tefachim wide. Imagine you're a kohen walking on a narrow walkway. Up until now, I thought you had 6 tefachim. Now it turns out he only has 5 tefachim to walk. That's super careful.
Material, it's ceramide.
The Gula is plus a suburb. In other words, the front is the corners on top. Nisa, there, the top is 5. So now the Gemara just says exactly what we just did about Peh. The total height of the Mizbeach is 10 amas times 6 tefachim is Shitin 60. How much is half of 60? Kamahavet lost is 30. Recorded is not so Kamahavet. So from the top part, which is 4 amas to the walkway, 4, 5, 6 is how much? Because that's what we got to have extra bucks. 24. Kamahavet to the pocket is that. So from 24 to get to 30 kamahavet, and that's Shisha. With 9, and that's what it says. So the Matamarago, if you do that, but underneath your feet, after you have a chair, it's getting balde. With my Kim to the Knisa. You're talking about the run that you step on, the step, the tread that you step on, that's only 5 tefachim. That's the Gemara wants to move this little knisa, but nah. Let me show you a beautiful video here that I didn't know to show it. Oh. I didn't show this today.
We all know those Friday days, the moments just before Shabbat Kodesh. There's a whole list of things you need to remember to prepare. Prepare the Shabbat block. Shalom, Mom and Dad, and wish them Shabbat Shalom. Wash the Shabbat shoes.
Wash them. It's ready to the
It's to take out the kanei hazaham from the shulchan racham hafunim before Shabbat.
How many rods are
Idoishe Shabbos. A short time without the rods is not critical. Therefore, there is no reason for it to override Shabbat.
Okay.
Okay.
I wanted to show you something else. Oh, check the Rabbi Isaac, check this video out. It's divided. This is how they book in that. I showed you one before, but this helps you Sukkah a lot. Today they slow. Can't be broken stone. Oh, yeah. So everybody said the bottom one is 32 fucking. 32. 32 hours. Correct. 32 hours. Then comes another stage, which you see over here. The wood, that brown stuff. So how much is that? That's 30. 30. Why? Because if you take off an armor from here, so you just took off 2 armors. So instead of it being 32 by 32, the inside is 30 by 30. All we need to understand is this, and we're going to do this 4 times. But if this part in the top, to the red, is not a full armor, it's not 6, it's only 5, because it's a tread. You can stand on it. This is the base. How many fucking is it from here to the red?
So much there.
5.
I just like
So how big is this red square? It's not 30. It's 30 plus 1 pep top on this side. 30 plus 1 pep on this side. Because I didn't take off the full 6 fucking. If I take off 6 fucking, then this is 30 by 30. But you're just trying to tell me that we're not taking off fucking from the height, we're taking fucking off from the width. This is the width. I'm showing you it's supposed to be like this, right? This is the red on the bottom. There's different colors, sorry. The base. This is the base of this bag that we just saw them pouring the cement. Is 32 by 32. The white thing that they took off the form is 32 by 32. The next thing that they're going to pour now cement is going to be 30 by 30. But that's not accurate. Because the base is not a full 6 fucking around and around. It's only 5 fucking. So there's only 5 fucking. You have to add 2 fucking. So now this red thing just became 30.2 fucking. Is that understood?
It's like IKEA.
Are you saying it's complicated?
Began her career as a comedian right here.
The beginning was good. That's all the things you did. The numbers like that.
Hold on. Just a second. Time out. Forget this. Time out. This square is 32 by 32. If I take off 1 armor from the top and 1 armor from the bottom, how big will if I make a square inside and I just make it 1 armor smaller on each side? 30. Very good. And what if I don't take off a full armor? I take off a little less than a full armor. Exactly. And that's the worst question. I didn't take off a full armor now because now I'm playing games with the numbers. I'm saying an armor is not 6 fuck. An armor is only 5. An armor is only 5. This bottom was made with the 6 armor thing. There's 32. It's only the step. This part that I walk on, this inside, is only 5 fucking. So then I didn't make a square that's 30 by 30. I made a square that's more than 30 by 30 because if I take off a full armor, then this square will be 30 by 30. I'm not thinking of full amma. I'm thinking of a little less than a full amma. Only 5 fucking, 6 fucking. So now this square will be 31. We're going to call it 30.2. Is that okay? Okay, great. So now we move on. So your number is not accurate. Don't tell me that the middle square is 30 when in fact it's 30.2 or 31. Call whatever you want. But it's larger than 30. Why? Because you didn't take off a full arm on all sides. Let's go right there. Wow, this is really the movie set. We can do 1 or 2 and then we'll have to shut down. So it's not. No, we're not holding it.
Like she's telling you about like the weird drugs, like what's that?
But not. This square, 32 by 32. All Amma, they went up a step, the Konas Amma, and they went in. There's a rise and then a run. The run is on the side. That's what we call the base. The red part on this thing. The red part. Now the problem is, you're trying to tell me now that your side is only 5 fucking wide. So that's why this new square that we're going to create is going to be 30 by 30 because you took off an arm on each side of the blue. But the problem is, you didn't take off a full arm on each side. You took off an arm minus a second on each side. So now you have to add 2 fucking to the 30. It's 30.2. You have plenty or no? But rest, this side. From each side, all 4 sides, 1 purpose. Yeah. No. I just explained. You were thinking about asking me questions. You didn't listen to my answer. The answer is the bottom is 32 by 32 with 6 armors, 6 fucking armors. That's the only thing we're changing is the side and the side. That's what it says in the puzzle. I'm doing what the puzzle says. The puzzle says build with 6 armors. Everything's 6 armors. Besides 2 things. The side and the side. The side is this part right over here, and it's going to be 5 fucking all the way around. Yeah. Now you cop? You cop also? Good. You see, Allah, Komes, Konas, Amos. And now we're going to do the same thing all over again. Now he goes up 5 Amos to get to the walkway. And now he's going to go in, the Konas is going to do a run, Amma. But not a real Amma, only 5 fucking. So it's only 5 fucking. The next square is not accurate either. You tell me the next square is 28. Hold on, let's see if anyone understands this. You tell me this real square is a 28. How much is it really? Well, you didn't take off a full armor. You only took off minus a tenth of armor. Only 5. So now, this, before you were missing 2 fucking, now you're missing a total of another 2 fucking for this square. There's a total of 4 fucking missing. This part is 2 fucking missing. The red part is 2 fucking. You know what it says? It doesn't explain about it, but it says it's explain about it. 4 fucking, you're missing 4 fucking. You're not counting, if you say if you lay out down the fucking leg, you know 4 is not a big deal. We're not going to discuss 4. So you say, I don't care about the 4 fucking. I rounded it out. I told you 28, but it's really 28.4. That's where these horns are. How much is that? That we know is 26. But it's not 26 because the Karen itself is not really 6 fucking. It's only 5 fucking. Look at those there, and it's actually 6 on some face after the Mario, but now we have 6 fucking missing, 2 from the bottom, 2 from the middle, 2 from the top. That's a total of 6 fucking. 6 fucking equals to 1 full armor. So now why are you calling it 26? It should be called 27 arms on top. Light up. Maybe I'll be done and I'll say light up. Let's just go careful with these numbers.
Fuck yeah, Ray Bush. How you guys doing? This is
But wait a minute, there's another box on top.
awesome.
And that's
There's
the 26
oh my God,
box.
it almost sounds like we're like in a big symphony hall. And
The 24 box. The inside box, the tiny little box, Right over here, there's a small box. In other words, once you get rid of where the panel walk, once you get rid of the furnace, where the panel walk, the center where the fire is a 24 by 24. And according to that, you can't say like dog. I wouldn't say this. I meant that. There's this thing. This is it comes out according to your president, it's 25. So you just fuck them all over the place. And when you add on all the fucking, you have to add another animal. It's 25, not 26. It's not 24. If you came up another dog and you say, oh, you know what, he meant 25, but he said 24. No, that you can't do. But since it's in the first process of the center is 24, you can't be there for that. It's 24, it's even for it. You also say now, the Tennessee maybe says only 4 by 12. No, the picture I showed you. Thank you. It's this guy right over here that you start in the center, like over here, when you come at the middle. The third falls this square, which is 24, falls at 12. Because when you start in the middle of the 24, it's 12 to each side. Okay, so we'll stop over here on both sides. Have a wonderful week. A good ball. The stars are coming. A good ball.
He's already been wrestling. In fact, he's lost.
Married the Swift of spreading joy throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor MDY.com.
Because one of the only thing that you actually expect, the only thing that you know that's going to be written a certain way was going to be that the Undertaker was going to win. That's like the joke on us as wrestling fans. Is they're basically like, this is the one thing we can do to surprise you. So here you go. The sons of bitches. Ryan Mervis, one of my heaviest friends, I think he said he just broke 400 pounds. I think I am correct. That's the
all right, the boys side, here we go. Boys side.
And he was standing up in shock for like 10 minutes. At 400 pounds, standing up for 10 minutes with a couch.
This is not Steven Barroso, this is one of the Welcome, everybody. Welcome to our guest. Welcome to the show. Great, huh?
Josh, can you get Mervis to come up here for a
Listen,
second?
the good news is, I'm going to repeat this next year. If there's a chance to share with the time, we got to repeat the same thing. Not only that, in about 3 weeks, he had enough of me. So I got to do it slowly. Ease it in. You're going to Morocco for minus 3 weeks. Oh, here comes the summer. This is actually turning out to be a satellite location.
I understand. Every story I've ever heard about him.
All right, so what's your name? So my name is Ron. No, it's good. He's exaggerating you? No? So my name is
just always be munching on something. 50 years old. Crazy.
Okay, so we have new screens on the side. If they work out well, you'll see the saturation of color is unbelievable. So we're going to say, but your neck's going to hurt today because anybody's going to want to watch on those screens. Reminder, today is Chamisha, Yom Chamisha, so Yom Chamisha Shavuos, Yom Echad, Boimer, Loimer. It's Baruch Hashem, I could say it for the first time. No, in America, I was like, the next day, so I couldn't really say it. The spiritual Omer was dedicated to the fourth time, one of the visions of Israel, because this one of the soul of the Lord, the So I've been talking about this for a long time, and finally it happened. Now, I don't know how real it is, but he said it was real. He said it was real. I asked him, and that's the first thing I asked him, actually. Those are my words. My first word coming out, MS? He says, yeah, I asked his wife, and she said, yeah, every single time. So this is my dream. People always send me pictures of people watching this here on the plane, but I never saw it. So here it is. There's a guy sitting just like 5-6 rows ahead of me, watching this here. So and my wife's hiring.
I don't have a membership.
I got it.
No, I don't go to the gym.
With a video camera. First I told the student, I said, I think he's watching me. So she says, don't worry, I'll embarrass myself, don't worry.
Switched in like all those weight machines with all the different moves. Yeah, it's pretty fun. I like the weight machines, they make it fun.
I pulled my back out taking off my jeans a few months ago. So I've been taking it easy.
So I forgot the guy's name, but he told me, so like everybody sends me emails that got changed their life, changed their shots.
7 years
Shabbos,
straight.
because Zara, I learned
Just
Shabbos
sitting
is
and
different.
standing.
His wife said every time he's on a plane, now this is more after I introduced myself. So this girl, listen to what she says. This is what she calls me.
Oh, there he is, Josh. And Josh Martin, Wordsworth's producer. Everybody put your hands together for Josh. He's great. He's got the best spirit. Fuck yeah. Anyway,
We did that for a few minutes until people said, enough.
I guess that was the week
Alright, Givaldi.
nervous thing. I guess
We're talking about associate college. You'll see,
every week,
you'll see
guys,
I'm
we
debating
have
with
a
one
lot of
part.
security to keep us safe here on this show. Nothing really ever happens. He never has to do anything ever in the history of Patriot ever stepped in it anyway. But we always have a head of security, and always somebody new and different. This is this guy's first time ever doing it. This is a special one, perhaps one of our favorites going into it. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands
Today's
together
recorded
for the
this.
Iron
It's like
Sucker
this, so we do
Sisters.
once in a while. I remember, I'm supposed to remind my own every single place that I skip a bunch. Only like monthly, it's a big source of our. It's a big. Every dollar counts. Every monthly counts. I thought this is very interesting because I received 2 emails within 5 or 6 minutes of each other. And so the next one was 12:44, 11:44, and 12 o'clock. So same day. Thursday, both of them said something very similar. Very thanks to you and the whole UR2 and dreaming the Dr. Life. While I did not start learning with MDY, joining it has brought much needed clarity to my top learners, particularly in culture. This is truly amazing, lighthearted nature, bringing traditional civic to my learning. Also, thank you for. Also, you're able to read. You don't have to say it.
While he was getting suited up at one point,
it's a different
Jeremiah's really
something that nobody noticed there, just seeing it, but that screams higher than that one that's making you all nervous.
So we're close, and he goes, Tony,
you want to argue about
just
like
got
what
the shoulders
for
of
other
the
reasons.
onesie, the pajama outfit that the character wears.
I wanted to hear whether you're correct the point that I've made a couple of times last few days. Suggests that whenever Yid visits the base of Egypt, if you put him in here, he must bring another Sriya. I hope I didn't say that. I didn't mean that every time you go to the Samidas, you go every single thing. On Yom Tov, on another, just clarifying, we're talking about social government. I think I mentioned it, but obviously you didn't understand like that. Also,
it's been weeks.
Thank you again for your efforts, your family, and this. Barry Grove. And this person says, I'm sure this is recording overlay, AI overlay, now either will only look like a kid, just the beard. In all seriousness, I haven't married to learn that since 1998. I discovered that after the fact, that I learned visually after the fact. I discovered after the fact that I learned visually after the fact. Everyone is taking my learning, the learning to a different level. Kazaki Baruch, thank you, artists, Moshe, and Shlomo Aryeh, you for lying here. I played the official edition of the White Shot, accepted by the Iranian Unity family, the Belgian family, memory of our grandparents. That's how we love the Bibi family. In memory of Shimon, Tai, Ben, Maria Bracha, Zvora, and Moshe Hayim Alun. The acceptor is sponsored by the album dedicated memory of Maria Small Barber and Kind Speaking on Rafa. By Joe Jones, Means, Fucking Father, David, Janam, the group of the the house of Vanit, family foundation, Nishmas, Rabbi Goy, the Shlomo House, the Mexican Kilu, Anonymous, the Sandal, Michael Zor, Anonymous, the Free, Bushman, and Young, the Lev Ascension, from Mountain Village, First People, Mountains of Ascension, with Sultani, Yakamaki, Steiging, Celebrating down in Candy Island, we came out of every team and meaning of life, playing out money as marketing, Candy, and all those who took in the life, and both on fire. Both sponsors are excited with Muslim of the Moyer, both of here, so I later revise. Weekly sponsors anonymous in honor of Ellie, Vargas Shinazi, and the entire MDY group. You do not slow down for a second. It's an opportunity to say you should class in front of you guys. I don't know if you heard this year or not. Some of you didn't have the opportunity to hear this year, but people like Mark Ashkenazi, start with that. All 30 days that I was gone, 6 a day, that's 60 hours of Erev Yom Tov, Motzi Yom Tov, 6 in the morning. Erev Yom Tov till Shkia by him, etc., etc. Crazy dedication to all the artists. Some of the artists stayed up all night and couldn't happen. So just to get the Shkia of Erev Yom Tov, I had to give like extra dapim those days. So that they stayed up all night. I have WhatsApps from them in the middle of the night, 3, 4 in the morning. So it's just all the artists, it's just all the editors, crazy hours. They made it happen. The dap was always there. Always on time. trying to tell to all the people here in the year, to Benny, to Dave, to the Yoel, all sorts of people that came in and helped out to still have money. What's his name, Geffner? Yeah, hold on. What's the Geffner? Doug Geffner got me and my family here on an allowed flight. It was hard to get, so I want to say I'm here because of him. It was very hard. He has good seats, window seats, and aisle, and I got me and my wife exit seats out of the room. So I'm going back and forth with you here. Jacob, מה נשמע? לשקוע על המדרגה. If you notice, the guy went up the stairs and worked in the sun, scraping on his hands and feet, literally scraping the stairs with the cooler. So let's try to take care of those stairs, hopefully. Coffee and then the cooler. Daily sponsors the only blessing in honor of Restream Goodman and Peter White's best. It's smartest. People told me, they said they managed, they missed the ponds, they missed the only blessing in honor of Restream Goodman, Peter White's best and smartest editor for the MDY Gemara.
Came in the same outfit 2 days in a row. Just blatant because it's a white jogging suit. White jogging suit.
How are you taking that? So what minute? This guy,
Iron Patriot
Jimmy
t-shirt.
Goodman, is MDY's best and smartest editor for
He
MDY
sat in
Gemara.
the front row for the actual
Maybe
stand-up
Valley
shows where comedians
said,
true
How are you taking
professionals go
out
up one after the other trying to
Mazel
fucking
Tov
destroy
on my
the
son
audience.
Shimon coming
And
in
this
Costco
guy
a
wearing
few hours
an
ago.
all-white
Oh,
jogging suit.
the daughter of the great Italian Berman of Lakewood. Mazel Tov. Jordan, I was very excited out here. Jordan, welcome back to the mothership.
This actor, he shows like Mark.
MDY Art, פורסם היום את הנגד בשבת ברוכות, פורסם מות הגנפת. Of Ayala, Daniel said, and Ayala tested, our voice saying, where's my clock? What's going on there? On my screen, on top, I see.
But only he's running his own trick thing and nobody's answering. It's very bizarre.
Well, today for sure, because you're going to see different colors.
So we
I
killed
want
him
you
and
guys
we
to, when I
keep his
put the
ashes
video,
in this doll.
check out. Oh, you get it?
Anyway.
What I don't like about it
You guys
is,
know
I
the show.
didn't
You
notice
guys
the
ready to
photo.
strike that
It looks like I have gray hair in that one. What's going on? It was a very, very depressing moment in my life. I went to get my real ID, the nursing real ID, I like to expire on my birthday. So I went to get it. Sir, hair color. Wait. One night, you know? I'm telling you, I went up 30 pounds now. Since I left, so hair color, you know, gray. Gray is not a good. It's good. It's good. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? No, you guys know what I'm talking about. Something really good, mister.
Guys, are you ready to start Kill Tony 46?
I think I'll do pretty good now.
This is it. As always, I'm doing my funniest self, ready to be guests on the show. This week's put your hands together for Sandra Yocolano and Francisco Rolfo.
One of the good things about the Venezuelan is because you weren't so sustained by time, it's pretty much got the same shot. One phone behind it. Today, 5 months into this, you have these reds that are playing double blues every single day. 6 in the morning, 6 in the evening. The way it works is that he would bring flowers from his home, as in, I don't know, my button's not working. A larger fleet, and he saw it, and then he divided it in half with the smaller fleet. If I would ask you right now, is there a difference between the larger fleet and the smaller fleet in terms of
Guys, what do we need to do here? We all need to do a shot or something. What's going on?
Shots on.
Like I just need the Chihuahua bark for that one.
I love how we're supposed to we're in the business of getting more fans as a comic.
No, that's just but the large fleet has,
Don't know who's Jeremiah. He's like, fuck it. I'm just gonna
look at that shit, and look at the screen I'm looking at.
You can take off the mask at any
It's
point.
dark.
Yeah, right. Why didn't you take it off, Jeremiah?
Okay, maybe you can change the color in that also. No.
It's like, what are the rules here?
Sabiti ko yung gagawin yung sauce on the barrel sauce on the
Keep the voice spots.
Right.
What we're gonna see here is this foul.
Oh, the man
since the Taxi Sorry Flee has only it has not the largest.
Jeremiah Watkins are
The largest thing is not so if you take a look at the mission of Secretary of State, doing it out there, maybe at a border, but it says, actually, I left him not because of my fun. The two bread stores and the left on fun that we put on the system every week. We saw some that we saw some that full counted it as well. Now look at this one. We saw some that we saw some that the other was why? Why is this? The answer is very simple. Because they are left on the level of fun and they use the largest people in sorrow, and that doesn't have to be so.
can't say it, guys.
We got to use the smallest fleet that has the future. Once it has the future, but it's soon coming back fast. Everything, they serve young things.
My sister is
All
Chelsea
these are sort of coming in effect. So you can't take it out of the mix. Therefore, if you use the smaller fleet,
I did make that joke,
so it can't be in your home. You can't do the smallest thing, because now you just get it to do stuff, and now it's in your home, which is outside of the semi, because you're not going to go on the spot. So therefore, if I just tell you about this stuff, I'm talking about the opposite. So let me show you Restream real quickly, and show you a beautiful video. I'm saying it's better. So Restream, what's the difference between the large and the small fleet? You have public protection, sorry, playing that on the shot. That is the one that's been shooting everybody for opinions, put the oil made in cover. The high, there are a bunch of sorry, so why did they do the same thing with the large one? They should call other players on the both sides. The large one's in the first. Since it's used, not only by the playing double, but other people, by everybody that brings it in play, yes, and that's where you start. So you can do it outside of the state, that didn't have to do so. So that's why it explains it. Why it's smaller, why it's large one. Now, these are the things that are initial medicine. In the mission, we're going to see.
Wait, so the other guy went
Restart,
crazy?
the moving of the recon, putting it into a force, that option is they got Kino and our target. Kino is to grind it, our target is to sift the flour. These are the 5 things. So some of them happen before the half complete, the half start. So they don't have the green shot. And it's not a problem of like grinding. You can grind outside of the reason. You don't have to bring it grinding because you didn't put this in clear.
What's going on?
Let's see the video.
He's like, they're looking, I gotta take a break. Believe it or not, these balls have no traction. So whenever I cut my mic, it just keeps sending through. You're like, oh, what's the other show? Okay, guys.
Alright, well, how are you guys doing? Everything good? Everything good. Glad to have you guys on. It's fun to,
Thank you. A couple of claps here. I appreciate it. Thank you.
we've been doing stand-up together forever, all of us.
Yes, we kind of
Morning,
started together. We
16.
started working here basically at the same time.
Cześć, Myślo! Kamil Pęgowy, Johnson, Larry Thompson, Rafi Johnson,
We were just here checking IDs with 2.5
you
minutes
need
of
to
material.
also.
Yes. I still have to.
People walking at home, don't go through the screen.
The score is, as I said, the score. Checks IDs. It's a more. All right, anyways.
So remember, that Rico, the Rico, that Pia, which is all host the Taxi starting play. So
Well,
already has
you guys
features,
know
you
what
have
we
to
do
make
here,
sure
right?
it's going to be something the donations are down. So again,
Uh,
and why yesterday's down? See, I left them and look at my opponents. That Rico, the which could be outside because he's in the water. Great.
It's tradition.
The donations are Shabbos, the pushes off Shabbos. You can do all the stuff on Shabbos. You can also like the dogs on any of the Shabbos.
Francisco,
But
how are you,
grinding
man?
and
U.S. citizen.
sitting the flour, you could do with a factory somewhere. Those stuff don't put Shabbos. Flour and people. Well, the local takes a lot of things on Shabbos. Any good for Shabbos.
5 years.
Any of the local they
Actually,
could
I
do
think that's
before
how they
Shabbos.
actually.
Like in Brit people have the same thing between the night
Yes, it is.
before Shabbos. So you do before Shabbos. And it doesn't Shabbos. Can't be so Shabbos. Let's go last week during Shabbos. But anything they can't do before Shabbos. I have a riddle.
Now you're gonna fight with that.
What does this line have to do with
That would solve the
today?
immigration
Promise
problem.
today. Good for Shabbos, not good for Shabbos.
Did you have to take the test, like at Statue of Liberty with all those people?
No, that's.
It's amazing. Yes, we're going to do it.
Great teacher.
Titanic, because I always
We have something funny.
2077.
Today is a very special
So
day.
yeah, I changed my name to John Smith when they
Very Shabbos
for
and
65
replacement.
really good.
So those who say the United States today, like myself, but the United States, it's a big thing. But those who say you can't be silent. Silence, most silence, are silent. Now, even today, the fact that silent, not be silent, you can do it, let's talk about review the puzzle. But if you're not going to review that puzzle, which a lot of people are, it's like not to call your, not to have the same name as the puzzle. All sorts of names to review the puzzle.
Oh, really? What would your wife
What?
name be? Yeah, Trevor.
My name's Dylan.
But my father's name is Dylan.
Good to be here.
It's not talk. So, the site for the puzzle hole, but if you're not good on review the puzzle, you should not say it today. And we play this typically, what I think it says, I'm sure we play, I try to be not good on it unless I forget. I usually remember and I don't. But, the reaction is not a problem, even if you don't review the puzzle. It might be used this far. Since it can't be done beforehand, you let it do it. In other words,
So where you can
we
hear your
could say
potatoes, maybe like
yesterday was milk. The only opportunities today, the reviews of puzzles and apply situation. She didn't review the puzzle. Okay, but she answered the last thing, so yeah. On the first page. Here in Saudi, most people are going to first base. In America, the guys that work in the state, people are both.
Did you have a question
It's a
for
thing. Okay.
Sandra?
Yes, Sandra, you
What
are
is it now?
Italian, right? Yes, I am. What is your favorite dish to make?
You say it's like the way it sounds in the shop. Says in the shop.
Honestly,
Call him the numbers, yes, friend, nice and flavor. All the numbers, you have to do. Picking a bit of pizza, and a rico. Inside the
you can really tell it's sitting in a casserole in your refrigerator
Yeah,
right now.
anybody that makes people cook, they don't do these things outside of this. The rico, the rico. Yeah, let them.
And what is that exactly?
Hardcore.
I have no idea. No, I really don't.
So
I
it's
have-
pepper.
What is your favorite dish?
It's
I like
pepper,
lobster,
like
pasta
4
with
inches or 3 inches.
no, seriously, it's pasta with like
Centimeters,
all
10
seafood.
centimeters.
It's really spicy.
I forgot I picked my cake maker, my American one.
Say it again.
I forgot to bring it. I have
See how his ethnicities goes up
Israeli
and
one.
down.
10 centimeters. It's 10 centimeters. It's 4 inches. So they're lower than the big cousin.
I don't know, man.
So, 70. So 7
He goes
bucks, right?
larger and Dylan.
Should be
I think it
fun.
would work out. Sounds like a gay.
And rumble, I bought 4 is 40. Now,
I think I can do it.
so, how in the world
Is it Wilmer or Wilmer?
I say Wilmer. Because I
that
have
we
Wilmer.
said 70 by 40.
Wilmer.
They're at the top. So I
It's
the
Wilmer.
fuck means the crowd.
Wilmer.
Hey, Wilmer.
It's a suitcase, basically. It's the size of a
Just everything
suitcase.
with the German accent.
It's a regular, this we brought with us. It's a regular suitcase here. I'll show you.
Very nice. Thank you so much.
By the way, that's Jeremiah's actual voice. All the other voices that he does are him doing an impression.
Very John.
He's saying, yeah, there's no idea.
That's
No.
Well, let's get this party started. Many comedians signed up for the chance to come on for a minute and chat with us and do a minute of stand-up and see what we can do. Maybe punch it up. Maybe just talk about what it made us think of. Maybe talk to them, ask them some questions. So let's get it going. You guys know what happens. They do a minute, and then you know that you've done 60 seconds. You give them yell, and they can't.
The way, there we go.
Oh, how cute. That means your time's up. Don't run the light, or else you're going to bring out the angry West
No,
Hollywood bear.
40. Why is it going? It's trying to say. Okay. Give you the satisfaction. It's exactly the size. What? This guy should be working in the airport.
Obviously, if anybody goes
Yeah,
over
sure,
their time,
you're
they're
1
going to be in
centimeter
big
over.
fucking trouble.
It's
Speakers or something. That was really
exactly. It's not it is. The time no, it's not. It's much less. Okay, fine. The problem is, here, we're gonna get the problem. Go out. Because they're all highway. Right over here. Right over here.
On your back, you look like a Ninja Turtle.
How big are these horns?
sweating so much underneath.
I'm it's funny.
He's
4
hosting.
fingers.
Oh, I gotta mention this, by the way, Joe.
Basically,
He's
also
hosting downstairs after this. One of the
Let him
coolest
have fun
gigs a comedian works to get when you get spots.
Argoid, I saw it stuff.
Downstairs, especially
So
the
let him have
second
fun
spot,
is almost a
which is
meter,
from
according to
10:30
Kevin.
through the rest
So
of the
now,
night.
to work on Murray, I'll tell you why. Check this out. So this is the suitcase,
Chris
right?
Rock or
Not
anybody,
valid.
comes in, you get to bring them up. And your name always goes on the marquee.
You get here, I need another 30, right? There
And
you go.
Jeremiah's a rising comic
Here we
who
go, another
it's
30.
awesome.
Mario.
Obviously, it's awesome for anybody to get their name on the comedy store marquee. But it's like, and then so he said to me because John Pennant died.
Oh, yeah. Fine.
Over the
So,
weekend.
let my opponent, imagine this. Let my opponent this big, this wide. Just saying, unbelievable.
John Pennant was even bumping me from the grave. It's John. It says recipient John Pennant.
Look at Mario. No matter what we're going to share with this book. Let my opponent market, I started fucking her up with Hamisha stuff. Now, you have to remember this. We was going to talk about this. It's easy numbers, 5 by 10. It's double as long as it is wide. It's 10 fucking long, according to Hamisha, 2 meters. According, and 5 fucking a half a meter wide.
Oh, come on, he's a road comic.
Now,
So he
if we
do
pause
spots at
here,
the
the
store,
circle is
so
exactly that
never
number,
marquee,
5
guys.
by 10.
Netflix is
So that
special.
means the bread fits exactly on the table. But the problem is, there's 2 stacks of bread. So what do you do? How does 2 stacks of bread fit? The whole bread takes up the whole entire table, 5 by 10. Remember, the kind of noise though? It's Karen Chevet's place. 1 3/4 fucking massive Karen. Big corn. You know, in there, straight sit there, Zidane, you have. I have a beautiful way to remember it. Zion Dallas Zidane. It's 7 by 4. And the fucking, and the top Karen is 2. There is 4 fingers. Zidane. You have. And how many words is it? So this is the things where really says the top, I got stuff on.
It's crazy. It's like now that the streak's over, the Undertaker has something to go do.
Listen, that will come up.
Super thoughtful, Joe.
Your
First comedian tonight goes by the name of Keith Soul.
everybody remembers the top, I got the top. But if you remember, Thomas like, there's a famous joke that says, you can remember, everybody remembers Dom, Tadea, Kinimus, what do you need to stop at that top? We say that Mak, without a symbol, it's really the meaning of the Hebrew. But it doesn't leave a mark. It's not a Mak. Okay. So we also have basketball. He's going to, interesting, sometimes funny words. Okay. Jihaz is 10 fucking by 5 fucking. Okay. And Zion, the carrier is that. And Zion, when the Sata people nothing funny, the funny, nothing funny, really funny. What is nothing funny? It should have faces. It shouldn't be like our bread today is a rounded kind of bread. It's a glob of dough. It should be faces. It should have walls. Like the nothing funny is square. Another shot is clean. It should have like angles. So it basically should have that parent on top. Okay? So now, let's see this video of the Shulchan. Beautiful video. Again, I recommend, especially if you're watching the goal, when you pause the goal, watch it in the new screen. You'll see a big difference.
I feel like on a break from working from Banana Republic. I do like the clothes.
Definitely our best dressed comics so far.
Yes, the presentation is good. Material.
Is that you have an actual handkerchief, like a gentleman?
Very good. Look at some shoulder socks. No socks. Stinky meat. That's one thing I can wear with tail. That's us.
Do you always dress this well, or is it?
All right. So the Shulchan, Arkoish, where are we? Shulchan Arkoish Asaya. The Shulchan is 10 fucking long. The Rochbe Chamisha 5 fucking wide. Lechem Achonim Arkoish Asaya. The Rochbe Chamisha. Each bread is the same exact measurement, 10 by 5. So what do? You take the long way, the 10 fucking, and put it on the short way, on the 5 fucking. Notice in Arkoish, the Rochbe is Shulchan. You take the long bread and you put it on the short, and now you have a couple of fucking extra on each side. How many total fucking do we have extra? We have 5 total, and on each side we divide this 5 by 2. It's 2.5 on each side. Again, 10 fucking long, and you put it on the 5 fucking width. So you're missing the overhang is 5 fucking. If you do it on one side, it'd be 5 fucking. And now you break it up in 2. You do it on 2 fucking on this side, 2.5 fucking on this side. Then what? So you take it and you fold it up. You fold the bread up. So that the bottom of the bread is only 5 fucking, and it sits on the width of the table 5 fucking. What else are you going to do? No, that's not nice. Mis amigos, bread that doesn't fit. You have a table that doesn't fit. What are you, a poor person? Folding it looks beautiful. Look at it. When it came out nice. Yeah.
Take it to a red box.
So what comes out to your 5 fucking on the table. Do review. Review to argue on one thing. How much is that? Nama either is 5 fucking or 6 fucking. So Mayor holds, does say to tell you how big the shulchan is. It says to be an amma by 2 amma. But how many fucking does that amma have? The Mayor holds amma has 6 fucking. So 6 times 2 is 12. A shulchan aruch is same as that. And it's 1 amma wide. Amma wide is not 5 fucking, it's 6 fucking. Roughly shisha. Lechem upon him, but the lechem upon him is the same size as over there. Arka started roughly chamisha. Notice an arka can be roughly 50. So now you put a 10 fucking bread on a 6 fucking table. That means how many have overlapping? 4. So you put 2 on each side, cover it behind the guys, you fold it up. It seems like, in French Israelis, that this you do already before you bake it. Now, the table is 12 fucking long. The bread is 5 fucking wide. 2 times 5 is 10. And you're on a 12 fucking tables, you have 2 fucking extra between the 2 stacks of bread. What do you do with those 2 fucking? If you're kind of red on that, so they should go up in a third thing. You should have a lot of nice wind, they ask. You'll see at the end of the studio.
There he goes, everybody. Keith Sawyer, you're not on
Story
Twitter,
there.
Keith.
Mentioned a story that was that it was heat that came out of the bread a week later. It was one of the Nishim in Israel. So why do we need to be careful about the wind? And it was the nace, the whole thing. But at the end of the day, you have to ask Shidei Chateva and then expect the nace. And sometimes maybe Paisol wasn't so different kufas and Paisol.
Stop to move in that thing,
Not true, as we had many times. Yes, the 2 spoons of the Levina were in between the bread and the bottom. That's why I need 2 fucking, not for the ears. Oh Lord. Sorry, I'm going to stop though. It says ow. You should put the Levina ow on top of. You're going to take the word ow literally, so then Ephraim is going to be under Menashe. The Menashe is going to be sitting on top of it. It means, what does it mean? It means that they're going to be living next to, not on top of. So here also, the Levina is next to, not on top of. The Arba is thinking to the So this thinking we spoke about the other day, it looks something like, if I can find it, sleeping. These walls, according to one sheet, were wide walls. There were 4 of them, 2 for each stack of bread, and they kind of held the bread in place. So you their heads split and something behind, and they put on them snakes, each stack of bread. The actual point upon them, they had 28 pipes. and they were cut in half. Our boss will say this 14, 28 divided by 2 is 14 for each side. Our boss will say that you have 6 breads, and each bread got 3, so 3 times 6, or actually 3 times 12 is 36. But there's only 28 because the top one didn't get, and we'll see that in the Gemara. But anyways, here the Kanim is putting in a Kanim. It's not 100% accurate, it's more AI, because you see that the Kanim is longer, it's already in place, and it's already sticking out. But sure, you get the idea. It's for later on, for this part, when he's putting Kanim the later to lessons later to the house. To do what he's doing is to put these Kanim in place, you cannot do it without the and to take them out would be stira. You can't do that on Shabbos. Elon, you guys have Shabbos. You do this this Shom Tov. When the bread's already there, you remove the nice one, and you put it over here. Like in this picture, it's in the bottom. The Kanim are laying underneath the table. To the left of the table, not to the width of the table. It could be has to do with this last line. So like Kaylee told you about me, this arson, largest of that. Trying to place the. I don't have a great picture in here, but this should do for us. This is the left of this in Israel, the red arrow. You come from Israel, you're facing Ma'arav, the place of Kedoshim is the Ma'arav. So when you're placing the shulchan, the menorah, it should be on the line of the arrow, the red arrow. That's the direction it should be facing. So if we take a look at this picture, it's not a shvach. Over here, that the shulchan, it's in the direction of the arrow towards between Mizrach and Ma'arav, not between north and south and south and dark. Okay. Says the Gemara, Shalos Rebbe, that's Rebbe. Ziminayin, how do you know that the Mishnah of Arika need a plea? Omar Lahem, Arigo, it's in the Pasuk. Emer Lai, Zamago, Shigibashu, Shalakianim, talking about Yecheskel, got in the pool. This place right over here, you see the mouth tells them this is where they're going to cook the asham, the chatas. Yeah, because listen, Shalom Chaim, the chatas of the asham. How are you going to eat the chatas in asham? Chatas in the famous field. Where do you cook it? You bring it home and cook it? You can't. Why can't you? Yosef, once you take it out, it's a big problem. So say something.
Oh yeah, it's all happening.
Yosef.
Goes by the name of Jeff.
So you have to cook it inside the community. Where are you cooking it? Inside a fridge. So he says. Actually, Yosef is on mincha, and also he sticks him right after the Chazal. The mincha, baking the mincha. Levitli Yosef is the Chazal Chitzayim, so you don't take it outside. Mincha do me the Asham Achatos, so it's a heck. The mincha is similar to Asham Achatos, Ma'asham Achatos, so the Kli, just like the Asham Achatos, you cook it in a pot. Afnichanami is from the Kli, that's how I know you need a Kli, and if you need a Kli, it has to be done inside because it gives it Dusha. Once it gives it Dusha, you don't have to take it outside.
Hey guys, how's it going? I have it written down.
If the bread were 2.5 tefachim wider than the table, and you have to bend it upwards, so then each bread is going to be 2.5. Thank you. Each bread is going to be 2.5 tefachim tall. And then check it out. Here we go. Here's the 6 breads times 2.5 tefachim. 2.5. If you do part of this is how I do. 2.5 plus 2.5 is 5. Times 3. This is 6 bread. Right? 6 divided into 2 is 3. Yeah. 2.5 plus 2.5 is 5. Times 3 is 15. So 15 tefachim height over here. 2.5 times 6. You do 2.5 times 6. People like myself do 2.5 times 2 is 5. Times. Right. Whatever. You do your way, I do my way. I'm just telling you how to. I break it down to smaller pieces. 2.5 plus 2.5 is 6. Well, and we have 5. Sorry, 5. 2.5 plus 2.5 is 5. And we have 6 breads. You do this 3 times. You do this process 3 times, you get to 15. It's easy to do 2.5 times 6. Yeah, it's easier steps. A nice niggle. Do you do 2.5 times 6 right away? You do like me. We went to 2 Israeli guys. You learned in Russia. You what? What math? Oh, you study mathematics in Britain, this is how you do the same thing? The geniuses do like that. Good. These pshutayan, these These what do they call them? But he's just the son of a mathematician. He thinks he knows his stuff. I bet you ask your father, he does it like me. 2 plus 2.5 plus 3. Okay. Don't make chayfel. Oh, now that even in Ponovich we do it Aryeh's way, because now it's 2, it's not a half. So 2 times 6 equals 12. That most people know. So what is going on here? Everybody say, pause for a second. Everybody say, what's going on here? What is Pshat? He's saying that the Kedusha, the table gives Kedusha. The table's on the bottom, that golden piece. Gives Kedusha all the way up. 15 tefachim up, 12 tefachim up. Of course he gives Kedusha. What is he going to tell us? He's going to tell us that if you take, let's say, a sack of flour and put it on top of those bread, you're going to become covered. Because the Kedusha extends to that area up there. Yeah. I'm like, well, I don't know. That's a good channel. Maybe on the 5th level. Who knows? It's the opposite way. Going upward. Ask the Gemara, how's your math? How's your math correct here? You're looking at the bread. Only the bread. He's telling you each bread is 2 tefachim times 6. Each bread is 2.5 tefachim times 6. You think you have to 12 tefachim. You forgot about the little pipes that go in between the breads. They also take up room. Says Gemara, these pipes don't take up any room at all. They actually they rest inside the bread. So there's a little indentation in the bread that's in the bread. Says Gemara, it makes no sense what you're telling me. Why do you need these pipes at all? You need pipes to keep the air flowing. If they're completely indented in the bread, then the breads are laying on top of each other. There's no airflow. My time is lechem. So it's going to rot or whatever the word is. Mold, thank you. The mangbele purta, they extend slightly outside of the bread. Here's the half of it. Both. Oh, look at this. Look at this. It's a beauty.
He goes, oh, everyone knows it's outside. I go, no. Fighter never outside.
Oh, yeah.
Very rarely.
Yeah.
I saw it as an arena.
Why do you know?
I'm outside. I left.
No. We said each. No. Listen. The month before, each Morocco, the roll of bread gets their own pipe. So we said 14 and 14. Listen, said in the foot. The Manuel Purta, it's 6 out of 7. So he says, no, but it's not 15. It's 15 plus a little drop that extends. You're right. We're not going to count that small amount. Ask tomorrow about the Bezikin. What about the Bezikin that lay on top of the bread? The point is on the other that says it's on top of the bread. Now, it says, what is 15 plus? 15 plus is fruit. They actually, as we saw in this picture, or maybe we didn't see it. Here was that picture. They're inside. They didn't take up any room. They were on the bottom. And on top, so basically, yeah, do it inside. Very good crumbs. But what about the corners? You have these giant corners that are 7 fingers each by 7 fingers, or 4 by 4. 7 fingers is 1 3/4 tefachim. It's a pretty significant carrot. Says Gemara, Kronos the Gavei, the lechem kaifers. They would have to bend them inside, like this picture right over here. You have the corners that bent inside. The lechem alayu nachlei, and then you put bread on top of each other. The art scroll wonders if these corners are bent inwards and they're 1 3/4 tefachim, but you also have the actual width of the bread, which is a tefach. So it bends. You can actually see right over here. You see that little square? But it's 1 tefach plus 1 3/4 tefachim. Each side is 1 3/4 tefachim is just the corner, that piece by itself, plus the width of the bread. That's 2 3/4. 2 3/4 plus 2 3/4 is more. I don't know the math, but it's more than 5. It's 5 and a half. Oh, 5 and a half. 5 and a half. I know the math. It's 5 and a half, but it's more than 5. So in Mela, if you look at the art scroll, according to one shot, he has a shot that they go inward. That's why he has these funny looking corners. They go like this. That's where maybe Trump got his. Oh, first of all, what is spinnery kevis? So you already sent me a very nice picture, so I'm going to show that picture. This is a nice spinnery kevis that. That's just weird. According to spinnery kevis, it's a balagan. I'm not going to get into it. But yes, they do spin. It's on an angle, they come like this, different angles. The kids are, it's a sipur. I'm not getting into the spinnery kevis. Says, oh, the sponsors, the sponsors. Turning of the daf at our global experts in cross-border payments. Says the Gemara, Voikom is Garton. Oh, beautiful. I want to remind Doylem, seriously, I'm not making this up. We hired an artist because I need to look at my shoes. He's expensive. We hired him just for the Kano of the Weekend. He's been working on this for 3/4 of a year or so. Just things that we didn't know. We had to make a decision. Should we do it or not? We didn't have anything pushing us right at them. But we said, listen, we're going to come to it. And we might need it, and here we go. So he was off for many nights lately, especially the shulchan, all the shulchan stuff, brand new for MDY. The way it fits into the Beis Hamikdash, he's also doing the 3D, so he can walk in the Beis Hamikdash, get around from room to room. But these kind of things are very important, at least to me. So I'm happy we hired him. The Zaki Lamawa is, you see over here, there's a frame around the shulchan on top. Now, this frame is exactly in the 5 by 10. The bread is 5 by 10. It's 5. It cannot fit it into this mascara. So we have to have this lay on top of it. So we got a little one now. No, you can't push around with this one. Don't do that. So it has to be on this mascara. Now, the mascara is this tall. You got to count this. But it's not 15 tall. It's not 12. It's watch. We work from a goal line. These guys are the match up. Here, something like this. There's that decorative thing on the bottom, that's the mascara. So the top of the table is completely flat. So the Mando Alma, you start to Ronaldo. Now, even according to the Mando Alma, it says that you did have mascara. Somebody says a frame on top. Yeah, you can answer for who they have them in Arkido. Check this out. I think you also did this one. But basically, it tilts a little bit. Like a guy leaning on a rocking chair, some sort of chair. A lazy boy laying backwards a little bit. So there's a little bit of an angle to that frame, and therefore the thread, which is exactly 5 fits beautifully inside. The left and the right is so much enough. The thread was pretty inside. Give the sign like you're going to do. Like always some sleeping. The UNC argues on this whole thing, on this whole picture right over here. He disagrees because we didn't have these walls, these sneakers. Let's say the first sneakers here, I'm telling you. Elvis Gardner is a shulchan and not as a he said that the frame, this frame, and that's it. That's what held the bread in place. They didn't let it stick. I guess the weight of each bread weighed 10 pounds, right? 2 square per thing. So we say today it's 2.5 kilos, so about 10 pounds of bread. So you have nice weight, each one on top of the other, and the mascara just didn't let it come out of place. Well, what are you talking about? You have to have sleeping because the mascara went down. Okay. Over this. If you have a piece of wood, a flat piece of wood, like this, this is not a solid film. Why? It's a simple piece of wood. If it has a frame like this, so it contains something, so it becomes a complete solid film. So now what do you do with the tabletop? Table is flat. The player is going to be the solid film. But on the other hand, it has something that's very similar to a key that has a basic people, and that is, it's a table. It's holding a cylinder, it's massive. It has width. It has that itself to make it a cube. So it says the Rebbe like prove it from the shulchan. The shulchan is without a tumah. Why? Why is the shulchan without a tumah? It's just a table. requiring people here that even a flat table is a cobble silver. Oh, so you didn't tell me, but the table had it was Garrett. So according to that one, no, you're right. I don't have a great value. But according to the knowledge, the Garrett was downward, it was upside down, and this part was flat. The part I have a right that a flat table is the cobble silver because it's a table, because that's width. Or there's one different, I just got to my choice, so top bottom, that's mayo. A table that I could flip over. It doesn't matter if I do it this way or that way. I guess in those things they have like these portable tables. So they have a, yeah, they put it over, and they have these legs that go this way. And you put just a piece of, you know, like a TV dinner kind of thing. What are they called? Snack table. Okay, look up snack table, you'll find it. So like this, you put a piece of, you can go this way or that way. It doesn't matter which way you put it. The guy on the side, that's smell. Exactly, look at places. That's what they used to bring, because it says they used to move the tables out of here. Like dessert, you know, the chicken gemara, you say, oh, you were found at the table. I'm just reading Rashi. Smell. This is what you're looking showing the Kabul Kuma. So the time to come on, the Kabul Zuki Sharp 238. Why is it not a 238? It's Rashi to Republic. It's very wild. Republic is Kibula. Fine. Great. It's interesting. Because tomorrow, I don't know what's right. What did you say that the frame is upwards? I'm not going to have a good ride from it. Meanwhile, I was thinking about the game Sumo. If you tell me the Sumo, I have a big problem. The eight also in opposite. This picture said over there made out of walnut. That's walnut. And look how it's coming out. Why? It's not moving. This one is different. This is not built up. Forget that. But maybe even this table right here doesn't move. Hasn't moved. This top left, the actual table, sometimes people try to get focused and do it. When it comes to the table, you can't open up this thing. It wasn't designed 100%. But there's certain things, like this table maybe should not be a double tumor. Why? Because it's just here to stay. It's not meant to be moved. Because any piece of wood that's meant to be in one place is not double tumor. How do I know this? Wood is not being, that's to be similar to a sack. My sack is just like a sack. I learned tumor from a sack. And a sack is something that I could fill up, empty out, but I move it. It's movable. It's powerful. So do everything else. That's something that I can move. Empty and full. So here comes the Gemara, the famous Gemara, Sultanami, the Talcum Holy Raiders, to know that the Sultan used to be moved. He was fucking. But the Sultan's Torah, someone's fucking. Make sure that the Sultan should be Torah. What do you mean, make sure? Torah is obviously Torah. What? You should make it Torah? Yes, you can make it Torah. They used to raise it up and show all the people that came for Yom Tov. They tell them, look at this beautiful nest. One of the things that you got, the best is one of the things you get to see this nest. Learn them, look at baskets now, look how much of his work who loves you to do the Yeshua the lady. Don't Yeshua lady. Ladies, go to National, the Lechem upon it. There's a great miracle that happened with the Lechem upon it. When they removed the bread on Shabbos, it's just like when they put it on Shabbos. Like it says, if they baked it on Shabbos, there's heat coming out. Here we go, check this out.
I can't believe that it was that popular. It speaks more to the state of podcasting how good their show was. There's only like 6 podcasts. And also shout out to Restream, because that's Restream. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, imagine if we had the foresight to start working those in 2016. Like, listen, we know that number one, it's gonna come down. That would have been crazy. We probably would have gotten a lot of hate. We already got hate. We started hate when they were popular. And then, oh man, these guys are unbelievable.
Yep. They just listening by the door. I don't know, we'll go over here so his mama's out.
Dang, Brennan has on one of the stupid wristbands.
Somebody asked me another question. I read you from the email.
Was it almost a WWJD?
Shout out to him. They had a good pastor like bracelets. In the video, he touched like this. It's only 2 different recruiters. Like, the artists don't know 100%. They do better, but they learn a little bit. You know, they don't know all that.
Yeah, this is back when
Tribal tattoos. Okay. The David Gleam should people.
What else do we have here?
Oh,
What happens
the
next?
voice side. The
26.
people, if you remember,
Every week.
in the beginning, I'm not going to show it again, but
We're on a different.
this guy, maybe while I'm saying the Gemara, I could show it. I'm done, so put it on low. But then you should see for it. Mila Ran, Shulchan Ba'Dubati. So you have the covering of the Shulchan made out of gold. And that is the Kabbalah Tumah fire. So we have to know, does the tail go by the wood underneath or by the, not the cover, it's the good word? The plating. The plating on top. The plating is the Kabbalah Tumah. It says if you have a Shulchan Ba'Dubati, you have a folding chair, you got broken, it should keep on the side. Oh, so this also has a plating made out of marble. You see them often enough in places and has large enough to that's the part where he knocks through and does it. Okay. So over there you can see that he puts in a couple there. I mentioned it before.
So funny. Either one.
So that was the style. It doesn't really make a difference from what you reckon. Okay. You see the rubber other places. See, you have a broken folding chair, but it has enough room to put some cups on it. Put your beer and you go to the beach. You know, like whatever people do. Like, mate, comment. Rabbi Yehuda, not good enough to put your beer, and you need a larger place to put your steak down for the barbecue. It's only if you have enough space to put your cup. But if not, why? Why is it not? Why is it not in the Kabbalah? Because the covering, the plating of the marble takes over. And the plating of marble is not in the Kabbalah. So you see the plating, you have to consider the plating. And over here, it's plated with gold, and gold is in Kabbalah. So maybe that's what he's telling me, that they moved it. Who cares if they moved it? Even if it's something is wrong. They never moved it. It's in Kabbalah because it has gold. It's the gold is not worth. Gold is in Kabbalah. The name of common people and kind of people saying they tell me, no. The Shulchan has a covering that didn't use nails. So when you nails, you pop it off, it's not considered a real gold plate. The blame name is talking from but this is exactly what it's talking about from the people right now. The Shulchan have a plating that had nice nails, you couldn't remove it or not. Bishop people has the badges in, over here, in my Gemara says the badges is wrong, but in Rashi says the badges in, and a lot of Gemara says the badges in. So you both readings. I don't know why they said the badges the business of. I don't know. Always Bishaloi Chipa is the business of. I know they did a lot of work in to get the pronunciation correctly, but Rashi says for sure the business in with the nun. Fine. What? Oh, it's the Shita. Okay, fine. That's why. Always Bishaloi Chipa is the business of. So Rabbi Yochanan says, I don't care. It doesn't make a difference. It doesn't matter if he knocked it with nails, it's blue. Whether you covered the frame, you then it goes by what you covered it with. And so therefore, if you covered it with gold, it should be the Kabbalah Tumah. The boys have a wonderful day. Have a good Shabbos. What's the Shabbos? 10 o'clock English? No. 10 o'clock for English, 11 o'clock for Hebrew. Good Shabbos.
America's Foot is spreading love throughout the world. Sponsor a share today.
Yes, you are. He texts me every day. No chance. He's not gonna say that unless it's a bit. Yeah. I doubt it. Let's see. I doubt it. I just want to put the face Yeah, why does he think every non-white celebrity thinks he's a white boy with them?
Good morning, rap boy side. With all the smack life in New York. But for having me. Yishkoya to Mark Ashkenazi for being here day, night, whenever calling him. It's pretty early, fairly early. I just got done doing the Hebrew share in the English right now. And then I go home packed and go to the airport in Hashem. Tomorrow I'll be in Israel. Oh, if you guys are watching this year, this is actually a Thursday. We are in Wednesday right now. This year is for Thursday. So Thursday morning. With that, after share, I'll be landing on the show and having Hebrew share. Thursday night, making some individual measures. And the mother share, can't wait. A lot of mindless being there, the energy in the room, quickly speaking, unbelievable. So, looking forward. Reminder for Spirit Simon, trying to just enjoy your day. Don't say now, and here in America, 13 days in November. And Spirit Simon, of course, has more business. We thought producing more from the layers, and of course, fight loss. Let's blow this up here. From Robert Hirschberg. First of all, we're doing an incredible account of the scheme of high questions on math. I visited everyone in prison early January. I made it to cheer 3 times during my trip. I've got about 120 or so consecutive days now doing that with you. But what's most incredible is the 18 months or so since I've started, my Torah learning has skyrocketed. This morning, being of the heart, I went down and listened to the scene that was planned. It ended up being the last bit of rock that I said with you since retired. 2 years ago, I would have understood maybe 5 to 10%. Still, this year is close to 100% following that bomb successor. I cannot believe the change in my comprehension of it. I think Hashem has guided me. You should become a daily requirement for me above work. Doing your team make the learning enjoyable, but as I found out, it stays with you. Going to face a feeling extremely blessed. It is going to face a feeling extremely blessed. Dr. from Valley Village, California, photo from January 2nd this year. Thank you.
What's funny about Shep seeing this is like
Lee Carlo was here last night. He says that I would enjoy this.
I sank the entire Navy. Frankly, every ship is at the bottom of the ocean, except their Spina Roquetas. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Speaking of Roquetas, I don't think I want to. Except the scenery carries. He does say that for some reason stop. The official edition of White Shot is accepted by the Iranian Levy family, the family in honor of Arab Mordechai Rubin. The Daf Sadekay, Eli Yaakov, Hussein Film, and calls them for a bracha. The receptor sponsored. We have one corporate sponsor. We're looking for many more. Beis Hashem. About $10,000 a month. But, really want to use it. We have 6 artists right now. Hashem, growing. Dedicated memory of what the lawyer is a small part of the country. We have 4 editors. I hope we have to look. I don't know. I heard of a very good idea. I hope it goes through. Let me know if it did. Joe Medallion is this was my father. Jack Medallion is famous editor. The whole shit knows who he is. Because it'll be a tremendous book for everyone and him. And I was talking about this guy from the Positive Now Information, definitions that I was going to some of politics, and that's just Eloi. Anonymous, with some of the mission, anonymous, with some of the assessments, so multiple assessments. So proud of you, I can work like the steiging, they go to family, candy out of rebellion, to the meaning of life. But yeah, money else, Martin Betty, and all the other stuff in your life, and focus on Torah. I decided with name of Abby Murray for Miriam. Reading sponsors anonymous in honor of Kelly, Marcus Kanazi, and the family way through not for that for a second. Stress mark again. Promise a full month. Probably more. We're gonna get it. But every single day, every month, must be on the promise. In the morning, must be on the 10 o'clock in the morning here in America today. K-Town Weinberg, leading this master of Yob and Avram, our father's fourth yard side of the Shabbat should have an Aliyah, MDY Hardman, who's naming it, and making the Rosh Hashanah, and what have an Esther of May. With a yellow Daniel Zed, and a young Esther. No, I said like that because, well, I know the only thing from the Shabbat very well. And they know what have an Esther very, very well. And we should have a complete full framework. Why is it we're holding top of Saudi K on the line, the first word. That we did well. This Venezuela, I have to say that we got the captain that was supposed to uniform was behind Siaka Ishmael. And we're discussing this very interesting. It is super interesting that whether or not the Lechem funnel was shaped as a square or like a speedboat. Speedboat is a speedboat. They had a few these Iranian speedboats, these fat boats. Does it look like that or not? Yes, this is what it's supposed to look like. Something like that. Says the Gemara, I have a question. If you tell me you were going to say that it looks like a speedboat, that is the truth of these words. So just to repeat this video, why not? There's three forms. One was as you're making it go, one was putting it in the oven. That one is what the word is referring to. It's like a honeycomb.
Enjoy Rogan definitely made that place cool, but still Austin, right? You're still in fucking Texas. It's hot.
The form is in the inside.
I just
You
can't
don't drag it.
Then they go to Austin. It's like,
So,
it's the same
the
homeless
Caveras,
problem.
if you
There's
take
more
this
liberals here than
as the
anywhere.
form from the
You
oven,
get a couple
or look
coffee
at this,
nuts
this is
with
very
a
good. I don't know
mullet
if
and the pronouns on the
very
fucking
good.
name, you know?
You're able to manipulate AI
It's not
to
what we're
do
thinking.
the form like that you say to the boat.
At the end of the day, it's still
I'm
Austin.
sure it wasn't you. But it says in the Fourish that this form was like a basket, like the marriage or a honeycomb, I think. In other words, it had a bunch of holes like a honeycomb. But unlike a honeycomb, which is rounder, but everything probably fast, it was square. How's the making it going to get out of this one? It says it's square, not like a boat. So that's why it was real good to me to have a little fast. The top was square. Whatever you need exactly making for the form inside, that was square. Because the outside was square towards the top, but the bottom was like a boat. I ain't command all my things again. But I have a ride after it. This is like it was actually a speedboat. Tanya, our boss, needed to go from the phone to discuss the walls that go up the top of the shulchan for the sleeping. They were split on the top, and they looked like the running, almost like the branches. So yeah, she did something, obviously it didn't look like this, but he asked me to throw it away. I said, no, maybe I'll give somebody some sort of idea. It looked like some sort of flower. You look at it from the side, it looks a little, comes out, but when you throw it away. She said to them it's a lesson that they would rest the bread on it. But the point of this whole thing is the bread convinced that the bread was similar to the shape of Okay. So now we have a bit of a sugya, completely different topic. It's not even the whole armor, but a very, very interesting question. Let me show you this video. Phenomenal. We're talking about the lechem afanim. Lechem afanim are 12 breads that are on the table of Shulchan. And every Shabbos, you replace them with the new bread. If they're not get the old bread, they're sat in the Shulchan for a week. Smoking out of them, you show the party stroke, you nice and fresh, one of the Nissan. I want to show you this video, beautiful video, but also the Gemara's question is based on this video. In other words, when Klal Yisrael travels through the desert, travels 40 years, when they're traveling, how do we do the bread? The bread is traveling. The bread was surrounded by Mishkan. Look at this Hamikdash. A portable Hamikdash. You see on the screen here. The center. Those walls. That's the Hamikdash. Now the bread is inside of the Hamikdash. Now we pick up the wall, we fold everything, remove. 1 mile that way. The bread is now moved. If this was the Beis Hamikdash right now, and I took the bread out of those walls to the came out. I didn't bring the bread out. I'm traveling. I'm doing my job. I'm a lady. I picked up the shulchan with 3 of my friends. We started moving. Where did you move? You moved outside the designated area of the Mishkan, which was here for a month or so, and you just started moving. Now you moved it outside of that area. Did you like it or not? On the one hand, it's on the shulchan. The bread is still on the shulchan. So the shulchan has a Mishkan, you know? So that's the discussion today. So before we have the discussion, let's just see this beautiful video. Yeah, like,
I love him so much that I broke up with this girl, and
those are your sleeping points. That might go
she was calling me because she was horny, and I was like, look, I have a new girlfriend.
this man calling you
Fuck you. And he's just like,
down the wall.
I get sick of crying on my ex-girlfriend.
That's the weirdest thing ever. Just that part is strange. Can you imagine saying like to a person in your relationship, but I have a friend that was that's what I'm gonna say about it because I kind of think too. Just like real good dick. I'm 4'3", huge dick. Girls love having sex with me. Got a big
How would you
podcast.
fix it at what age? What age? I'm still tired. Leave it at night.
This one actually just went there.
Conversations I ever had with an ex-girlfriend.
Exactly
She
like
calls me
that.
up.
That's
She
the
goes,
worst question.
your friend came inside me.
I just removed the bread from the mission.
She goes, yeah, your
If
fucking
I
friend
look at
came
my
inside
phone and
me.
mix up with my son,
Did you tell
does
me
it
you were on
become
the pill?
household
She goes,
by
no.
traveling,
No, I'm not on the
renting?
pill.
But you ain't mix up with my
I
son.
don't know what to tell you.
It doesn't
You know,
become
that's
possible
right.
by
I
traveling.
should work that out.
One, because the bread is on the shulchan.
Ex-girlfriend call you up mad
And
because
it's
your
not possible.
friend
Now, since I'm traveling
ejaculated
today,
inside of her.
like you should do,
I hung up the
maybe
phone.
some
I
of you
literally fell to the
will
ground
have
laughing. I was lying on my
some
back on the
understanding of
floor
what
of my
I'm
house going,
referring to. Because time asks,
like,
the
it's just so
Yaakov says that
ridiculous.
when Yaakov travel, he tells the Rebbeinu Shalom, but the Lashon did not only let him laugh, but he do it.
He doesn't know what to say. Brad Campbell did. Like deep down, he's like, I'm not okay.
Please give me bread to eat and garments
That's
to
that
wear.
scientist guy.
So I asked him for time.
I think it's funny to bring a
What else do
scientist
you
on
need
your
bread?
show and tell him a story about how your friend came.
The what?
Yes, the scientist Harvey Weinstein. Something there. Yes, I think it's actually.
Okay, yeah, like, very nice. Like it. You have clothes that you wear, especially us as a youngsters. We need clothes that we can wear.
Bring on
A lot of us don't have clothes to wear. More to give a shot.
Yeah, so I got a few
You
more
should have
stories
food
about friends coming and
You
stuff.
should have teeth that we can chew on. Beautiful. I like it.
Just I'm dying laughing at the idea of some friend banging some
Yeah.
more.
Well, you had an issue. You didn't get from both our matches. That's the problem.
Yeah,
No,
shout out to
you
you.
know, if you're watching, you know exactly what you're talking about. Okay, fine.
Joey got
All
sold
right,
away
boy,
from
Mark,
Brandon
boy,
Lawrence,
boy,
but
Mark.
he now has to smash Slojo just to get
You
even.
don't have to.
I saw this actually. I saw this one. She got Brendan playing
This is
photographer on
edible,
vacation.
man. Boy, it's the edible, man.
My fucking
So, y'all say, you see, man,
give me another Viagra.
for those kids.
He's worked out.
Says
Well, he
fire.
had sex with Brendan's wife yet.
I just related to this for today.
That's
He
wild.
says, you know when
A lot of
you want to
friends,
strip?
not friends.
I don't know about you guys. My wife says happy at the sandwiches and the food as if we're going, you know, for 5 years. This is bad. Stepping to the airport, what are you doing on the bed? You need to eat on the plane. Okay,
Brendan likes to
like
finger
one
in his
sandwich,
ass.
one chocolate, I get it. 14 sandwiches, and one kid thought if we get stuck for 6 months, and what if this, what if that, and and of course, there's no wheels.
It's
It's
motherfucking
not
Friday.
cool.
It's motherfucking Monday.
I just never understood these people. They walk into the airport, it's probably 40 pounds of rice. They look cool. You sit the wheel. Here, it says on the camera, that's wheels. So, I'm not asking, but I'm not asking for. It's a great part. It doesn't feel as well.
Special from last
I'm
year.
asking.
Where you
Asking for extra food. Asking for lechem lecho. Today, right now, I need some bread. Mama sticks into the end and so you have a great story about David Amelech. He didn't have bread, he was starving without the diet. I need clothing now. How many of us here have 4 or 5 coats? I don't need all types. One coat, one baguette, that's it. Just one. I don't need the extra. That's from my wife. No, so your email, the whole thing is just telling my wife, your wife, everybody's wife, the whole. Okay. A woman's born with that instinct. She needs to protect the family. She needs to have exactly what she wants to say when she needs that for words. But I had to think that my wife's family, the food, the very emotional food, and the sooner she told me, like when we was driving on their own on the trip, they were already pulling out the sandwiches and the cold food in the car. For us, I think it's funny that when we went on speeches, I don't tell you what I used to feed them. Here's your soup, the hot soup, and then we bring it. Later on, I bought. I used to go buy like the toaster of the liquid pizza. Yeah, they have big kindness now. They said no. The food at night was good. But during the day, you didn't give us any food. All the time we were eating, when we went to ski school, and we were eating burgers, and we had a 6-day dog. One chocolate bar to give us. Which one? I didn't have the chocolate bar. You gotta get more than me. But I took the money off. So bad. So we have a place here on Sugar Ladies. One says it becomes possible by moving the bread, even though it's inside the shulchan. And I understand it's not possible to in the shulchan kappa. Man's on my next album. So I want to give up. I want to tell you the end of the whole sugi. The end of the sugi is this is no machlokes. Right? No machlokes. If it's on the table, it's not possible. If it's off the table, that's also. How do we get there? How does the Gemara know? So the Gemara is going to have to prove it step by step. So it says, as you are part, that's how you travel. In other words, obviously when you part and you take the bread outside of the mishkan, that's great. I'm going to see us and so when you're traveling, look, as soon as you travel, you're outside of the mishkan. The mishkan was right over here. You're just talking about the water. You're down there. Man's on the side, the other man on my whole, she left my comment all over here. This is tremendous, but what I'm going to say, this is too strong. It's not like a flimsy brush. This is so strong, this brush, you can't get out of the brush. So it says the left of my comment all over here. The Kedusha is going to remain on this left hand comment all the time. None of my comment all over here. The Kedusha is going to stay. What's he going to do? It's possible what's he going to do this one. Because now, my mother said that it doesn't become possible, it seems like she's not going to be shown. It seems like traveling is like hard. And when you're hard, you can't take it out. So when you travel, you can't take it out, and you just take it out. It should be possible. No, you don't understand. It's not the option. It's the right technique. When you're hard, and you don't take it out of the shulchan, it's yours. After the shelf, you have to put it in the shulchan. So when you travel, you didn't take the bread out of the shulchan is still in the shulchan. It should not become possible. These are my mom says it's possible. I'm going to say the left hot coming down on the yes. Oops, that's me. What are you going to do? It says that the bread is going to have the kedusha, and it's not going to be possible. Comment all of here. Yeah, we want to say the last year. The yossi here, as is. It has kedusha and remains covered. So we're starting to get to where we need to get. Now what? Says everybody agrees that it's on the table, there's no salt. I don't care how far you take it away from the original Makam of the Mishkan, take it 25 miles away from the original spot, it still comes once in the sound station. Sound shore. I don't know if it's really good. What does this mean? Just as shot, put it in, write it in the Gemara, the Shulchan, First of all, it's off the table, but better than that, he took it off the table because Shabbos became Shabbos. And every Shabbos from Shabbos time you take it off the table. Now you have a question about it. You took the bread out to eat, all of a sudden after the boat comes and says, let's go. Everybody, let's go. We're going. Drop your sandwich. So now it's off the table when it comes to the move. Do we consider it yotze or not yotze? That's my question. But if it's on the table, it's 100% okay. It's not possible. So what's the shayla? Not going to sound like stuff you have to be so much of it. Same thing when you have before twice that the parking is like the travel. And when you travel, you take it out of the Mishkan. It's possible. I'm going to see also, you saw two over here. Since it came out of the Ramaya, it's possible. The man, the Oma, the enemy, for example, is sitting outside the Ramaya. I'm pushing also, the Ramaya, here it is. I don't care. Whatever the Ramaya is, even if it's traveling, it's sitting on the Ramaya. But now, this is interesting because now we expand it. All of a sudden now, as you're traveling, this could be a good muscle for goals. When goals, there's an expansion of Yusha. The Rebbeinu now, excuse me, it's a good shot. How about this? Also, oil moidu. But the maximum of viewers like oil moidu. Before it was restricted to the oil moidu. Now it expands to the whole maximum of viewers. All blue here. Before, very nice. Before it was only when it says Mafashkin on red. Now it's to the entire blue. As we're traveling the whole blue, and we travel, as you see in a second, we travel in a certain formation. And that formation of blue is the push of the oil. Not so much. It doesn't say, it says the north side that it travels and it remains oil. That's tomorrow. Jesus, Nami, we'll see, because she has to be, so what's he going to do? If he already learned that as you're traveling, you show. No, sorry, not that. Jesus, Nami, we'll see, because she has to be, so it should be puzzled with Yaitse. As she has to be, so, and he went out. They went out of the life, so it should be puzzled. Mono, like we said before, the visa, it's like parking. When you're parked and you don't move it, it's not possible. I've been to also, you don't come out of the Makon, you're still in the blue square. In the blue square, nah. The Maisa says that the oil might travel. Tomorrow, in other words, it remains oil might, and there's no taking out of the oil might. Only the going will go. It's not saying that it remains the Gusha. It's coming to tell you that there's a certain way that the Makon went. For a second, but he posted this in a thing on his truck. There was each shape that had its flag, and they had these fucking on the car. Of course, they travel in a certain way. These three fucking started going, and these, a certain formation, and that's what the third says. And that's all like that's traveling in a certain way. Oh, you're going with it. So how is the other man not going to know this idea of going? He uses up the bus already, that the students do so when they travel. He doesn't have a good bus. And also, my is telling us that it's usual when you travel, not that you have to travel with a formation. So, no, you're right. There's two parts of the puzzle. The Makon teaches us that they travel in a certain no. The Makon is even the Makon is do so. And they don't tell that the flag that is the formation of. Okay. In other words, 2 parts is too much. Where is 12? Next day, I had a question. The shot series my story. So that was March somewhere. Yeah. This picture is shot in the video, but you see how they're breaking down the walls of the entire mission. So by breaking down the wall, what happens? The moment you break down the wall, there's no more Mishkan. No more Mishkan. Then what happens to all the korbanos that are inside? No more Mishkan. What happens to the Mitzvah itself? So you have to start moving as well. So it says the Shas Siluk Mitzvah, Production Mitzvah. So let's remember these words, Production Mitzvah, because we're going to talk about it like this 10, 12 lines now. Then let's say I'm shifting a carbon carcass. And Hashem says, take down the wall. Take down the wall. Now the carcass all of a sudden is exposed to the middle of the desert. He's not in the Mishkan. He's now possible because he went outside of the Mishkan. The governments are the Stalking cooking system. They must leave. Simply speaking, the Torah has to go completely outside. Oh, really? Just take a massive gun. But then speaking, the Torah goes outside of all the mountains. He's on the desert. More is on the with sand. And a Zav has to leave the group. He goes to the group. So, that was what you tell us. In other words, the Machna Revila and Yisrael still have Kedusha. So they have to leave it. The Kedusha from the Machna Revila, but the Kedusha of Revila and Yisrael still remain, and you have to get out of there. If you're in the Torah, you can't be in there. You don't have Kedusha, they will not believe. Akapana says that what happens to where the Machna Revila? The Machna Revila, the Mishnah. What happens to that? It says that you have a carbon in there, it becomes awful. Why? Because there's no more Kedusha. There's no more Machashina. So then the Lechem HaKodesh is the same thing as the Lechem HaKodesh. If it happens to carbon contrast in the oil, that your Kedusha expires because you're not inside of this Oilah, so the Lechem HaKodesh also, the Kedusha is expired to be possible. Is that a raya? No, the carbon is not one part of it. No, all the contrast, the oil, you're right. But not the Lechem HaKodesh. Lechem HaKodesh doesn't become possible. As the word doesn't make any sense to you. If the oil is considered oil, I think what's not so then even a contrast that stays there should remain pumped. Shouldn't be pumped. If it's not considered oil, I feel like I'm not in the Lechem HaKodesh should be pumped. The word says at the end of the day, you know what? I give it. There is no machlokes. There is no machlokes. There's no machlokes. No. The Manorah that said that the Kedusha remains in the Lechem HaKodesh, we're talking about a different case. We're talking about a case that the Lechem HaKodesh is on the table. When the Lechem HaKodesh is on the table, there's no. Oh, look at that. Let me see your Gemara. Your Gemara for a second. Actually, one of these pictures. The shirt. Solid pictures in the Gemara. Wrong with this camera. Shame. Wisconsin. Oh, listen. That's a few people. The Gemara, imagine the Romanian is I don't really clear that thing. I don't think it worked. Don't go ahead. But my thing is, I was in the South Friday. Because it doesn't really matter. It's Friday for Ashkenazi. Only Ashkenazi. Maybe, but here's where I see it. I go, we all know this, right? What I've said. I'm a beard. give me all these ideas. I mean, make sure that
Have you
doesn't.
seen the Reddit that's dedicated to making fun of the show?
Okay, look, you must. Come on.
I'm not a numbers guy, never been.
You know, this advice.
However, I read the comments.
We love the whole night, Mark. What's going on?
Big groups, wording sign, the dotted line.
Says about
Sell me it.
and
Sell me it.
in other words, the Mandohama that says the bread is possible is off the table. Somebody removed it to eat. It became possible. But if it's on the table, it's not well. That's the bottom line of this video. On the table, the bread is remains of the even if you remove it from the Mishnah, you go 100 miles away from where it was before. It remains covered. So if it's off the table and you remove the Mishnah, it becomes possible. How about it? I mean, oh, you see with my son Valimo. Did Klal Yisrael travel during the night? Oh, all right, he traveled during the night. Why? Because at the start, I not travel, but it's 10:30. You go, even if it's 3 in the morning. You go. You have to wait till the Adam say, listen, Hashem woke you up 3 in the morning, so you have to travel. You say, okay, very good. I need light. I need, I need sleep. I'll wait till the morning, then we'll go in the morning. And here you see, you go right away. Why? He's all good at the things, he's much as Belial, because if you don't travel during the night, he must not really. The Safra, so when are they supposed to go? When are they going to break things down? When are they going to do this? This correct is breaking. There's a wall. When are they going to break it down? In the morning. Now, if we go back, I told you to remember, go back 10 lines left. It says that when the Shas of my sons, when they broke down the walls of the Paralysis, automatically touching the skull of the oyster, the carbon becomes possible. So as Abaya, I don't say something. If you must wait until the morning, when did you shut this animal? Yesterday. So it just became possible this morning. Forget about the fact that the animal left the Beit HaMikdash. It's morning. And morning is called what? Reno. Forget about that. It's Reno here. Let me show you the picture. There's 2 different things they're going with. Oh, good. Reno. Sleeping overnight. Not the cutting, but the cutting. And Yotze is bringing bread down. So, he says, why are you telling me that a pathos will get stuck in limbo over there? In the Mishkan, when you break down the Mishkan, the pathos is stuck there. Oh, it's Yotze. It's not Yotze. It's Lina. It was there overnight. Why? Because the only time you can break down the Mishkan in the morning, so when you break down the Mishkan, by the time you break it down, you have a pathos that's shut to before. So maybe it's hot. Maybe not in the middle of this. Maybe, okay, fine, different costumes to have over here. Don't bother me. That's his right. My everything, right? So, everybody knows that you travel during the day. Nothing's going to rely on you. Go during the night. The same time you need to go through the moment. When do you go during the night? You start during the day. I'll give you a muscle. That's the best muscle. I just saw this morning a muscle that was looking. I don't remember what it was.
There's no way you can do everything right. I know. What I'm saying is that
not the muscle that was. Face out. I thought about it for a second and it flew out. Great. So my muscle that I want to say right now is the person that's on a cruise ship, think a lot there, maybe depending on the date that I'm. Being out for a few days, we remain on the cruise ship for shot. Something like that. I'm not asking a lot of you know, just put it together. On the cruise ship on shot, it's a problem. We're also says the Torah, you go day and night. Yeah, you start out at time, one in the day. Then you go, oh, that's what I want to say. Hold on. I know what the much more. The much more is I was looking for on TikTok, where there's a marketplace today that everybody, the more you sell, the more you sell, the more people come to buy. Right? Remember the Gemara? And I was saying, oh, diamond district and nothing is up. And the better one, and it's no
fox says, I'm actually a fish.
Well, hold on.
That's what it is. That's what I'm saying. That's what Java did. And they would make fish noises if they would show what you're holding up.
Something that we do today, that's because
What do you see in front of your
doing
face
it,
as you're describing the fox? I don't know what
that place where it brings more business, more people go there to do it.
Yeah, how are you breathing right now?
I hope on it. I don't know why I hit me this morning, but that's what I was thinking about. But this is my interesting muscle that so you know, if you start in the right time, start in the day, extend for the night. It doesn't mean that you start super night. Now, I don't even love me, mama. Start the day. You know, your mama really was happy. Maybe you can, because that's why I buy from this book. I feel good. You can start during the night. You start for a meeting. We said, what did we say before? Also, like 12, 13, like 14 lines from where we are. We said that a Zav and a Torah are thrown out of the Makro because the Kedusha of the Makro will be in Yisrael remain. So you gotta get them out of there. As soon as you start moving, you get them out so they don't get trapped in a place where they shouldn't be. As the Gemara very meeting, so like the Gemara and Google operator says, when you break down the Mishkan, and so, they're permitted to go in, even into the holies of the holy over there, even to the Machashina that they can go in. So certainly they go to the Macharadia or Machar Yisrael. Why are you telling me they have to chase out the Zav and the Nitzayr? Actually, Kashi or Rebelezer, but Rebelezer is being seen on the day in the second. He knows it's mutter for the Nitzayr to go in there. And Rebelezer says, "So it's good." So the halacha is that if you have a bunch of playmates in your class, 51% of the class was playmates. You let it go to the base of English. Do it for bonus. Why? No. So what if when someone looks at the keyboard, Mitzayra, who doesn't have a head, he's telling him different head come up. The only someone looking at the was only for a dead person, for a maze, not for a Mitzayra. He decides he's going to put himself in with everybody else in the routine. And he kind of cars like he's just rewarded from that. Says over here, Yaakov Baruch Hu Zalom Yisrael, Nazar Pesach, Hamor B'Kumah, you have some Pesach, that's the word, the Tzibur. Yup. I think that he's kind of part of the position, so his, I'm going to shop him, and I'm not going to pick him up, the Shoshik Maze stopping, someone to them stopping. If you stand a regular explanation out of there, something that doesn't make sense. Sorry.
Let's see what we
Yeah.
have here. Sorry.
The Messiah, if it means that believe in the Messiah, it doesn't literally mean a Messiah always no exception to the rule. If the Messiah doesn't believe, this Messiah doesn't get caught. That's what it means. You don't understand the word. He doesn't get caught. In other words, you feed him lighter. Now, since we see that we feed him lighter on Pesach, don't worry. If there's a situation where you let people that just came from a funeral that were going to say, they all just went and started without the exception. I'm saying no good, you got to move each other. All clients will go to God's Spirit. So all went within 4 hours of the day. You let them go to some eat. So now you're doing more lenient with them. So you said, listen, we're not going to give you a part. We're not going to try to pay. So you see that we're treating with leniency. So do. When we knock down the Paraikas with the Mishkan and say that they make you go inside the Makom HaShkina, we're going to be lenient with the Messiah. That's why it's going to be like, this is a letter for the leniency. The leniency also becomes to the breaking down of the Mishkan, the leniency. As going to stop him, we're going to stop him. You know what?
Brian Callen was like 2013 to 2026.
I don't know. That I don't know.
Slide. It was actually
Says the Mishnah. We have a brand new Mishnah, our voice of our host, turning the dots, talking about global experts across borders of Kenya. I've actually left him back and left my phone and stuff like talking before, but nothing to do. We have a three-way machlokes. Very, very simple. One Mazon says you need with the cake, you need the bread of the lechem and the shalachem, and you bake it even outside of the azara. Basically, outside of the azara. The other Mazon says no, kneading and baking only inside the azara, and then you have the middle Mazon. What does the middle Mazon say? 1 and 1. Lisha on the outside, baking on the inside. So, that's the first thing. In other words, 1 and 1. So, to me, it has to be, it could be even outside of that. But for baking only inside that. The 8 on baking the shop. You do not perform Shabbos for baking. As you can see, pushing on Shabbos has to do whether or not you do something. If you have to do so while you. Oh, that's what it is. This how you.
Who's gonna piss you off, talk over your bits, and you have to do it because of what you did.
Yeah, no, that's coming up. Okay.
This is your punishment.
It's coming up at the end of the mission. If baking the challah, the bread, lechem, using kedusha, then you cannot bake it on Friday because by the time the bread gets to Shabbos, it had to go through a night, and that is no good. It's left overnight. If it doesn't give it any kedusha, so then you could bake it on Friday. Maybe you go in there. Hold on, save it, please. Not true. You have to knead the dough inside the azar. Certainly, you have to bake it inside the azar. Shares the azara, shares the tagi. You can do the baking, even the baking, you do it in this tagi. What's this tagi? Tagi is within the walls of Israel, not these walls of Israel. Sorry about that. But it means within the walls of Israel of those days. In other words, not inside of Israel. It's a big cooler. So you got to bake the bread inside the wall. So the Gemara, I have a question. I'm just showing you from the whole. How can you do it outside? No clear. If it's clear, the Sisarim. Remember we had that flea that we spoke about? Sisarim. I don't think we have it here. But the Sisarim holds a certain amount of flour. If it gives a kedusha, how can you do it outside of the Zemidah? As soon as you put inside the flea, it becomes Kodesh. Now it's outside of the Zemidah. It becomes possible. So much be that flea. Yeah. If it's a flea that measures wine and oil, that gives a kedusha. But we have in my is whether or not the sour flea for flour gives a kedusha. But we're going according to the Manoma and says no kedusha. But then you tell me they should bake it inside the inside the Mishnah. Why? Inside the Azar. Alma, Midas Yovesh, in other words, the oven is a kedusha. What's the obvious answer? What's the question? First of all, you tell me that a kli that holds dry goods doesn't give it. Then you tell me a second later that this kli called the oven gives it. You can answer a simple answer. The oven gives kedusha, and a measuring cup doesn't give kedusha. That's what we're going to say. Oh my Rabbi, or Rava. I asked this question to a very tough person that's tough like metal. Meaning, says Rashi, he's very, very sharp. Uman Rashi, his name is Rashi, and he didn't have an answer. The word name says Rashi was very special and had a tremendous feel. And over here, Rashi says that he's very sharp. I like to say over the week all the time. The Rav says that in order to say Kedusha Mikhaira, first you have to know all shots to grab. That was the song. All shots. Some people think from 67 years. You gotta know all shots to grab before you can start taking it. So he's very sharp. Not that one, he's always a kid person. Like in Arabic. No, he's very sharp. And another super interesting thing that we have to verify one of them. We got a few confirmations, but not always. That in San, the Rebbe gives his brush on this subject, on the Sheshus, on this Kasha. Every year, the same subject, the Ruv Shana takes him about an hour and a half, and they give us prep. We call it the prep book, something like that. Prep book. I looked up, I don't know. Man, somebody from the Hebrew share, yeah, maybe it's third prep book, I don't know exact details. One of my teachers was a big passion of Sheshus. Duma, or the measuring, Duma, you saw him in the couch. You're right, the measuring saw doesn't kind of a concept. So the oven, even though it's for dry goods, it gives you food. Eli Kasha, how much stronger it was at the oven. Where do you take the bread? Inside the mingle. Inside that jar. Almost, why are you doing it inside? Because the oven gives you Dusha. If you did it outside, it would be college and it would be possible to be like that. But it doesn't in the shop. And doesn't push off shots. Why? Because the Lina. You got a big problem. If you cannot bake on Shabbos and the oven gives you the Dusha, so now the bread is a day old. If the bread is a day old, it becomes possible because it slept overnight. When did you make the bread? On Erev Shabbos, on Friday. You can't do it on Shabbos because it doesn't push off Shabbos. You have to do it on Friday. And if it gives it Kedusha, like you told me it gives it Kedusha, then it should become possible to eat. On my Rava, also I didn't touch what on this is Rava. Maybe we got the greatest Rava over there, Rava over here, I don't know. Over here, we ask you to take the book on and touch the body. Sharp one, very sharp person. Romano, Rav Shesh. You didn't know about that? Oh, Rav let me take a stab at this. My Kushio, but it doesn't sound like it. My Kushio. There was from this town, there was an actor in the roller paper, and he wrote in the paper, he wrote that the question of the Kiva doesn't even start. So Bruce was so upset, he took the paper and threw it on the floor. How can you write this? How can you write something that doesn't even start? What does it have an answer? Okay. Vegas Kasha. Doesn't even start. He had a big tie-up. Remember a whole exclusive spoke to the Machaber about it while he wrote that. Okay, fine. So, well, it's funny. Doesn't even start. Asking mommy, I want to show that it's not a Kasha. If I was doing that, I want to show it. How could you choose a million keys name for me to mistake? Fine. My Kushia. Still, my name. Funny that he was able to work through a silver of you know, well, my Kushia. I don't understand the passion. No, my music. The Muslim music. To me, it seemed almost like a person, but he's saying, like, my Kushia. What does it mean that that you bake the bread inside outside? No, you bake the bread outside. Why does it between? The Muslims really, these are people that work inside. They're very, very careful that it shouldn't become hummus. You gotta be careful not to make it hummus. So we have a video. For Adam's reason, they're careful, they're fast. I don't know, he did it fast more than he. Look at that. It's like this week, I have a that's where that goes.
All my friends are told good to see Chin has a backup plan B. It's a church called Chin's Baptist Church. What's
going on? I woke up tired.
Tired.
and you'll see what tired is.
Okay. For some people, it's not even a joke. Some of us who grew up in Maybach. Yeah. Of all the Rav actually recently, sometimes the girls produce the joke, he was off. Why? Makes no sense. What are you careful about? So think about it. In a massive bakery, you're going to do half the line with very, very super macro. From here, with from here, you don't care at all. Makes no sense. If you have to care, you have to care from the moment the dough is mixed to the oven. You can't say, oh, I'm only careful over here. Bunch of yeah, if you it's better baking, doing a hard job. You know? What do you call it? Red one? No. Yeah. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, you have to be very careful when you bake it. You have to be very careful when you need it. You need to vary for every reason, and if you don't need to be careful when you're making the dough, you don't need to be careful when you're baking it. We don't like it. Doesn't it? Really, the Mishnah of Rabbi says, kneading the dough and baking the dough must be done inside the Azara. The Mishnah argues is they're supposed to be outside of the Azara. It's a famous story, but the downfall was terrible. David Melch was running away from Saul, and he didn't have any food. He was collapsing, and he got to Noi year after that. We know that the Mishnah was in Noi, and then after the Divine, and there's the reason. Noi was the city of Tehran. He got there, and he told them, Saul told me, come here and get some bread. He spoke to Dr. Melech, give me some food, give me some bread. So he ended up eating from the Lechem HaPanim, because he was strong. How did he eat from the Lechem HaPanim? So, something here is weekday. Even though his bread is going to become colored with the food. What does it mean? So that's the machlokes. Rabbi Yehuda says he found them, he came there on a weekend. He came there, let's say, on a Friday. You're baking this on a Friday. I don't understand. It's going to become kadosh in the oven. You put it in the oven, it becomes kadosh. And if it becomes kadosh on Friday, you don't have bread for Shabbos kadosh. It's already possible. It's overnight. Everything is all about the Shabbos that's beginning of God. Shouldn't argue. No, I'm not showed up on the Shabbos. What are you doing that day? What are you doing here? Shouldn't you do this on a Friday? Why are you doing this on a Shabbos? Why are you baking on a Shabbos? You just time Kaddish. If the oven gave you Kedusha, I understand why you don't bake it on Friday because it's compulsory, because it was overnight and stuff. But the oven doesn't give it Kedusha. What gives it Kedusha? Shulchan on the Kaddish. So bake it on Friday and don't put it onto the Shulchan until Shabbos. And only then the clock starts ticking. Here's the video. No, you got bad. The mission was there. Shaul ended up throwing all the bad in there because he gave him food. Terrible tragedy.
These cats are definitely getting. There's no way. There's like no one saving your hands. Tyler and Lawrence on guitar on 617. Push for so funny. Was he gonna win? Yeah. I'm 32 years old now.
Small.
Tips. If you're a guy, if you're
Yeshua says that he ate all 12 breads. Says in Gemara. What? The Melch found them baking bread, but it doesn't cause any problem. But he gave him bread that's covered. He was some of them. They didn't have any other bread. He didn't let him upon him when you saw him on Shem. They only had the bread that came off of the table. Now the bread that came off the table of the shulchan is a week old. So what do you do? You found them baking bread. Like there, oh, the farmer was. What do you mean? They told the Melech, it was only this bread that was taken off the table of the shulchan in front of us. He tells them, boy, hi, you see enough of them, you know they're following. This bread that comes off the table, there's no me'ilah. If a kohen eats this bread, he's allowed to eat the bread. So once the kohen is allowed to eat the bread, so there's no me'ilah. It's not considered touching anymore. There's a lesser dusha. And the me'ilah wouldn't be such a big issue for a Yisrael to eat this bread because it's not doing a me'ilah. It's also, but not as strong. But even if it's the most holy of holy, it's supposed to go on the shulchan. Probably the label give it to him, the third person, oh, give it to me to eat. It's so good. He's saying about himself. So that's the function. She says Rashi over here. He had a disease called Boomer. Misha, it's not Misha Hazi Boomers. If somebody has boomers and not boomers, he's starting. Machila will say, actually, all right. Close your eyes, light off. Machila will say, even on Yom Kippur. We've seen the I don't know. You know what one bread is? How do you eat one? One is 10 pounds. And 120 pounds worth of so yeah, it's a good one. Oh, funny. Oh, you're saying why would he have the right to eat all? If a person can eat 12 bread, then he doesn't yes, keep on going until his body tells him to stop. His body didn't say to stop. I was just, as a side note, the word fullness, pretty sure, comes from believing. Same thing as believing. I mean, they're related. Fullness is starvation, that's eating. Yeah, the person doesn't eat at all. You let him eat. Yeah. That's why, yeah. We review the Reb Shimon in the Gemara. The Chayim says the Gemara is only a place in what happened traditionally, what the tradition was, what the Messiah is. Like an Ami, in other words, is the oven Mekadosh the bread or not? That's the Shiloh. That's the Machlokes. And I was wondering, what does it mean? Everyone always be used to saying this. Yeah, let me look at my phone, change my zone, change that piece of pag. The what the Reb Shimon said that you should say this. There's no kedusha. You're allowed to make the bread inside the zara. You're allowed to make it outside of the zara. In other words, that's the tradition. That's what it means. Loyal every rockle. So that's what my point is. Whether or not the oven gives it kedusha or not. Both sides. I'll see that the show from the Talmud that had a wonderful.
America's Foot is spreading word throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor MDY.com.
Access of this show, but that is not why you're here. No, it's not. You're here to watch Tempest Shot. So start the timer, play the chip win. I just showed your whole phone. Aw, yeah, come on, damn it. Yeah, start the timer for real. We know you're just phoning it in this week, dude. There you go. You just started. That's all you guys said. You saw the timer start. Yeah. Alrighty, let's see what we got on Chang's this week, dude. How's your Chang's been going, dude? You know, I haven't really been checking the Chang's a lot this week. So you're depressed? Yeah, it's, I've been hyper-focused on my side.
Good morning, Rap Boys. This man speaking to us in Mr. Mordecai live from Newburgh. It's very interesting. Like, as the cameras are going on, it's going live. So it's that there's a tornado watch here illegally. You know what it gives the ratings of tornado right by your neighborhood? It's unbelievable. I mean, that's house. That's a show.
If you guys remember, there's the
Yeah,
Dry
wow.
Festival Guest website.
Today,
They
watching
have the
video.
pictures of all these people that have bought the merch.
A
They were really
reminder
fun
to say,
stuff
Spirit Salimir,
about the merch that they bought.
this is the right
And I
thing,
wanted
but
to do that.
many of
Because I
us
bought
did
merch.
not
We bought merch. We
married
had
yet,
this
and
hat.
that
We
reminds
used
me
the
of that
Dry
great power
Fest
with us, the
gas hat that we
Centers
own
guy. The
as a team.
Centers
We own it as a team.
guy,
And
he's
I love to get,
$245
you have to,
into
I look
shots.
through my emails
And
and
with
they
us,
have these like old
what's the new year?
emails where it's like review our
That we
product.
met first time in
Click
Park
on it
City.
and the link is to
And we also have Harry Blumenthal
So I
all the way
think we need to
from
buy a new thing.
Cedarhurst. He does a location there, Blizzard Show every day. Right now, it's every month of shots is going strong. And he had a location in Orlando. So yeah, and he wears the empty white cap wherever he goes. So, let's put this around everybody, say hello to the camera. So where are you, ladies? I don't see you. I'm gonna have to stand. Let's, ladies, show me what I can do. And then I will go right over there. You're loud. I play the kind of thing. And this is the house, right? Around. Okay. What do we have here today? First of all, we have an amazing doc. Really a very interesting doc. Look at the art scroll. On the page, you see a lot of pictures, a lot of links, really cool stuff. The series item is dedicated to the reports on more visits with the quick smart and so many Esther before Shlemo. This was yesterday's shoot. I'm not gonna even enjoy that because Shmaka Daf, very, very easy Daf, probably a little shorter than the usual Daf in terms of time. This is Ariel, gonna be out of here before 10 o'clock. Short. 10 to.
He had this in his
I
closet. She's like,
gotta go quickly in there. Only like 30 seconds. We're gonna be out of here at 10. Okay. It's off to your mother.
that is so funny. This is his
Yeah.
Japanese.
That's the story of my life. It looks like it's short, 30 minutes. Dear strong letter, but worth reading. You should know you'll be held accountable after 120, 100,000 years about back. You don't know about your because of learning and patience okay. The founders of the game
I don't know why that's funny, but
are
that'd be so
made
funny to me. You see him, he's trying to
kind
stick
of green wall.
like this into the return thing.
No,
I bet you
I put it out and it's like, really, wow. I kind of hate that. I thought you should know you'll be held accountable after 120. Not another one.
He's like holding up the QR
Many
code for some other website.
a good thing. I heard you quickly mention about touching uncovered parts of the body with the region wash its hands. Ruach versus cleanliness. See my Savior, the old guide to travel vacations that recently sent you. On page 151, I have a lengthy discussion of this, spent dozens of hours researching the topic. Interesting stuff. I also have a tshuva on if one needs to wash one's hands after touching the arm and head of one bring up the rest of the stuff. Some are mako, if you place the mitzvah, don't need to wash the same way when you touch the area by first milah, the milah can still say a bracha. Another reason, consider revealed place, it's revealed when putting on tefillin. Okay, cool stuff. All the best, Mendy Abrams. Shmuel Schreiber. I would like to thank you. I'm married with 3 children, and over the years I've tried several times to learn that language. A few weeks ago, I met a friend who told me about the incredible impact of hearing the Baruch Hashem and joined the middle of the set. And we are already approaching the end. I feel the need to share something that was a bit difficult for me yesterday's year. We spoke about the tragedy in which 2 people were killed and about the need to be careful and stay safe. By the way, I don't want to put a damper here, but they're still searching for this guy that drowned in the night. His brother, they found him, but unfortunately he didn't make it. So now, think about the tragedy. 2 brothers, one is unaccounted for, and the other one is looking for it. So I don't know if he's talking about that one. It's a tragedy, but he's saying, you spoke about a tragedy in which 2 people were killed and about, the need to be careful and stay safe. I'm a reservist with over 600 days of service. The number of friends I've lost is overwhelming, over 20. Lost 20 friends in the Army. Sadly, on a weekly basis, pilots will continues to lose precious people so that we can live here and learn from it. I would appreciate it if you consider dedicating this service as well to the recovery of the wounded soldiers and remembering those who were killed. Kids Hashem, thank you. You wrote this in Hebrew. So in Hebrew, I addressed this. Explain to him he's new to this year, so he doesn't know. Maybe for those who forgot and are new to this year, I'll just say it one more time. To give tikkun this year is very difficult on a daily basis. I put a lot of hours into it. It's difficult. There's no days off. You know how it is. Pace of traveling. I'm still jet lagged from my trip from America to Israel last time. That was like 3 months ago. So it is difficult. Pace after the vacation, the whole thing. I took it by myself to do this year in Hebrew, which I'm very, very happy I did, because that was close of my leg and the injury and all those who were there. I speak about once in a while. I remind the island, but here's a person that is feeling bad that didn't say that she was dedicated. So I want the whole Hebrew, which numbers now probably in the 15,000 people that watch the Shir a day. It has tremendous stuff. It's actually growing on a quicker rate than the English Shir. It's very popular in Israel. It's popular with students over there, whereas in America it is popular. They don't tell you about it. But I told them, come over to me. Rosh Yivas, Rosh Koyel. I watch the Shir every day. Like that makes it show. I don't know what it is. Okay. It's interesting, no? You think the opposite. Like, you have those also. And so that's what I have to say for that. Maybe once in a while we'll say the memory or refuah aspect, the amount of soldiers that are injured even now in Lebanon. You hear about the deaths, you don't hear about the injuries. What you do hear, you don't realize that injury means. You were telling me before that you went to visit these guys. You come to Chicago, somebody. No arms, no legs. Prosthetic experts. And you went to visit them. A lot of amputees. These are injuries that are life-changing injuries. So of course we come to them and we hope that we'll see the enemy go bye-bye and everybody can come home safely and not have to worry about this. Things are happening. Times of Mashiach. All right, fine. There's a lot of stuff there. I'll have to. Dr. May Wicker just throwing this out real quick. He says he's a project for all the work going into the place, the whole staff. And this is for Jamie and Julie. I like this. So I put it in here. I don't want to forget this. That on our video, we should get like a caption on top. Maybe it even goes away eventually, which stays there so people later on that watch the video know what the video is about. That's a funny video. So I'm listening to this topic. Okay, I think that's what I'm saying. Go to Jamie. And this may be, remind me, we'll share. This is satellite location in Bnei Brak, very much on a daily basis. We rented a nice office, and a nice office in Bnei Brak. It has all this stuff. Look at the wall. Love it, Kaddish, real pumpkin Kaddish. So, the map of all the locations, 28 locations says there. Now we're up to 34. He funds it. He has a wedding hall. We did a lot of mountains wedding hall. I think 700 people just for the come part of this out location is unbelievable. Every table is a different set of location. The whole massive, actually, it's 2 walls. It gives two concerts every night. So on a month showers, Disney weddings, you get the whole thing. Lovely. So this is much fun. And during the year, I spoke about how he advertises, put 100,000 shekel once into advertising. Here's one advertising in Bnei Brak in front of this hall, and for me, it's like much larger than life. So it's huge. So day 3 here, you'll share some showing you. All right, everybody, so let's go. We'll have to do this later on. We have. How many minutes are we? I don't remember. I'm watching. The official edition of the White Shop is set by the Iranian Levy family's parent, the Halji family, in honor of Rav Mordechai Rubin. Oh, we have a new parent. Shout out to Dallas, with deep gratitude to Veli, and Dov Meir, and Patrick Shana, Balkany family. Dear Talman, dedicated in memory of Abu Murray, of Shmuel, Baruch, Time Speak, Joy, and seven sponsors, Gold Medals, the Lean Trust, my father, Jackie Delius, and I was like, what is that? This house of family condition, living trust for Lana Bird, for college, for the Tequila, and Ananas, for the relation of Zar, Ananas, for the much, and coming, the latest best, Esther, Skull, Malki, speaking out these other Kesef. We're so proud of you. I have the more if I keep chatting. You should do like YouTube, where if you pay like $1 a day, you get to watch the show without the commercials. Take money from it. You see how many people actually what? And it's free, so no, but you get all the scores and everything during shit, but without the sponsorship, whatever. Then you're not gonna be happy. That's what that counts. 70 girls are down with the Candy Island, you carried on a rebellion, changed my meaning of life, when I'm money, that's my penny. And all those we took from the wife with Courtney Charles, Carl Mulkey Sponsors, Irish Simon, the Muslim of Murray Burke and Miriam. Weekly Sponsors Anonymous, in honor of Elliot Barco Spinazi and the entire new white crew, the last go down for a second. Today's sponsors, Moshe Yitzchak Grossberger, in honor of my wedding today. May all prophecies fulfilled, going to Kyle, Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. Where is he from? This is like Mexico or something? You talk with a J and Moshe with a CH. Interesting. FDYR, Reboy Sarah, Pushtema York, and the Shade Rocket, Pushtema Wataberasa, Pushtema Daniel Zez, Ben Ayala Tester. Boys, here we go. We have brand new Mishnah. I'm serious. It's all easy today, and it's super interesting. Says the Mishnah, all the way in the bottom of the Tzadikim on the page, brand new Mishnah. However, the Smicha, Nebetnipa. So we discussed, Smicha means to lean on the animal, and Smicha means to wave the animal, lift him up and wave. This is the thing. There's certain chumras that you have in a Smicha, and certain chumras you have in a Smicha. So we do it in a Smicha. So what? 3 lines from the bottom. When it comes to Dufa, it's enough that one person does it to the whole crew or all the partners. Whereas Smicha, we said yesterday, each and every person, it's Korbana, we learned each and every person must do the Smicha. And Chaim is Dufa, and what's the problem that Dufa has the Smicha? Shat Dufa and Haggis with Korbanas, Hayyaka, the Korbanas, that's the word. You have to do it in all types of Korbanas. However, Yaakov, for instance, the Shlomim. So here's a picture that we showed yesterday. The Shlomim Dufa causes a Yishai. We also have this is Tzibur, and what is this? This is the Shalechem with the Shalei, what do they call Shalei Tzibur. The two sheep that we're bringing on Shavuos coming up. Shleshim Yom Yom Muchad.
Yeah, that's also a possibility.
What?
Jay just gets blamed for everything. He does. Jay is his alibi.
That's the, yeah, we'll get to it.
Anytime he's wrong.
Coming up soon. That Nufa, we're going to see. B'chayim, you can Nufa when the animal's alive, what was with it? I mean, there's Nufa when the animal's dead. I just showed you. This one is pretty dead, I think. This guy is dead. Will we double check for Ruach Chayim? Where did Nufa with something not alive? That was never alive. Here, in this picture, the red, the black metaida. You have to do this one. Hashem gave the smicha. You don't do smicha when the animal is dead. Because you want to have a kasha on the fact you see that there are times that you do smicha when the animal is dead. Color up. So one of the rabbis pulled out his part of the smicha. Karbana, by the Shlomo says the word Karbana, comes to include all the owners must do smicha. She's all called about the dinner or things up. There's a couple of flavors, still about the framework. Not too much starts to be stricken. New ball, you have to do even after the animal dead sometimes. It's not Karbana. You go new ball when you have partner. New ball, so it's not stricken. And then, that you don't do smicha on a dead animal, certainly you shouldn't do it when it's partners. I'm a little bit The rabbit told out for this people that all the partners must receive from 10 partners, each one takes over, use it, and goes away. The next one that can be says tomorrow, it's got a blue ball, it's regarding it's a blue ball when you have a bunch of partners. They should all take it like somebody is neutral. Take a lulav, and you say, could I borrow you a lulav? The next guy does it. Each guy should shake it. That's movement. Shake. We learned the shaking of a lulav from movement. So just like by a lulav, everybody should take it. Well, last week, I looked at the premise and the premise. Last week, when it's wrapped, it's pretty wrapped, it's borrowed. You don't do it when that is, but you do it when it's hard. So certain people that you do it when it's suffer. You to do it when it's hard to move to the top of the foot and addition stuff. Wow, that's what happens. How you do it? One part. This is who that does. So have a pizza. You can't all touch the animal. It's going to be a big problem with pizza. Check this out. We got to smash a picture of that. Because they're all going to do it, no, but somebody's hands have to be on the other person's head. And each person must be touching the animal, otherwise, that's pizza. So,
I like that. Yeah, they should do that with
Rashi.
Chang chefs.
That's the great question. The question is easier to understand than the answer. Rashi says, 3 lines from the top, Pashio, and everybody remember, the only time that Biden will made it, probably the only pizza. That's the time, but the owners,
out of nowhere,
the plane's hand is under the control center. Sometimes we even said, I'll remind you, by a psycho, by a woman. I thought exactly how could a man touch a woman? This is the old man. Bring an old plane or bring a little kid. But bottom line is, sometimes the plane's hand is underneath the owner's hand. And it's not touching the animals. It's abstract. Because also talks about it. So actually, the interesting answer is that the plane is not so important. It helps out, whatever. But the player says that each and every person has to do info. So each and every person is important. Each one is as important as the other. And if I'm important, my hand has to be touching the animal. And how do I touch the animal when other people there? So it's impossible. I was just playing this kid and everybody touches the animal. Imagine you had a carved face now. Sometimes they have a carved face now. 100 partners. There's a massive family, 30, 40 people. How do they all get touch a small little sheep? There's no smooth by a sheep, by a carved face. I'm saying, it's just an example of a lot of partners in an animal. You have a show. Whatever show you're part of, and somebody from show is going to the Sunday. Taking a flight from Chicago to where it's show. You also, hey, there's a dollar, it's some money, I want to be part of the island's deal. Right? So you need each person to be smooth. Says tomorrow, that's why it's possible. Later, they'll have it. Okay, so each one should move by themselves. Lift it up, put it down, and let the next guy do it. This is the together. So you want to put this, you're going on the link to choice, but it's done for once, not twice. They explain very nicely. It was like a Yiddish style bar. Now, when it comes to Kufa, the Kufa is on the Chestra. The Kufa is going to govern the Chestra. The Chestra, the animal itself, has to be lifted up. So sometimes it doesn't even matter who lifts it. Maybe the plane can do it for you, not everybody has to do it. The animal was lifted up, but when the mitzvah in the person, that's smooth. The mitzvah is not a mitzvah that the animal should have smooth done to it. It's a mitzvah that each person should do smooth, and that's why how many people do it? One for all the parties.
Yeah, we get it. I have a show about shop. It's a low budget thing. I get all that. Okay, but at the end of the day, this is not social media. This is real life.
Has smicha when the animal shut there. So of course the smicha after the animal dies. It's not.
I'm leaving. I don't know if you're
so,
leaving. Okay, I'm leaving.
The Kohen Gadol has
I'm
the
going to
right.
be fine.
Say, I want to do that burger right now, today.
Stay with
So
me.
imagine I was thinking to myself,
What are you going to do?
a typical Kohen goes to the kingdom to do the performance of it twice a year. In his mishmar, and even in his mishmar, family lives. You finally get to do. You're there. You're ready to go. It's that one time a year that you get to do that. Avoiding the Kohen Gadol is up. Sorry, guys. Me. can't say a word,
And
don't
I will
take
say,
it.
Mark,
So let's say you want to do the
disappoint
comment.
with the amount of replies.
I'm going to show you the picture, show you the picture. Remember, we had it, not too long ago. The comment is 13 behind them that help out. This one carries the leg, and each one that carries, we learned that you don't show the cut where the animal's cut in the butcher shop over there. You place it, it's nice. First guy, number one in line, he carries the head and one of the rear legs. The second guy in line carries the 2 feet, the 2 front feet. And that's how each person carries something. So it says like this. So imagine here you go. The guy in the front, he's carrying a head and 1 foot. Second guy, 2 feet. See how he positions against his body so you don't see his head. This guy in the back, he's not doing well. And that's how they walk, 13 guys, up the ramp. It says in the Mishnah. There's manchak playing, like let's call it 9 lines from the new pair. There's manchak playing double right when he decides, right now I'm going to do the comment, he will go up the ramp, the second in command, second guy is waiting, but something happens to play double, he becomes the command. It's kind of steep, so he needs to catch his breath. So this guy play and he takes him with the right on the right hand, they're low, pulls him up, helps him out. The first guy walking in line, he's holding the head, so he extends it, he gives it over to the Kohen Gadol. What does the Kohen Gadol do? This is the word that's not good for us. He does smicha. Smicha on a dead animal. It's the head without a body, right? I said this joke on Pesach, and Diane didn't laugh, so I can't tell you the joke. The punchline is terrible. I said it was murder, so I had to try it from the joke. We'll move on. Sarah Halem Zorka. You don't want to hear it. Sarah Halem Zorka. It's the joke. I'm not going to say the whole joke. It's the joke that the doctor would attach limbs that cut off, and they brought so he's so good at attaching the limbs. So one day they brought a head. This one I can't do. Put in plastic bag. You didn't breathe already. 20 minutes. Okay. So here you have a dead head. You have a dead head. Now it's dead. You sniff. Sorry if I lay his arm. After he does sniff. So it's a caption where you said there's no sniff on a dead head. Next, now the second guy in line, he has the 2 front feet. He gives them what calls them hands. He gives them 2 the first cut. Nice little cutting goes. He gives the first cut nice little cut, and the first cut he gives it to the cutting guy. So he does smicha, resort on, and the cutting guy tosses it into the fire. This is a halacha. I found this very interesting. I think people don't even know about it. I certainly, even if I know about it, it's like not a thing that people are not doing. Like when a kid does blima, what does everybody do? They give the character, they go to blima. So that, they used to charge money for that. So, like if you're the one giving the character, the guy do blima, that's a kid. We just do it because we help them, but that's passing the mantle, the darko, all that is all part of it. So that's what it says over here. You give it to me, I give it to you. Right. Nice little kind of. So, Sarah Halem is Arka, Mishmar Hashem. The second guy doesn't mention the first guy. The second guy gets out of line and goes back home. The guy from the Kingly Shai for the bar, and all the living. The third guy gets to the first gets to the Sangogo, he tosses it in. The third guy goes home. Then the fourth guy gives the first guy gives it up. Now, why is it the first guy? I saw that someone explained it, I forgot what it is. I think it was more of an operant kind of thing. That since the first guy, he was supposed to be the main person, and then the Kohen Gadol decided to turn out. So we let him stay on his desk for as long as he wants. And he's a big performer. So, but the Kohen Gadol sees him doing smicha on every single limb. Smicha, Sarah Halem is Arka. We're not sure if the Kohen Gadol is too weak, he can. And Sarah Halem is Arka. He let somebody else toss it into the fire. I thought, why do you see that the Kohen Gadol does do smicha on a dead animal? So why are you telling me, oh, smicha, only knufa is on a dead animal and smicha on it? Well, it's not really a thing, but to do it just to give honor to the Kohen Gadol. Instead, as if, you know, if he did the smicha to begin with, he was involved all the way, he did the smicha on this. This is more for the Israeli camera. I'll tell you as well. There's Joel Salanter. He says that it's easier to learn all of Shas than to break one bad leader that you have. To break one, to work on one leader 60. So here's the riddle: where is it easier to break 2 meters or fix 2 meters? Don't learn all the time. Right over here. How can I love things?
That's the narrative.
It's my bad joke. Where's the thing? With the head and leg? You have to picture it. Come with the head. It's straight up. He didn't bring it. Zotchen is okay. Now it's going to get very interesting. Stay left and look at Zaka. We're completely done with the Menachas and the Smicho. Moving on to how to make the Lechem HaChanan. It's a very interesting shape, a very interesting size, weighs 12 pounds bread. Massive bread. How do you do it? What's the procedure? And we're going to see a lot of stuff about the Kevin with some of the very interesting stuff. Yeah, welcome. The Leisha is after 2 breads from. Here we go. 2 breads. Those 2 breads, you have to knead them separately. In other words, don't mix up those. Don't make a very large dough and then divide it. You make one dough for this level, one dough for the second level. Then that in the oven, one. You can put 2 nuts. Nothing like fun, and 12 breads that we eat from Shabbos to Shabbos between the Shulchan, the Loishos, Achas, you never say. Same procedure as the Shtei Lechem when you make it. Each one is made all by itself. But when you bake it in the oven, you put 2 in the oven. There's a concept.
Just delusional to the extreme.
The Lechem HaChanan, you have to put it in a mold. You know what I'm saying? 3 molds. So as you make it, put it in the mold. I'll show you a little video or whatever in seconds. Issue right down, and when you take it out of the oven, let's drum this foot. You put it to another mold, and this only makes it 2, but the rest is 3. Today, Shalom, you scout it. So if the breads don't fall apart, let me show you here. Let's call this a mold. This is as it goes. And then you put it into the oven into a separate mold. That mold has, you'll see tomorrow, also has a hole in the bottom. Also square molds with holes in the bottom. And then because during the baking process it expands, you put in a 3rd mold. When it's still hot, you don't want it to fall apart when you take it out of the oven. So there's 3 molds. Second one, I'm not eating. How do I know about kneading it one by one? Putting in the oven. How do you know these things at the beginning? Mr. Kara, Shnei Yisroelim, via Chalo, or Echad. The Lechem HaChanan is 2 Yisroelim. The Sorry says about 2.5 kilos of flour, 2.2, that's what women or men also take power. When we have 2.2 kilos, like 5 pounds. So you double that. 10 pounds per power. Massive. It's like a carton of power. You don't weigh 10 pounds, I don't know. 5 pounds? So it's double than that.
It's a sign. I really like that's as embarrassing as
The
it gets.
okay.
So
I'm not familiar, but
falling for a prank that
You know what I just remembered? It just flashed by me. I might be making this up because I was only 5 or 6 years old. I used to go to the village to have a lot. If I went pretty often, and we used to leave for Rockaway like right after Abdullah, and we get to during Shal Sugar. I'm not there. We get to Shal Sugar. But he had 12 collars. Is that a thing by Rebbe? That's 12 collars? Okay, so I get to. Okay. Yeah? So on a regular Shabbos? 12 collars? Yeah. You big collars. The Rebbe's having. Okay, so small. Okay, fine. I'm telling you, he had it. I remember it. At 12 collars. I remember Father explaining to me. I was 6 years old. I don't remember seeing it afterwards. See that? He's talking about almost 47 years. Wow. The master looked him up on him. He's right. No, it makes sense. Very good, Mark. Welcome back to the Hi. Podcast. We're here with Brian Callahan. Yeah, love the Gemara. So it says, you make them as one by one. And I how do you know that each lechem of the 2 lechems of Shavuos? I say lechem, even though it's probably common, but I'm in America. They don't know what the common is. Lechem, scissors. Instead of scissors, you know. How do you know that you need them individually? I'm talking about year. It should be like in one place. How do you know that you bake the lechem upon two? You should place them. Some top is Moshe Yachid, and some Moshe Rabin. You should place in one place of 2 breads. No, the same word that we used a second ago, we're going to learn a second time. Because lechem upon but not. As a market, you can't do that. That's just against the rules. The rules are that the rule is they can only learn one concept, one along from each word. You can learn 2. I heard some picture. You already used it to teach me that the lechem upon you take the same cup or some 2 breads to 1 other. From the fact that the Torah used 2 words instead of 1 word, Masmine, Arsay, you learn 2 halachas. Says the Gemara, you should put the bread in a mold. One should put in a mold. The sample is some. You should put them in. It doesn't say the way they learn it. It's in a shotgun. The sample is putting it in some sort of mold. This one, short again, as we're talking. So, noise no push with dining bucket, you put it in while it will go, and have a special mold in the oven. And you notice in this mold, in Yoshi's thing, they designed holes in it so the heat transfers through. It's Shulaida, and he takes it out. Noise is close, he puts it in a 3rd mold, for noise is calcium, that it shouldn't fall apart. When we went to, I forgot the guy's name again. What's the name of the bakery that does what my father made this go? Side, correct. Up north or something. So just me and maybe a few other people, this is 7.5 years ago, we had a whole production we're going to bring him to another summit. I don't know, something, we were going to do it, and then the war broke out. So, Carnation Road, yes, thank you. Okay, so whoever looks at the show, people look upside down. It's interesting as a bakery, he just does it to show you how you make Se'alach and Lechem upon it. The issue is if you look at this picture and try to do this at home. So he had trouble, even though he's been doing this for a long time. He started falling in, you have to have these. Listen, maybe he was in a rush, because we're waiting there, and to bake this through and through, it takes time. So I don't know exactly what happened, but it wasn't so smart. But nevertheless, it was worth the trip, and we were planning, maybe we'll still do it. Who knows? supposed to done it. The razor says the mother don't really do it. Says great. But I asked the mother, oh, why do you need three? One, okay, one you put it in, you shape it, and the round is gold. And then you put it in the oven. What's the problem? Use it again. Use the same, when you take it out of the oven, put it in the original one. See what? It's pretty awful long. Because once you bake it, it spreads, it rises, it turns, it's a different shape. It's not the same shape, it's not the same size as the original one. Some explain that it's from the top, like when you make a challah, it goes over, whatever the shot is, it does not fit into the original one. Great. Says the Gemara, Lechem HaPanim Keita Dois. How do you make Lechem HaPanim? That's the dollar of the days. Let's say the sponsors, so we can go straight. Turning to the dot by Dart Global, expert in cross-border payment. So, I'm not kidding. What? Oh, from Germany. Yeah, I'm showing the video because it brought me to tears, seeing myself in tears. So I said, okay, maybe choke me up. Probably choke me up again. But it's in Hebrew. This is on your Strava last year. That's first. You don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't tell people it's money. It's money. So you're not sure. I'm not going to go. I didn't mean to go to Frankfurt. I don't know. Frankfurt. You're not sure. I'll book the show with the giving you the greatest revenge. You do see I'm a family. I'm a family. I'm a you do the shit. I'm a you family of 3 years old. I'm actually but I feel more and more clear that we're going to come.
Everything is set to go. The CEO.
One thing we got to show us. Sarabi Kunzo joined this year. That was a good pickup this year. Hold on, Mark, 1 second. I just want to not forget this one. This is in the mixed measures. It's unbelievable. The amount of guys that come. And this is in Gila. In Yerushalayim, right? Gila's in Yerushalayim. It's another, we have 2 places in Yerushalayim. 2 things, right? The Avi Kunzo. There's the Avi Kunzo. Okay. Him, I don't think we got. Although he did come to a show in Hollywood, Florida, but I don't think he's a part of it. Maybe. Never. Oh, yeah. One of these Zoomers, I don't know which one is what. But let's just read the words and then I'll show you the video. Communicative pizza. One is an open box. It's a box that exploded. Imagine you have a bomb inside. What's going to happen? The top will fly off. There may be 1 or 2 walls. So that's what the Lechem HaPanim looks like. That's the one we're familiar with. Table pruta looks like this. The one on the left. Another thing about it, had a little explosion inside. You know? What? After your kids open up the cover present. Okay, got it. Number 38. Got it. And Spinner Kedes means like a little boat. Really like a speedboat. So we should remember this to this almond because that's basically the almond. That's the question of the boat. How could it be square? How could it be a speedboat? Good question. The main table group it's a square, like an Amazon box that was open, no top. You have an almond, you can see it. So first of all, for me, it's a little bit of a picture, not a setup. Look, just like a little bit, because in the news, whoever follows the news, I got to know if I'm getting back to Israel time, you know, restart. So Trump said that he destroyed 158. The entire navies on the bottom of the ocean. He said, oh, besides these little speedboats, the schooner is Texas, he said. Because if they come close, we're going to blow them out of the water like we do to those drug boats. And by the way, we're down 92% on drug smuggling since we got rid of those boats. Thank you for the attention to this. He really said this yesterday. The fast boats that they had, and they were trying to lay mines with those fast boats. We're going to blow them out of the water. Schooner and Texas, today's time. So let me show you the video. Slide 38. Here we go.
Why pick something you don't like? I don't want to be in that either. I want to be that fucking death mobile that's like apparently like crazy like that movie that turned I don't blame you for not fucking
It's not a song that I need to sing, but the sound is good. Okay.
I think it says Mexico on it.
It's not a schooner. Says the more vision, when I'm not only table, so I know the Havigasca position. Now, you know that on the shulchan there's two spoonfuls of the levain. So if the table, if the bread is flat, so I can put a cup, put whatever I want on the bottom of a flat bread, and so. The problem is, if it's a speedboat, imagine a canoe. Where exactly are you putting a spoon in the canoe? So it comes to a point. Rather than actually explain it at this point, it's like a V. And the bottom is like a half an inch wide. The size of a finger, the bottom. So there's no shelf for you to put it. It's going to be like, not a good place to put it. So the Gemara answers, take a look at this. We have to actually create a little bit of a shelf in the bread so that the spoon can in it. I don't have favorite fruit, so I do not have a position. If it's a box, a square, I just put the position down on it. I don't know if it's spoon or size, it's like a post. Hey, how do you have the position? Where exactly the spoon sits? So we're walking over to each bread. There was a little indentation for this position. For the fish on all my two favorite fruits. So we're really hitting up. We're gonna go after the speedboat. At that we're gonna have one couch on the split. If you say that it's an open box, I mean I have the yastic on it. So now check this out. Between each bread, that half pipe. Take a pipe, put it down the middle, half a pipe. And on those half pipes, there would be the second layer of bread. In other words, the bread could actually lay on top of each other in boxes, like 6 Amazon boxes. That's fine. It works. Like the 6 shoe boxes. Why not? I've seen it all the time in the warehouse. But the hot bread, you need the air to flow in between the breads. Otherwise, there'll be too much moisture built up. So you put these little half straws in there. Here, let me show you. Like this. You have 3 going through the bread. The top doesn't either. The top. Really? I don't remember that. Okay, we'll have to do it again. Yeah. No. Exactly. We had him a place what I'll mean. Does I'll mean next to or on? Right. That is correct. Correct. This Gemara is going with that sheet. For the question is according to that sheet. Yeah. Now, it works well if a bread is a square, so you put 3 pipes on it. But if a bread is like a speedboat, like a canoe, how exactly is a pipe going to sit at the end of the canoe? Yeah.
Like my small teeth, no, those have been like that. Get them made smaller.
Yeah.
my big guns.
It doesn't really work. We must say that there's an extra piece over there, like a square piece. And it doesn't, it's not optimal, it doesn't have the full width of a square belt, but it has more width than just a narrow point. Well, I'm confused, okay? It's going to have to ask how would they put these pipes?
It's just,
More shit. What?
everyone is saying it, and then also there's stuff about him going to Mexico. So, you know.
Okay, I hear.
Yeah, wherever there's smoke, there's definitely a disaster.
So then you don't need any. Yeah, I hear. Good question. I don't have a good answer for you. Here's one around all my community. He's asking, how come you have to put it all in? Put it in, push it in 5 inches. You know, it'll be close to
Every time he gets called something like that,
it
that's
wouldn't.
when he's getting clipped for it. It's like, oh man. Next year I was joking.
Maybe what he's saying is maybe it has to do with what they call, the Gemara says later on, the sneefim. The sneefim. So we'll see, maybe we'll get to the sneefim are these walls. That went all the way up. They're not walls, they're poles. And those poles are positioned all the way up. Not what you're saying. Okay, let's see. The Praga, I'm just throwing this out there. They're the next Park City, but those of us who go skiing, snowboarding, just have pipes.
I like that.
Right? So thank you.
It's great. It's all about guys.
Can't even tell those really good. But in America, you found something called the half pipes.
Papa's biggest hater is because his comedy
Half
jokes.
pipe. I don't know about you. You ever you guys are half pipes? But it's not. I'm not on such a level. But once in a while, you go in there. It's very, you go back and forth the whole day. Yeah. Okay. It's a half pipe where like snow and you go up and you jump and you don't have to jump. And I just in the bike parks off from and when I go on not only. So this is when I'm going to table. Where are we? 4, 6, 8, 8, 19. This one when I'm going to table 2, 100 is not for 15 or less. If the bread is flat, so I understand why I need side posts. They call them side posts. Let's see if you have a good picture to see them. Okay. So the sneefim are already showing it way wider than the usual. It doesn't answer your question right over here. But over here, these walls, they go up. What are they doing? They're holding the bread in place. But imagine if you had a canoe. They put a canoe between 2 walls. What's going to happen to the canoe? Move it over. A straight canoe between 2 walls. Are the walls going to hold it straight? Not necessarily. It's on a point. The bottom goes like this. Here, I'll show you a picture. You're looking at it like crazy. So over here, the walls hold the bread in place. So over here, the wall does not hold the bread in place. Why? It's going to fall over.
I do like how Mark Harley talks about TFK.
Go one side.
Like JFK assassination. Except there's nobody that died. But he's like,
something like that. It's not. What good
Yeah,
does this do? That's question number one. Also, these sneefim are not really what the Gemara talks about. You don't have to see what the Gemara says in a second. Okay. Hello, man. All my community like that. But if it's the bow, the company's going to let them how the sneefim, the sidewalk, hold up. So the other who we have. Let's see where that is. Oh, there's a half pipe from the.
Tip of the iceberg.
Is that me? I don't think it's me.
But this is a 5-minute video for Bastion. PGL just goes. If there's anything you took from
This could show us. So basically, the Gemara is saying that there's like a little, there's like a basket or something. How do you describe it? Here, like this. Take a look now. There's like, yeah, there's like there is an indentation there. It's the shape of the boat. You put the boat in there, so there's a shape, there's a rock inside the side. It says Gemara, Bishloim, sorry, hatred sample is speaking not on how big the speaking helps the bread at all. So under my angle, you have a shape to it, like a slot, and the bread fit into this. Bishloim, when I go to Mitzvah if you say that the bread is like a bowl, I need to be in it. I understand why you have the side wall. Element the Omer can take a fruit though. But if you say that the breads are square, speaking normally, what exactly do walls help square flat boxes that are on top of each other? They're not going anywhere. It's not holding it in place. They're squares without a wall. Let's see, we did something over here. So this one right over here. The breads are good without the wall. The breads are not moving. So tomorrow, I will the lesson because of the weight of the bread. Don't break. So Mela, you need to put the walls. You need to put these. They need to be suspended and not on top of each other. Right, because the weight of the bread, all the bread, 6 bread on top of each other will crush the bottom. Here's how I don't like to scenery and see if I got from an office. So this one is hard to explain over those house pictures. I'll try to do my best. If this is the snip is like a L shape, and this sits on the table. Okay? So where does the bread go? Bread can't go on the L shape. There has to be directly on the table. How is the L shape going to fit on the bread? Okay. But if it's a boat, with the shape of the boat is like this, so the L shape sits right underneath the boat. Yeah? Are you with me? If this point is the point of the boat. So this part is on the table, and the L bracket fits right underneath the curvature. Yeah? Masking or not masking? Let's see if we can find something here. Yeah, you can see it over here. Here, check this out. The L shape over here fits right underneath the bread. You see, the bread is not laying on it. Maybe put some pressure on it, to it, but not on it. You see this bracket right over here? It's not so good. It's elevated, but okay. It's not with the bread. It's still touching the table. There, the point of the bread is on the table. And then the bread has a curvature. So the bread is not disturbing this L bracket. But if you have a flat bread that has to be in this area, how exactly is this going to sit? How is this going to work? There's some extra pieces over here. Let's see. Let's see how we did it over here. Okay, you can't really see. But, says the Gemara, the answer is that there's no L bracket. That's the shita is going to be that they're just directly on the floor. The sneakers are just on the floor. They're not under a bread. They're just on the floor. I remember yeah, you're on the ground, don't worry about it. You're right. If you hold that the bread is like a boat shape, so then the sneakim are on the table. Because it doesn't really interfere with the bread. The bread has a point, it's a V. The Ziri on there can take a fruit off. According to all that says that it's a box, square, sneakim are down. The Kagim must say that the sneakim are not laying on the table because there's no room for them. There's bread on the table. So they're on the floor. And as long as I'm reviewed, I left them mamid of sneakim. That sneakim are medium salad. So, this is good. The shmak. We'll put this in here. Mark? You know? Oh, you got it. Okay, great. That's a good one. Yeah, see this? So here you have it just has, it says the bottom of the bowl to be touching the floor without touching the metal on this portrait. I forgot what they call it, like just, or what this portrait is called, like in Miami. And they're shooting yachts out, things that are much, much larger than this thing. Massive. Okay, so we want to get to the end before. So it says in the Gemara, we're at the end. So nothing, let me just show you this one more time. Oh. So good. Excellent. Pause it. Stop. Great. So if you notice, the bread actually holds down the wall, and the walls hold the bread in place. They help each other out. Without the bread, the walls will fall backwards. The bread puts pressure on. But without the walls, the bread will tilt, tip over. So each one helps the other. But if the bread are square, so the breads are not on top of the sleeping, they're not holding the sleeping in place. The sleeping is sit on the ground. So the bread is not helping the wall. And what exactly is the wall helping the bread? So therefore, it doesn't go well. It makes a lot more sense that manoma is going to have to go, that the bread is more of a dancing boat. It's a boat shape, and it helps the sniffing. The sniffing helps it. Rabbi side have been wonderful.
Where is the book for spreading Torah throughout the world? Sponsor us here today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor MDY.com.
That's funny, but Chappelle's face was like, what is this reenacting, man?
Get an appetizer, like I got the tomato over here, they're slapping the table, so like everyone's looking. On this week's Food Truck Diaries, and I'll pick up
Good morning, Rabbi Isai. Welcome to Well, thank you for opening your house. Very selective. Good friends. This is everything. And speak often, right? Is it a wedding? 2 weddings. I was created. And of course, I asked that to Shiva, especially Mrs. I messed up. I got the wrong color napkins. Baby was a big deal. She wanted red, and she wanted maroon. And I was in my mind, when she would get it was maroon, red. Messed it up. Okay. I'm still not sure what the difference is, but yeah. This is big enough for me, though. Do not maroon and red, two different things. And okay. Yeah, but with her mood, a little off. But she still remembers the very face. Okay. Wait, so I'm asking if Philip Rabbin. It wasn't the first time, it wasn't the last that I heard somebody. Okay, anyway. No, it's just when you came, when you came to shoot, you kind of gave me nothing, you gave me something. That's what it was. The whole couple of years. Got it. Okay.
Why does nobody ever ask?
It's good. Okay, we have to go over here now. Oh, remind me, I don't want to say because I didn't have married yet. So this is tonight's Spira. Say it. Excuse me, not going to say it. This is 11. And it's sponsored by, there's 2 sponsors actually. The first has Martin Visions, so don't take this Martin Israel, but they ask me for some up. And Swiss Oiler. And Robert. To the ladder? To the ladder. That's for it. I don't know, I don't see the first letter here. No, maybe. In Ireland, Dublin. Ireland. Different I don't know, the first word was a little, I don't know. Maybe Michael, figure out the first name. Michael Katz, in memory of Yitzhak David Ben who did the doc for 17 years on his 25th. To me, it looks nice. You know, but he didn't see that. You know, it's a youth.
My favorite is because I don't think I've heard that before.
There's a vav listen. There's not a vav listen, but that's mamish today's sugya. That without a vav, you can still read it. Mamish unbelievable. Baruch Shekach. Kisra Hashem. We're gonna have the word yod vav. The word yod vav. No, it's without a yod. Without a yod. You read it yod vav. Instead of yod vav. Without a yod, it would be yod vav. And over here, without a vav. No, without a yod. Okay, it's the same thing. Yeah.
When I worked for Showtime, my paid job
Oh, so this is a reminder. This is what happened. Last year, exactly today. I know it's exactly today because I was flying back from America, so I had that little beard, this beard. I got off the plane, I found myself in Germany on the All My Car. I've never done this before. I've never been on a share in a public place, even from the Jews. So I'm not going to sit down at a wedding and people walking around. So in the middle of the airport, in Germany, I feel outside. I can hold myself out. I got to show those Germans that we're still there. Everybody's supposed to win. We're winning players around it. They're not going to stop us. I get a cheer there. And it was actually raining and it was lucky. Okay, fine. But what I wanted to show you is this salad right over here. He lived in Germany for 7 years. As far as the famous kind of control, he was working with Abu Rich. That's the father. That's, most of big, long, white beard, a baby guy. And the son, a lot of times it happens. The father's like this. So he saw the shears, and he didn't even connect it to it. And he was thinking, this guy, he has a big stab in the power.
Your brother ain't crushing it, Bubba.
I said, so
So it's like, man, I feel it. I'm with you, brother. I'm doing great. I'm glad he's making this money.
He writes to me over here. He says, it's a year. Mom's year. A year that gave me new life. Life with meaning. Hayim Chadashim. Today, exactly a year ago, I tasted the Gemara, the sweetness of Gemara. There's no second to it. It's number one, basically. And I love you. I don't have to do it. It's many good different things like no rerun, just the doc and how they call it every day. Beautiful, the whole place, MDY, official, with the logo, the whole thing, with the beautiful flat screen, there's pictures on the screen in Hollywood. Go check it out.
Belly is sitting here and Roger takes a show with alcohol there. And this is how we're going to listen to a belly.
Oh, those are the three circles he's watching. You love it. Okay, beautiful. What's wrong? What else do we have here? Okay, we're going to the sponsors. Official edition, everyone shots, except the sponsor of the Iranian and Leading family, carried by Anonymous, Rejad Hashem. The Daf, Shad Gimel, Elliot, and Susan Hagler, in memory of our father, Yitzhak brother, Derek T. Rudo, the Shomer Shad Maria, Shema.
Alrighty, y'all. That's it for this week. Join the Patreon. We got Sam back
Like the people donate. Go to the same cause. David Solomon, dedicated memory of Holy Mary, the small farm for the time he does the home drop off. The second sponsor, Joel the Guys, the National Power Jacket, that was an answer to the guys, the Positive Foundation. is it nicht was Rabbi Goyer so apology to mention Sigilui, not as before Shlema Lamush Ben Zah, not as for Shlema, and a Richatzon Kalev as Esther, Shalmati, Spicha, the Alpha Zah, Chesed, so Kadiakamor, if I keep steiging, Senate growth of family, Cavi Island, Cain, Hunter, Rebellion, change my meaning of life. Writing on Murray, Yosemite Benny, and all the East with Turkey and the wife, with both the Shams Kari. Among the sponsors, Ari Simon, the first name of the Murray, Baruch Miriam. Weekly sponsors anonymous in honor of Rebellion, Martin Nazi, and the entire D12 do not slow down for a second. Aaron Down Shkoya. Daily sponsors, Aaron Down in memory of Mendel Ben Kubio, Uncle Dolan. Easter on the 7th day of Pesach at 83 years old. Little things, remember about her mother and grandma, Memphis, Rami Basket, had a weekend in celebration of like 2,000 daf. Mazel Tov Adam, 2,000 daf of Gemara. So when did it start? I don't know. The same chance is a little over a year. So the campaign started before Daughters. Daily sponsors. Here we go. Elliot and Susan Hagler, in memory of his government to Yehuda, who completed his job for 7 years on his 25th yard side. The Shalom should have an Aliyah. Winner, Ergo Mini. Let's read it properly. Ergo Mini. Ergo Mini. Honorable Badia, winner, Ergo Mini. Let's say that. It's rough being a documentary 92. Anyway, Limon, Muslim, Jonathan, Anita, membership of Bracha, the Muslim, Rabbi Esther, the Yela, Daniel, Zed, Ben, Ayel. So, one side, we have the Shmakadaf, very, very easy daf, probably a little shorter than the usual daf in terms of time. If we had a 4, 4. Thanks to
as always, join the Patreon.
So we're talking about Simcha. What is Simcha? To remind the Olam, I don't want you to be like Salman, who came in late and didn't see this video. You know it's Simcha. There's other people coming in and you know that you also you recite one word. You don't know what Simcha is. Here it is. Now, what is wrong with this video? What is wrong? So, Shmuel will tell you what's wrong. Shmuel, you know what's wrong with the video? The location. The location. Where do you do Simcha? Where do you think you do Simcha?
We talked a little live about how much it's so.
You Simcha right there by the example you shut that area where you do the Simcha. That's where you do Simcha. How do I know? You're going to see in a second that Simcha happens right before. The Shmita happens immediately after the Simcha. So this is a little off. You can actually see in the chat in the background that red line over there is just
Yeah, I don't know how much we got to get through today, but I know that there's one thing that we have to address. Somebody's already put in the chat.
You can see the Karen on top. I think we're too far here. This is showing as if, because I guess the artist had an issue. How do you show them going in there? Now go in. The answer is he's allowed to go in. This is going to be the mitzvah.
I'm going to read this to you, okay? Okay, I'm ready.
For instance, there's a fascinating halacha that I'm very fascinated by. It's always troubles me. I don't have a flip shot, but I heard from the Yashin and Mitri, I heard from the Berba, and one of them said, maybe both of them said, so when you put on your filling, typically speaking, if you touch your bicep, wash your head. You touch your ear, you like you're going into your scalp, you have to wash your head. They say, one of them says, that if you put on filling and touch your bicep, you don't have to wash your hands. Why? Because you're doing mitzvah. I'm always showing. I thought it has to do with cleanliness. They say no. When there's another shita, there's two shitas that always like more for megalobas. What do you want? Megalobas is the tumor that comes down, or the this one. This one I always thought has to do with cleanliness. This is we are mistaken. But they're saying that the mitzvah takes away the obligation to watch it. So here, the mitzvah of smicha, you show come inside. Don't just hang out there. You just make them leave. We're not even discussing that. We're holding 2 lines from the inside. You know what? I hear it say, So the Mishnah that a son who inherits an animal that was designated as a korban from his father. So the Irish, the inheritor, who does sneak. I was also just in normal way, there's a lot of better people talk, I don't even know what happens. Those who were listening to this, anybody here, what's fun? You find them now. The guy that's around is still going to find them. Two of them that killed requires their own, spirit. But a terrible tragedy shook me up, and I'm going to mention it again. So I wasn't focused. You stroke Goldstein's brother-in-law was listed at a very, very young age, at least 20 probably, where he got his wife pregnant with their only child, and his wife birthed his child. And just 2 days ago, his wife was missing. She's in her 40s, he was in his 20s, both 2 young people, and they left this 7 or 8-year-old boy by himself. I used to raising money for him. I don't know what to do with him. And if anybody wants to donation the cost, maybe Muslim book things. We didn't discuss it. I'm saying, I didn't tell Chola. Usually we don't do that, but maybe there's something for him. I don't even know. I'm hoping that he's taken care of. People are putting the thing up. Oh, Mark is ready. He has a link. Okay, so if you find the link, put it up. Something about it. This is a case of like, wow, just in the album name, crazy. Tiger, this just got me going. Somebody loses his father, and he loses him for an animal. It says, you do see. The problem is, funny enough, for not having to grow up, but yours is like so. Now I gotta be very good mood. Gotta look at parents. Yours does not receive. Yours ain't like me. He's got the opposite of the Mishnah. Okay, it says yours does not receive. The Irish cannot Torah and say, oh, animal P looks so much better than animal A, which my father designated. Let me put animal P instead of animal A. Now animal P becomes just like animal A, and it doesn't work. So you're depressed. Charlie, Frankie Gemara, Robert Calvin, Banana, you're so many things with yourself out. 3 things, 2 members. It says in our Mishnah, the Irish does me. And he brings the libations, the wine, the flour, the oil, everything. We name it, and does Torah. On my leg, that's kind of, you want me to flip it. You want me to say that yours doesn't sneak up. On my leg, it says, no. I'm just trying to test it. See over there. Well, that's this of my law. You must look at my face up, man. Who's the bright son? My sister doesn't even admit it. Here, who's the bright son? But you're really, this is what you do. Sign yours, so not yours. That's like our mission, the yours. The other maybe so that yours, maybe yours, is of the opinion, the opposite of our mission. I don't know, I didn't see it, but a lot of times you say establishments in later. It makes sense. Maybe now when she says the inheritors does Smicha and review this.
You know it's real because there's no mention of the code.
Remind me your name again.
If he was like any never loved the code or whatever, then it's
I remember you from used to work with small who shouted for years and how many years?
it's possible that he's real and did watch Restream.
Too many people it was a long time, but what I'm surprised is I wasn't see you, the guy in the yellow jacket. You did share both in Hebrew and English. That's crazy. Every day. You try every day. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you know, this show is all about painting narratives.
Okay. Fine, we go back there.
Galactus, my North Star, was somewhere for
My timer, there you go. Where do you get this? There's not the sneaker. Carbon, no, you don't carbon off. Because if you look at the top of the you look at first off the street, that's what it's for money. Which the tomorrow's going to repeat again today. Using 3 lessons we learned from people money. If you distill one, he takes one and he says, for money, it has to be your own, not your father's carbon. The other, see, let's say this like I do. Once you know that inheritance is not used he also learns in there that he doesn't use Torah. The Gemara calls the beginning and the end. The beginning is where you do Tmura, the end is where you do Smicha, because Smicha is all at the tail end, right before you sheft, the moment before you sheft. It says, Y'all feel Hagdish. I learned Tmura, where I do Tmura from says Hagdish. And what? Ma says Hagdish Yorish Ain't Simon. I feel Hagdish Yorish Ain't Neimer, just like Yorish not Smicha, you cannot do Tmura.
Thank you, Sal.
Okay.
So he's the bit from the things he was talking about.
Okay, it's fine. Don't worry about it, Mike. Don't worry about it. Shema. So, tell me when you're completely ready. Mark is the day. Like, as I'm speaking. They took yesterday's thing, showed it to my sister-in-law. We didn't trust you know that's laughing, but let show. It should be a having that tragically passed away from at a young age of 43. And here's a scam grenade. AB charity.org campaign .php. Because if any money gets this place, I'll be very surprised because the name is super good. Question mark IP equals 760. Better than Spanish. Every dollar goes to all the dollars go to 760. And never figure out the father or mother. Okay. Something enough. Oh no, just imagine this. That's nice. Never saw his father. Never saw his father. So the Gemara, so we have a review that says that a young inheritor does not do Shmicha, does not do Tmura, and Rabbanan say no. Since there's an actual word, it should listen, Hamer, you do Tmura, what's Hamer Yamer? The Rabbi says a young when I said the word Hamer, it just struck me because I'm in Chicago and there's a lot of Hamers here. And Joy was driving Hamers because there's this big rebate on the electric. And it reminds me, a guy gave me a ride in his Silverado. They gave him the Silverado plus $500. It cost me zero plus he got $500. Beautiful car, $650 horsepower. He's flying. And he put him some more. They took me from shul to my house in 1.3 seconds. And he got it for free. The driving for free. When you show a car like that, you got to drive it. Probably perfect to do that. Well, no, no, that. $150,000 a week. I mean, it's double. You know, it's $100,000 gross item. Only on the Robinson saying it is. I was actually offered one. That's a business in Chicago. I was like, what are you going to do with the hunger? My wife's not going to be able to drive it. I mean, you're really in the I don't even know how to cut up. It says the word Homer twice. The rabbis say to include the inheritor that one does smicha. The Yoel is so sorry that he does Tmura. He does Tmura. Once it's the opposite of review. Once I know Tmura, I know smicha. The Rebbe says once I know smicha, I know Tmura. And he's going back. Once I know smicha, no, so Tmura, no. And now I'm going to say once I know Tmura, yes, so smicha, yes. It's just where you start from the beginning to the end. It's the same idea. You know, so if I just repeal this Hagdish, and I learned the end of Hagdish, meaning the smicha part, the smicha from the beginning. Not real Hagdish Yerush. Which is what like we learned from Amr Yomer, that inherited does Tmura. Sorry, Hagdish Yerush, so too he does smicha. Just make sure.
I thought that was like a way of saying something.
Yes, okay. Well, it says review the learns that only his own carbon, you don't speak on the father. So what Rabban do with this? So this is what we learned yesterday. So do Chazar, carbon gun. The guy's carbon does not require smicha. And you are not permitted to do smicha for your carbon. The rabbis called out carbon and smicha. And these 5 partners, 25 partners, every single one of the partners must do smicha. The rabbis called out carbon and smicha less than. He argues and he says, this is 25 partners, one partner brings it to this and it just does smicha, and that's it. Minami Islam, even if you would hold that every one of 25 people have to do smicha, I don't need two special sukim to teach me do not do for a guy, do not do for your friend. It's the same exact idea. Do not do it for another human being. What's the difference? Going after. If I don't do it for my friend, I don't do it for a guy. If I don't do it for a guy, I don't do it for my friend. You have to like say Christ, therefore I have two extra. Kabbalah is hard Kabbalah with another, that's what he's learning. That the Kabbalah comes to say, not for your father. Another one, like I said before, biblical rabbis called about the Smicha, that all the people that are artists that have to do this.
I mean, that guy posted this strange, like,
Rabbi Yehuda, Hamer Yomer Me'ach. Chacham learned from Hamer Yomer that it says that Yoirish need to do Tmura. So what does it really do with it? He says Yoirish cannot do Tmura. So there's extra word, Yomer. What is this? The very little rabbi says that a woman can do Tmura. Why would I think that? The sign you teach the whole entire parish of Tmura just talks about a man, Zachar. Masafel Rabbi says how can we even include a woman? We add her, we say that she could do Tmura because of these extra words. How do they know that a woman can do Tmura if they already used up Hamid Yomer from the rest? That she was the in, from the Vav of in. Rabbi Yehuda, the in is like that, because it doesn't hold that you can learn a drasha from the Vav. Zok Deila Yemishna, we're doing great here, no? Telling you, easy to get Spanish. Hakol Soger. I love this. Everybody does sleep. Everybody besides everybody. We left no one on the list. Why? I'll tell you why. First of all, right off the bat. Hakol Soger. Tvot, Neferish, Shaita. This should take away 99% of society. I'll tell you why. First of all, I'll tell you a joke. This is just because we have young kids here, so you guys don't just forget about it. It's one of the jokes that I shouldn't say, but unfortunately I can't control myself. I'm going to say it. If you don't like it, take it out. This Shaita, his wife asked me if he could babysit. Das macht die. It's a rhyme. You have Gemara to the Kudus. Very nice. How are you? Yeah, good to see you. Mom's came perfect in time for this shtickle. So this Shaita, his wife goes out for a bunch of hours and she leaves the baby with him. She comes back. She can't even say it's very right. You tell me after you yell at me that I shouldn't say it. And that's why 25 people are going to leave the show. Too bad to say, I can't go to it. She won't say fair. He doesn't even think I should say it. Okay, so she comes back and the smell is very nice. You couldn't trust the diaper. I don't understand why you're so upset. On the box it says it's good for 10 pounds. Anyways, but what's a short term? For students myself today, I just how come we live here in America? The other reason the partying, they're always thinking about making Aliyah anytime soon. The funny neighbor, they move, but other than that, we are good over here. The guy told me yesterday he was here, he just said his father has a giant room in the basement, hundreds, thousands of wines. That's one of the reasons. Hummer, one of the big reasons I shopped today, I don't know if I don't realize it. First of all, Amazon. Amazon is a big one. It's a Aliyah scale. Because that thing, you go on and just click, and it comes within sometimes 3 hours, 5 hours, the next morning, and then I know when you open up the package, you know exactly that it's a toothbrush or two things, but it's such a geschmack feeling when the amount you open it up, you know? That's one thing. And I noticed another thing. This, and I told we don't have it. Over here, I was busy making sure that they take the garbage. When they take the garbage, I don't know if you caught this. Maybe because I'm one that it was overpiled. From Shabbos, and I wasn't sure if they would take it, not take it, and that feeling of relief. That keeps people here. I'm telling you. Okay, fine. You're not asking. You can write in. So there's a lot of things you can write in to mizgati.com. I was insulted by mby.com. Great. So, I was very busy. The truck come, did not come. Then when it came, to take the whole thing, and it left a little bit on the floor. And so we're not. We just throw it in the public thing, and the cats eat it, or whatever. It's time to get us. Hakol Simkin, Chutz Mucheresh, Shoitim Katan. These three, it's a deaf mute, right? Always. Cheresh doesn't mean deaf. Cheresh means deaf mute. So in the time of the Gemara, they're illiterate. They're considered. They don't have das. They can't have kavana. A shoit is a shoita, katan. When you do smicha, you have to have the kavana. You have to be able to say, I am doing, I'm leaning on this. I'm doing it l'shem mitzvah. Besuma and a blind man cannot do smicha. The nachri and idol worship. The eved, the shliach, the yisha. You have the slave, the shliach, and a woman. Just the shliach. Once in a while, I say this myself to emphasize shlichus. There was a Rav like 250 years ago. I have to look it up exactly. When I say the name, you'll have when. Let's call it 200 years ago. He goes to Chasana, and he stays and he stays. And somebody asked him, the Rav, he's in and out. The Rav never stayed at Chasana more than 10 minutes. The Rav stayed for 2 hours already. He said, because the Eger asked me to come to the Chasana as a shliach. He might still to go to the Chasana. Told him, so if I'm doing the shliach, I want to be shliach for as long as I can. So I'm staying here for 2 hours till the end. Anyway, so that's a shliach. You don't do smicha if you're a shliach. You don't do smicha if you're a woman. Then it says the Mishnah was smicha shiyorim. The smicha is the leftovers of the mitzvah. What does it mean it's the leftovers? It's not the ikar mitzvah. It's not ma'akev. So if you didn't do smicha, you're okay. You don't have to bring another part. How do you do it? Ala roish b'shtei yadayim. 2 hands on the head. I'll say it over here. Why not? There's a question. A lot of people have a minute to give their children a bracha on Friday night. So most of you probably do with 2 hands, right? So just so you know, the Dhamma says you shouldn't do with 2 hands because it's saying the Yivarech Hashem, so it's like Kirkis Chayadim. And you should only do it with 1 hand. That's what he says. Throw it out there.
Dude, what if you just watch
what about what the father saying that?
things that
I don't know. I never seen anybody sit down and do it. I mean, you call your kids over, come. But no, the fathers would go from kids. No. Oh, maybe that's what Hashem punished you. Hashem showed you. You always do it too. Really? Because of this? You knew about this idea? And do you make them come to you? You go around the table. Yeah, okay. And they're talking while he's doing it. The whole kiss thing. The kiss. Right. Okay? I'll write for stay down. Smichas with 2 hands. Oh, so the Mishnah L'chor says 2 halachas. It actually pops up here as 2 halachas. The one is going to say that's 1 halacha. I just noticed now there's a zayin and a ches by me, as if it's 2 separate halachas. So what? In the play, you did. It's one halacha that comes up to that. In the same area where you do the smicha, you do the smicha, you notice over here in the pasuk, the somach yodeh arosh ha'olam, that's the beginning of the Torah, and right afterwards it says the shachar. So smicha and shchita, they go one after the other, they follow each other. It shouldn't be any, basically, shouldn't be a hefsek between you. You have also like the halacha, the mechila, bracha. Like you watch that, you say bracha. There's a certain the one after another. That kind of a logic. Says the Gemara, that's easy. I know, can't do smicha. The lab no daily. You need kavana. You don't have kavana. Nothing that I could get. There ain't so can make going something. So I'm just gonna steal some places over here. And on the days, and the Gemara says that there's no smicha by women because the Gemara doesn't bring it here in the first because it's the same passage. The Bnei Yisrael. The Bnei Yisrael, not Bnei Yisrael. Okay. Ella Suma Metamela. Why is a blind blind man excluded from Smicha? Machlokes. Rav Chisda, Rav Yitzchak bar Rabbi. Chad Omar Atzi Smicha Smicha Miziknei Uda. I learned from the Sanhedrin by the parallel Davar. And just like in the Sanhedrin, you can't be part of the Sanhedrin if a person is blind across the you can't be part of the Sanhedrin. That's like the people who go, what's the see? So too, so we learned Smicha that by Smicha also a person can't be blind. So Taisus on Omen Days, I know I put it in the slide, but I can't find it now. He says, it even says that it belongs in Omen Aleph. I'm sure. Yep. So it says, as Taisus is a bomb question. Sanhedrin can't have anyone. You can't have a broken arm. You can't have a missing ear. So then anybody has a missing ear, broken arm, can't do smicha. There's nothing to do with blind. You're going to learn from the Sanhedrin, and the Sanhedrin can have a mode. So the blindness is not the only mode. And then he says, and the other sheep that you really get to, he learned from Restream, and the Mac also another bond question. So then a person that's blind in one ear should also, and in one eye should also, blind in one eye should also be parted from smicha. And then we ask, and then why do you need a special passage in the scroll to say that not the most scroll and that not women can't be part of Sanhedrin? So that also alone takes care of women. Okay, a bunch of good questions. Call upon it. So we're at the 2 lines from the bottom. I learned what's the Oilas Riyah again, Rabbi said we got to get this straight. Everybody must remember this. Oilas Riyah is the Oilah when you come to see Hakadosh Baruch Hu. You come to the Beis Hamikdash, you get off from Chicago, and these guys that come in. I did it once. I had a deal that I closed. So Yosef, you weren't involved then. It was a long time. It was during the, what do they call it? The 2008-9 over there. Not the depression. They had a word for it. No, they had housing crisis. Okay. So they had a word for the recession. During the recession, thank you. I had a house, it's like a mansion, one of the Prince House. I sold it. So I got on a plane. I went to the Kaisel straight from Ben Gurion Airport. Kaisel, thank you Hashem. 3 minutes, just thank you. Got back on a plane, went back to Chicago. If I were to do that in the time of Beis Hamikdash, I would have to bring a carbon. You can't come into this and someone like warn you. You can't really. Today we bring a ripped shirt or this Kaisel shirt that you don't have to rip. You do rip. Then you have to come with a carbon. Come like a man. Say hello. Bring something special to the Rebbeinu show. It's all Oilas Riyah. The what? Chad Omer Asi Smicha. It says by Oilas Riyah Smicha. And obviously Oilas Riyah. Seeing, you see Hashem, a blind man is public from his cousin. But I know, it's real, like I don't know knowledge from Jitney. Not everyone's just going to do the class. If you learn it from Restream, how can you learn it from the Sanhedrin? If you learn it from Sanhedrin, how can you learn it from Restream? My dad will be that's how the girl don't even dream about saying these things. Because the Restream is an individual part, it's not a communal part. And Parallel Davar is a tzibur. So I don't want to learn from this tzibur. It's different. And one that lives in Adam, I can learn from the other one. It's better, no? So, but we need the I want to learn from a place that says the word smicha in the pasuk. It's real. Doesn't say foolish smicha. You go from you only learn from another place. Depending on the time of the reach by Abba, by Yager, you have to have mishpat. This is the word mishpat. Mishpat doesn't know. It should be like doesn't know. But by Oshri, it doesn't say smicha. You know that it's kind of smicha. Great. Each one has a reason why. He doesn't learn from the pasuk. Okay. So the Gimel on the base, you may want to say, answer. Clearly that. By that global, we lost him. That global, experts across the border. Look, this is the guy talking about there, telling you. Since he since he doesn't train it out, a lot of people. He told me, hey, I heard from a lot of people use it. You use it. I didn't know that you use Bevers, I didn't know. But it's I can find out, I can tell you. The Shmuel use you. But it works. Okay, so it's today to advertising. 45,000 people see it. The special orange people making aliyah and buying their apartments. Do money exchange, do dollars to shekels, do $100 through the Irish sign is a very big part of your life, and they're global. Okay? I'm big into advertising still. So I was just talking to Shmuel about it before Shir. I forgot I wasn't saying I was telling overheard was telling somebody, but I didn't see the names. I'm like, okay, here's the name. I call upon him. Jumping in actually have these three not too serious. It says in the Torah the word Yod Doi 3 times. Yod Doi, Yod Doi, Yod Doi. So it says 3 times. Not the hand of the slave, not the hand of the shliach, and not the hand of his own wife. It says more than I called Hani Mamali. Why do you 3? Say. Learn one, all of them. You say 1 time Yod Doi, and the other includes the Evan, the shliach, the wife. I wouldn't know that it comes exclusively but a slave. Why? Because a slave is the least connected to a full-time Jew. He has some mitzvahs, but not a regular amount of mitzvahs. So therefore, maybe that's why he can't do smicha for you. It's different than you. I was still about mitzvahs. You're talking about another Jew. Another Jew could do mitzvahs just like you. So if you can do the mitzvah, he can do it for you. Why? He can do your son's bris milah for you. He can do a lot of things for shlichut. Why can't he do smicha? Oh. I was thinking about mitzvah, so I know this one. It's much like you. You can even bring your carbon pencil for you. Everything. Yes, and I'm the Eved, the Shliach, the Lakifufe Daniel, because it's not like the body, it's not like you yourself. I was Yishtoi, the famous line of Oisai. Yishtoi, the Buffet Daniel. A wife is like you yourself. Came at this way. Maybe she should have the ability to do something for you. Sweet. So first of all, this is a bomb kasha on the body of the vein. I went to the doctor. Told the doctor, our foot hurts. I felt my wife's pain. Our foot hurts. It wasn't his foot. Our foot hurts. My wife's foot hurts. It's a little bit of a shy on that. Okay. So I gotta tell you this. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Seriously. You gonna hear this? You have to think about it for 3 seconds. I'm going to give everybody 5 seconds to think about it. It's a bomb. You go home, tell it to your wife, but it's beautiful. You're only going to ask, maybe other people ask you as well, it's an obvious question. Why did the Rebbeinu Shalom create other movies? And afterwards, you realize, so he splits him and then does a whole surgery. Hunty created like a giraffe. Everything's great. Says the Israeli is unbelievable. The Shabbat wanted to make them one. You can't take one thing and another thing and put them together and make them one. That's 1 plus 1. If it's 1 to begin with, and you chop it in half, and you put the 2 pieces back together, that's 1. It's money, no? Yeah, but what's the money? Never heard it. Wow. Hey, I think it's great. Think about it for a second. It doesn't mean to stick your group on. We used to be one, but this world split us. So now it's possible to get back together and become one. But if you take 2 different things, they were creative by themselves. They can never be one. They could be 1 plus 1. They could be infused. You could try to, how do you say about kingdom? You solder them together, and you can do it. You can try doing a lot of things. They'll never be one. No, it's solder. No, it's called lautim. You know what you think? What? Right. Mama, and you mean fits in well? You both are. You can't take 2 buffers and make it put it together. You can mush them together with heavy essence. That means it's literally One piece. Yes, it's interesting. Okay. Whatever that means in physical, I don't know exactly.
That's true.
Yeah.
Right? That is something that we also thought.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. True.
Benching.
Yeah. Rejection codes. Anti-rejection. It's a life. I mean, this piece of meat is not part of me.
Trying to talk to him about some topic and he just smashes Brian's
Huh? Oh. So, we used to have the sponsor of Turning the Knob, was Restream, and I just thought that's the one that dropped us. Restream, I guess no one read too different from UI. But now we have a new idea. You take anti-rejection pills on the date. We can't reject you. You have to get a date. Once you get a date, you're not going to be rejected. Says Gemara. Smicha shiar mitzvah. It says the Mishnah that what? Smicha is like the leftover, so to speak, of the mitzvah. The water explained, it's not ma'akim. You don't do it, it's not the rule. It says in the puzzle, somehow, hold on. I don't want to miss anything, you know? Oh, this is great. I love this one. These are people that are public from Smicha. Oh.
That's funny. I should turn it back on. I turn it on. No, I think we're still on. Oh, fuck. Damn it. I turned off the stream. If it turned off for you, that was me. Because the lights are high. Toasty. Oh, dude.
That's how it's like.
That is clever shit, dude. And somebody wrote in the comments that like all the jokes go over my head, and I was like, fuck that, they don't.
I'll tell you what it is here. This particular one. You know, maybe it's, yeah. Zog Gemara. Hallelujah. That's where we're holding? No, not yet.
Is there really
Oh, the son of the Nirzo. That if you do smicha, you get a kapara on David. If you smicha the kapara, it's not a kapara. No, what do you mean? We thought everybody knows. Anybody that learns tzvach knows that the number one avoida on the carbon is the zrikas adam on the mizbeach. That's a weird one that I found, but you get the idea. The idea is that the dam is not the smicha. Who came up with the smicha? You can smicha on the Torah, they don't know the dam. Shenemar ki adam hu b'lam shikach. So what's the Torah say? The Torah says the son of the nirtza, that you get a kapara, so to speak, from the smicha. The level of Shemashal the smicha shvar mitzvah. As you had this idea that you should do smicha as a side thing. In other words, you're not going to do smicha. Ma'alav ha'kosef kidu the keeper. On Yom Tov, I was very busy talking to these different people. It seemed like they had an issue with the Rabbanon, let's call them, or, you know, things that are not. I started calling them Zuki. You know, some other things, Zuki. How you doing? Yeah, I'm like Zuki. So, no, people have issues. They start saying, like, yeah, I work till it shows Shabbos. But this, who said this halacha? Who told you to put that on this? So, that was the argument. But I can see a person saying, look, I brought a carbon. Say thank you that I brought this carbon. I did everything. So I don't lean on it. I don't feel like leaning on it. It even says in the Mishnah that it's not the end of the world. It's a shiur in the. You should know that if you do that, malo v'kosu, the Torah considers it even lois b'der b'kippur. You didn't get a complete kapara. You got a kapara, but you didn't do it in the right way. You didn't do it like the mitzvah was supposed to be done, which is to do this switch. The guy got me proof of guy we see a very similar thing waiting. The proof of the kapara, if you do the kapara, that's what it says unfortunately the proof of the kapara. To do proof of here's proof of. Yes. I need it for the next thing, but we're going to show over here. Okay. Oh. Just to take the cause of the shite, take away them in different directions. Stop with the kapara, stop with the kapara. What proof is the kapara? Not only in kapara with the dam, it's the blood. Whatever the adam will connect you on. Hello, but it is the picture she must on the picture. I listen, treat it like a side mitzvah. Malo, because if you keep her with people, you get a little kapara, but you can do it the right way. The bottom line of people should look at them, don't be zalzal against any type of mitzvah. In other words, don't say, oh, decide, boy, you made it off, I'm the foolish in the Torah. That's zilzal, these rabbis, you know, they use these discerning. That's not good. That takes away from the mitzvah. All right. The smicha must be done on the head. His head should be on the head, not on the neck. Not on the back. Did I tell you so easy going? It says over here, do it on the head and not on the chest, on the chest. Excuse me, because of one of time, because of the shirt, because of the chest. Because of one of time, the movie itself is like by the ratio. I would say, it comes to exclude the neck, because the neck is not in the same plane as the head. I would gather the toy by the ratio, but the back is the continuation of the head. It's a big deal. So you go here, you get a little bit further down. I don't want to go next to its head. It might bite me. I don't know. But so maybe it's not excluded. We actually not every single way traveling through. When it comes to the neck and the back, no blue for. I'm the traveling blue for. The cause of the shirt, you do it blue for. And the traveling blue for. Maybe you could do a sneaker there. By the way, just another. I'm throwing out the Vilna Gaon story, but there's a great story with the Rebbe Yehuda that he came to the Vilna Gaon right before his chasana. It might have been the day of his wedding, and asked the Vilna Gaon for a bracha. So he came with a shrine, a triple decker, whatever they had in those days, a single decker shrine, expensive, you know. And the Vilna Gaon was eating. So the Yehuda, for whatever reason, when the Vilna Gaon came over to him, he gave him a bracha. He went like this. Imagine a brand new scramble. It was very high. I don't know what they had in it. And then you said that he had a lesson for the rest of his life for that movement, that backward, that knee-jerk reaction of like, about. When you want to touch the trial of life, just touch my trial with his dirty hands, not dirty hands, beginning to drop as it bothered him for the rest of his life. He always spoke about it. Since tomorrow. What if you put the hand on the side of the head? Like not over here, like over here, like the jaw. Don't put it on the side of the head. So you do have a video here.
I know, but that's a thing.
Put both hands on the head of the behemoth and do smicha with all your koya.
I've seen the cook on the shirt on.
What are you doing? On the head, I said.
Look
on the head. On the H-E-A-D.
Ah, now I understand. Right on the head.
You're a test. You're going to work either way.
Now this is the Tzavar, okay? I'm watching this for the first time with you. I guess I skipped this in the video. Oh, he's showing us the banging on the head on the same thing. Okay. Says the motto, by reviewing your macros, where we go 20 lines from the back. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22 lines from the back. By reviewing, macros smells a couple. The person, a person doesn't want to touch the animal. It's not a cleanest thing. Maybe he wants to put a towel. Maybe he wants to wear some gloves. So eventually, the fights it's daily. You're gonna it's a problem. It's chatzitza. So we have over here our famous. Take a look.
I am like so not getting my hands dirty doing the semicha.
You can't do semicha with a chatzitza. And women don't do semicha anyway.
I'm like, yeah, okay. Stay back. You're not really. How do you know you have to speak with your hands or something on the cross? I don't stay your dog. Notice, save your dog. It says your dog without save stay. No, without the kiddush, we usually hit your dog. But we know we have a tradition when we read it your dog. Interesting, we're writing it up. So Layla teaches us that when it says your dog, your dog above, it means two. Why? Because the word two comes right before it. Stay your dog. Because if I'm not calling it to be your dog, I need that stop. I do know what I'm about. It should be your dog. It should be says the Gemara story. Other Rebbe Lazar, Amar, like Shmai, is a comes with Lazar. Things in the Phoenix. Is a bunch of everybody. Says your dog, stay your dog. And the Layla, every time it says Yudal above, it means two. So they have more on the Shmei, he didn't say it in the name of the Shlomo is very excited. He didn't mention him again. So I have to tell you, on a personal note, when I hear somebody quote, what do we need? At least the Benson said, it's not about the dog, it's about the other. There's a tickles over there, it's smart. I don't know. I can imagine if somebody, pretended it was his own line. He would hurt me. What's the child or something? He's an Amari. He's from the Amari, from the first Amari. So he cares. But we learned that when you repeat something over from somebody else, if so, it looks literally move. In other words, there's a huge twist that happens when you mention his name. So what? Yeah, it's a thing. So on that part, you take away from my school and with Google, very good. I love how Hashem Murray. So now the fucker says, you know what? You pretended it was your own truth. So now you're going to have to defend it. I'm going to ask you questions on it. And let's see if you can defend it. It's yours. You should know how to defend it. He's something as a political CEO. Oh, how can you know if you tell it above? Oh, you see now you see why I said over there. It's Yoina, not above. So you read the Yoina, same idea. It's like a 4-letter word, which is a 3-letter word. And you wrote it Yud Nun Hey. Okay, so now I want to remind you of this. Yud Daled Vav. Yud Nun Hey. I'm convinced if you're convinced that Yud Daled Vav means two, loving the limit of your dog. Why is there a 4-letter word in the title? Yud Daled Yud Vav. Why is there a Yud? Every time it says Yud Daled Vav, I know it's two. So what's the point of putting in an extra Yud then? Yud Daled actually, Yud Daled actually Esin Marko Yod. He has 24 Yod. Now, in Bava Metzia, it says that right after Shlokish was a river, be able to learn from Rusa, which river was it? This river was it? And Blazer would think of Zayas. Every time you have to say, oh, yeah, it's like that, it's like that. So we often got fed up with it. He says, when I used to learn with the Shlokish, my brother-in-law, he used to ask me 24 questions on everything I said. Everything. There's 24 questions. Now, they ask, if there's no 24 times, there's the other one. 11, 13, they make his money. You can't even get to 24. He says 24 is more of a lotion of a good one, maybe. 24,000 Talmudim, somebody wanted to say, I don't know if that's true, I don't know. But it's a good one, not a good one, not going to. But I saw brought down, like, this book, 24,000 Talmudim over here, 24 Spartan, okay, the kids are. It's the idea, it says it many times, Yoga. Where does it say? Yoga to the end. Yoga. When I'm reading it, I see myself maybe the Shlokish actually use these particular Yoga as a singing to what he's doing. Built up love life, exciting, more like yeah, that's what it's about. Most of them speaking about the movie, the other love life, it's more like a rich, it is like a fight. Sequel is your dog. You mixed up the hands there, you got the real, but over here, you mixed up the whole other part that I said. Ishq, only the lover didn't know what that was, because why does the third say you down your love and the third say you down your love, and it means the same thing. It's true. Because of the knock back Usher calm down. I don't know. To me, it's shocking. Not shocking. It's like, just fuck it. He calms down. He calms down. Yeah. You know, he thought about it a little bit. He's in a better mood. And he says, "Oh my lady, my family came to me. He's building a speaker comment. If you, the way I answered it is that it's my part. I was only talking about sleeper. In the Aisha sleeper, when it says $1 above, it means speak. The rest of the page is 24 other places that says differently. I wasn't talking about that. Don't let it sleep. She says, yeah, I thought about that. But the sleep and I'm saying, he's supposed to see Allah. I said, hey, Moshe put his hands on Yeshua, and he commanded it. But it says, Yodam, with 2 years, not 1 year. So your part doesn't work. You become only by sleep, and only by sleep it says Yudal above. No, I have a case of sleep that says Yudal above. He says, no, sleep is an animal comment. I'm talking about every time you refer to sleep on an animal, by heart, but not on human beings. By Yeshua. I'm going to live every single time it means 2 hands, it's only written Yudal above, not Yudal above. Ooh, I'm not going to show the thing in the sleep.
Somebody check
Cool,
out
I got this quickly. I only have 30 seconds. So we're going to be out here in 10. Okay. My comment, what does he say? In other words, all the Gemara had to say, all the Mishnah had to say is take the sleeper shkita right after sleeper, you do shkita. And then Mela, it's in the same spot that you do, it's that when you do sleeper, when you do shkita. If it has to be one after another, then it's in the same exact spot. So the whole sentence is up. This is you're right. How do I know that in the same place they do smicha yishet? Why? Because you're taking the smicha shkita, because they have to come one after another. They have to come on one after another. Therefore, in the same place that you do smicha, you do shkita. Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you to the power of us.
Marriage exclusive, spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
So that all the new team messages are on 100 minutes. Doug Boys responded to Brendan Threadskin. Danny Kaufman too. Did they really respond? No way. Dear Dana, I wrote you, but just till they call it. The full sample movie is not good. I can check
Good morning, boys. You just last few years, you just I don't do too loud.
They're being invited into UFC. I barely knew who they were.
All right, you start. We're live in the neighborhood. A million people. היום, 11 יום של שבוע, אחד ב4 ימים, לא עם, or some people say, לא עם, Serious Aimer, the force has one revision, speak up, quick, just smart, just from the lay estimate, which Lamo.
Man, there's a light we can change. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff we read from
Mush from.
Looks like Papa's hero.
How 2 years ago was the first time I completed Sephira, and the reminders were very clear, and I visualized the number during the day, and the night I used anyone's Sephira reminder, which was a big number, and then I remember for the next 24 hours. I found myself having a hard time this year, remember which day the Sephira was. Come to the realization that anyone has just words on it, ask me, the kids are. I'm reading this much drawing. A lot of people, it's one of their first or second times that they're doing the entire sphere with us. So you start all those behind the scenes and make the art full of cool. Remember, I had a special space to learn today's topic, Harusa, Paris itself, the real goal. The whole of the same paper program means about us, and real as a speaker. What a speaker, unbelievable. On Pesach, I said over the story about the Paris. Oh, you were there? Who's there? You weren't there? Singing? Next year? Yeah, put on the spot. We struggle to understand exact mitzvahs of Kishumkiva Doichakoi Kavakio, and later the Matzachai comments pressurized so you can watch the show and understand exactly the shot in the Gemara. I think rebellion margin, Kino Why, who works so hard to post the shroom before Yom Tov. I'm a Torah, put in the comments best, Napoli Pound Shake and Yo Go. Morocco trip, Ravoy side, deadline to post this Tuesday. If you haven't time you and you're eligible for $10, please reach out to the office of Mark ASAP. Trip date, Sunday, May 10th, Sunday, May 17th. We're locking everything in, so we need to know. How much coming up? Wow, less than a month. Spotted an NBY seen making a position moving off on his flight back from Orlando today. I was told when I showed this picture earlier today in Juniper that he could not know that this picture was taken as of the year. Miami's back on full throttle. He's going to see. Oh, I sure got a message from that. Look what his face was. This is the number one satellite. MD1 is full house there. And satellite location is 3 on Tata. Penny, as I'm not here, so he goes around almost every day, goes to another satellite location. This is one of the 34 locations that I saw it with live. So yeah, Nicola, his son won 2 raffles, $1,000 for the podium, $1,000, and also I think $11 he won something big. I don't remember what it was. All right, official edition of Everyone Shots accepted by the Iranian leading families, Paragonals, gratitude to Hashem, Tzadik Bey, Isaac Cement, in honor of Itchy and Gifting. David Salomon sponsors, he's a corporate sponsor, our only corporate sponsor. David Salomon, could have more. Dedicated memory of Avi Meir. Small power for those who follow the so the Dallas Rangers must have found Jack and Dallas and I'm going to the Dallas Rangers ground nation. The Nation must have a learned to turn power, the most evil. Anonymous, which never mission is anonymous, completely forced women and reach some to their best to be strong mouth. Other players give lots of festivals, so caveat to like striking. Senegal family, Candy, Ivan, and honor rebellion, single meaning of life. Plenty of money, Dustin Martin, Benny, all those discussing the wife, and becomes part monthly sponsor, Irish Simon, with the claim of the money for Ben Miriam. Buttons are working slow today. Weekly sponsors anonymous in honor of Ripper Ellie, Mark Ashkenazi, and the entire MDY crew who did not slow down for a second. MDYR. which no hay una canción de esos rojos, which no hay una canción de esos rojos, What's it starting in this city, right? We are going through the menachas and all the performance and other things that go together. We have the Minchas Sachem that goes together with the Korbanos. We spoke about the oil, the flour, the wine. Now, today, all day, we're going to be speaking about smicha. What's smicha? For those of you who consider today with MDY, smicha means to put your full body weight on the head of the animal, and you say vidu. So, since the mission of all Korbanos and Tzibur, amen smicha. There's only two exceptions to the rule. All communal Korbanos do not require smicha. In a parabol, mitzvahs, we start on each other. Parabol mitzvahs, in this context, we'll have later parabol mitzvahs referring to something else, but Rashi over here says parabol mitzvahs is referring to Har Elam Davar. What's Har Elam Davar? Har Elam Davar is when Bezdin, the Sanhedrin, make a mistake, and they say that the halacha is you're allowed, for instance, to eat a particular type of chaylev, not all chaylev. He said this fat of the animal is mostly when in fact it's not certain, and most of the time it doesn't. So you have to bring one Cool. Fire Island Dover. Yeah, the video here.
Like the people that work there wear overalls.
It's above and beyond this video. Like,
That's another great thing that I noticed.
usually videos, we only do videos from shot. This is like a little bit more than that.
Side effect. Yeah, they got brown.
Give me a bull!
Oh, who does the snake on the pile of Dover? This I like it.
I watched the tire track. I think it's I doubt it's the same thing.
I don't know. Okay. You know. What's the guy that the tough guy, the Brazilian guy who made this film? Okay. So there are two higher above. How I'm supposed to higher on Dover. It's a leg has to do with Smita. The story I'm still there. We're gonna see that it's a lot of information seen as two. So you have to choose which two. So the video is this is the channel. It says higher on Dover, and also the story I'm still there. It's the goat that I mean, give it is two goats. One, the captain, the blood goes into the inside, and the other one is still on the floor. I'll show you the video later on because I don't want to show video back-to-back videos like that. That one is more of a schmucky video, but too much video for back-to-back. The Shimanoin there, I'm sorry I made this up. You'll bet you after you remember the video that I showed you for the bottom element. We'll just break it up a little. The chicken liver have soya vegetables. Soya vegetables is very, very similar to Thailand Dover. It's when you said every make mistakes, and they said you can do it with desire. So, probably so much ahead of it. So you're eating the goat. So chicken switches the soya vegetable with the soya vegetable. Different type of goat. On that goat, you have to do it with meat. And we're going to see the Gemara. I don't think anybody argues that speaking must be done by somebody that's involved, somebody that's the owner, not some representative. And that's a thing throughout Smita. You can't do Smita for your friend, you can't do Smita for a partner. You have to be involved. So, cold or butter every single carbon of an individual requires. These are the three that we had yesterday that don't require the sochem. These are three they always put together the car, the meiser, the firstborn, the 10th animal of the newborn, and the carbon paper. Those do not require the higher somebody who inherited a carbon, another woman, and this one. This is the story I want to say. So my sister-in-law, tragically passed away from at a young age of 42. So it is a crazy story. The sister-in-law just embarrassed at 42. But this comes after her husband was nifter when that kid she was pregnant with her only child. You know the story? This kid was like in, I don't know, was like a teenager, 17 years old. He's the only child, and he just lost his mother, Manish now. She was 43. His father never got to know his father. Crazy story. Okay. Very hard adventures. Big tragedy. Okay. So how do you know the story? What's the story?
It's called the Baba Got Punching Bag Diaz.
The one where she nipped the Manish now? Right after Pesach. After Pesach. Crazy. One kid. Calamari says. one kid, and the rest Mr. One was 43, and the other one Mr. Green was 20. He's got a lot of time, a lot of fighting. Yeah, okay. Alright, so Hayir, son of the Navy. Oh, we're talking about Hayir. Later, his father is Mr. moving over the Ayla, Shlamim. So now what does he do? He has to bring the Ayla, Shlamim, to the city. He takes over instead of his father, and it's the sleep that his father would have done. Well, maybe Masaka and he has to spend his own money, and he has to bring the Masaka that we spoke about yesterday, the oil, the flour, the wine. Who made it? He also has the right to tour. We all know that if he finds, let's say, a better, nicer animal, he says, oh, my father left over a shbach animal. I want to give a real animal. He goes out and he says, this one is instead of this. That's possible. That's tomorrow. But he could do it. Why does it take effect? Because it's the Irish. It's instead. So I saw very interesting Shiloh. When the father who died was blind, someone who's blind doesn't do smicha. Now he dies. Does the son do smicha? What does that say? Does the son do smicha? His father wouldn't have done smicha. Now that his father died, he could see, so maybe he should do smicha. Does he take the shoes of his father? Is exactly instead of his father can do smicha? Or is it like a new thing? What do you guys say? Let's do smicha. And what? God for right, but that's not like the Lashon we said yesterday that Nimsa that the Kafel is Chomer Min Ha'ikar. The Irish, the Kafel, he has a bigger Chomer than the main part, the main guy who died. He doesn't have to do smicha. What about if he yells at his mother? The mother left over Shlamim, and the mother wouldn't do smicha. She's a woman. Okay. Oh, so you're saying you're making a nafkamina now? Wow, it's a huge problem. I didn't even have that option. I said it's either yes or no on both. And you're saying yes on one, no on the other. Or the mother not because it never started being. But also, it never happened when these guys were blind the whole time. When he.
It's fucking terrible.
It's a technical thing. Very lumpy. I hear. There's a story. I don't know if it's true. I'm saying over the story because I want someone to write in and tell me they think it's nice. That the Bristol Road, actually no, the Chaim, he shaved. Doesn't sound right, but okay, he shaved. And someone said, father doesn't shave. I don't shave. When's the buffer? So he says, I go, because it was like a stuff, like, because in Brisk, everything's like the father, like the tata. He says, I don't go by the tata, I go by the mama. My mother doesn't shave. She does shave. She doesn't shave. I don't know what he means. If anybody knows the mice, no, you never heard the mice?
It's like a curse. This place is cursed. So many.
Well, what? He grew a beard.
It's a bitch. Hopefully it turns around soon. As of right now, it's fucking been terrible. Yeah, I mean, it's $1 million.
Yeah, you're making up a mice now. They said you should be like your father and shave because your father should be able to buffer. He's like, I like my mother and I don't shave. That's nice. Who knows? All right, jump to the mother.
Think about this.
Also, what is that Hebrew English called? So I'm just going to go through the Mishnah on this word. What's interesting about these figures is that you don't really have any chief wonders to start with. It's, more on the easy side of it. The community components, you don't do smicha besides two. The parallel and Dava, you see that Sirah, that was the second sheet of the Mishnah, by the face says, parallel and Dava, and Avodah Zarah. Like the two The two Averis that Bezin forgot about, and they gave the wrong sock and a mistake. I forgot, they made a mistake. On those two, you have to be smooth. You know, in a Sinab and Zara, in them wrong. Only one out of the two that you said I agree, and that is the Kyle and Bubba. I don't agree with the Sinab and Zara. That's me all these things. You need two. And now that I took out one out of your two, I only have one. Sorry, I understand that. It must be the sorry lives of girl. You know, let's show it now. Why not? Here, sorry lives. Now, a beautiful piece. You do a girl. One is a son. One is lives of girl. Smicha. And now he does the vidui. One of us can happen on the goodness. Sorry to play for buckets. I'm gonna learn some more about this stuff. We haven't spoken about it in a while.
It's hard to deliver the mail because you're
You know about the stream, this Restream? What happened to Restream? Oh. Okay. So says the Gemara. So it says, so one is higher lover, the other one is Sarah Shalef, the Sarah Zazel, but not the Sarah Zazel. As the Gemara decided in my own, who told Rabbi Yudin these two? He was forced to bring a second one, Sarah Shalef, because otherwise you don't have two. Somewhere else, the Mirish, they say to yes. He was forced because we have a Kabbalah. We received it from Halach Lamesh from Sinai for generations. There's two that requires smicha. Now, which two? It can't be the one that you're saying representing the one out of the Zara. So I must take another one, the Sarah Lazar. Oh, my little Shimon, my little smicha b'Bailim. The one on the rock comes out. Yes, no question. All the way to the Valley and Smicha Ella B'Bailim. The Zara no follow some from both. He says, Shimon asked, I don't understand. In order for there to be smicha, to be considered smicha, the two, you're considering the sire of the Zara, that's not the owner. You need an owner. The Zara no bottom some from both. So there is smicha, he said. But it's not the smicha we're looking for. We're looking for two smichas that are done by the owner. Not a smicha that's done for vidu. It's not true. They are considered owners because they themselves get a kapara. Now we go through a little bit of a sugi here, like a 15-20 line sugi, just to prove that Aaron gets what is Mechaper Aaron? So I'll just tell you the bottom line after everything. The bottom line is Mechlokes is it the sword? This all of Klal Yisrael get a kapara from regular race, from the Sar HaMishtalech, or do they get a kapara from, or they split it? Klal Yisrael gets from the Sar, but the Kohanim get from the Pash. Yeah? Is it? When he just says, everybody, Yisrael and Levi and Kohanim, they all get only from one compartment, from this one that you throw off the cliff. That is a kapara for all the Averis, regular Averis. Whereas Rav Shimon says no. The Yisraelim get it from the goat that's thrown out, that's awesome. But the Kohanim get it a kapara on all the Averis from something else. That's a big enough community. Because we're saying, where is the ownership? Do they have it? Who has ownership in this goat? Do the Kohanim have ownership or not? Depends if you get a kapara. Besides, learn the keepers Migdash HaKodesh. We're talking about something called Tumas Migdash HaKodesh. Tumas Migdash HaKodesh, you might not see it or understand it from this video. It's a little different, maybe. But the idea is that if a Kohen, let's say, so also, is Tomei, let's say step on a mouse. And he knew that he stepped on a mouse, then he forgot. And then he went into the Beis Hamikdash. So if he went into the Hazara, or went into the Heichal, or went into Chodesh Kodashim, he gets a kapara from this bull. The bull, and you could present him with a kapara. So, well, sorry, it depends. Yisrael gets from the goat, Kohen gets from the goat. So, but he forgot about it when he went in. Yeah, he knew about it to begin with. He had the idea of the tefillah, and then he forgot about it. The sign of the keepers need to play this. Zealous night with me. I thought I did something over here. Oh, yeah. It's time to show that the words we did. Migdash HaKodesh is looking at looking to Chodesh HaKadoshim. He went in there. That's all your Moyed. So the second part of the second line over here, all Moyed is talking about that he went in to the Heichal. Mizbeach, I'm not sure. The question is bad. You know, let me just show you this. So that's what this goes did. Dead mouse. This on his back. Becomes common. Heichal. But the shot is, it doesn't matter where you touch him out. You could really just touch it outside of these images also. The point is that when he went in, he forgot. He knew for a second and he forgot. This is Chodesh HaKadosh. He's already the Arnie. It's inside. He proven, okay. The Krieger, as the Migdash HaKodesh, is not out of it. He's back to Mashmoy. He's after Eli Torres. Koyanu Gimashmoy. Now, let's go back to this passage for a second. So there's the two Yichapers. There's the first Yichaper talking about the Azar. Now Gehanim, so like Val Kosal. Alcohol, Amakohol, Israel. From Israel. The Haser. Oh, so this is tricky. This is tricky. The Chaper Edo Halavim, not this word, but the Chaper is word. Pushvu Kulon Lekafara. This is where it gets tricky. But not super tricky. But now we're talking about Pushvu Kulon Lekafara. Achas is referring to Shar Averis. Other Averis, not the tools that we just jumped from the positive is pulling back too much Migdash HaKadoshim, and now we're talking about all the Averis, not too much Migdash HaKadoshim. They all get us apart from one thing. So, but too much Migdash HaKadoshim, everybody agrees. There's no machlokes, not Rebuda, not Shimon. We'll see here in this chart right over here. There's no machlokes that both according to Rebuda and Shimon, the Yisrael gets the kapara from the goat, and the Gehanim get the kapara from the pot. In two Muslims, that's just what they have machlokes. I don't know if you can see here. So if you look all the way to the left,
but it's also the veil. Did you see that scene at the Coldplay concert?
all machlokes is in that circle of red, and it's in Shire. In other words, too much Migdash HaKadoshim, we're going to split up. Yes? What's the Migdash HaKadoshim? A person who's coming when it doesn't matter where he's there, and he doesn't know about it. He still doesn't know about it. Because when he finds out about it, it'll bring a problem. But until he finds out about it, it could be 10 years, you don't want something to happen to him. So he gets a special kapara if he's a client through the bull. And if he's Yisrael, he gets a special kapara. It's not a kapara, it's a protection. Until he finds out that he did it. And Yisrael gets it from the goat. Yisrael has it. But when it comes to Shaya Veira, so first you're viewing Yisrael and Chayin are equal. They get the kapara from the goat that flies off the mountain. According to Shimon, the same way I have enough community between two Migdash HaKadoshim that Yisrael gets kapara from one thing and the Chayin gets from a second thing, so too in all other areas. Lashon Hara, Ritzicha, whatever it is. But the Zara, get a kapara, Yisrael gets kapara from the goat, and the Chayin gets kapara from the goat. Now let's see inside. What's going on? Shemis Gabrim, the Sorah, the Saleh, the Yehuda. Yehuda says, like on top of this chart, by Shara Averos, there's one kapara for everybody. By having no discrimination. By having Israelim, you get the same kapara from the same one. No, Just like you made an afkamina when it comes to tumah. That the coin gets kapar from a bull, so gets kapar from a goat. Or the shame should be the shasar and that was kapar. You show b'shar be'eros. So too, the vidu. The coin says by the son azazel. There's a kapara for all averos. Now I'm going to split it up also. If the coin doesn't get the vidu, the kapara from the soil azazel, it gets kapara from the part. So the two, just like by it's different than Yisrael and a coin. So too by all averos. Ask the Gemara, Shimon, how about they ushbu? What do you mean? Everybody gets a kapara. So last, look at the puzzle. It says all the way at the end, this happened. And that teaches us that everybody gets a kapara. So says the Gemara, yeah, we should make a kapara. The puzzle just tells us to get a kapara. It doesn't say how to get a kapara. It's all kind of have enough shape. Everybody gets a kapara in different ways. You get a kapara with a bull. I get a kapara with a goat. Now, yeah. So just go back there for a second. So Ramela, that's what he said. But if I get a kapara, if a client gets a kapara with something, if the client gets a kapara with a goat, so then he's a pilot in the goat. Then he can do sneaker. If he doesn't get kapara with a goat, then he can't do sneaker. Now, Rabbi Isai, we have a freebie. It's 12 lines that just do repetition, and some people say that it's not even down the road. The road is these already later generations, the abundance of rice, stuck it in. It's just a recap of what we just learned. Let's just put this on the board for a second. According to Yehuda, according to everybody, review the shit. Tumas niggas could also be strong because of the damn sorry how much between the animal background. It is enough kamina between how you get a kapara of the two. The goat is a kapara to the straw, the bull is a kapara. The shower rays of him is really sorry. And it says there's only one of kamina between the Shimon and the review. But in Shara Veros really says that everybody gets kapara from the goat. Shimon, he argues, like you see in the red dotted line, Shimon Shavuot is not going to be the Farmer's Kapit is enough community between the Yisrael and the Kayan, but the Yisrael gets a part from the goat that flies off the mountain, and according to, and the Kayanim get a kafar from the bush. You have the horror from the Azazel, the Mashiach, the Azazel. Now the Yisrael, the Mashiach. What is the difference between a Kayan and Yisrael? There's no problem about this movie. The Rita says that the only difference is in the Tumah. Yisrael gets from the goat, and the Kayan gets from a bull. But in all other areas of the Torah, they all get from the goat. Sure, no, you change down the story, not the name, yeah, this is all Chazar, yeah? Reb Shimon says, just like there's an afkamina and Tumah, that the Tumah, a coin gets kapar from a bull, and Yisrael gets kapar from a goat. The same should be doing some Shaleach. Okay, so that is Chazar that we just did. So too, we said there's an afkamina that all of there is Yisrael gets kapar from the goat, and a coin from Torah. There's some cool ziknei this is name of this is referring to the parallel Gavar the Smicha. How come Smicha and Rabbi Yizar can Smicha review it? He says that Rabbi Yizar does not require Smicha. If Shimon Omer, how come Smicha was Canaan, Bates Rabbi Yizar, so Smicha was Canaan, El Ba'arim. So this is what you need to remember for the next 25 seconds. According to Shimon, who does the Smicha on Rabbi Yizar go? Who's Aaron? The Kohen Gadol. Well, okay. And you live here in Chicago? I don't see you around. What's your name? From where? You have that young gold look. Okay.
It's just crazy that none of those things.
And then just turn around. See someone else. Go sour. Okay. I'll be so away from. So something Gemara. So no, come on. Reb Shimon says that the Avodah Zarah gets smicha by Aaron, meaning the Kohen Gadol. Every generation, it's Aaron, the Kohen Gadol, and not who, not the Sanhedrin, not the Skein. So you're gonna have a contradiction because in a second, when he says it's the Skein and not Aaron. That's the whole contradiction. Your contradiction says by Achai means the Sarlar Zol. There's one that you shut in the Mishnah. There's one that's alive right now. In the next 10 minutes, I'll please throw him over here. He's Chai. Achai told Smicha. Azazel requires Smicha. They do have a desire to Smicha. The review really says that the Rabbi Desire goal doesn't get Smicha. What's Rabbi Desire goal? The price for the Rabbi Desire because Sanhedrin told him to do so. You bring it go. No Smicha. Reb Shimon Oimer, here it goes. Chai told Smicha. The Azazel requires Smicha by the Kohen Gadol. They saw Rabbi Desire. Contradiction. Second ago, we said that according to Reb Shimon, it's the skin, the Aaron, sorry, Aaron, and now it's saying it's skin. This one is for the occasion goes before anybody screams. I'm not gonna let you say it. Oh, turning it out. Global explicit cross-border payment. You were supposed to go. What are you doing? Please win a shidduch today because every shidduch that happens is for sure. Did anybody ready to shidduch last night? Anybody? No. Please win a shidduch.
When you do that,
I love this. You have to see people. You have to think about people. Gotta do something. Learn about it. It's not a curse. Many have a desire to speak from Aaron already speak. Oh, Rav Shimon. So what do we do with this contradiction? According to Rav Shimon, who does the smicha on the Avodah Zarah? Is it either? There's two options. One place he says it's Aaron, and the other one, in other words, it's Gadol. And over here he says it's this case. It's the Sanhedrin. Oh, Rav Shimon, we have a problem to begin with. The whole first price is off. Once it's off, we're just going to say that it means the scaling and maybe when everything lines up, it's all scaled. How do you say that Avodah Zarah is defining? And the Shimon says you need a good owner. It can't be Kohen, it needs an owner. Be Elatar itself. Right? Smicha, you need an owner. And if it's a Kohen Gadol, he's not the owner. So it doesn't work. Now, why is scaling better? So we'll see in a second. Elatar itself. Apart from Smicha, the ancient Avodah Zarah places. You review. In other words, the Sarah and Sarah like brother. Chai thought it was Aaron. They see Avodah Zarah so to line of skating, we're gonna correct the brisa. And so the first brisa says skating, and therefore line the second brisa says skating. Let me ask you a question. Got a problem with this. How can we put that Kohen on it? The Kohen is not an owner. Sweet has to be done by an owner. You know, Sanhedrin did the owner. How Sanhedrin is better than a Kohen Gadol? Oh. So with this, we need to see Taisus. Top Taisus. I'm just throwing it on the screen here. Oh, it's like 3 lines down. 2 lines from the end of Taisus. The Hod, the Chashivi scanning by Island, Avapish, Ish, Part of Sorrow, the Bezdin, the Fias. Kivna Idea, Nasa, Het, Korno, Bailand. It's a big punishment. That they're considered owners because they're very involved. They were the ones that created the whole mess to begin with. They're the ones that told Faisal to do the Avera, to do the Avodah Zarah. They have to take ownership, so to speak. That's a fess up to them. They're involved. They're own. Says Gemara, like 7 lines from the Chav, from other Shemler Yehuda, so Avodah Zarah goes smicha. The Avodah Zarah goat requires smicha. Vishmilach the loy goes smicha. And if you ever heard that it doesn't, Baron Vishmilach, that's what Kohen Gadol doesn't have to be smicha. Neither Achayu. Fine, but in fact, the scaling have to do it. And we got it from the word not from the part, from the part. Rabbi Yehuda, why do I need to exclude that which is like both from also? So that's a little bit, that's pretty much our subject. So we started on it out saying that there's only 2 korbanos that belong to the community that require sleep. No. And you already established that the parallel rubber is a given. That's nobody argues with that. So what's the argument? Is it the Sarah Zazel or the Sarah of Avodah Zarah? So you review the whole that it's the Sar Lazaz. So automatically it's not the Sar of the Zara. So then why do you need the puzzle to say that it's not the Sar of the Zara? You can only be two, can't be three. So once I know it's Pyro and Dover and Azazel, so I know it's not a Zara. So why in the special puzzle? This is what you're right, you don't need. You're Shabbat. The Psukim are just there for a hint, to help you along, to give you an asmachta, to make you feel good, here's a little bit of a riot from the Torah. Not to make you feel good. Here's a riot from the Torah. It's not a real riot. It's like a Rebbe's in the Torah. Reb Shimon, Rabbi Zara, the both sweet coming along. And how does he know that Rabbi Zara needs to not from the time you have so much feel good. Don't worry about it. Who's that? Marcus Shkenazi? It's in the middle. It's not such a schmuggy house for 8 months. The soda on the floor. New houses, like a common. Some of the variation, you gotta be chill, relax. With some of the other variation, is there one room you don't want to go into? Oh, yeah, cool. Just the mixers. Reb Shimon said, "But the Zara, the most sleeping all not for many times." It says some of the variation saw the Nazi, the king. He should put his hand on the soil, the rappers soil, naturally, that's right. The Nazi, he does sneaker. I didn't see him actually, they told me seeing the book of Bonnet, the sneaker. Once in a while, he got up. What is that? You gotta be the first one to jump into things. You see, from Gershon and another one, jump into the water. Mamish. What? Gershon and another, she jumped into the water. She jumped into the water. And what? He did by it. You're not the only one to board into it. Here. I'll make you feel good. So, you're for the English or the Hebrew?
Still, I like the idea of using
that was, how many hours ago?
Yes, I lied about cheating.
9 hours ago. Okay. At the bottom, she says, so Gershon goes into the water, he goes deep, all of a sudden he sees his brother there. Nacho, what are you doing here? Oh, he was making the whole cousin should jump, should not jump, his veins not jump. He got in, he was second. Nobody let me know about Gershon, but not know. Don't know about Nacho. The way you say stories, everybody starts screaming, Nacho. Yeah, it's part of it. Respect. Like, yeah. So, the point is that a lot of times people make these ways. They do it, not do it. Just do it. It's the right thing to do. Be the Gershon, be the Nacho, not the Gershon. I say it all now, the only thing that comes to my mind is, well, I just think that people die. If you have that feeling, oh, should I do it? Jump in and do it. What are you going to lose? You might learn about it. You got to But also, when you get opening up satellite locations, it takes time. People that jumped in and did it, they had tremendous sequel service. You jump in, you do it. Get other people to learn. The rabbi saw nothing in sleep called interviews. Okay, so you ask me, how does he know, how does he know that the God of the Zara requires smicha here from this possible? The Sabbath Yoda Rachel saw. The Yehud is learning that's referring to the Nesiim, and the Rishon says, no, it's referring to David Zara. Any chatos that the blood goes inside the Eichel, to the smicha. Has to be moral, so if you pay attention, just, I should have pointed it out, we can just read it again. Shahaya Reb Shimon Omer Kol Chatos Nichnas Dama L'Snim Kuna Simcha, right? 8 words ago. Shahaya Reb Shimon Omer. Or, I don't know, 11 words ago. What's Shahaya? Well, he used to say that if Fleck Zogin, Rav Shimon used to say, Kol Chatas Shenichas Dama, any Chatas with blood goes into the Heichal, requires Smicha. Lomad is the name of Shahaya. There's only three, really. There's the Helen, Parallel Davar, the Kana Mashiach, and Avodah Zarah. All those we took care of. The Parallel Davar, the Kana Mashiach, we have to suit it. The Avodah Zarah, he has a leader. So what does he have to say? Well, what's this? What does he do in his memory? It's basically just to say that not like you of Yehuda that says that the nachshon, the sire of a nasi requires smicha. I say no. It's only those who go to the dams inside the heichal. So Gemara, the ema sire hanasi. Maybe it's referring to also the goat that's done in Kippur. No, it can't be the goat in the kippur that's also done inside the heichal. Doing the sar nasi in the chaval averis mitzvah yidu, it has to be something similar to the goat of the nasi, meaning it's an aver that you know. Whereas the sar nasi Restream, as we discussed before, is talking about tumas migdash kedusha. Tumas migdash kedusha, you don't know. That's the whole point. You need a special kapara for somebody who doesn't know he sinned. So that's different. That's not included. Where Vinod all my communities is super Roy, Emily, what I need super middle when we just said we're having this kind of question. If Smicha is Halacha L'Moshe Sinai, why do I require Pasuk? Says Gemara, it's a story, I need a Pasuk and I need Halacha L'Moshe Sinai. I would think that the carbon of the Shlomim Tzibur, meaning what's the Shlomim Tzibur? That's the carbon of the Green of Shvus. The Kashia Amasnisin, the Hatzirko, the Kolam and Otis Buzz. So this is super interesting. There's only 2 times in the entire Shas that the Gemara brings the name of his Perek, and this is one of them. It says that the question we ask in the Perek of Kolam and Otis Buzz. What do we ask there? I'm going to show you this. So anybody that did the daf with us back then will remember this. No question. Not this one, but whatever. It's not a time to show. Does anybody remember this? So I'll explain it. What? Some of them. Yeah. So what do we have here? We have 6 things. We have 3 korbanos, 3 mitzvahs. The 3 korbanos that we have are in the center. In the middle, each carbon takes up 2 circles. Only 2 circles, not 3. So we're trying to say here, it's an interesting way of showing it. It's not our typical way. We have the ashram, Shlomim of Yachad, and the Shlomim of the Tzibur. Shlomim of Yachad is everybody could be in the God, Shlomim of the Tzibur is on Shvus. And the ashram of the Mitzvah. Now we have 3 mitzvahs. Top right corner, smicha, you lean on the animal. Tinufa means to wave it like a lulav when it's alive. You lift up the whole live animal. And also tinufa after it's dead, meaning the emur is dead. From the 3 korbanos, each one only goes 2 out of the 3 mitzvahs, and different 2 mitzvahs. No one of these 3 korbanos shares 3 mitzvahs, only 2. So then, for instance, the top one, the Asham Mitzvah, which is in the center, he has a blue circle and a green circle. Blue circle symbols the smicha, and the green is the knufa when it's alive. Red is dead, yeah? Red is, it's easy to remember. Red is dead, green is alive, blue is smicha. The shlamim gets red and blue. What's red? You do knufa with the shoik and the chaza, and you do smicha. And the Shalmi Tzibur, they get green and red. They do knufa when it's alive, knufa when it's dead. So let's say, what does the Gemara use as a raya? Shalmi Tzibur. So let's take the Shalmi Tzibur. Shalmi Tzibur has a green circle and a red circle. You do knufa when it's alive, knufa when it's dead. So if you remember back then, in that studio, I remember in the Samach somewhere, the Gemara asks the Kalachim and all 3. If you have a green circle and a red circle, you certainly should have a blue circle. Why? Because, let's say, what's the right here? The green is from Shlomo of Yachid. The Shlomo of Yachid has a blue circle and a red circle, but doesn't have a green circle. So you, the Shlomo of Tzibur, has a green circle, certainly should have a blue circle.
So if I
Every two, you do the same exact alignment. If I have these two circles, I should definitely have the third circle, because there's somebody out there that has the third circle, but he doesn't have my circle. He doesn't have the shoulder of the other doesn't have the green circle, but I have the green circle. So I certainly should have what he has, the blue. Okay, but that the Gemara answers. You don't have to know that shit. The point is, what's the bottom line? The point is, how long will you see? Each one of these mitzvahs, each one of these kabbos, it's two mitzvahs. That's it. So let's just do it inside. Kushiyama, this is that critical to call him. Not this book. What was the question I had over here? Homer, Shimon, Shloshim, Niman, Gulim, Shalosh, mitzvahs. 3 types of korbanos that require 3 mitzvahs. And each carbon only gets 2 out of the 3, and 2 different 3. Two different ones. And the Gemara asks over here, let's go find there, you should make it over. For instance, one of the 3 types of finding out. Why do you say this? The Shlamim between our shvuros doesn't require smicha, only requires nufa when it's alive, green. The nufa one is dead, red, but not the blue circle. It should have the blue circle without the primary. What's it called? Not somebody else that can do the Chayim, if the Shlamim that is illegal green. He does have he has the green circle, but he does not have. No. What does he have? He has smicha. Which one? No, the 8 didn't include Chayim. It doesn't require people. It doesn't have a green circle, but it requires smicha. So certainly the Shlamim of the Tzibur requires smicha. So that's why it's a little bit. And by us also, we have Alachim and Sinai, and only a part of the Golan of Izar, but not the Shlamim Tzibur. That's the Alachim and Sinai. So I need Alachim and Sinai. It's just these 2 are not the third. Because I saw, only I have Alachim and Sinai, I wouldn't know which one. Actually, we didn't decide Nasi. It says that it has to be similar to the Nasi. Just like the Nasi, it's a non-Aveya. It can't be something that doesn't have, it can't be, let's say, you don't know that. Okay, so that's pretty much it for today. We have another 2 minutes, but this is super easy suit. It's not part about
the ultimate sign of respect and achievement in
basically,
life.
when it says the word for running 3 times, and that's going to exclude a card based on each card is going to exclude one. Carbon Kabana delivery. One Kabana is in the other Kachio, or I was like, my assumption a Shlamim is just a regular animal. I look at my whole pedix, if that one over there is going to be Shlamim. It doesn't have any use when it's born. Nevertheless, to the smicha, the card, that's born, born others. Certainly, in each stone smicha, you should have to do smicha. That becomes sense. I don't know if you will have a card, so one Kavani comes to us, not of a card. The bells have told me 4 years ago, so I might have said it 4 years ago. I don't remember saying it. I don't remember when I said it. I remember saying it a long time ago. Told me the bells are wrong. Those angles are. Told the Zainab once, he said, you better start learning Start. Because if you don't start learning Start, you'll have to show and be a Rebbe Shainab. Well, okay, so an animal's also colors. It remains an animal. You want to remain a behemoth? Start learning Torah. So he said, I'm serious. I don't know that he says, I can you'll be a behemoth, but he says, you're going to remain a Rebbe Shainab. That's all you're going to be. Start learning Torah, you'll be a Tamachah. So, what do you say? Yes, you can understand it. No. You think that somebody over there is upset? No. You can't walk around the whole day if you know something there. I'm going to say it. You got to do. You can't just walk the what? 7 Zed. Oh, okay. You smart. You got to zero shit. And he's dumb call. Now he has a mile over the other guy. Just dumb call. But it's not because you were born into it. It's not a Medusa. It is. No. What? Yes. I'm pushing the buttons again. No. Okay, so that's a 1 Karbana. We have 2 more Karbanas. And what are we missing now? Meiser Karbana. Korban B'li Meiser. The Meiser does not require smicha. Shlomo didn't have a couple of Mamash. Shlomo touching the thing left hand from smicha. Shlomo doesn't have any power on animals next to it, before it, after it. But it requires smicha. Meiser Shemitadish the Kono Malachah. Saw the whole video yesterday. I'm going to show it again. The Meiser, as you come out of the pen, and the guy gets mixed up, and he says that the ninth one is the 10, or he says the 11th one is the 10. All of it becomes Kaddish. So it has power. And the day you don't smicha certainly should require smicha. That's the second korban. Below Meiser, Meiser does not get smicha. Korban or B'li Pesach. It says no korban. What's smicha? It means to lean on the animal with all your might. Korban B'li Pesach, you don't really do it. It's not time that I explained it, no? Korban, look, the guy could go the whole entire shir, like, I got this shir, it's a beautiful shir, I just don't know what smicha is. Korban or B'li Pesach, you don't know what they do. I know, but maybe somebody missed that and came in. The zombie came late. Korban really Pesach, you don't really do. Umashlam, and Shani Bamu, you don't have to do Shalom. On your own will, you decide to bring up the book of Korban. That's a Shalom, Bamu, you bring the Korban, and if you should speak up, perhaps you have to lean on it with all your might. Korban really Pesach. It's hard to remember these things, so if somebody asks you, in shots to be really done, what private korbanos do not require smicha? Pesach, Meiser, and so far. I'm a little korban, really Pesach, fine. I got all three. Now, this is tomorrow. Great, people in Mirror, but I could still argue. What if you give me a raya and a couple of claimants from Shlomim? That's special Shlomim because it requires flour, oil, wine. You have to lift the chazal shayk and wave it everywhere. The char, Meiser, Pesach, we just learned there's no nisach. There's no proof. Moira Express talked about these three korbanos are not to teach us that Pesach, Bechar, and Meiser do not require. It's not like a little bit of a thing. Ella cry, why do I need it? Why does the Pharisee have to say the words abundance? It's really extra. It doesn't need to say it to be done. So the Marshals have three different religions. Who does smicha? The owner, not a friend. You cannot appoint somebody to do smicha for him. I guess I'm just throwing this out there. I just thought about it now. Because smicha is not real. Maybe I shouldn't say. But anyway, smicha comes together with vidu. So you're not going to do vidu for your friend. Okay. I'm not really covering life. And a guy who says the covering his leaders does not require smicha. But although the average $12 carbon with smicha, that when you have 5 partners, well, you know what, you go be right. Like, can be $2 to be a partner in the every single one of the partners has to be smicha. The boy side have a wonderful day. Thank you for coming. Boss.
Merit the Schools of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a shir today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor MDY.com.
They're like, man, it's so cool. Like, hey, by the way, I was in Vietnam. They're like, you're in Vietnam? How old are you? Bronze Star Wars. I fucking shot. Superman's like, yeah, I was in the war and I was just killing everybody. That doesn't sound like Superman.
Oh, the Bakra boy side. This modified light in Newtonwood. What is it you want to come to the shear? Those who don't know. Still flying home. And by invitation only. I started yawning from Shavuot. I told you, Slish Yom and Boy, and wanted to come, but please be in touch with them. Because it's limited amount of people here. Again, I started yawning from Shavuot. I told you, Slish Yom, I had a little bit of a scout on this Sphira. I thought I started off on the left foot. I told people to do Sphira before Sphira started. Also, last night in Shul, I forgot we're in America, and they dive in before this man, and they make an announcement. Please remember, say Krishma. No, did I remember? I'm not going to tell anyone. But it's not Krishma for me. So that's what it meant, like, not 2004. It's that early movies, right? This is in Tom's River, boy side. We're getting back to schedule here. That is a brand new screen. Look at the size. Look at the screen. The voice is unbelievable. Oh.
Military stuff. Long time for Kennedy. When it comes to the nuts and crannies of
I did. But now, dude, it's not seeing the rest of this one time. Thank you. Okay, we're going to jump right in. Smith Eimer is sponsored the course at Mormon Business Institute of Pagdishas, Mormon Yisrael, the Leah Esther Pushlemo. Tonight's pizza is sponsored by Shalom Rand, who wanted to do the pizza, but he stopped that we don't do people in share. It was sponsored by the Iranian Levy family's Eric Anonymous. Subscribe to that channel. Dr. Sadi, Brian Levy, the Good Health, Eric Scoman, the Shidduch Hogan, the Court for Brian Bengito Levy, Omein, Sadik Out, Michael Sage, in honor of Dahlia Finkel. The second sponsor by the town and dedicated memory of a very small foreign bird and speech like for the rock. The second sponsor is over down to the Muslim Park Dance Scouts. Not only some trouble groups in the guys in the house for the business. I rather go and throw out in the rest of the kilos. And by anonymous, we push them on much than is all. And I was going to push them on and we come to lay up past Esther. The show Malki, third still happens on the first step. We are so proud of Yakimo Taki. Daigi, sending goes to family, Candy Island, UK, in honor of rebellion to change my meaning of life. Plenty of money, Yoshimar, and Benny, and all the Eastern Truck and the wife, focus on Sparrow, Harry Simon, is the monthly sponsor of Kushlema of the Murray Farm of Miriam. Weekly sponsor, Anonymous, an honor rebellion, Margaret, not even fire in the white group. Do not slow down for a second, not to call money, the social back doctor, and their young fit, just constant, non-stop voice pushing. This guy's getting paid for word over here. This is what makes NBY special. This is why people love learning the job. Hashtag NBY Feast.
This is like exactly as the news.
Shorty Washington, who lives with my father, his brother, their shows, in front of Rabbi, Afro, Pesa, Anonymous English Master Shlomo, the Moshe Sheldon Kirshner of Chicago. Sheldon Kirshner. Sounds very familiar. Oh, that's good. Okay. Back to Mark Berkson in honor of my son Yechiel Mechel on the occasion of 9th birthday. Michael and Cheryl Katz, the yards out of Dover, Pinchas Ben Katz, Ben Pinchas my father, is the Shom having Aliyah. Vladislav Zakharov, the murder, whose name for myself. Yitzhak Ben Avram, all made. Relations of the huge thank you for rebelling the whole Illinois team with insane Herculean strength, really sleeping, and running on fumes. Time to make sure the only other issue will completely important to everyone can regain, watch it up from behind, Ashrecha, Yishkoyach, Mark, Yishkoyach, Innovations LC. Anyway, our month, we're sending all the nation membership of Rock. We're sending more happiness. I yell at Camille says, Ben, I yell at Question. Does anybody know what a August is? August. It's a word in sound. For what? Yeah, very good. You know today's not right. Back in the day, you did. Wow. No wonder you were the sign. Yes, so we're going to learn about August. August, one of the things we're going to learn about is a ram that is almost a ram, but it's not a sheep, it's not a ram. It's on the 13th month. A sheep is from up to 12 months. A ram is the second year. August is the 13th month. So, we have the easier doc today, but a lot of music. Oh my mind. Huh? Sadik Aleph on the Aleph, which is 90 daf into Mesachus Menachos, and we're holding 6-7 lines from the top. Toy Dominati, you have it? You know. So wait a second, what's a curse of code? Think about it for a second. What's a curse of code? Is it being polite? I mean, microplay is something to do with play with you. Somebody brought you to the top. Microplay. So you have to be nice to it. What is it? So the Vilnius talks about it also when it comes to Sonim Apalis Yishka. The Rucham says it over here on the Indian of Taika. He says that a partial faith is not being polite. When someone does a favor to you, you owe him. You mishubak him like a slave is mishubak to a master. And the greater the favor, the more you mishubak. You have a shibuk. Yes, you have a shibuk. That's what one guy says, that you shouldn't take a present. If send him a Tennessee, you can't take a present from someone. Why? Because then you owe him. But you physically owe him. It's not like you owe him a theoretical thing. You owe him. Give you a bottle of wine that you should have established for all these people. You buy it. I'm not. Thank you for saving me. How do you know? We're talking about the suffering. The whole suit is suffering. So in general, when the Pasuk goes about the suffering, it talks about the flour, the oil, and the wine. And I try to point out when we're talking about only the wine. So this we had yesterday. I did this chart, don't you remember? From this puzzle we learned all sorts of things. The red is a meal, the green is a riboy, and from the words, oi, zeba, those two words, so from the oi, I learned type. In the song of myself. The zeba teaches us something. So what it says, but a kite is not. Why can't it be included in the word zeba? Why do you need a special word kite? Says the Gemara, it's the. So good. I don't know how to get the left from the how many breads come with the kite? It's like 40. There's so many breads, so that's better than a soccer. Well, my snow, maybe we don't see it. See if we can find another. Here, it's another. He also comes, he has 3 korbanos and 3 puzzles to bring bread. Now, you have a point or something. You still have to bring wine with the nozzle. Besides the Gemara, talking about Tamina Harfish, I mean, over there by the nozzle, he's only holding 2,000 calories for the people. I believe it. But by the Haida, comments, with college, speaking with Vucha, the 4 types, tells us with all the types of bread, you can't get away with it. You still have to do it in yourself. It says the Gemara, look at the Rahman with Khalid, and they're open it up. Why you go back over here? Just pause it. Let's see that another one. Oh no, that from before. Okay. Why the oil is a type of a medava? So isn't it included in the Fali Neder? The second line from the top on the fossil. The Fali Neder is oil medava. The Judas is oil. You know, that's what I want to oil. I mean about season issue like saying cloud. The Fali Neder or the double cloud. So you should do a good job here. You always do a good job. But in the Talmud class, we're very worried that people will have drama from Talmud class. Only because I had personal experience with shooting with her. Right? Talmud's a little scary. Not anymore, you know. Once you did the done. Anyways, check this out. If you look, you have to look closely though. Each one of these is like characters. You know? It's too good. Yeah, but you know, you like controversy. Never. Oh, I didn't even cop. I'm looking together with you. I didn't cop a result. You guys cop what's going on with this nether? You don't cop. What? You cop. You think that's wrong? Every shul has this Nadarim Plus machine. You probably have it in America also, but it's called Nadarim Plus. And you go and you can donate to the Islamic, you can look up different tests and all sorts of stuff. Okay, Nadarim. I'm not sure what this is. It's a woman with a whole thing. Bukhar is number 1. Meiser gets a red with a paintbrush. every 10th animal. This guy's called, I love this guy. The triple guy? I think so. Only in America, I think, they wear the black hat during the whole ceremony. And it's a whole thing, you know, in America, it's unbelievable. It's a black hat. I don't want to say it. But people drive with the black hat, even if it's the ceiling car is sitting there like this, they don't take it off. The whole costume, they don't take it off. They're really relaxed.
Yes, I think there is.
But how do they can't drive with the costume? What? Do they buy tanks for that? But they wear this triple decker travel whole side. Yeah, the whole costume is over. Yeah, it's a big thing. So, also, I'm received a shtickle baby. That's not too good. It's just also in the context. Okay, so anyway, cloud. Now that we saw all the characters, right? Bring a carbon. All these are included. They have to do what? We're talking about the stuff our boy said. The whole day today is all about the stuff. All these guys, the men and the dog, the place that put card, the Asham Khan, they all need the stuff. That's a cloud. Look how they're going to live with the dog. Right. So now we're going to go to the next one. Where is it? Oh, so it says before to the positive only in the dog. So it knocks out all the other guys from the cloud. Because if we stop over here, cloud is generalization, includes everything. Prat, ain't the cloud of the prat. 12 in the prat, and the Torah is telling you exactly what I want. And once the Torah adds another cloud from the sandwich, then it's not everything, and it's not only the prat. It's something in between. Right? A cloud means everything. A prat means only these two. When you have a cloud, and then a prat, and then a cloud, so then we generalize, but it has to be similar to the prat. But how does it go? Prat. The ref in Choyach. Boom. The ref in Choyach. Slow moving today. Oh. So I add some stuff, but I just took off some stuff. So I added Char Meiser. Because of a color. And the cloud is, by the way, we're not doing a lot of cloud by the cloud, so don't have any trauma. We're done. Cloud, we tried the cloud. He acted done again of time. This is similar to the cloud. But what's the similarity? It's not a problem for you. It doesn't come about outside. It doesn't come from sin, so that will take off the chatos. No, of course, you're about to I'll be the Chor Meiser Bezach, but I'll include the Chor Meiser Bezach.
He's like a kid in a fucking radio class, like those kids where it's like.
So, Loimar, Oilo. So, what do we have here?
The chair that it's so you have to
So, I want to show you. I just redid the initial chart for a second.
sit in the chair.
First of all, Oilo include the name of the double. And then what do we have? So it takes everything out. Let's continue for a second. Hashdas of Oilo, that the Oilo takes out the Bar and the Meiser and the Pesach. So what does it guess include? If I took out the Bar, Meiser, Pesach, so what does it include? My problem for you should include the oimen. I've called the inner include the oimen. It's something that you're not much clear right now to do. Lahavi, and this comes to include love is touching, the offspring of touching. Look more awesome. So if you look over here, you did a whole here. Shmura means if you find a nicer, bigger animal and say, I want this to be instead of the original, that's awesome, but it becomes just like the original. And that also requires a suffering. The offspring over here, there's a little baby here. There's a little baby, Vlad Shlomo, the Vlad, also requires a suffering. The Oila Habam and Amoisra, how do you do that? Okay. Well, the oil that comes, that's what we learned yesterday. We have extra Like this, what extra? But you have extra funds in the Beis Hamikdash or extra wine that goes over the top. So you buy, you sell it, you buy an oil for the kids in the fair. But also, Shemitah Peria, that's the famous one, but for short, anyways. So what's the So anytime Chatos must die, because let's say the owner died, this might be a different one. Maybe it's improved. Yeah, it's improved. Different. So anytime the Chatos must die, the Asham goes to Tevis land, you try to get it removed, and what happened? What? It's true, like you're starting like the mamas that you said. But why oil? Okay. Oh, you sell it, and you buy another. Okay. What's in the area? The bottom line is, at the end of the day, the Bible tells us that all these things require talking besides the Chatas and all. So let me just see. Okay, here. So it comes out like this, a little bit of a change than what we had before. The bottom line is, by season Yisrael Hashem Oilo, we learned not direct means to milk, not a B'chor mindset. All comes to include, that's how we started the studio, because Zebach comes to exclude the mincha. The Chali Neder Nedava comes to, if you, anything that comes to a kapara, like a chatos, and then the rest I just left in the Shaman Kagigo, that's nothing today. Sugi, but the top changes slightly. Okay. That's like the maskana for Sugi. So in other words, I'll show you this, just to remind you what it looked like when we started this year. It looked like this. The Gemara changes basically to the Remudim based on the cloud, Tatu cloud. Okay. Look at the Gemara. Ashtam is the Drasha. I'm learning the Joshua Kali never opened double, normally without. So now we have to discuss every single time we have an odd. So let me just show you what I did real quickly. I don't know if it's going to help. Yeah. So it's four, the one just going to say there's 4 oils. There's oil of Zebach, the same concept as 3. Oil of Zebach, the point that I just showed you, yeah? This possible. You see it says 3 times oil Zebach, oil Nidava, oil. So I just put it together in this. And basically it gives you the 4 options. If you have 2 different chiyuvim, but it's the same type of carbon, let's say it's an oil, but there's a neder and a dava. So it's 2 different things that I learned from oil zebach. Oil, the oil, and I thought this was a new supplement. What do? The following neder oil and a dava, when the carbon is different, it's in both the type of carbon and the type of avera, or the type of thing. And then you have oil my day comes says it's the same field, but 2 different types of carbonos. Let's say it's in a dava of an oil and a shlamim. So it's the same, but different carbon, oil and shlamim. And finally, you have the same field and the same oil, the same type of carbon, like an oil when it comes to neder and shlamim. That's what I learned. So let's just see it inside. We're going to do the 4 oils. The hashto, that was oil and drush, or the hali neder and the dava, we just leave it on the screen.
Wow, that's a good idea.
But I never why do I need to split it up? It's something that, I have a nice neder and double, maybe I have to bring both a neder and a double. So to remind the oil on that. What's a neder? Do you remember what a neder is? What's a double? How do you know? How do you remember it? Oh, you said beer. Who else remembers the beer? So we do zoo. I raise zoo because the beer is a goal and it belongs to the zoo. you remember that? I wouldn't be able to remember that. Shmuel, you remember that?
Yeah, that's what's also nothing.
Dive Zoo.
So
Yeah, no, that's an older video. Usually it'll show that one. It's not accurate. When he does die, he doesn't like flip his whole entire body and die. He just died. Whatever. Tomasz Malone. The what? Was nice in Netherlands today by the Sophers. Nice in Netherlands today by the Sophers. I'm going to vote the Nether and the dog. Only the Yoshi. Yesterday we had this whole thing with the VOD. Remember with Trump? He said, Kabam, the VOD. Did anyone see that video? So, hey, man was holding, man was up to date on the video. This is dangerous. Yeah. So, the Yoshi holds that the VOD connects them and says that if you have two things, say positive, you have to do both of them. They're both together. So that's why it says oy. Oy separates. You don't need to do both. The vav achibur, the vav that connects them, in this case, is not connected. Why? Because it's the oy in between. That's according to Yoshia that they get connected even without the word Yaakov. Now we have this whole thing. You need Yaakov, you don't need Yaakov. By Yisachar Chamor is Yaakov. So the Torah says that's together. By Mikal Lavim, it doesn't say Yaakov. It doesn't need to be together. But the Vav Achibur puts it together. That's why it's getting some moves. Whatever. To me, it's good mood. I'm in a good mood because they walked away. So that means maybe finish off the job. What do you guys think? You don't like it? Oh, there's reason to it. Hildering, I spoke to them. They said that during the ceasefire, they started opening up the thing, they put the missiles in there, watching them, and you know where all the guys are going. Now, boom. That's what they call it. I don't know if it's true, we'll see. Another is the elder, the son, lovely. Why do they need to fight? So, I see never look at the body son. I see the double look at the body son. What if I see never look at the double? What if you bring two bodies together? Hare Allah and Hare Zoo together? This is going to be something. Maybe one something should be good for both. Match one no. You need to bring two. This is what I mean. There's some talking about the Camino. How do you relate to the Kamaisi oil of the nether shlums in the dust? Let's say I bring two types of korbanos, an oil and a shlum. One is a nether, one is a dust. You know, it doesn't matter. The shlum is a nether, the oil is in the dust. Our Heichal, the Kamaisi oil is shlum the nether. What if both of them, the two types of korbanos, you have an oil and a shlum, two different types of korbanos, but they're both the nether. You know, the shlum in the dust, they're both in the dust. They're both one nether, one of those. This is going to something hard. Maybe one is something for both. Hey, my one, I'll be mad. The kids here, we have four different possibilities, and that's why I need four different eyes. If you that's going to go, it's actually the beginning of the book. It's real. So I'm going to come in on it. Maybe you need to bring two yourself when. We do one oil, one shlomim, but it's an edit. You know, oil shlomim, but dava. So they're both in the dava. I'm going to go my stay oilos. But what if it's not oil and shlomim? It's two oilos, chadim and edit, chadim and dava. But they come for two different reasons. You know, we say shlomim echad, ben edit echad dava. Two shlomim, one is ben edit dava. Hey, we say shlomim echad, but the mice at the end of the day, it's oil is oil. I'm telling you, it's easy gemaras, right? You gave me a lot, I know. He told me in Shul that what did he tell me? You were learning with somebody else? Who was it? So they're discussing the share. Remember, there's 3 stages in the oil, and three types of olives, and 3 stages in the oil. And he in a second says, "What do you tell me? 1 and a 3 and 3 and 1 is the same as 2 2." That means that you and other people that watch that you got it. You know what I'm talking about? So 2-2. What's a 2-2? Remember what's a 2-2? Hold on. We'll turn this around, please. Yeah, the what? Whoa, he even knows the details. That's all the Madrega, yeah. And so what's equal to 2-2? Yeah. Kids, you know better than me, so this is no problem. Yeah. Okay, no, Givaldi, wow. Impressive. And what else? And a 1-3. A 1-3 and a 3-1 is equal to 2-2. Okay, good. That's the difference. You go right there. Oh, I don't know. No? I said Sean Rand is in the house. Sean Rand is a superstar in New York. Over in Chicago, he comes in. You don't look at him. Well, yeah, something Gemara. So, Evashim Shlomo Achasi, but Lamaisa, two Shlomim and two Oilers are one. So maybe you should bring one Sachem. This is going to be Sachem. Come on, Shalom. The father had Shlomim, why say Oy Shlomim? Lamali Sagadah Kamina Hanimina to the Maisa Shtei Oilers. I think that's when you bring two Oilers. One is another one is the Dove, so they're very different. You know, Shlomim called the Dove. Shlomim you did two different. Avadeh the Maisa Shtei Oilers. Beneder. Shtei Oilers been a Dove. You know, I said this already. Oh, it's one, sorry, it's one nether or one is done. This is going to be the song of God. One is always enough. Mash, fine.
Leader Oilo, your Nasech is ready.
Wait, you're Nether?
I'm Leader.
Me too.
But it says Nether Oila. Who here is Oila? I'm Oila.
Me too.
Okay, so you're both Nether Ola? So this is your order. Excuse me, no. Absolutely not. What's the problem? It's just one Nesef. We do have the same name, but each of us needs a Nesef in his own. No problem. But next time, write your full name so there won't be confusion. What are your names?
Shlomo Zalman ben Gedalia Tzvi.
Me too.
Now, Rav said, if he says, Harei Olai Oila, one is enough. Why? He learns it from an Oila Korbana. But he doesn't learn the Oil. Now the Gemara focuses on the word Oil. What does he do with Oil? If he already learns it in Oila Korbana, what does he do with Oil? There's two types of animals. Mamish, literally two types of animals. How do you have two types of animals? Cow and a sheep, two types. You have two sheep. Maybe one is something enough. Great. What do I do with the parts of so okay, they come different days, so they need different songs. They come at the same time. Maybe one song is okay. Come on, we learned in the Mishnah. Nusug boys and nusug. We did look at it. It's a giant dumbbell, but it's all like you moved it. It says in the Mishnah. I pointed it out. I don't have the whole list, but remember, we have a list of 10 different korbanos. Kachim Kalin and Kachim Kachim. And it says that 5 of the korbanos need the sachem, 5 don't. And the korbanos that don't need the sachem, you have on the right side, on the Kachim Kachim, you have a chatos and asham. But the chatos and the asham also have a situation where they do need the sachem when? By the Mitzayra. The chatos and the asham are Mitzayra. Let's see here. This is the Mitzayra, right? He brings 3 korbanos, Hagazim the Oila, and he also has to bring a mincha. Not immediately. How do you know that a mitzvah has to bring a mincha? The Torah Rabbanan says by mitzvah, u'shloisha esroinim soilas mincha. 3 esroinim of flour. The mincha ba'am azelach because of the Oh, nobody answers this question. Let's see if this teenager knows. What's the difference between a mincha? It's very important. I don't know if you know this because I don't know if we learned it. What's the difference between, maybe you have it in Megillah, I don't know. What's the difference between a mincha that you just bring by itself and or a mincha that comes with a carbon? It's the same flour, the same oil. But one you bring on its own and one comes together with a carbon. You know the difference? What? No. By the way, the sachem can be this also. The flour and oil is called the sachem also. Sometimes it's called wine. Sometimes refers to the wine, sometimes not. It's a little confusing. And the Mishnah says in sachem, it actually means even the flour and the oil. Okay, it's a very simple thing. No, I'm saying they're identical in what they look like. The ingredients are identical. There's one major difference. But when you bring a mincha on its own, so you put the kmitz on the mizbech, the rest goes with the piano. Whereas the one that comes together, you do this? The one that comes together with the carbon, it all goes on the mizbech. So that's why I'm just pointing it out here because the Gemara says, the mincha it's the type that comes together with the carbon, so it all goes on the mizbech. It's very different when it comes by itself. You can't get deeper with it. That I'm already talking about the mincha that comes with the carbon. Oh, so here the word nisachim means wine. I don't know if it means wine. The yain, it needs wine. And the Gemara says, and the word oil is oil mitzvah. Zevach zuchat mitzvah. Oil zevach zu sham mitzvah. So the kids we have in this pasuk really limudim that teach us these 3 carbones. As the Gemara of David Tarbayim is about 2 of them. The Chatas and the Asham, why don't they learn those 2 from the Zevach? So this, to understand this, is very simple, but we learned this a number of times. We're learning, especially. Whoa! Why I'm saying ooh, because I found the old one I didn't have. It's unbelievable. Fixed it here. Which what? They take the whole beard off. The whole. With shlamim water. And you put it underneath the shlamim. Wow. That's his hand with the boiling water. Shnufa. Okay. Let's get involved. You know side. Sprinkles aside. You got that? I found this. I just put it in with the Shabbos. This is, you see how technology, and this back then, you remember this? This was considered, wow, top of the line. Remind me of your name, I'm very bad with it. Label, that's right. Little Moskowitz. James inside, just the difference. Unbelievable. Just the, I think. It's not all. That's by a mitzvah. You shave everything. By a nazir, it's just. I think it's just the head. Okay. So why am I showing you this? Because you're supposed to put the hair underneath the shlamim. Now it says the Gemara. Now we understand what it means. Chatas va'asham enayim. What if you put the hair under the wrong pot? By the chatas or by the asham, they don't go together different times. Like one is when he finishes his nazirus, the other he messed up the middle. But the point is, what if you put it under the wrong pot? Oh, so Mela, the word Zevach teaches us Chatas and Asham. So by us also, why do you need 3 different words? Yeah, we learned Oy, Oyla, Zevach, and the Oy. 3 words. Why? I can learn from the word Zevach a Chatas and Asham. That's only when they're equal. Asham and Chadas come to do something different than by the Mitzvah. The Asham comes to allow him to go and drink wine, etc. The Chatas comes to give him a forgiveness on the Tzaras. What kind of forgiveness? For what Avera? What do you get Tzaras for? Huh? Right. That's true. I knew you were going to say. But there's 6 more things that it comes to give forgiveness. The more Erican says it comes for Daiva, it comes for Ritzicha, what else? Shov, Gilarayis, Gezel. Sorry. Zog the Gemara, so therefore the inner trick, right? That's why I need the Oy Zevach, the Oyla, and the Oy to teach us because the Chadas and Asham are different. Zevach zu Chadas Mitzayra. That again, the Chadas Mitzayra needs wine. Ve'ema zu Chadas Ha'asham the Nazir. Who told you Zevach is referring to the Chadas Mitzayra? Maybe he's coming to talk about the Chadas and Asham the Nazir. Let's talk about that. Yeah, where's the Nazir? Let's see if we have anything for Nazir. Oh yeah, this guy. Well, in the beginning we have the Nazir. What? Maybe it's one of the Chadas and the Asham of the Nazir. You see over here, it only says Chatas because that's at the end. The Ashram is if he messes up. Okay. Lava Shaned, the point is, how do you know this person going about it? Sorry, maybe talking about another. Lo is talking about can't be. The sign is Umen Chasen is scared. Sit by Nazir, Umen Chasen is scared. But he lost so you be Shlama, because of the David. You're talking about an Oilan Shlama. I remember he lost to be Shlama, but he ain't Afilu Chatas. That the Chatas needs in Sachin. I'm a little bit so I yes, Zeva Shlama, Chasen in this guy. I have a Klal Hayom. The aisle was there and then beforehand and Sukim. Lava Yatsa, Lakashela, Ma'il Yuchot, Bob and Nether, Ubinadava, the 2-year-old aisle comes for willingly to another. Nadav called, you only do the Sachin when it comes to Nether, Ubinadava, and Amela, I need the Zeva for the Mitzvah. Oila Zu, Oila Mitzvah. The water Oila Mitzvah needs one. Ve'ema Zu, Oila Mitzvah. When a woman gives birth, she has to bring two korbanos. She brings a sheep for a naila and a bird for a chatas. If she's poor, then she brings 2 birds. Instead of the sheep for the naila, she brings a bird naila. But a regular woman brings a sheep and a chat. By the way, when you get into this comes, you're going to have to line up a bunch of sheep for our wives. No? When the sheep comes, and this is in English. Our wives, based on how many children they have to bring all the sheep. Sheep, and a bird. And we're going to have to take care of the Lashon Hara. Yeah. Oh, expensive. Turning the daf, Nisan, Adar Global, experts of cross-border payments, the Shav.com, we read a shit today because every shit that happened spurs red. So tomorrow, how do you know oil? Means they have to bring wine with the oil of a mitzvah. Maybe it's the oil of a woman who gave birth. Omar Abaya, oil, you let this mistake in the Quran after. Yeah, I learned from the end of the party the time you Oimer, La Keves, Zu, oil, you let this. Oh, Echad, Zechad is a Shalmais, Shakar Shlam. Okay, so let me see. 42 minutes. You're doing great. Oh, Hashem. First of all, let's do this. Why not? When a person has a bunch of newborn animals, he has to give the 10th one as a Meiser Behemoth. And then when he gets all the way to number 10, what does he do? Rabbi, you remember? He gave him a red dot, and that becomes Meiser. Okay. And now for the old technology thing. So every 10 to 1, he's supposed to say, he's supposed to take a red thing. But what happened was, on number 10, he said it's 9. And number 11, he said it's 10. And number 9, he said 10. Because you got all mixed up. So what do you do with number 11? They're all Kaddish. What do you do with number 11? Where are we? Oh. You bring the 11 as a shlomim. It's Kaddish, but it's not a meiser, it's shlomim. And it requires the suffix. What are the pasuk? It's a mistake. And the mistake is more chomer. You have to bring the suffix with it when the meiser does not require the suffix. Right? We already established in the beginning of this year. Bechor, meiser, and Pesach do not need the suffix. And now you tell me number 11 needs Nesachim, which is more chomer than what it came to replace. I'll tell you what Pshat says. You ask me why, who told you that the pasuk is talking about maybe it's talking about other stuff. But the pasuk has 3 ribuyim. What is it? Three words. Oila, Oi, and Zeva. What thing has 3 korbanos that need the 3 ribuyim? Only I can think of is a mitzvah. Is a double itself. So ribuyim. Oim is a mitzvah. La'il, I'm continuing. Why do I need the word la'il? I already have it in Pinchas. The ram that Aaron HaKoyin brings in Kippur. Every Kohen Gadol brings in Kippur. As the Gemara, you have to bring the Sachem every Yom Tov from the word of B'Moyadechem. All korbanos that come in Yom Tov. So Gedadah Chamin Hanim Yidin Tzibur. Perhaps when it comes to the individual, he doesn't have to bring the Sachem. So the first thing that I had a problem with, Rabbi saying, and this should bother you as well, is just yesterday we learned that a Yachid does have to bring the Sachem on Yom Tov. I'll remind you that we were talking yesterday about what korbanos you have to bring on Yom Tov. The Shalmei Chagiga and Shalmei Simcha and Oilas Riyah. And the Gemara already established that those you need to bring the Sachem. So why would the Gemara say over here, the Yachid line, the korbanos that an individual brings on Yom Tov don't need? Of course they do. So they say the pshat is beautiful. Since so many Yidden come to the Hamikdash that day to bring the Oilas Riyah, the Shalmi Chagiga, the Shalmi Simcha, so it's considered a carbon tzibur. Here, interesting pshat. Because the tzibur comes. Why is no Oilas Riyah? Why is it any different than the Oilah of a woman who gives birth? Why would I say she has to, but he doesn't have to? So that the Chamina had immediately double shaykh for Bully's man. They, a woman gives birth. It could be every day of the year. There's no specific time. Bully's man, but the Kohen Gadol who brings his carbon in Kippur, he doesn't have to bring something. That's why he needs a special part. His carbon is, I would think, is different. No. What have you done? The rabbi says a palgos. Oh, here we go. The palgos. What's the palgos? The palgos is a sheep that was supposed that if it's in the first 12 months of its life, it's called a keves. From 12 months on, it's called the ayah. Month 13, I think it's its own thing. We're going to discuss. Is it a bria b'fnei atzma even? I know I missed something here. did I miss it? Yeah, there's a video that I didn't show. Okay. It says Gemara, I'm going to show this in a second. So we have is it its own category? Meaning, check this out. If a person makes a nether, I'm going to bring a keves or an ayol, you wouldn't be able to bring a palgus. It's its own little category, a 1 month category. It's not. If you did bring a palgus as a carbon, maybe you have to pretend that it's an ayol. Here, I'll show you real quickly, just to remind the ayol. The ayol all the way on the left brings 2 sort of silas and 4 lug of shemen, versus a keves on the right only brings 1 and 3. He has double the amount of flour and 1 extra lug, the ayol. So what you do is you bring the most, you bring all the flour and the oil of the larger ram, and you make a condition, you make a tonight that if it's not a ram, we'll see in a second. But you have to bring another carbon. Maybe this guy made an oil like it doesn't work for you. You bring another carbon. Well, Rabbi explains, oil the ram is a palgus. So me, the pasuk, he does that the palgus, even though it's its own individual category, you bring this up. He argues on Rabbi. He brings sorry. According to Rabbi Yochanan, I stuck in that he makes it tonight. That's according to Rabbi. According to Rabbi Yochanan, it's not tonight. It's a category by itself, and there's a pasuk that tells me that in the 13th month you bring the carbon. But according to Rabbi, I don't know what it is. It's either a keves or ayel. It's not a category by itself. So what do? You bring your palgus and you make a condition. The sveiko, because it's only a suffix. And what's the condition? You say, if it's an ayel, so I'm giving the 2 isarim of flour for that. If it's a keves and only needs 1, so I'm giving it 1, and the extra will just go as an adov on the mizbeach. But it's a suffix. It's a krala, really sveiko. You think the Torah is coming to tell us that if there's a suffix animal you bring, that's not how it works. What it says about Balikash, you're right. According to Bali, I have a problem, I don't know what you thought. Next sugya. More psukim, a boy said, more psukim. Yeah, let's see Palgus for a second. Is it zero for real?
I am not a keves. I am not a oihil.
I'm reminding you, he is not 13 years old. He is 13 months old. He finished his first year and started his second year. Got it?
Ben oil.
But my nesachim, just like Ayil.
Okay, you got it, Sean? Palgus is different. Because nesachim are like Ayil. So this is simple Gemara. There's a difference here. I showed it. I'll show it again. There's a difference between the nesachim of the ram all the way on the left and the nesachim of a sheep. It's how they that also when it comes to bulls, there's a bull and there's a calf. The calf is a year old, and everything above a year, they also I think this is how they do it, right? Shmuley. What's a calf? You know what year is a calf? Anything below a year is for sure a calf. 2 years old. Yeah. Right. Okay, the Gemara does, and it says, listen, it's like a sheep. Once it's 13 months old, 13, 14 months old, it's already a par. So maybe it should have different type of nesachim. There's one, all bulls are in the same category. Oila, I'm not going to ich muss nicht gleich was wenn es geht, dann schon uns im Stein. Oh, there's a difference between the Sochem of a year-old and a 2-year-old. No, and how this gets the Stein is going to try. Let's keep on making differences. When it turns 3 years old, maybe it has even more the Sochem. I'm going to Oila, Echod, Oila Sebak Fasim. מה אתה מדבר מה? לפי שמציעים שחלק הכל בניסקי כבש לניסקי עגל. יוכל נוכל בניסקי כיס לניסקי רחב. Oh, so tomorrow, maybe also by the female, you should make it a community between a 1-year-old and a 2-year-old. No, you know, it's only by the males. Oy beizin, oh, you know, in the Chadadia, we have an eggs. So I think, I'm sorry if I forgot to ask the question. If the cat is really bad and it ate the goat, so that means the dog is good. Cat is bad, it ate the goat. Goat is good, cat's bad. So the one that punishes the cat is good, and the one that punishes the dog is bad. If you make the cheshbon all the way to the Rebbeinu Shalom, it comes out not good. What? Right. But if you do the cheshbon, it comes out not good. Because of the Rebbeinu Shalom, it doesn't work out. The cheshbon doesn't work. So they say, I forgot who says it, this is just for Hasidim. Calves. He says, yeah, but that's something else. Veal, I think veal is one. Cattle under 11 months old, they classified as cats. Okay. So they say because the goat has a beard and the cat has a mustache. So they're fighting, whatever, but the dog, he's shaven, what do you have to mix in? Yeah. Don't give me more. Maybe easy, but I'm not sure it's going to be maybe I should make a team, a gold, and a 2-year-old and a 1-year-old. I'm going to be easy. They're all the same. Baldiko. Says Rav, this is Givaldi. Rav tested us. So, you know, they asked the question over here. I say, Baldik one. He only asked, unless, you know, he asked the whole shear. I'm saying over. This is like Benny always makes fun. He says, Matish tu, what are you? Lashon Rabin. In Hebrew, it's Lashon Rabin. It's like we, the famous Rosh Hashiva that flagged down our cars. Do you have room for us in the car? This is not. He's up. Can you help? He fell to the ground. Can you pick me up? Can you pick up? He says. Can you pick us up? Yeah, fine. So it says over here. I don't know if Rav was only him. Basically, in this case, look at how much wine you bring when you bring a female sheep. That was his question. It was a test. How much wine do you bring with a female sheep? It says more Nolay, you must listen. I brought a riot from the Mishnah. Wow, it says so the way it worked is you went to a station and you paid for your wine and your flour, and they gave you a zettel. And on the zettel it said one of a few different things, but if it said gdi on it, so it meant that you paid for the nesachim of all sheep, older and smaller, the large and small, not older, large and small. Does not include 2-year-old males. In other words, that answers Rob's question. And what? That the nesachim of a female sheep are identical to the male because you get the same settle whether it's a male or female. Rabboisai, have a wonderful day, a wonderful week.
Merit the schutz of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a shir today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
You don't understand. Even one person, two people was better than none. Sitting in the chair I just gave a minute ago is by itself. It's different energy. My voice, I was sitting here in Lincolnwood by the Nugget, the famous Nugget. Shmuel. I don't know if you're allowed to say the last name. Tell me. Yeah? Yeah? To Skaret, this is a reminder for Spirit Sa'imer. I'll tell you the truth. It's either 8 days in the Omer or 10. It's not 9, but we're going in order. This dab is supposed to be for tomorrow, which is after Shul. So just Spirit Sa'imer, the day you say, and everything goes. Days your Hashem. Oh, Spirit Sa'imer, you could sponsor for the Spirit Sa'imer. Meanwhile, the refuah of that month's visit, Shkita Bishas, the Yisud Laya Sa'imer. And we have a very special message from a very special Yid. Oops.
Heilige Rebbe Stefanski, straight from the Yam to the Yama Talmud. You're doing such good stuff. Maybe one day we should collaborate on about Lipa in English. Take the juicy stories and give it out in a song. So,
do you do the daf? I can only collaborate with those.
Abaya, Berufer, and Abba Stefanski, the Heilige Shidam, the Heilige Dam.
Beautiful smile, all right, Bezer Hashem. I spoke to him once about doing. Yeah, I'll do it. Bezer Hashem. We'll jump on the bandwagon. We'll see the real light. Thank you, Dobie Spiegelman, for arranging. Pesach is over. Here's a chance to experience no crowd. To break up the young that just wanted to feel Motzi Shabbos and plus where this? Where is this? But where? Doesn't say the place. Mark, where are we? Yeah, in Stevenson Road. I get it. But what city is that? It's a good matzah. Where is it? In Baltimore. I should have known. In Baltimore. Shkoya to the cut in Baltimore. What else do we have here for today? We're going to go jump in right away. It's a shorter daf. I'm going to make it really short because it's Erev Shabbos here. The official edition, MUI Shots, and Sefta by the Iranian Media Family's Perik Anonymous with gratitude to Hashem. Love it. The Masechta is sponsored by David Salman, dedicated in memory of Avimari, the Shmuel, Baruch, and Chaim Tzvi, Goyish, Shmuel, Rafa. The Masechta is sponsored by Joel Vidalis, the Trust of Father Jacob Vidalis, Anonymous, and some of the Gashis, the House of Talent, and Nations, the Trust of Rabbi Gordon, the Shmuel, Palchik, the Moshe Seilui. Anonymous for Shneiman, the Moshe Ben Izar, Anonymous for Shneiman, the Ritus Yom, the Leah Pass Esther, the Strong Malki, the Kavitaris, Picham Avi Zoma Chesed, so Kari, Yakum Mordechai, keep steiging. Sending Rose family, Cami Island, UK, in honor of Ellen, changed my meaning of life. Plenty on William Yossi Mark and Penny, and all those who took and be wife. Baruch Shalom's Kar, my Simon, for Shlema, he's a monthly sponsor. For Shlema, I'll be Murray, Baruch, Ben, Miriam. MDYR. For Shlema, that means no weekly, no daily. Everybody's on a different schedule. It's stroll, guys, they're here, we're here. For Shlema, you want to kind of Ben Meshav Bracha, for Shlema, what have Ben Esther, for Sayela, Daniel Zev, Ben, Ayela, Esther. Boisai, we're holding by the Mishnah, by Tzaddik, Omid Aleph, brand new sugya, that we developed. Easy stuff today. Kol midos, shiva migdosh, hoyu mikdoshos. I'm going to yell at Yoshi, putting a white background with flower in the cleat. But other than that, it's beautiful. This is God. It's piled up. This is not. This is muffled. All the Beis Hamikdash, you pile midos. Midos toilets. People work on their midos. Why is it called midos? So the Archas Tzadikim said because we're born with all these attributes. We have we're stubborn, we have kas, we have gaiva, we have all sorts of things, and we work on them. But everything that we have is with the midah. Because sometimes to be stubborn is very, very important. When it comes to learning Torah, you have to be stubborn. You have to be different things. You have to be like that. I have to have a little gaiva sometimes. Depends on what. With the midah. What is the midah? And we work on the midas. In other words, we lower that one. I want to much, and I was going to say it to a shidduch for his daughter, and decided to send a private investigator to his business guy, let's say a 30 guy, in shidduchim. So he sends a private investigator to the guy's office, and the private investigator comes back and says that he has a temper. So he doesn't know what to do. He heard such great things about this guy, but he has a kas, he has an English. So he goes to meet the guy. He says, listen, I gotta be open with you. I wanted you for my daughter, but you're an angry guy. So he says, how do you know I'm angry? He says, no, how do you know? Answer the question. So he says, because I sent a private investigator. And saw you, he says, you what? You sent a private investigator to my office? How dare you? And then he goes like this. So he says, what just happened? He says, I'm messing with you. This is what I do at work. I need to get my employees in line. I'm not really angry. See, look, I'm not even. I connected to a little bit because I used it a few times also, this kind of trick. But it's not good. I don't advise it because in every cast there's a little cast, in every joke is a little bit of this. But you understand this, Mesa? Have you ever done it to your employees? It's a play, it's a show. Yeah. Anyway, called Midash Bamigdash Hoyu Migdash. It's also the Ben Yoda. I haven't quoted him in a long time, so I got to quote him. He says, "What's the idea behind piling it up? It's basically showing the Rebbeinu Shalom. I'm trying to give you as much as I can. This is it. It's already. I can't do more than this. If you give it like machok, it's like you kind of cheat. You know what I mean? It's like up to here. No, look, I'm giving you full." That of the Kohen Gadol, which we discussed, he starts off in the morning with one Isar, he divides it in half, and he gives half of the Isar in the morning, half in the evening. That is flat. And now we explained there's a number of reasons, because he's walking with it, you don't want it to spill over, it's hard to divide in half. Okay. Midei Salah, Berutzayim Kodesh, Midei Sayavish, Berutzayim Kodesh. Berutzayim is the overflow. The overflow will show this thing or not. This, that, ooh, this is great class. Let me finish this up. Maybe. I'm holding a cup of coffee, and I'm looking at Berutim. I saw a sign there in Israel, Meister Sharia. It says, coffee here is free, up until like this area, like 3/4. Anything above that, you have to pay 2 shekels. The idea is, I don't know if you ever noticed how they make coffee and the shows over there, they go all the way to the top, always to the top. They pour the milk all the way to the top, and then they take a step forward. You know what happens? Drip, drip on the count. So we'll give it to you for free, but if you're going to mess around and try to drip on our floor, then you have to pay money for that. That costs money. They would say it. So Rebbe Kiva Oimer, sorry, let's go back. Chutz, Mishal Kohen Gadol nice. Midas Halach Berutzayim Kodesh, Midas Hayavish Berutzayim Chutz. The Tanakama, we're going to see this 3 sheets here. They're very similar in a way, slightly off. Each one is slightly different. Midas Halach Berutzayim Kodesh. The measuring devices of the liquid is Kodesh. After Moshe Rabbeinu put oil, is Moshe. This cleats, it has Dusha. Midas Hayavish, if you're trying to measure for flour, those measuring cups did not have Dusha. What's the difference? We'll see, because if it has Dusha, so everything that above it also has Dusha in a way. We have to explain why. But if it doesn't have kedusha, so everything above does not have kedusha. So that's why piled up flour doesn't have kedusha. Piled up wine doesn't have kedusha. Rabbi Kiva Omer midas halach kodesh. The ficha beretzem kodesh. What's he adding here? Midas hayovesh choy. The ficha beretzem choy. So he argues with the Tanakama. We'll see in the Gemara exactly how and where. This makes a lot of sense. Think about it. How in the world? And I'm just having trouble and also understanding how exactly you deal with this Beruti. But how did it get there? How did it overflow? You pour the wine. You pour the wine and it becomes like this. So what stays on top exactly? Is the stuff that you just poured now? The stuff that you just poured goes to the bottom, up the bottom, and then it comes on top. The stuff that you're pouring on top, it's not a solid, it's a liquid. Liquid usually drops down and pushes the rest up. Big enough because the rest that got pushed up was already inside the cleat. It's inside the cleat that's dusha, and now popped up on top. Okay, so it's already covered. If you're taking a bottle of Castell, you pour it up to here, and then you pour a little bit more, and it goes like this. So if it doesn't go into the cleat, I can hear it. But that's if it's flour. So yeah, the new stuff that goes on top never went inside the cleat. But when it comes to liquid, usually it gets all mixed in, and it's all like, how are you dealing with spirits? So I'm not just going to understand this. I'm having trouble here. But okay, but that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. The liquid gets uprooted from the bottom, goes to the top. But the dry is not. So first we have to deal with this liquid over here. Beginning of the Mishnah, the first words of the Mishnah, all the measurements. How many measurements were there? Mani, here, the mayor, Chad Godeshab. According to the mayor, there wasn't more than one. All the 20 of them. It's either, he says there's two starters. One said there's only one. But according to the mayor, there's two. One is a flat, one is a full. Slightly more than the flat one, but there's only one, and that's only one. What do you mean, call me this? One measurement period for the heap one. This is the answer that Mayor. It's Mayor who says there's one heaped one and one flat one. Well, my call me this. What does the Mishnah mean by all the measurements? Call me this doesn't mean that there's 10 different kalim in the Beis Hamikdash. It means 10 different measurements that I use this one kli, this one isar, and I use. Even if I need 3 Yisraelim of flour, I use the one Yisraelim. I do 3 types. Well, there's not 5 different measurements. Not a kli that holds 3, kli that holds 2, a kli that holds. It's one kli, one Yisraelim, and it's one that you overload. But it contains all the shiurim of the Beis Hamikdash. Sometimes when you need 2 Yisraelim, 3 Yisraelim, you use that kli as well. And now we're going to explain all 3 shittas in the Mishnah. Midas halach beretzim kodesh. Mike and Nathan, where's my clothes? Tanakama sovar midas halach nimshachah beinim b'fnim beinim. Moshe Rabbeinu gave kedusha to the kli on the inside and on the outside. Put oil. Remember how you put the oil? Kimin ki. You do a C, a U, a test, a X. You have a lot of shittas. How many shittas? Like 7? I don't know. 9 or 7. What are the other ones? Closed. How was closed? I just remember X. There's a Taisa somewhere in the music. Yeah. Okay, this is different. Okay. Begins to command key. In other words, you don't have to paint the whole thing. You just go like this. On the outside, you do like a chaf or a U on the inside and so many stress. So in Mela, this kli has the kedusha on the inside and the outside. And then what? Oh, so this is very important. So the problem is this right over here. There's the rim. Is that what it's called in English? The rim. Does this have Kedusha? If it does, so when the wine piles up and touches this, it gets Kedusha from it. Midas. And the dry good one, the one for the flour, only has Kedusha inside and not outside. That's why the overflow is not covered. Kiva argues and he says that the dry good one doesn't have any Kedusha whatsoever. Let me ask you a question. If this cup has zero Kedusha and it's filled up with flour, how is the flour going to become Kaddish? The answer is, Rashi says, my mouth. You're right, the Kli doesn't give it any Kedusha, but my mouth does. I say it should become Kaddish. Third sheet is both the dry and even the liquid that does not have Kedusha on the outside. Then he explains the reason why the roots of the liquid become kaddish. Why is the overflow kaddish? Because it comes from the inside. It already had the kedusha when it was inside the cup, and then it popped out, so it remains kaddish. And dry goods like flour, it stays on the top. As you pour it, that's where it stays. It doesn't go down and up. So what if this wine was on the bottom of the cup? It came up and is now above. But where's the das of the owner? The guy had kavanah to give kedusha to whatever's in the cup, not what's above the cup. So what if it started in the bottom and came to the top? But the fact is, he only said it should be because whatever remains in the cup. Yeah, it's an interesting name. Lately we had a bunch of one-time names. This is one more time in Shas. This is the name of Rav. I don't need the das of the owner. I don't need his machshava. It becomes kadosh just by being in the Shoretz, even on the bottom. Now it's on the top, but it was on the bottom once, and that itself gives you kedusha. Perhaps you could say the pshat is the Shoretz doesn't have any kedusha, and only kedusha when you have the right mindset. And therefore, the fact is the top wine should not be kaddish. I'm just concerned that people will say, look, here, you had wine in a klisharis, and he just made it not kaddish. Well, so I have to make a zero and say that it's kaddish. The question is, Moise and Rabbi Zera have very similar things. See, there's Halach Shabbos. Look at this. So this is the famous Shulchan. Oops. And let's do it again because the Olam missed it from the other one, on the real one. 12 lechem aplan. When do we put it on the Shulchan? On Shabbos. When do you get to eat it? On Shabbos. Interesting situation happens. What happens if you forget to put the bread on Shabbos? Whatever you could, there's no bread available, and you put it on Sunday. Wait, listen to this. A carbon, if it stays overnight, is possible. Why is it possible? Lina. Overnight is possible lina. How come the lechem apana is not possible lina? Because it goes from Shabbos to Shabbos, so it can be possible after one day. But what happens if it's on? Listen to this. It's tricky. Not tricky. It's a gishmak ezah. What happens if the bread is on the table for a day? Come on. From Sunday to Sunday, 8 days. Lean on now. The answer is no lean. Why? Because it needs to be on the table Shabbat. When does this bread lean up? After the second, 13 days later. Tomorrow, if that's the case, see there's Halechem, it's a Buzachar Shabbos. You put it on the table on Sunday, Rikim Sabbazikim, the Shabbos. And then 6 days later, Shabbos, you put the 2 spoonfuls of fragrances on the Mizpsula, it's possible. In case of the answer, what do you do that it shouldn't be doing? Wait the second Shabbos, 13 days later. There's no, if the bread is on the table for days. Also, people are going to say that all you need to do, oh look, over here it didn't become lina because it's on a shulchan. So if I want to take a carbon and save it from becoming puzzle overnight, I just put it in a nice kli that has kedusha, and it won't become puzzle lina. I should make it zero. It should be puzzle lina. Says Mara, prima chutz karames, prim lav, kulam yadi, chutz kulam yadi. You're talking about lachem upon him that nobody sees, nobody knows about, nobody's going to say anything. Those who know better than to ask questions. But in over here, if you say, over here people get confused and say that you could just take off the wine from the top and make it, or from within a kli and make it not covered. So we have to make it zero. Not also. Moisar nesachim l'tetzam is good. What is moisar nesachim? That we're gonna have a little. It's almost the same. Little shiloh. What is moisar nesachim? In other words, I'll just throw out something. When you have extra nesachim, extra of these mincha, because those people who sell stuff to the Hamikdash have to sell always with a little extra. Even store owners, when you sell like a pound of something, they have to add a little tiny drop. Especially, certainly when they sell to the Beis Hamikdash. You got to be careful with these things. You can't rip off the Beis Hamikdash. You have to add a little. So what do you do with the extras? That's one way of looking at that. It goes with Kates Mizbech. What's Kates Mizbech? The dessert of the Mizbech. The Kates is also lashon of dried figs. When the Mizbech has a down period, there's no korbanos. So you grab an animal from within the Beis Hamikdash that was donated for the Kates Mizbech and you put it on the Mizbech. So my moiser is something. What is this moiser? What that goes to the Kates Mizbech? Two pshat. This extra stuff that we saw on the top up here, beautiful. I didn't have to play the whole video. What goes above the rim. Yochanan says, no, it's mamish what we learned, the famous Gemara. On the Kabbalah of the Sapik Slotis Ma'arba. He gave the Beis Hamikdash a cheap price. The Omdual, the Sholosh, and they got more expensive. The Sapik Ma'arba, he has to provide the Beis Hamikdash with a cheaper price. In other words, the bottom line is, the Beis Hamikdash always wins. In all disputes, Beis Hamikdash wins. Now, the guy said, I'll provide this mamish you. Yeah? Beis Hamikdash comes to provide me, Zaka. How much is a lamb chop, by the way? Because by my daughter's chasana, I thought it was so $11. We paid as Midwest, because we're the caterer at Midwest Conference. We paid $11 wholesale per lamb chop. I'm assuming it's much more now. That was 8 years ago. What's lamb chop today? That's it? Just a little bit more? Very high? Really? Because they're saying, 18 pounds, they're charging in Miami $50 for it. I don't know. No? Because in the hotel, they give is the lamb chop day. It's one lamb chop per person, but those who like it get 2-3 at the end. And then the dino rib. That's also an expensive piece. Yeah. Wow. That's not going to be a short for Romania. You get double schar for buying Romanian meat. No, not a good short. The short is Ma'arba, the Sami Ma'arba. The kids are, if the guy said, I'm going to provide the basic, I want to be the meat provider, I want to be the provider of flour and oil and all this stuff, flour. So I'm going to, the price is very high, I'm providing that. Then the price drops. So you have to give the Beis Hamikdash the new price. It's not, without getting into it, just al regel achas. The Beis Hamikdash has a special thing that it can acquire things with money. Jews cannot buy with money. They need a kinyan. They have to do chalipin, they have to do agba, they have to do a kinyan. But something this could do like a guy, kind of a kesser, but only when it's worth it for him. If money's not good for it because they made a upmark on a higher price and the price dropped, so the base this goes back to the lower price. You don't want base good. Actually, you do. It's close, but you're always the base you know going in that no matter what you have to give in to the base the Hagdish always wins. Okay, so Mamela says this is the pshat of Moise and Isachar. How did we get extra? Because I provided the base of English more than it needed. So now they have extra. Why did I provide more than it needed? Because we made up one price and they got the better deal. It's not the pshat like you said before. It's that extra wine on the top, blah blah blah. It's a big deal that they made with the wholesaler and got more product. So what do you do with it? You sell it and you buy korbanos. You get me. I have a right to both. What did you do with the extra wine that's flowing on top? If you have another carbon, give it to the other carbon. But if it was stayed overnight, you're possible. If it didn't go overnight, but keeps in his back, if you don't have another carbon, you have another carbon, and it didn't stay overnight. So you put it on his back. In other words, how do you put it on his back? You can't put wine on his back. You need an oil. So you sell the wine. Anybody want to schmack it, you call it the wine. And then you put on, by the way, that Gen 8. I started a copy, but I got it. You know about the Gen 8? Yeah, good stuff. Zogzi Gemara, I don't want to give anybody any idea. Lav the kids and members in his bath. The Kai Zemau. No, I'm not putting down the other ones. Yeah, unbelievable stuff. I'm not even going to say the other names, but upper energy, you know what I'm talking about. You know these things. I even had to open up here. I opened up a bottle of every Suda, and I didn't want to open up. Wow, 2 hours to Shabbos, 25 people on YouTube. Involved it. I didn't want to open up the Magnum. The Magnum I wanted to bring back to the show. Then I had to open up. 1, 2, fine. Involved with stuff. Okay, Magnum is stuff. Zog Gemara, huh? Oh. Ooh, sponsors. Hold on, let me just finish the line here. Oh, no, we can say sponsors. Adar Global. Turn to the dot. Adar Global experts in cross-border examinations, payments. L'Shalom.com. Who's going to shift today? Because every shidduch that happened was first read. What do you do? Yeah, I just explained, but we know. What do you do with this money that you get from selling the wine and you buy that? Oh, what is it? Oil. You make oil out of it. But what do you do with an oil? Like you always do with an oil. I would think it's a little different because over here it's coming from the money of the Beis Hamikdash. Maybe the Kohanim shouldn't share in it at all. No, the Kohanim get the hides. Why not? I give a siddur b'yachon and I have a right to b'yachon. So anyways, you see over here that we're talking about, like he said, what is it? That we're talking about the wine that goes above the rim. Now, what was Rabbi Yochanan? The shot was that the Beis Hamikdash got a better deal than they thought, so they have extra. He accepted on himself to provide the Beis Hamikdash in a cheap price, and the price was up. The Safik Marba has to provide them with a cheaper price. The Shalish Voli Marba, he said he's going to provide them with a higher price, and the price dropped. The Safik Marba, she got English out of the it's not word for word what we said on top of it. The Zelsh Shanino, this is what it adds. This is what we learned. Moisa and Sachim, the kids and that. This is the pshat of Moisa and not the wine that goes above the rim, but the extra product that the Beis Hamikdash gets, and that goes, you sell it, and that goes to buy a oila when there's a downtime on. Says the Elegant Mishnah, mamish easy stuff. Culture, one is at Sibur Vayota doing in Sach. So I made a little list there. I think this will make it slightly easier. This is the famous list that I always use for Kachim and Kachim Count. Just what's funny about this list, at least in my mind, is that there's 5 X's and 5 checks. In other words, the X means these carbonas do not have nisachim that come with it. You don't bring any flour, oil, nothing, just as is. And the ones that have a nice check, yeah, they do. The Lashon in the mission to me is a little interesting. All the Korbanos need Nisach. Besides 5 of them, it's 10, and besides half of them, 9. So it's funny Lashon. But maybe the Pshat we'll see in a second. So there's 3 on the left side, Bechor, Meiser, and Pesach on top. The Shlamim and Pesach similar, one is guest and one is at home. And 2 from the right. Total of 5 not. Maybe this is the Pshat. Because even from the 2 on the right that are no go, there are 2. There is a Chattas that yes, and there's an Asham that yes. There's a Chattas of the Mitzvah and the Asham of Mitzvah that you have to bring like we know here. This Mitzvah guy is carrying with him flour and oil. The other one's Chattas and Asham. Are both of them? What's going on? Not this. How come only one of them is red? Chattas and Asham. Both of them should be red. Okay, fine. Oh, so let me show you this, and this will explain the whole Gemara in 10 seconds. Mamish makes the Gemara easier in my opinion. It's just that I'm not an artist and I didn't separate the lines perfectly, but you'll be able to read it. It says in the Bible, so red is a negative, green is a positive. Negative means no mincha, and green means yes mincha. It has to be an oila, it has to be a carbon. Meaning, if you're going to bring a mincha, that means sometimes you bring a mincha as a standalone, just a mincha. The mincha doesn't require a mincha. Do not bring a mincha with a mincha. But from the word if you bring a taida, you have to bring nisachah. You have to bring a mincha together with it. Zevach, shlamim, you have to bring with it. Falineh, there's a chayva. What's a chayva? A bachar, meiser, pesach, chatos, asham. These 5 things all you must bring it. It's not up to you. You didn't decide to bring it. You got to bring it because it's the firstborn. It's on Pesach. It's Asham. You did it everywhere. And finally, the Mayadechan is what we just had now on Pesach. When you come to Beis Hamikdash, you have to bring 3 korbanos. You guys know what they are? You want to try to guess? No. No. Extra. The Mayadechan. Extra. What? Sorry. Oilas Riyah and Chagiga, right? And there's one more that is tricky. Shalmei Simcha means this is stam dino ribs. Stam to eat, ishmak to have a good suguda. So you bring for Pesach, it's 3 korbanos. Oilas Riyah you have to bring because I saw Kodesh Baruch Hu. I came to see the Beis Hamikdash. You have the Shalmei Chagiga. You have to bring on the 15th day of Nisan, on the Yom Tov. And also, Shalmei simple and stout. And Mamish v'samach mechayev is drink wine. You followed. I'm telling you, I ran around the hotel. Want a little wine? No. But it was simcha. You like off in here, yeah. It wasn't on my phone. It was just drinking other people's wine. Shema. It was very strong. Dennis. So let's see inside. Maybe everything that goes onto the Mizbeach requires a mincha. Afilu mincha. Meaning a mincha should require a mincha. If you bring a mincha by itself to Hashem, say to Hashem, I want to bring you a little flour, some oil, so maybe you have to bring flour and oil with it. Only a carbon, not a mincha. Shlomi v'nayin, how do I know shlomi? Tamalema zeva. And how do I know kaida? The oi. So that's why you see on the screen it says on top of the oi there's a kaida. On top of the zeva is a shlomi. Maybe I should say those 5 things. Should need this. It comes willingly because I gave it a dava, I gave it an eder. By the way, I want to remind the Olam, it's none of my business really, but if you did make an dava on Yom Tov, it's a good thing to pay back. I was very nispal on my aliyah that they bought me, which is it's incredible. $180,000 aliyah. They collected $150,000 within a few days. No? Collected in the account. No? I think it's crazy. Okay? And I said something about it, and then people said, "Oh, people sent in money because they promised money to my son, who, if he finishes Sanhedrin, my oldest son Aaron, like $20,000. It was a sugar amount, which he was doing the dot. I think he kind of took a break, He was doing the dot for a few seconds afterwards. But anyway, people just recently said, "Oh, I forgot," and they sent the money in. It's unbelievable. People forget. You're making a dove on you. So I'm just reminding, just a reminder. That's why I personally, almost every time I promise to show money, I forget. I remember like half a year later. It's very troubling, and that's why I try to stay away from it as much as possible.
Rabbi, wake up.
But not to give money, but not to promise, and you don't have a phone to remind you. You don't have anything.
Rabbi, wake
up. A guy like me, I forget from 10 seconds to the next. I'm gonna remember. I remembered. I'm not kidding. How 2 or 3 years later, I remembered that I gave my mechutin shul $100. That's it. I said my Ali $100. It took me 2 years, and also I said my mechutin. I gave him the. Yeah, I'm relying. I think you told me to do. Like it's nerve-wracking. I'm gonna come back and then go to Guyana because I promised $100. But it's selfish. Okay. It's only when it comes willingly, another. Maybe things that come because you have to on Yom Tov. What are they? Oh, these are the two that you guys said. The oila, when you come to the Beis Hamikdash, oila shmiyah. The shalmi chagiga, but there's another one. Shalmi simcha. Shalmi chagiga. Tabaloymar. Oy b'moyadechem. You know this guy. Oy b'moyadechem. Shalmi chagiga and the other two. Then what? You have to bring a minchah. Chola, but b'moyadechem tonesach. Mashmal obvious elu. The oil is real. Obvious sirichatas. There's another one. The chatas of the yontif. Oil boy and family regel. Talmud loymar. If he tasses ben boker b'klal hoyo. Lama yotzim ben lama yotzim. It was together already. It was mixed in with everything else. All the korbanos. Ben boker. Why does the Torah specify ben boker? It comes because you want it. I've called ba the nether who but anything else like a heel that comes by itself, then you're not like the chat. Last is reach michoyach l'shem min ha'boker oy min ha'tzon not coming. That's the last part of what I have over here on the screen. This one. The fish and emar oila. Shemani oils of a masher. Any oila. So there's the oila of an animal, there's the oila of a bird. No, it has to be either from cattle or from sheep and not a bird. That's why I wrote below. No, it's not included in something that you chef. You do malika to a bird, it's not a zera. Okay, why do I need the psukim? It's not to exclude the bird. Fish and Amar Odom, Yagan Pardon Hashem in a main woman at Popper, who may not saw you, Holly Mario like oil. I would have, if a person just says, I'm bringing oil, he has to bring one cow and one sheep. That's why it says in the fossil, by us, by himself, and son. Lots of echad maybe, lots of shnai maybe. It's up to you. I saw that they asked, how can you bring two? It's Kulim Ba'azora. If it could be one, how could it be two? In order to bring one extra, it's Kulim Ba'azora. The Rishonim asks this, I think the Rash asks this. I understood it differently, but he asks it, so obviously it's a good question. Rabbi Yonason says, why would I even have why according to Rabbi Yonason would I have a havamina that if it means, the person makes a neder, he means two things. Sheep and cattle. Look, the famous pasuk. Does anybody have a Havamina that there is actually a debate? Maybe you have to curse both the father and the mother in order to be over, in order to get the Irish. She says, no, can't be. Why? Because it says in the Pasuk, without the word Yachtov, I would think maybe you're not allowed to proud with the bull. Maybe Yachtov means to hold them together. So since by a father and mother doesn't say Yachtov, so it means either or, one or the other. So according to Yonason doesn't say the word Yachtov by us, so why would I have a Havamina that I have to bring both a bull and a sheep? It's either or. Lovely girl, man, she doesn't buy a cousin Yachtov. But it's so. See this? It's a minute, 2 minutes on. That means a vav, extra vav. It's the vav. It's very important to remember this. What does the vav do? Command the city out. It's as if he meant both. Oh, for that, we need to show you the more digging video.
יש לי שתי דרישות ברורות. פתחו את מצרי הורמוז ותשלחו לי מתכון לקבב פרסי. Did you hear it? Send down men to receive for Shabbat.
Iran sent me the recipe for Persian kebab that I love so much. That's why I decided on a ceasefire from now on.
But you said you wanted the Strait of Hormuz to be opened as well. Why did you give up on that demand?
I said in Hebrew, kebab, they open the streets of Hormuz. A letter vav in Hebrew means either this or that.
I don't understand. He's only right according to one opinion. But according to Rabbi Yonatan, he had to do both, this and this.
Oh no, I think this is a trap!
Shlomo, the artist, whoever did this, now we know what he's thinking. This whole thing is a trap. Imagine it gets all the generals together in one building and then builds it up. Oops, ceasefire is over. Okay. We got the uranium. Okay, now we go by the. Now we topple them. Who understands these things? I don't know. Zog the Gemara, the Yoshi, the Omar, Afagav, the Loich Siv, Yaakov, Command the Siv Yaakov. If you hold that you don't need the word Yaakov, it's as if it says Yaakov. So, I need a puzzle to tell me that you don't need both. Because it says, it's as if it says Yaakov, as if it says I need both. So now what am I going to do? I need a puzzle that says, I can't learn from the puzzle buck but not a bird. I need the puzzle to tell me that I don't need both, one or the other. There's two different psukim with puzzles and chalak. That's A. So that splits it. So mela from the word bakar I learned and not a bird. That's only if he says mufurish one with the other. But if he says I'm bringing an oila, maybe I have to bring one sheep, one bull. The mashkel on the puzzle says no. Only one or the other. Boisai, the Vov, the Zimmer, Sibel, the Shem, after Shabbos
Merit the schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a shir today. MDYsponsor.com or sponsor at MDY.com.
I go to Bofra Boisai. Live from Chicago, still in the hotel. Motzei Yotef here in America. We're actually live, pretty much live with the Tzibur Nerd Stroll. It's right around 7 o'clock p.m. A little after 7 a.m. That's pretty much when the shift starts in Nerd Stroll, so we're live with Nerd Stroll. Today's that big test. I hope everybody in America had a great Yom Tov, and we're still doing Sfiras Ha'omer. Hayoim Shmoni Yomim Shem Shavua Chod Yom Echad Va'omer La'omer. Get the reminders, remind Mishpacha. Sfiras Ha'omer today was the first Admon of Vishal Shlita for Vishal Marner Yisrael B'Lei Eser. Anybody can jump in and grab a day, a week. Rabbi said these are still the videos. I did not see this one or any of them. I'm going to show you tonight. These are all surprises. This is by Rabbi Yossi Green. Some of the best songs that Klal Yisrael sings. Beautiful. Let's see what he has to say.
What a course it is for me to be able to communicate with you on the great achievements of our time. River Voice Alpha Yisrael, I'm listening to you on a daily basis. So first of all, I want to invite you, the Baruch should help you give you focus that you should continue growing, that Shir should become, like it says in Pei today, the Gemara mentions a million, 5 times. Me'or Riba, what does it say exactly? Me'or Riba, right? Me'or Riba, 5 times it's mentioned. So you should have more than Me'or Riba Yidin daily, likely around the world. And every once in a while somebody sends me a video of something that you said about a song that Baruch Hashem should help that I was a shliach for. So I really appreciate that. It means a lot to me when I get one of those videos. I feel like, wow, kashivas. So you need to have a great Yom Tov. And hope one of these days I'm going to meet this person and I'll be able to thank you in person for all the good that you do for Shabbos. So keep Yom Tov.
Wow, beautiful. Shkoyach Rabbi Yossi. Very much looking forward. Maybe you'll compose a song for MDY. Not about the topic, but the Yoyim is too beautiful. Barry Weber. Whoa.
Good Yosef Rev Eli. But Hashem just came off a flight to the West Coast. I come down. Kabbalah Snei Rabbi. Watching the last few days. The Daf of Hashem.
Shkoyach. You know, he's a Rosh Yeshiva. He's not some guy who does very well. He also teaches Bachar very well.
Eli, good morning.
Nancy Marcus of Italy. We gotta teach these guys. His uncle, I don't know if it's his uncle, but Ron Frinoso. Good morning, Rabbi Isai. Yeah, you gotta do it the whole again. No. Oh, this must be tonight. Rechasim. Wow, that's the video in the background, so it must be, wow. Talk about so Joe Bile is the guy right now in charge of all the satellite locations, and he is located in Rechasim, powerhouse of a guy who's struggling strong. Official edition of the White Shotgun is set by the Iranian Levy family. Eric, anonymous gratitude to Hashem, Daf Beites, East Boca Tehila, MDY Febra, Shukaya, Azak Vehemat, East Boca. David Salmon sponsors the Mesepta. He's a corporate sponsor, dedicated memory of the Shmuel Baruch Ben, Joel Gedal is leading trust my colleague Jackie Daly, anonymous from the group, is Kubi Gash from Township Town Information. The definition is Sarah Goyer, Slim Apology, the mention Sikului, anonymous before Slim and Michigan Zaha, anonymous for the complete before Slim and a reason some Kalea Bas Esther. Israel and Malki, the early girls, people Malki Zaha, the president, so Tadi got more like keep steiging. Sending girls and families can be idly paid in honor of rebellion, change the meaning of life, sponsored and fighting the Septa. Moini, Almoini, Yossi Martin, Benny, and all the Eastern Circle of the Wide. Baruch Sham Skaram only at the Baruch and repay everything that we do. Iris Simon and Christina of Mary Baruch and Miriam. Daily sponsors Shaul, Jasper, Yiddish Masayef, Yosef Alav, Shaul Abram, and Brocha Esther. NDYR, it's a month. It's crazy. Just read it, but it seems like Ben Show, it's a son. yellow, MDYR month, Refuah Shlema Yehonatan Ikum Bebe Sheva Bracha, Refuah Shlema Mochavet Esther, Refuah Zayel Daniel Zebin Ayel Esther, Rabbi Sai, here we go. We are mamish on today's daf 8 test. We're holding 2 lines down. Chatzi log shemen l'toyda. We learned in the Mishnah that there's a half a log of oil for 30 breads l'toyda that are matzah. 10 of them are chametz. We're finally coming back from Mizmer l'toyda. I spoke to people here in the hotel. Not everyone was familiar with the idea. There's a guy that's in Chacham. I asked him about it. He says, "Yeah, I know we don't. I don't really know the reason why we don't say Mizmer l'toyda." Actually, no. Sorry. He knew the reason. He said, I don't believe anybody doesn't know the reason. So we asked a few people and they didn't know the reason. Yeah, sorry. So, the reason why we don't say Mizmor Soida during exactly is because the Soida, like we discussed, has a bunch of chametz in it. We go, 10 of the breads are chametz, and therefore we can't say Mizmor Soida. There, Pesach is a different story, but also we don't see Mizmor Soida. And it says in Allah, by the way, that when you sing Mizmor Soida, I don't do it, but I hope you guys do it. You should sing it, the nigga. There's a shira, a Mizmor Soida. It's a Mizmor Soida. It's a special Mizmor that we say to thank Hashem. It says in the pasuk, Bashemen, Shepar. In fact, we see the pasuk has 3 times, Bashemen, Bashomen. So we're looking at the first 2 times. Why does the pasuk say the word Bashemen twice? If we don't say it once, I would say just like every other mincha. Gets a full load of oil, so to the time it gets a full load. Why it has to load? Actually, because of Bashemen, or Bashemen, have a ribui achar ribui. So we have a cloud, we have a rule in the Torah. When there's 2 positives make a negative. A ribui achar ribui, when it comes to include twice, it comes to be marbel to, yeah. Ein ribui achar ribui el. Rule is that it says the word twice, comes to include twice, is actually a mute. If there are possible chatzim looks, we take it down 1 step. We go from a full look, which typical minute we get, take it down that. Ribui, ask the Gemara, ribui after ribui, how do you do? Why tell me it's 2 ribui? We need the first one, just tell me it's oil. No, it's the Gemara, it's a long lashon, but the point is simple. If we wouldn't have said the first one at all, automatically I could assume every mincha up until now gets a full load. So do the Torah gets a full load. I don't need the first shemen to tell me that you get a load shemen. Because that's obvious. Every mincha gets a load. So why does it say Hashem twice? It must be the idea of ribui after ribui, and the double positive is a negative. Look, it takes it down to have a now, the matzah part, we're going to ignore. I mean, the chametz part, we're going to ignore. The 10 on the right, forget about it. We're talking about the 3 to the left, the rebucha, the matzah, and the rikikim. The chalos, the rikikim, and the rebucha. I have a half a lid. So perhaps divide the half into thirds. Each one, the rebucha gets a third. The chalos gets a third. Now we're going to discuss the final word, Bashomen, at the end of the pasuk. Why does it say Bashomen again? It doesn't need to be said at all. Why? Because it says before in this pasuk, it says that there's oil, Bashemen, in the Murtzah. So I don't need the pasuk to tell me again, right over here, That's the Murvech, that's all the way at the end of the pasuk. I already have a pasuk. I'm just explaining why these words, these three words, Ribo Shemen Lurvi. You're saying, no, I already said it once, you're right. But I'm saying it again to tell you that the Rebucha, the three times you have the Retikim, the Retikalans, the Rebucha gets more than the other. Okay, so how do you do it? I think this is it. Maybe Chatzi Lug Shemen B'Chitzein. You take a half a lug of the oil, that's the amount that we discussed already, it should be a half. And what do you do to the half? You divide it in half, each one is a quarter of a lug. That's in the challah is the repeating, but that's in the the two types, the challah and the repeat can get a quarter of a look. In other words, they both, the repeat they get an eighth and an eighth. The challah get an eighth, and the repeat can get an eighth, which is half of each one is. You take the chatzi, you divide it into quarters. So it's a half of a quarter, it's eight. And the other one, the Revicha gets quarter. Yeah, it's a quarter. He gets a quarter, and the other one gets it. Yeah. You know. As the Chal begins, that's the Revicha. So the Revicha gets a quarter, and the Chalois gets 8, and the Revicha gets 8. All my Lord, the husband is Zayir. Akiva. Calls him by his name. Akiva. It doesn't matter that you're making these brushes, Bashemen, twice, 3 times. I can't, I'm not being fat. You should know it's halacha l'Moshe Rabbeinu. Moshe Rabbeinu received this from the Rebbeinu Shalom. It's not a pasuk in the Torah. Not only that, there's two other things. Chatziluk Shemen l'Torah. The fact that there's a chatziluk that goes to the Torah is halacha l'Moshe Rabbeinu, not because there's extra Shemen. Or Revius, Shemen, the Nazir, and the fact that a Nazir gets a Revius of a Lug. The Chadav Suyoyim should be Nidal and Nidal. Halacha l'Moshe Rabbeinu. Midday Raiso, a woman who sees dam, she becomes a Nidal for 7 days. After the 7 days, it doesn't matter if she sees 2 days, 3 days, 5 days. After 7 days, she goes to the mikvah, she's toivel, and it's fine. The 11 days after that time, Halacha l'Moshe Sinai tells us that these are the days of Ziva. And Ziva is a different type of dam. You can become a Zoltano or a Zoltdoilo. She sees it 3 times, then she's Zoltdoilo, she's being part of food. But as you can see here in the chart, 4, 5, 6, these are days, let's say, so just an example, days 4, 5, 6, then she comes Zoltdoilo. Now, today, the Noise Yisrael accepted upon themselves that they, no matter what, let me just go back a second. If it's Zoltana, she merits him, so she just has to keep 1 clean day. But if she's Zoltana, then she has to keep 7 days of Tahara, and then go through. So today, there's no such thing as Ziva days and Nida days. They just made them all one, because it becomes very complicated to figure out was it, did you see Dam in the Ziva day, did you see Dam in the Nida day, so you said everything, you're Machmir, you have to keep 7 days of Tahara. This idea that there's 11 days of Ziva, that's halacha l'Moshe Rabbeinu. Okay, so Elizabeth Azaria argues on the Ziva, and he says it's not a puzzle. This thing that a toilet gets a half a lug of oil, not a full lug, that's halacha l'Moshe Rabbeinu. So it says in the Mishnah that Balug HaYamoyder, basically they hold, this man Dama holds, that even You have a machlokes here, whether or not a mincha that's a huge mincha of 60 sorin of flour instead of 1 sorin, 60 sorin. Do you add 60 lug of oil or 1 lug of oil for all 60? The mitzvah only see when a person is a mitzvah, he has tzaras. The Kohen says you have an affliction of tzaras. If he can't afford the typical rabbanos of a wealthy of a usher, a wealthy person who's has to bring a usher on island chakras. So the Torah is lenient with him and says you can bring a mincha instead. Or a sorry, only consider sorry, it says these 3 words: sarai. For 1 sarai, balum gulu. Leave it down sarai only. Even if I'm saying, oh, each and every sarai requires 1 gulu. They argue and they say that even 60 srainos only requires 1 load of oil shnemar. They have a different process. The mincha the loisha. The entire mincha 1 loisha. Now they are going to have to explain what do we do with the first process? Isarin follow load. That for every isarin there's a 1 load. And then we're going to have to explain what do we do with this possible how does it fit in that no matter how large the mincha is, like Shaman, you get 1 mincha. Which seems like every sar needs a load. What do they do with the poor? This isn't a mitzvah, a poor person's mitzvah. To teach us, because you should bring 1 sar of flour. I don't need a faucet to tell me that. The guy on the phone got mitzvah also. A regular mitzvah has to bring the chatzol and also many has to bring the breed. Israelis, you see, you didn't even see he's holding on to the flour. So since that's flour, how much? The Israelis. Also the chat carbon. So by the 4th mitzvah he brings 1 carbon. Therefore he brings 1 mitzvah. If he brings 3 carbonas like the regular mitzvah, he brings 3 measurements of flour, 3 strings of flour. 1 carbon, so you bring 1 measurement. You get out of it completely. It's yourself that coming off of the first round on LA, I see the dollars, the 3rd of the month. It's 4, you don't have to bring all the carbonas, able to bring the box back, you shouldn't have to bring at all. We have no such thing. Why? Everything that the rich person has to bring, the poor person has to bring in another form. But to get out of it completely, that we don't find. Now we have to go and what are Rabbanim going to do with Rabbi Eliezer's possible? This is Lamincha, but like Sham, that for an entire mincha, even 60 Yisraelim, all you need is 1 light. It's not the mincha. Any person who decides to give an adava of a mincha, she is by adava at one light. Yes, give a minimum of something that requires 1 load of oil, which means 1 isar. That is the minimum. I need a puzzle tell me. If you're just want to give that Baruch Hu a gift of an adava of a mincha, don't bring a half isar. You need a full isar, which requires 1 load. We can learn from this possible both things that it has to be a minimum as well as his original drasha. Shisha lapar arbol ayo shlosh. Look at the process. Very, very simple. Look what it says over in the process. The bull gets a half of it. Shlish is at him. These are famous psukim. A third of it is for the ram, 2-year-old sheep. This and a quarter of it is for the sheep. Now, if I tell you that a hen is 12 loads, 12 loads, it's very easy. Math is very easy. Half of 12 is 6. A third of 12 is 4. A quarter of 12 is 3. So therefore, when I say chatzi ahin yela part, a half a hin, a half a 12, is 6 lug for the part. Shlish is ahin, or it does a third of him, and a third of 12 for the ayah, mean 4. Revi is ahin, a quarter of 12 lugim for the kevis, it's 3. Give out, because I got it all. Says the more than 6. This game, chatzi ahin yela part, he's saying, oh, he's saying, it takes you. Hin, you should know, a hin is trace on lugi. Lugi have. A hin is 12 lug. The siv shemin zay sin. Uchsiv shemin mishnas kodesh yeh zeh lili dori say. Zeh, we give matri trace on have. Since it says the word zeh, zeh is 12. Tell them right. You know, for most people, gematria is like what they're gonna think. Gematrias are things that you say at a Shabbat bracha. It's like Kala is the same name as the Chossen's last name with the koilo plus how much he weighs and etc. And you get to the, it's always like this interesting gematria. Over here you have a gematria that's a limud, it's a halacha. Over here you can say, like the Litvaks will say, that ein odom dom gematria min atzmai elo im kein kibel maravo. It's one of these things that's where'd you get this from? ChatGPT. You have to get it from your Rebbe. Got it from your Rebbe, okay, great. But it's rare, but we did have it a number of times in shots where we learn halacha from a gematria. That would be a good thing. So, the Gemara. Shloshim went to the menorah. That's log, and the call is 3.5 log for the menorah every day. That means each cup gets a half a lug per candle, per light. See? Let me see. Ooh! I missed this one. Wow. Let's do it. There's ein ribuy acha ribuy elo l'may. One Sunday. Now the other Hebrews, what happens is less oil, no? Less oil. That's the offices of the artist of MBY. I don't know what they did here. Okay, with all the. Here we go. This is 12 hin from the word zeh. Twelve words from the word zeh. Yes, 6. I see it in. Got it. Okay, it's valid. I don't want to miss any more. Oh. We're here. Okay. Each candle gets a chatzibur. Beautiful. Okay. And okay. Says the Gemara, how do I know that this is what the menorah gets? Turn around. May Erev al Boiker says the possibility that you like the menorah from evening.
It's Aquarius. How are you, madam? How are you, madam? Are you ready? Yes, ma'am. Are you ready? Yes, ma'am. Are you ready?
Yeah.
There's no avoiding in the Besamikdash.
Exactly. You're getting your hair done twice this week, right?
Well, that must be.
You're getting your hair done twice this week, right?
Yeah.
Bashiru says the Gemara Shu Chacham Chatzibug Me'utze Batzah. And the Chacham said it takes about a half a load from morning to evening, even in the longest evening of night.
How was your day?
16 hours. This
It was good. Seemingly, everything started off fine. But then I took a nap
They started from
and
the largest amount.
fell asleep.
And they worked their way down.
You're probably right. You're probably right.
We started with a review of a loaf until they got to the half a loaf.
Thank you, ma'am.
That says they went from the bottom to the top.
I know it's better without women. It's come out my nose. Right.
That's right.
And syrup.
Figure out how much oil we She started out.
That is good.
Get more. Get more. So you're not wasting any oil. Whereas if you start with the full pin and then you realize you don't need a full pin, now you have to toss it. Start over again. Start from the top. When the Beis Hamikdash, when the walls are covered in gold and the kelim are gold, you don't act like a pauper. You don't. Certain times I walk into the place and I say, why do you think it's
Tough one.
As I say, during what time of the day is it? Certain people are like, oh, we want to save money. No.
Oh,
I want to save money here. We're trying to make it comfortable.
That was
nice.
close.
I'm saying it's the doctor. I think I'm having a shot.
Boy, I can't get over it. 119 yesterday. That was amazing.
Anyway, there's such a there's a muscle called Ein Aniyos B'Mokem Hashem.
Nice strike.
You don't
Thank you.
You're welcome.
like the honey in a place, in a rich place. The river.
Save on me.
That's right.
Try to save on a chatzi worth of oil because maybe it's going to be Yeshiva in our newsroom. Reading lamb chops.
Nice spare.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Shiva, Sator Tasman, Shiva.
All right, come on now. Gotta finish it, rabbis. How are you? Yes,
Ooh.
Electrics on the wall.
Nice job, Mr. Curry.
I win, you win. Thank you.
This is 10-inch mattress.
Reload.
And just another yeshiva. Development. All right. Adkan Akoval. Says the Mishnah.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, let's do the Mishnah first. Marvin Nischei Porin Nischei.
Nice spare.
Thank you. How much, Rabbi?
If you look on the left, part of the aisle,
You did this one.
you have the same part. I'll say the word that you'll know. For every 3 discern of 4, there's 6 lukshan. In other words, 2 to 1. The ratio, same ratio. Oh, I got that one. The ratio is 2 to 1. If you look at the ram over on the left, 4 look shaman,
Nice.
2 sorry, so
Thank
2
you.
every one is sorry. So the ratio of the ram and the bull are identical. Therefore, if you mix them up,
Are you serious?
Are you serious?
Right.
They get mixed up. Now, look at the word. It seems like almost from the Lashon. If I were to ask you, does it mean after the fact or before the fact? Does it mean I could if I feel like it? Or it means if you already did it, it's okay. Seems like, just from reading it, without any depth over there, but art in this case, part of this thing, it's like you can do it if you feel like it. It's not after the fact. It's not a big deal, but it's a lechatchila. To get those words straight. Lechatchila means go ahead and you do it. There's nothing stopping you and you're not doing anything wrong. The other means you shouldn't do it. If you did it after the fact, it's okay. So again, 2 guys in the left, they are 2-to-1 ratio. But a teves, a sheep, is a 3-to-1 ratio. See, he has 3. If I were Yoshi, I would have done. See why you do it. That's 3 loaves for every sorry of flour. The ratio is different. Therefore, you cannot mix a sheep with a cow. You can't mix a sheep with a ram. You could mix 2 sheep together, because they're both 3 lug of oil to 1 lug. So you're not going to have any carbon that's missing oil or has too much oil. It's exact. The ratio is the same. So I can mix that of individual and the together. Let's say I want to bring to the Sochan 5 days. Do so. I have carbon on Sunday. I bring my Sochan on Tuesday, and they mix. I cannot mix.
Good run. You and I were making first. Now when you win. Undefeated and bowling, undefeated in friendship. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that's right. Right. Hi, Miss Square. Sweet dreams to you. Best wishes with your hair.
And the bull on the left doesn't have too much oil.
Thank you.
Now, pay attention. This is the 3rd part of the Mishnah. I skipped the 2nd by mistake, but I didn't show you. On top line, if you go back 1 line. That's part 2 of the Mishnah. Called Ein Ma'arvin part. And now we're doing part 3 of the Mishnah. The Im Balalon, we call it the Im Balalon part 3. You know, let me just show you this right after. You see, part 1 is Ma'arvin, part 2 is Ein Ma'arvin, and part 3 that we're reading right now is Balalon. Part 2 is the line right above it. Ein Ma'arvin, you're not permitted to mix the Nesachim of a sheep with the Nesachim of a bull. That's simple enough. Ein Ma'arvin. The Im Balalon, and if you did, that's part 3. I'm going to go away from this for now. Just wanted to introduce you to it so it's not too confusing. Then let's say you mixed the oil and the 3 lug of oil of, if I mixed the guy on the right all by itself, 3 lug of oil with 1 Isarn of all by itself, mixed it up with Kival. So we got everything I needed. And I mixed the bowl, it's 3 Isarn of Silas with 6 lug of Shaman, mixed it all up. And after that, we got together the bowl and everything else, and this Arab shaped. Then it's kosher. But if they got mixed, the sheep and the cow got mixed beforehand, just in the raw form of oil by itself and flour by itself. Possible. Next halacha, and we're not going to be dealing with this that much. Today. The sheep that comes to the Omer, don't forget to say Sfiris Omer. Even though the Mincha comes to the Omer. is to his right in, double the username. So I think if it's to his right in, how much oil does it need? 6 loads. Look, you have the sheep over here. 1 is sort of sideless. Guy over on the right brings 3 loads of oil. So 2 is right in, should be 6. No, you don't have to double it up. Okay, I can a couple of days. Says the Gemara. Now we have a 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 line suit. Remino, ask the Gemara. It says in the puzzle, the key right. You should be master. You should bring this up on the Mizbech by itself. The key right with a vav. Don't say big deal. Big key right. Did it by itself. You learn in the Brisa that this is Isser. Oh, hold on. Before I go there, let me say the burning in the dot by Glad Tunisa, a dark global expert in cross-border payments. Shanab.com, who's mentioned it today. Because every shit that happened is first. Right. I read a shit up today. I did. See if it works. I read it today, but I worked on it today. Zog. Very meaning. How could you tell me that you're allowed to take the oil and the flour of a bull and mix it with the oil and the flour of a ram because it has the same ratio? You learned that even if you can't even take the emurim of one and mix it with the emurim of the other and put them together. You want to save time going up the ram to the pair. You throw this carbon. No, each carbon is by itself. So each carbon is itself, so too every milk should be by itself. Why are you mixing the oils of two different menachas and the flour of two different menachas? In this arbu, Rabbi Yochanan is saying in part 1 of the Mishnah that the Mishnah says ma'arvin, which I would have read, you would have read. Ma'arvin means go ahead and do it. You mix the bull and the ram. No. You shouldn't. If you did it, or you by mistake, whatever, then it's okay. So I put on top of number 1, the first part of the issue, the diego. It's not like a pila. It's only after the fact. Okay. Problem is, let's just speak it out. Problem is, how does it fit with the rest of the Mishnah? If the rest of the Mishnah, if let's say number 2 is the Evet, then number 1 must be the Chatila because we go in order. Start off from best to worst. Start off, this is okay. This is not okay. If number 2 is the Evet, then number 1 must be on Chatila. Let's see inside. That's number 2. The second part of the Mishnah says you shouldn't mix the sheep with you cannot mix sheep with bulls and rams, right? The guy on the right side. Second part of the Mishnah is you can't mix the right and the left. The sheep on the right has a different ratio of oil than the ram on the left has, and the bull on the left has a different ratio. So, this is the kasha. Oh. Over there it says, and even the dieved not. Okay, so number 2 became the dieved no. So it seems like part 2, the Mishnah, even after the fact you know this, if you mix the sheep with the bull, no blood even after.
Early access of this show, but that is not why you're here. No, it's not. You're here to
Part
watch
3.
Tim's job.
Part 3 says that if you mix them after they were mixed by itself, each one by themselves, you mix them together with pressure, then the flour ratio, over here ratio is not number 1, over here ratio means the one right before it, number 2, the flour ratio, look at fuel cost. Oh boy. Yeah, it's, number three is the guy. Number three is worse. Is worse than number two. Now we have to change number two to be the tequila. If it's number two is the tequila,
Thank you. Yeah, I just got this from our favorite business.
I should have done another one right after that. Where I was told that number three is good, but number two is the tequila. And if number two is the tequila, then you know, there's the golden order. You go from best to worst. And if number two is great, perfect, tequila, then number one is tequila. So bottom line is, if number one is the tequila, we got a problem. We just said that you now have to mix a meal, you now mix Colombia together. You now mix Colombia together. After you can mix this flour and oil together. The government said that's only good. Number one cannot be that. Number one has to be the tequila or a bio. The bottom line is the bio. We're going to change the shot of meat. Until now, we thought that we were talking about mixing oil and flour. Now we have a problem to say that because you have a Bible that says now that mixing together. Oh, we're not talking about the oil and the flour. We're talking about the oil. All right, come on, I really well, I just added the word yain on number one. Yain. When in the fire talking about you're not supposed to mix the oil and the flour together. What might say one for the double let's say that. Let's say that if the oil and the flour are mixed, then you're permitted to mix for one. There's the problem. It seems like you have to come out the steps. That you mix the oil and the flour, then you're allowed to do the wine. What about if you mix the oil and the sugar? You're not allowed to mix the wine. The end of the you can't mix wine. But you can't mix the sheep and the cow, the sheep and the bull, those two things, right? One on the right, one on the left, you can't mix them. What are you not mixing? Oil and the flour. You can take the wine of the sheep and the wine of a bull. Let's say you don't want to go up to this bed. It's too heavy. You don't want to do all these things. You want to change up. They have a little bit of wine from the bull, a little bit of wine from the sheep. The ratio is like this when it comes to oil and the flour. But not the wine I don't care. I think you can mix the wine of a feathers and a pot. So therefore, I got to go away from what we wrote on number one, that we're talking about mixing it with. What is the top now? Hold on a second. Hold on, sorry. You know what the credits down a little bit today. Hold on. When you really put the oil and the flour on the then if you go ahead and mix the wine. Why? I'm not concerned that you might go and mix oil and flour. That's how I would be concerned. You mix oil and wine and flour together. That's the over and service too. So once it's on the breath, it's really firm. I'm not concerned. I'm not concerned. I can do the wine. So number one is I'm committed.
So Brandon Shaw is in a t-shirt on the back that says Cubs. He has a huddle going on with the kids.
When he's no concern about the oil and the flour, the oil and flour already on the
side. A display of
but when the oil and the flour are not on the side, even the time from time to time, you already mix it off. Then you could go and mix the wine.
Because he also is worried, like, this is the same guy that just ate it.
Wow. Oh, it's the oil and the flour. Not mixed. Hey, Marty. Then you shouldn't mix the wine. Why? from oscillating inside each other. But when you make pump, get mixed up, and you make the oil might be mixed, so the flour and the oil, which then is ready to be. Okay, that's it. Another one? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's decent, honest. It's kind of surprising that I'm not a team now.
That was a robot.
Guys, like, there's 3 Jack dudes coaching this team.
So now it's super easy.
All right, let's go to the Reddit.
The shit that comes together with that mix, so it has double the amount of flour, but not double the amount of butter up over the funky things, so it comes with double the amount of flour.
That's why I went to
Who's right? You know that thing that why not even see this fucking come
It's a badass day.
This is
Badass day. I had a badass
that
day.
sheet that's on the bottom there. It has a double milk. No, I'm shaking the fucking cool off after the top of the shit. Double the amount of wine. Problema like a full bid. Problema de Misco e Yain Piercing.
It's interesting. So this is a private pool. Private pool. She wasn't married to shops.
Reminds me of Misco.
Wonder if other
Shiba
hit on
Misco.
Probably gotta.
And you gotta drop it back. And it takes the couple of lines. And it goes like this. So after the couple has a right thing above your head. I saw it from the side of the cup that they hold a review in that much. Now, this is supposed to look at the table, maybe with the third one. So, if a review instead of being this one, it's that one. So that one instead of being this one, that one gotta go above my head. When this girl is saying, y'all already again or something. Okay, I understand why the wine is not bubble because you don't mix wine together. I mean, but the ratio if it's 3 loads for 1 son, it should be 6 loads of oil for 2 sons. Why should it remain 3 loads of oil for 2 sons? Look, I might have this guy from Parking South.
It's interesting. I mean,
the wine is going to be
just
so
getting a response at
all
all.
over the top. My company
It's kind of.
for one,
Shop's not
not
done,
for
dude.
oil. Why would you say the cheese oil also? All I know is the cheese stuff. That doesn't say the problem. But the email, you just read it, it's shit. Looking one way, drag you another way. And we read it, in the story, okay, so this government for the oils in the second of the milk and the oils in this video, the second of the one, my life is a similar number. Because the first switch from the 8 number, this is just the oils like the wine, both of them are only being not. All my already living on a salmon soda. I'm a favorite sucker to learn small. I don't know to myself. This is good for me. You know, yeah, go back to this. What happens when you shift the option of the player off to you so that it's one? That's called latent small. But as we learned in the first mission, continue pointing the way that you don't throw it out of the garden and what's the compass. Or presentation, things that messed up under the smart because there's another carbon you throw it out. Because it's not good enough just to you gotta continue to defend, but it's an option to suicide. Hold yourself, give it to yourself. But the regular option wouldn't require it. Since this is an Asham of the Mitzvah, and the Asham of the Mitzvah comes with wine and flowers, you have to do that. Here, you see, the guy's holding wine and flowers.
Fox Sports, the fighter and the kid is the number 1 podcast on iTunes. That's 2016. That's it. I still, every time someone brings it up,
otherwise, if you don't bring the soften as necessary, don't bring the flour and oil, make it pop. That's where we have to buy Micabo. I don't understand. So, let's take this rule and apply it somewhere else. Better that, but some of the time I know it's just public, the same thing would apply. Let's see. of course, it's yelling for Omer, and it's not a Omer, it's a Oila, it's a Shlamim, and it's not a Kula. You should be continuing doing it, but you should just establish on the process that the Omer gets double number of times. So if you start using the Shlamim, continue on with it, but please double the number of times. So why? It's not an Omer. Continue doing it, otherwise it's going to be possible. The oil game stops them. And another thing, the company shop, every day bringing a ton of the oil in the morning, or bringing one in the morning, the cost is really small, and you didn't have a chance to pump before the Shlamim or anything else. Because that you talk things here, it's becoming that like snap green. Every morning, they get a comment, they bring wood from the Lishka Satan. So not this, not inside this. Two pieces, two zeros.
Every week with this guy.
I let this go from the war now. But instead of shot, you have to bring wood. You're doing what you have to do, bring wood. That's all I can say. You have to and again, the comes from our body. If you bring the common in that thing, you don't have to answer. You should have to be required to bring two pieces of work, but with two hands, not with one like in the morning. I mean, that's all you're saying. Don't say that to stop it. You're right. You have the wrong. If you have the wrong command, and it's kosher for some of that. But over here, it's point to one. If you ever said that a Shama Torah is like in a Shama Torah, that's really the oil and the flour. So by the time you have to bring the two pieces of oil. If you don't, you make it possible. So the Gemara in the Quran, you're right. You have to bring it as is and not change anything about it. You bring the oil, you put it out of one and tell them about it.
Or if it's to expect to
make it out. The reason why we're talking about Hashem Torah, we're going to exactly one example out of the four examples. Ravabo, whatever the refers to, is on our system out of those. When it comes to the fucking coming, it's not going to be coming, it'll be another one, something else. Either Kazu, okay, it doesn't work now to the Playmo. So be regular. It's not to the same public, it's for the government. They have the same name. One is the other, the other is that's not the Playmo. That's why we're talking about it. It's like the music. You don't do exactly the way the ultimate service, meaning with the flour and oil. Some of the government this is being so tomorrow, I get to the what right to do. A shower service is published with a small. Usually, nothing is done at that. If you have also to this, what's the reveal of the law? It's here to do us on the third. You don't have to write it on the third. Let's say you need to trust the problem. But if you bring all the things that come together for some third, the oil and the some things obviously small, you obviously kind of go like, I got to go you draw the doctor but you didn't have the right kabana, or you didn't put the blood on the thumb and on the finger. I raise the oil only got in his back. He goes in his back. It's all the soft, and then you have to keep bringing the soft in the thumb. So, you see the guy, I think it's probably yes. Bring another one instead of it. Yeah, so Hitler is wonderful day. Because he doesn't expect him to stay. Yeah. He knows who you are. He texts me every day. No chance. He's not going to say that unless it's a bit. Yeah. I doubt it. A good morning to you and all those who are live right now, Mamish before Yom Tov, and a good day watching Yom Tov. You're watching this right after Yom Tov. Glad to be here. We are on a sort of a marathon of shiurim to make sure that the olam has the proper amount of purity. In other words, behind Chazal Shalom, Pesach is a speaking funeral to fall behind. And if you don't know the trick, it is to do the dot that everybody's holding. If the olam is holding about the keep test, whatever it is, that's the dot you do. And whatever you miss, you jot down somewhere. You make it up eventually. One day, believe me, you make it up. Today, it's back. And the biggest trick is not to fall behind. To learn on Yom Tov. I know it's difficult. After the Suda, Kaparana, few minutes here, few minutes there. You don't need that 7-hour nap in the afternoon. You can also do away with 6. You can learn to play it.
Let me ask you a question about this.
A reminder, sorry, this is email right now in Chutzlar. 5 days in the email. If you're watching this on much younger, it might be 7.
I think, did he do the robot voices, always robot voice?
Oh, US email is available for vacations. You can, of course, have more in the business people. You put anything in there. You don't have to put it, of course, somebody put it already this day. But those that want to read it in the business people, please, Martin, Strobe, and Leah, Esther, the flame off. On today, all of the email, mdwhite.com/sponsor. Whoa! Wow. Right off Mark. This is nice. This is a nice surprise. Let's see. But that was We're gonna hold you to it, Jaco.
What's happening?
What's a little tired? Oh, look at the guys. The little, looks like you did the one too many concerts over there, no? We just stick on that tonight. Wow, that's the only one. Okay, Jaco, I'm looking forward. Who it is, I'm gonna hold you to it. Listen, usually I don't allow people to go and start my name stuff. But you need to. That's it. We're gonna hold you to it.
What's your joke then?
Ooh. The live alive.
It's being hilarious that he's still here.
Rabbi has wow. I should have a little. I have to say a close. Wow. Thank you, Dr. Werner from KMR. Thank you. Listen, there's a lot of surprises there today. The Schleich Daskell.
A good young Tibbet Ellie. Bringing homage. Everybody enjoys the learning. Be as well. I would like to wish you a happy Yom Tov. Take all the outposts and Yom Tov for us all year round. Thank you, Ellie, again. Happy Yom
Tov. So was a fast speed or something. But I think Schwecki sang his song. What do we have here?
The great and powerful Elon Musk. If it wasn't for him, we could find he makes what I think is the most compelling case for Trump. And I agree with him every second of the way. For the record, yes, that's not George.
Guys, I'm Moishe's story.
Almost there.
Oh! Haven't seen him in a while.
Just like I wish you, your family, and all the thousands and thousands of listeners Talmudim listening to your daf every single day should continue to have a young many, many more happy, healthy years, not just in your family, and your children, your grandchildren, and your great-grandchildren, and all your Talmudim all over the world. I'm Hashem Sameach.
Wow, Shkoya, I miss you. You haven't been by the last Shalaton. You missed it. What? There's more? Vanished? No, these are surprises. Which one? What is this?
Rebelli, I could dump it. This is not us. You know, a few weeks ago, you caught me in Palms River. You killed Hendler actually pulled me over to watch you get the dance. And at that moment, it opened my eyes to really think about considering starting without me. So I'm still considering it. Just know how much Chizuk gives all of us and inspiration and continue to do your great work. Good job, Tim. But now I have to go because my mind is here. Oh, really? You got it.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Very good. Very good. Very good. Okay, listen. As long as you learn to play it. Listen to this, Yaakov Shachner. Look, he wrote me a few things in the past. He's a great writer. I like this a lot. I felt I couldn't go on without writing through it. How many info are there? We really got a hospital. Don't that the part that was even learning every single day to make them story in the state. This is the way behind that. All you need all them efforts to make this absolutely believable. The hours, the effort, the constant adjustment, the reporting, the multiple languages, the coordination with so many people across so many hours. It's something that can't be fully understood from the outside. It's never such a deeper sense. And yet, we're trying to do more. It's not just the effort, but the heart. The fire, the MS. Something incredibly powerful about these days, especially around Pesach, when the world, scattering to different places in different games. And different schedules. Somehow, the Torah is being learned in all places and at all times. It's as if a quiet global cult player is rising non-stop, circling the world, and you are the center making a pass. Thank you. That is not just the Dafyomi movement. That is the smear of the Klal Yisrael, a living, breathing source that is hard to people with. On a personal level, it has changed me. To be able to hold on to daily learning, to do Chazor, to turn even simple moments of beginning to face out into moments of perfect pleasure. That is a gift, a real gift. And I'll be honest, seeing you after long hours, you look, with that look in your eyes, carrying both exhaustion and some what? Starting to see. Almost exhausted the clock. Something so much deeper. It doesn't weaken the message. It doesn't weaken the message. It literally strengthens you. It's all the kind of looks like when it's living. It's endless. It inspires more than words ever spoke. Like I told you in the past, how it stays over and over. The humbled and honestly privileged requirements to learn through something built with such sincerity and sacrifice. The one thing is such a big team, this team, and I showed it in the others here. Yoshi working at 4 something in the morning, Shlomo working here, Mark Ashkenazi online. It's a team, it's a whole team, it's unbelievable. Okay. Maybe you can Rocha and Simchas Halev and all that you do on me. And then we continue to grow together through this incredible life. Now we got his best. Beautiful. Alright, now that I have clear eyes, we can start to dive. So one should saw that. There's a typical kind of youngster that with clear eyes. Actually, we're holding that edition. Kezayin Omud States. Yeah? Good? Oh, we have to do sponsors. Yeah, they're both sponsors. Okay, that's their problem. They'll have to maybe the editors will do it. Meanwhile, we go back. Here goes the official edition of One Shots. It's talking about the Iranian Muslim family parents by anonymous with gratitude. Ooh! The voice side. Today's daf is a special daf. Everybody should know. It's daf Peiches. It's the one and only, the parents' time with favorite daf. Peiches, parents' time. It's daf Peiches for parents' time. the best magazine in the world. Rabbi Moshe Reb Elvi Shvitnei, thank you so much. I did not see this before. A lot of surprises. This episode is a dedicated memory of Rabbi Moshe Reb Shmuel Farber Chaim Zvi Doyle. This episode is sponsored by Joe Vidalis, the English Master College, Jack Vidalis, and honors that local group is Kubi Gashmias. College family, but it was in English Master Rabbi Goyle, Shlomo College, and that's Ilui. Anonymous with Lemo. The Moshe and Yizah, anonymous for the Shiva, Push them and Arif is coming to lay about test. Throw them out. So we start Shiva out Yizah, but Pessimir, so Patty, I can want to keep steiging. Senate Girls and Family, Candy Island, pay an honor of rebellion, change my meaning of life. Penny Almighty, yes, and Mark and Betty, and all the other students of MDY, I think both of them part. Are you Samuel, Four, Lemo, other Murray, both Bamir, he's a monthly sponsor. The weekly sponsor is in honor of Mark Ashman. Thank you for constant generosity and giving of your time. Particularly today, on Erev Yom Tov, your efforts are greatly appreciated by all who watch this year with consortium. It's not understood by itself who can remove the level of family life. In other words, a person will sit there and run each shiurim on the Erev Yom Tov, and it doesn't get much out of it. They don't know it. They don't know who Mark Ashman is behind the scenes. MDY art for the month before Shlema, you want to kind of keep on members from the bracha. I said he came to visit me. I didn't see him in the church for a while, but he came to my front door. He just wanted a hug. I gave him 2 hugs. He should have for Shlema or for Shlema, Mordechai and Esther. He loved Mordechai and Esther. He should have for Shlema his Torah. A complete report. The report Hayel Daniel Zim Ben Hayel Esther says that it is the mystery. He's dining days in the back. Seven measurements for liquid. We just finished talking about the 2 or 3 measurements for solids, for flour. Now we're talking about the different measurements for liquid. The Gemara is going to tell us what you need each and every one. So we start off, it kind of starts off with the largest one. Hin, the chatzin. So hin, according to the chazanit, hin is about 7 liters. Chatzin will be 3.5 liters. So that's all typical shear. Here it is. You have the hin, which is 7 liters, and it goes all the way down to a quarter of a loaf. We call today a review. So on Pesach night, we're supposed to bring a kos. Kos should be a review. That's the smallest shear. And according to the Chazon Ish, that's approximately 150 milliliters. According to Chayzah, it's 86 milliliters. And according to Moshe Feinstein, once you mark it on 100 milliliters, which is easier to remember. The way people remember it is Chaf, Basava is 80, and the Vav is the 6, 86 milliliters according to the Tanakh. And according to the Chazon Ish, it's Kos Pogron, which equals 150. And Moshe is somewhere in between. Today I should do 100. Okay. It says the Mishnah, you start off with the largest measurement. The Mishnah starts off, but then we'll see that according to your view, we start off with the lowest measurement. What the Nafkin is, the Gemara is going to say. But over here we start. The largest measurement is about 7 liters according to the Mishnah, much less, about 4 liters according to the Tanakh. The Chatzin was a measuring cup that was half a tin. So half of that measure. And the Yashtisha Sahin, Uruvi Sahin, Achev Yoyin, right? Lud, Loy, Chati Lud, Uruvi Sahin, Yuval. These are the 7. The first Moshe Shabbos after Restream so he asked for a cup to make a dough. So he brought the cup that he usually makes a dough in. And he said, no. And he explained that his wife insisted on that he should use this cup because she got it from Yusha, this and different stuff. now that she's not around anymore, he does not put music and wants to be mocked on the shoe because of it. In other words, that cup was good for him. I know he wants to be mocked because of it.
Special from last year. Where are you going to be?
The guest for Pesach. As soon as she was nifted, started being mocked on putting away, the equivalent to put water away. Use water that was set aside before Pesach. Such a formula. The reason why he didn't do it while his wife was still alive was the first year they were married, he asked his wife to set aside water for Pesach. She said she forgot. She said, "Oh, you forgot." It's not the end of the world. That's such an important formula. In order not to hurt her feelings, he never was mocked on the entire night. After she was he said, I got him actually mocked on it. I did not hurt her feelings, but now she's not around. Just to say this. Needless to say. The legendary public library is not just for you, but there were different demarcations on the measuring cup. In my Rashi here, I don't know what everybody else has. In my Rashi is a picture, a rudimentary picture, showing like a typical measuring cup. This one is Chatzi and him. This is Revis and him. This is a look. A Revis is a look. It's like the different marks on the actual measuring cup. So in other words, he argues and he says the water is 7 different measuring cups. It was one measuring cup that had demarcations in it.
Insanely bad. Makes you think, like, how can we do the show with such bad stuff?
Avkan, Lepar,
Yeah, because that is a good point. I agree with you. You were talking about your story.
Avkan Lekeves, this is a Revis. The largest measurement didn't exist.
I guess people
The hin was used once by Moshe Rabbeinu in order to make Shemen HaMishkan, which lasted forever. But there's no purpose for it afterwards. That's it. Why shall never make Shemen HaMishkan anymore? And let me be a serious solution. You have to have 7. He wasn't going to go into each step. Why do you have to have 7? And why? Or the other man, why do you have it?
It's from a country that is literally being bombed.
Hello, let me be a serious solution.
Also puts things in perspective for him.
There was
We got to show
a measurement called a log and a half. That's what they measured the oil system. So there was milk every day. So there's 7 measuring cup of 1 and a half. Bottom, 3 lines from the bottom. So now, this pattern is going to go from the bottom up. Starting with the smallest one. We know the smallest one is a Revis. Revis move. Chatzi move. Revis and Chatzi move. Revis starts from the bottom up. And now we have a 3 because we have this Lemusa. Here's another one with the middle of the hinge, without the hinge, look. If Shimon there's no one. If what do you need it for? That's the sense of it out. That's happening. It's me on the back.
So this is a dicey title.
What is it used for? Hello, me, do you say it's a local method? So it's back to something else for 1.5 months. We're ready to Mark, this is why I was able to come 5 minutes early. I didn't realize these lines were a preview. Once I realized I had an extra 5 minutes, I didn't have to sit. Alright, Hatzi Lug, how is the show? Yes, I'm kidding. The F-Shar, the Shar, the Hatzi Lug says, why do you need a 1.5 lug? Just take the half lug measurement and then do it 3 times. You get 1.5 lug.
That makes sense.
You can say that in everywhere. Hatzi lug, and you don't even need a half a lug. You don't need a full lug. Reveal Toyston. Hey, the reveal take a becker from the Seder, the small becker. The actual shine reveal. I bought a couple of small beckers. Why? Because there's an idea of drinking the entire cup. So if you start off with something large, you're gonna have to drink this whole thing to crowd. But if you don't want to get too tipsy, but you want to drink the reveals, then you want to drink the whole cup. So you get a cup that's 150 milliliters, or 86 according to the time.
Hey, how's it going? I haven't heard from you all the time. We're gonna be so fat. Okay.
Well, she says, according to you, just take the reveals and through the reveals, keep on pouring until you get to the tree. Then to the shots, reveal. That was that class. You know what? He says the reason why you need 1.5 mil is because we had a rule. We should Shabbos with the zoo and Shabbos with that. You cannot use one measuring device for something else. It has one purpose. You can't try to measure 1.5 loaf with one loaf speed and keep on measuring. Doesn't worry about that. You look at the Mishnah, there was different demarcations of parts. Like your white measuring cup, it says a cup, a half a cup, a quarter cup. There's one measurement, but that's different margins. Why? Because the Mishnah says that according to the Yudah goes for the smallest amount and it keeps climbing up to get to the end. Because the name starts with the hand and goes down. What could be enough to mean on how we read? Omer B'Yechnon, they would say, Midos, when you fill up the cup and the oil, wine goes over the rim, that's the reason. Man, the Omer, he knocked the Lamala for he started off with a small spear and he went up with my God. So that Midos is snatched. Whatever goes above the rim has a dusha like inside the cup. The reveals, Yavle Rachman and Moshe, and I first who gave one measurement to Moshe Rabbeinu, the reveals. Gomer Lei, Sha'er the Ha'il the Huber. You should measure it. And you'll see that there'll be overflow go above. In other words, you're going to try to take the two. I gave you reveals. Take 2 reveals. Take 2 of those. You'll make a half a loaf. The point for mayor goes in the highest share. It didn't become such. Why? Within Yoav the Rachman of the Moshe, Hashem gave to Moshe Rabbeinu the largest. Amalei Sha'er Bahal, the vernacular. Take from this, and the roots and the overflow are going to flow over. So when you start from the smaller shear, you're going to be left with some overflow. It's going to go above the rim. When you start with the larger one, that's an outward. It's going to fall to the side. Explain a little bit more on the moment. So let's see what they do. First of all, this is the over. When it goes over the rim,
I guess I understand now.
the color.
Spaced out for a second, but he posted this, and he said it's a thing on his truck, and so he wanted to post about it, and then he, it's very, again, this is very French.
Crazy,
you've heard from years. You snort, so just it makes perfect sense. You snorkel who does. I'm surprised it's not like
the overflow, when it goes above, reminds me, this made a big impression on me. The Trump Zalman Auerbach asks, there's a sugya that talks about making kosher bracha. And it says that, what's the lotion over there? Basically, he brings a raya. The Gemara says that in such situations, that to have drops of wine on the outside of the cup is not common. So actually, from Zaman Auerbach, I was saying, if you're supposed to fill up the kiddush above the rim. What do you mean it's not tight? Every time you do that, he's going to dribble the side. And the fact that the Gemara says that it's not common, that proves that the Gemara doesn't want you, so doesn't think that you're going to go over. And it's actually slightly below the rim. And I took that to heart when I read what he said. And I don't go above. I go up to, a little bit below, maybe. Like, just look at what's going on. I said, you shouldn't go. You shouldn't have the switch here. Maybe I shouldn't pass him based on this concept. I don't know. It made a big impression. When I was learning the city, like, why? I ain't fine. Abai Omar, Kule Alba Beruti Amigos, Kikula Mema Niskatri, Kikula Mema Niskatri, says Abai. When it comes to the overflow, whatever you want to call it, you go both ways. You can say that according to everybody, Chodosh, it has Dusha B'Kli, according to everybody. It doesn't have Dusha, whatever. But we can say the Machlokes is that I'll have the Milayim for it. The famous passage they had, the word Milayim. What does it mean? Mando Omar Milamalo Lamato. According to the mayor, that it started with the hymn, the largest measure went downwards. For Sober Milayim, the word Milayim means it has to be exact, to be full, not too much, not below the level. Mando Omar Milamalo Lamato. According to the Buddha, they go from the smallest, they go from the reveal all the way up to the head. The lane means that it should be full, meaning that it shouldn't go below the level. Very serious. The lane period of work, if it goes too much, it's fine. Why? Because, and this before you can explain it before as well. When you go from a smaller vessel to a larger vessel, you're going to have that foam, have those bubbles. And that always, even though you had the right amount to start out with, but when you start pouring it into the tree, the larger tree, it's going to foam up and it's going to create more. Like when you pour soda, obviously when you pour soda. But even with wine, similar, it has the bubble, and that's why it's okay to have more. If you go from the smaller to the larger tree, it's okay to have more. But according to Rameh, they go from the larger tree to the smaller tree, you don't have those bubbles that much, and therefore that's the exact. Okay. I'm married to another lady from him. If she would ask the bottom question, it's not necessary to have this giant thing. What do you need it for? The people are over to you. He said, well, but on having in all the motion, you're right. You don't use it now. But what you've been once upon a time, use it. The sentimental value to the sin, the Shem anxiety sin. My son, when you Shem and Mishka, my son treated you with those who have it. So, since for generations, you don't need it. But you show that I can Ignat. The famous Ignat. Sometimes Chacham took something and made it music, put it away forever. So we took this hymn and we buried it because it doesn't serve any purpose. The Idol and the other man over says, kind of says, in the Hava, once we have that measuring cup stays in the closet with his amigo and it stays there. Omar, Shimon says, since I don't have the hymn, I got rid of it. So now I'm left with 6 halos, 6 measures. What am I going to do instead? That's more than Sagil and Ryan. You won't have 7. What happens if you don't have 7? Nothing happens. You have 6. No. You'll learn in 2 days. That is halacha l'moshe. Gemira means halacha l'moshe Sinai. That you have to lean on 2 korbanos of the 2. When a person brings an individual korban, he leans with all his might on the head. But when the people bring the korban, you're not leaning there. Besides, by the higher and lower and the lies also. That's halacha l'moshe. Same way we have halacha l'moshe Sinai. Korbanos. Okay, now we hear the Sheva Midah Shalach, so we know from the local mission Sinai. From Sinai, according to Moshe, there's 7 measuring cups. Now you have to figure it out. You have to know. We have to bring our heads, come up with the 7. What is it? If it's not the hymn, we're not using it anymore. So it must be 1.5 loads. No, we only 1 measuring device and we had a mark. Actually, that's what you said. He doesn't. What about the halacha of Mishmachina? We just less. No, he doesn't have the halacha of Mishmachina. He won't say my Sheva Midos. Sheva Medidos. He does. But halacha of Mishmachina didn't say 7 measuring cups. It said 7 shiurim. 7 measurements. You can use all. You can put all the 7 measurements into 1 cup. All you need to do is make marks in it. Says the Mishnah. Revi is my house Mishnah says. Now the Mishnah is going to go through all the measurements. What do you do with these? What is going to help it out a little bit? The base math point assumption. What do you do with these? These mining the Mitzvah. Now we don't really talk about this part of the Mitzvah. We're very familiar. Mitzvah, you have to put blood on the thumb and on the toe, the big toe, and on his ear, and on his whole thing, oil, blood. But there's one part where he has 2 birds, and you separate 1 bird. And you put the blood of that bird into the water. It came from a lion was a lion. These are things that's doing. We have newer, better, but whatever. This is what I said. So, review is my limit. Use a review for review shaman limit. So the Nazir is Rav Kuzima, and he's bringing challah, and you need to reveal oil in the challah. Chati log ma'ar yisham. What do you do with the half a log? Chati log ma'ar the soita. You know the soita. You come and have you drink her, and you take the megillah, you complain, you put it into the sword. There's a half a log in water. The Chati log shaman look like that. The 30 matzah bread is 10 comments. 30 matzah bread gets half a log of water. For below, what do you do? Every mitzvah gets a log from every story gets 1 log. Says after the mitzvah shishim sorry later log shishim. Every story of a mincha gets 1 log. So if you're going to make 1 giant mincha, which is 60 Israel, that's the largest one we said. That's the roy the bilo, or roy the bilo, or roy the bilo in bilo makebes. If you can mix it in that bowl, the largest amount that you can mix is 60 Israel. So it requires 60 log shaman. The milk of shishim sorry, no shishim. Very less than Yaakov after the milk of shishim sorry, elo libo. Even a large milk of 60 strain of flour requires only 1 log of shaman, not 60 log of shaman. Shenemar to zay the also the milk of a log of shaman. But any milk will get 1 log. Says the Mishnah. Shisha on the pie, 6 logs. In other words, a half a hand. Because the Mishnah talks about a full hand, half a hand, a quarter of a hand, a third of a hand. So what do you do with the half hand? That's for the pie, which is 6 logs. Arba lion, which is a species of goes to the ram. Shloish Lakem, the Revis Ahin goes to the Shloish Lakem to the menorah. 3.5 logs to the menorah. Actually, what we call that each candle gets a half a log. Goes to the Revis. Oh. That's a lot of oil. Think about it. If a reveal is 150 milliliters, you're talking about 300 milliliters. It's a lot. Like 2 kiddush cups. Whatever it is, if you cut it off, it's 86. You still have 2 kiddush cups.
I was trying desperately in my head to think of what's handle that.
Chati lo is the color. You also have Rebbe the Kokashila. Your reveal is Lama Minshita. Why do you need to, why did Moshe Rabbeinu have to be Mishadis, the Revi Salud? Why didn't he do that? He would say, to give the bishop to the water of the Messiah, like the Mishnah says, okay. It's outside of the Azara, or outside of the Messiah. Rashi says outside of the Azara. V'i daf pintas on the bay, on top. The Nazir, and if it's for the oil of the Nazir, like a Nazir, the island becomes, the bread becomes published through the Shkita. All there here, שבו מוידים לחבית ישראל. Shemen the it's in order to measure one revius, one cup's worth of oil for each and every challah. I mean, 6 challahs in the morning, 6 challahs in the afternoon, each for that review. Hurry away! So it's interesting. We're gonna have the Gemara Sukkim. I'm really so excited. Hurry away! So we do the here. Hurry away! Erev Merchos Ishatcha. He comes from a far out country from Pava. Ishatcha. He's a man who gives 8. It's like Rav Yogu, stopping the road, said, when I'm in Chutzlar, people come and they give me money and they ask me for eitzes and ideas. When I go to Restream, people come and they ask me for money and they give me eitzes and ideas. Marriage Rebbe Isha Tasi, he comes from a far place and gives me an eitzah. He's holding good shot. So you're turning to the by a down global expert in cross border payments. The Shabbat.com is read the Shidduch today because every Shidduch that happened was first read. Okay, where is that? Okay. Chatzilud me'cha yom mishamish. Those are Rebbe B'Kokashile. Chatzilud lo manimshamish. So says the Mishnah, what do you do with the half a load? To the soita or to the toida? Those are Rebbe B'Kokashile. Chatzilud lo manimshamish. This soita, the water. Where does the water come? This is the best I can do. I know we have much better. We have already our stuff. This I got from Kalashon. What do? He's already youngster, a Yoshi. He did whatever he could do, and that was it. The water comes from the kiyar, and the kiyar itself has a kedusha, and it gives and infuses kedusha into the water. So why do you have to do the again? So if you're willing to do the kedusha, mind gedoshim k'seh. It should come straight out of the kiyar, not from the faucet. The toida gives to the oil of the toida. Lachmi toida b'shkitas toida udikachi. The breads of the toida become kadosh, like we said before. The same idea. And the shkita of the carbon. You don't need a special food in the have. I mean, in Rebbe, we just had him earlier. The son of Rebbe says, with this, half a loaf, this is how we divided the oil for the menorah. And once again, we have a new pasuk, very strong. That's why we call them a very strong. That's where the yeshiva got very strong to be a name.
Let's see what we have here. Sorry, you just got 1,000 views. Yeah, thanks for that. All right, we have a post from reading through Jay Callahan. I didn't see this one. Pretty great. So they're talking about UCK. I was wondering how much I saw this on
So maybe this is all word.
Yeah, but Lucy K was like part of the madness. It was like, I don't know what he did, but she wasn't, you can't lump him in with Harvey, you know, Weinstein.
Very strong. You light up. There's a candle of fire for Kakoyo. That's exactly what it is. Oh? What happens if the menorah extinguishes itself? You know, now what happens? You know, like your menorah on Hanukkah, the wick, the black wick falls into the oil, it muddies up the oil. The wick itself becomes terrible. Can't say there's what to do. Mitiva, you should clean it out. First you clean it out, then you redo the whole thing. Add the oil, add a wick, and you light it. You also remember Zika was going to violate, so Zika asked, when you fill it up with oil, Neither is fun. You give a half a loaf, start all over with the whole half a loaf. But you must have perhaps, let's say, from half a loaf, half of that went down. Now you left it to review. You're missing a review. So pour in a review. Why start off with a full amount? It's already lit for 3-4 hours.
This is awesome.
I'm going to read me, I'll tell you that. She does it for neither is fun. You have to start all over again, give it the full amount. You can make your cholesterol because if you have to add whatever is missing, my case, if you're gonna, I can know what's in it. Now, but you came in the shower, maybe you're gonna measure with one of your measuring cups. You're gonna take whatever's left over and put it into the measuring cup. And now you see in the measuring cup that it's, let's say you have a review. You're missing a review. Let's say you have a half a review. So you don't have to put 3/4 of a loaf, whatever it is. But you have to measure it in a special measuring device. So that's only good. You have, 30, 40 different measuring devices. Because every time it extinguishes at different periods of the night, so you have to measure exactly. That's the water that can't be. It can't be that you're taking the leftover oil and putting it in the measuring device. It can't shut up either. Others don't need to many measuring devices. That's my raya that we don't have to measure. And just start all over from the beginning. Just put it in the half a loaf and chalming. Or LA, instead of third possible over here. Ba'adorcha, slack. So, Rashi explains Ba'adorcha, you take the Ba'adorcha and it's the lotion of Kedudcha. The hay and the dalet are interchangeable, so the sharpness, slack, Rechaval Bar Emes, Ba'anova said, because you're so sharp, you set a great shot. Nami, and the order in Mamish Mufurish, 3D, Omer of Omer, Amir Omer of Ab Omer, Chalil Omer, Rebbe, Nerish Chopsa, if one of the candles of the nerve goes out, and Dachim Hashem and Dachim Atzila, and the oil got discolored, and the wick is no good, because it doesn't know what it is to do. Mekiva, he cleans it, and Oizim Hashemen, Kemidor, he show you the original amount. You bring a hot loaf, you pour it in, and you Omar, Ravuna Brenda, Rav Yehuda, Omar Rav. There's about English of Prakamah. So the Gemara, that nobody knows. The one idea about that the menorah was flexible. So gold is very flexible. And in order to clean out, let's say, perfect. This is the glass that holds the oil. How are you going to clean it out? It's a stationary. How are you ever going to clean it out? The only way to do it is if you turn it over. But how do you turn it over? You take the stem of the menorah and you bend it down. Boom. Upside down, like this. And then once you're there, you clean it out. Beautiful. Let's take a look. This is removing the wick. These are the Nokuchaim. You have like a tweezer device, you have a fork, you have like a shovel. So take a look over here. It's bent downward. The voice has bent. Interesting fork he has over there. I would use the tweezer in that. Okay. Pulls out the wick. So if you bend downward, doesn't clean it out. Kosova keeps it deeper. It says it's made out of a block, umikshah, and it's one part piece. I'm not even in itself. It was one piece. It didn't come apart. You can't unscrew it. It wasn't made out of different pieces. Even the Goyato, since you have to clean it out. You love it, talking about it. It's not for the fact that it was flexible. If having a pipeline, you wouldn't be able to clean it out ever. Basically, I like the question. How do you do it? It sounds fun. You take apart the menorah, and you take the wood guy, and you put it in the oil. You put it in the oil. When the time comes and you wipe it down, it's funny with a sponge. The rest of the Shemin, when we can really put the oil in it, and you see that you can take it apart. So the other guy started the sign for Chachamim Oivrim. Who's Chachamim Gemara is going to say the second one. Oil is used in the noise in the Kaima. The nair, the top part never moved. It didn't move. This part stayed stationary. Umam Chachamim Revelon the sign of Revelon the Chachamim Oivrim and cash as well. Oil Gab says, how do you clean it? So I asked Yosh to do something. Look what he did. Man, the last minute. If this is the top of the menorah, that had I remember them selling something like this, like a metal piece. That a piece made out of gold, that sat on top, and they would slide it open, take the wick, pour in the oil through that hole, and put the wick right back into that hole. Now, I do want to say, I asked you to do it in another shape. You said it was too difficult for him at that point to do it. It was more like, the shape was more like a canoe, like a boat. It wasn't a round shape, but that's okay. This is for illustrative purposes only. What does it mean? I said, people are not going to understand maybe. A thin piece of gold on top. And when he cleans the menorah, he pushes it, slides it forward. And when he puts the oil in, then he closes it up. He puts the oil through the hole. The menorah and the top flag, the part they put the oil in, all comes from that one piece of gold which weighed about, 50 pounds, I think he said it was. These guys, the tools that remove the wick and the oil and cleans it out, that was not part of it. The law in there is sorry. Then I'm going to come up from here. This is a new sheet. Menorah is above an akita. The whole menorah came from the big block of gold. The Menorah is still not Mark, how many people are on YouTube? I'm curious. 3, 5. They're young.
They see when he sees he's kidding, and he goes, "Congrats, man."
It came from the big chunk of gold. And then it says it's 6 or 1 word. The Menorah said, wow. 5 p.m. in New York, and almost 50 people on YouTube. 49 people on YouTube. Oh, unbelievable. That's what it's saying. The Ilam is thirsty but tired. Thirsty but tired. Yom is in 2 hours. We have to finish up here, upload the shir, to do another shir real quickly right before Yom to start the mark again. Saturday, Sunday. So, says, when he speaks on one more thing, it says the actual cup that held the oil is not made out of that keeper. The lawyer is somebody who comes to sell boys in a keeper, doesn't it? One says that the cup did come and the other one says not. They all agree that the tool's not. I couldn't sign it, they argue the fault. The sign here, Zog, Tori, Yasa, Oisa. She made the menorah out of 1 keeper Zog. The menorah should come in. You know that actual menorah comes from the keeper. How do you know that it comes to include cups? All these vessels. Maybe it includes the freezers and the forts. Only menorah. In other words, according to the family, the cups do come from the gold. A second ago, we read from the family that the cups are not included in that 1 chunk of gold. And now you're saying it is. Straight down the family. You're right. Even each 140, you heard something else from him. Rebbe Yisroel ben Bavai menorah above an akita. Yeshua Rukarsa says that all the menorah came from the chunk of gold. They not go down like you said, and they will sell, and he holds like this part of the Nehemiah that the cups and the tools didn't come from that gold. There's a woman that can develop out of Italian is fucking why is it, what am I going to do with the puzzle? It's all these investments. So Caden Shazal, just the puzzles are just saying they come from gold, but not from the same chunk of gold, from the brick of gold that the menorah was made out of. Having large, no, the helix is like, I don't need the puzzle for that. That is a portion of the puzzle. This is the itself. The hell is there? The hair out there, but who mouth so hell? That's himself. So a portion of the puzzle. Did you make the tweezer out of gold? Says it's more like a little peanut rights. Let's go back. Peanut. This guy on top. The cover is made out of gold. So, what's going to happen? Anybody that ever looked at the menorah and has a piece of metal that covers it gold and covers black from the flame, from the ashes. I tell you, if I got my money to Israel, I would think that the Torah says, listen, since it's going to come black, let it go with gold. Use impure gold. Don't use the top quality. Use gold. You want to use gold, great. Not the top quality. You can get burnt anyway. Call Mashmalon. That's why I need a puzzle to tell me, no, you make it from the pure to the pure. The voice I have is explosive. Thank you for being here. You straight up Mars. You straight up the editor, the artist, the Yoshi, the crowd. You straight up Golomar.
Merit the script of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor MDY.com.
Being so weirded out and surprised because I recognized him. He had gained quite a bit of weight since the last time I had seen him. I knew it was him because I recognized the birth defect on his ear that I had seen the first time. I never told my friend, but I just asked who it was. He told me, and after Googling him, I found out he was pretty successful and famous. I listened to one of his podcasts and just bursted out laughing. By the way, he wants to appear straight, no joke. This dude has talked about the size of different guys' cocks and how rich. Anyone couldn't see. Crazy to me, he does have a wife and kids now, so
Agora, Moed Rabbosai. Ah! Nishmas, Mordechai. Welcome. Moed. Thank you for doing Torah for Moed. Thank you for being a part of it. Thank you for not falling off the top. All you guys out there in the face of programs all over the world, keep on sending those pictures, keep on sending the emails. I want to remind the Olam to say Spirit Oimer. In Chutz La'aretz, it's 5 days in Oimer. Hayoim, Chamisha Yomim, Lo Oimer, or Ba Oimer. You should play to the sponsor of today's Spirit Oimer. You can sponsor the Spirit Oimer if you want. The Refuahs had the modern vision sheet of modern Yisrael, the Leah. The Esther is before you can go on mdy.com and sponsor. Our boys said, check this out. Yisrael listeners smack in the middle. Wasn't able to get to the actual title. It's going down for most people, but he tried to get as close as possible. He goes every single week on Friday. Here it is. Ah, now I know who the other people are. Okay, I got it. It's his brother-in-law to his left, his second from the left, and it's what's his name from here that the other way. Oh, it's Joey! The voice I check this out.
I can fucking rebellies!
The Rebels.
Good morning,
Good morning, Rebels.
Ellie, Baruch for being here. I want to wish you a Chag Kosher Sameach. So much of what's a Torah coming from base Rav Eli Stefanski, the beautiful Yom Tov, you and your family, and Chag Kosher Sameach.
Shkoya from Baruch Levine. Ah, I love you. It's all the good stuff. Okay, Shkoya, that was a surprise, brother. Thank you. Whoever arranged all the stuff, the consortium, maybe Mark, it's the consortium. Shkoya. The official edition of MDY Shots for voice side. I just have to say that it's Erev Yom Tov right now, and I give a share probably like 1 o'clock in the morning. Mark is on 2 o'clock, And now we have to do 3 viewing before Yom Kippur tonight. Everybody's all caught up, especially those living in Israel who don't have a certain Yom Kippur, and they're going to be wondering if you're here. So we're hustling to get out as many streams as possible, sleeping very little, and Be'ez Hashem Yom Kippur will catch up on the Z's. So we start everybody from understanding. Here goes the official edition of the shots and sent by the Iranian Leafy families, prepared by anonymously, gratitude to Hashem. Official edition shots, the Daf, King Zion. The average family with gratitude and success and good outcomes on name. The couple sponsors of this album dedicated memory of amazing the Shmuel Parker, Ayin, Zvi, Joy. The show was sponsored by Joel the Galaxy, the leaders of the college, Jackie Dallas, and honest, that's what the workers of Food Josh Mears, House County, the Mission Rhythms, with the Rabbi Goyer, the Shmuel College Tickets, and that's Chibuy. Anonymous for Shemo. The Moshe Ben Mizor, anonymous for the food before Shemo, and I read some to lay about this, and Shmuel Malki. Every day, people out of the festival, so Sadly got the more festival, Steiging, Senators and Family Island, Pay in honor of rebellion, change the meaning of life. Honey Almighty, Yossi Martin Benny, and all the issues talking to UI is broken found part. I signed the four, Shema, Almighty, for Miriam, he's a monthly sponsor. Who is the sponsor? In honor of Mark Eshmar. Thank you for constant generosity and giving of your time, particularly today, on Erev Yom Tov. Your efforts are greatly appreciated by all who watch and share the consortium. It's not understood by itself to say the news. In other words, a person will sit there and run Restream on the Erev Yom Tov, and he doesn't get much out of it. He knows it. He doesn't know who Mark Ashkenazi is, but it's behind the scenes. MDY Arts for the month. Before Shema, the honor and people them for the bracha. I said he came to visit me. I didn't see him for a while, but he came to my front door. He wanted a hug. I gave him 2 hugs. Should have for Shema or for Shema Mordechai Ben Esther. He loves Mordechai Ben Esther. Now for Shema Courage. A complete thing. The report Ayala Daniel then Ayala Esther. The both side, here we go. We're holding by a brand new Mishnah, Daf, Pink Vav, on the page. Again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu had Rachmanos on the Magidi Shiur of Daf Yomi. This year, the Dafim have been relatively easy and smart. And Be'ez Hashem, we have another easy smart. I want to tell the Oilon, I was asked to tell the Oilon that YouTube released an AI version that anytime I say the Yeshivish Maka Kolak Rabbanas Atzibu Perkshim Menachos kind of a word, it changes those words into something completely different. It sounds weird. So if you're hearing different voices coming out of my voice, change the setting. There's a setting that you change and it won't happen anymore. Especially if you're listening to the Hebrew shear or something, it's going to be unbelievable. It's what AI try to do. It's not very successful. Okay, there's wine libations. You could even bring a carbon of wine, just wine, but you bring it together with shlamim, with the oil. Where do you get this wine? Kiduchayim va'atulayim, 2 places. Alpha liyam. It actually rhymes. Kiduchayim va'atulayim, alpha liyam. Alpha is the alpha male, the alpha, the number 1. Shmiel Lahem, Dave Shirima, with Maman Bahar, is the second on the list to Rima and Lavan Bahar. It's by Signal Babika, and from a place called Signal in the valley. All Iros is a church. All land. We once had all land, as I said before. All land in the first Mishnah was the complete their left and the Oimer was only from my soul. So All Iros doesn't mean all land, it means all cities. Now it means all lands. You can get French wine, you get Italian wine, Spanish wine. It's all good. But I love to say cherries. And it's better to be green from here. And if you learn the big chance bones, do not bring from a fertilized vineyard. It doesn't taste good. So it isn't welcome. Or vineyard that needs irrigation and cannot depend solely on the rain. And there are vineyards that Different trees are planted between the vines. The heather, not to lie your terem, but the heather. Do not use that. Then maybe, but you should do for such a thing as possible. And the being now remember, Hallucian is going to be grapes that were completely ripened by the sun. So they're super sweet, not good ones. Then maybe caution. If you brought it, the diabetes caution. This is going to throw everybody for a loop. We all know that aged wine is better than regular wine, not for the big time either. If it's more than a year old, no good. Then you're ready. This is one of the aspects I said before. You don't bring sweet wine, and not smoked wine. So it was very into the smoking. A lot of the guys that understand meat, like Kamiansky and Benny and they have smokers. They smoke for meat. That's great for meat. Also, Riyayin. So not wine not. The lemon bushel and not cooked wines. Today, the bushel is a big thing. You cook the wine, you bring it up to some degree, and then you bring it down so that there's no problem with yain. The bushel we're familiar with. Then Haley, and if you bring the bushel wine, you bring smoked wine, bring it down also includes the very sweet wine. They may be min hadaliyah. You don't bring wine, you know. So first of all, I'll show you this, then I'll go back. Hadaliyah means hanging vine, hanging grape. You want them to be hello min haragliyos from the feet, like a foot, the ones that are touching the ground. Let me show you this for a second.
It's like she saw this reply. Deep in her mind.
So young, so
What
young.
do we do here? What does this reply to? Why would be angry if you have this reason? I mean, here's the question. Do you think she actually I have no idea. But like it's in the past.
Yes, it's not red enough.
Well, I'm sure
Very beautiful.
it depends on her. I got a tree aspirin.
This is what a young wine looks like.
You see the nuances? You have like the average kind of guy, the fellow guy can't afford it, he bought the new red wine that cost $30. And the wealthy guy that comes with the gift, and I have to say, the voice it's a great time for me to thank. This year, I received over 25 bottles, but really expensive bottles. I'm talking about bottles in the $200 range. Enough. 25 such bottles. So I was sure that the great younger. I opened up a bottle basically every single day. I'm telling you, so I don't know. If you want to have simchas yontif, you come to my table. I went around, I was generous. Why not? 25 bottles. Straight to the Herzog family for sending the whole case of very expensive wine. Excellent wine. I particularly like the it has a X. And then, it's a V, sorry. V and 3 I's. That's 8. Generation is a beautiful, it actually looks nice. I like that a lot. And then somebody sent Restream, I think Restream, and then another person's, what's his name? The guy sent me 5 bottles in that case of soda. And one of them was Yatin Ram, which I really like. French wine that I don't even know stuff. But I appreciate the older wines. I don't know about the Mishnah. The Mishnah doesn't like the older ones. I love them. Seriously speaking, you don't need to send me wine. Please, next year, Aberrenners. Every year sends me expensive bottles. Lots of it. I have so many. Bring me another guy to learn from. Another guy, I'm not joking with you. 25 bottles. You're going to have to schlep some back there as well. All right. And then somebody sent me, who was it? Do you remember? Oh, yeah. Arnold gave me the Estelle Magnet. Estelle Magnet. and two more glasses of beautiful stuff. One was 2004, 2016, and 2021. Beautiful stuff, mommy, beautiful stuff. But I say there, I'm not gonna say which bottles. I don't want to insult anybody, but I say there had to be open 4 bottles. Tasted every place we did in different bottle. So I really enjoyed it. So you should try really well. Okay, thank you. Where are we?
It's always fucking funny.
Yes, Lucia says no good. Let me just make sure I have all the videos there.
Great stuff to put in this cubby stuff. Dude, it's only cubby stuff. You don't have to pay for that.
Umin hakromin v'avudin. You should bring wine from for the miraglias, the grapes are on the ground, but also from the vineyards that are worked upon, that they cultivate them twice a year. Twice a year, we've seen the Gemara. But like you don't put them in large barrels, in those magnums, the large barrels. Hello, the Chavi is kind of put them in a smaller jug. Then the Malas are Chavis. You don't. If you ever notice, there's always room on the top. You don't fill up the wine all the way to the top. You want it to have some air space in the bottle, to have some aroma, and then you open it up, it pops out, and maybe you don't take from the top the mushroom because of what looks like flour, which means mold. Here it is, it's mold on the top. Don't take from the bottom of the barrel with the ashman because the sediments that are on the bottom. Everybody knows when you pour some bottles, I didn't really have it over here on Yonkers, but sometimes you pour a bottle and the sediment on the bottom, it gets into your wine and it doesn't, you don't really like it that much. That's not when you put it into the base of English. It has to be clear. Hello, maybe in the Shalisha Manso, you have like a faucet in the center of the barrel. Show exactly where it is, but in the third of the barrel, that's where the top is no good because it has the kema, the mold. The bottom is no good because it has the sediment. It's in the center. How do you check the quality of the wine? I use both. The job I usually like one of the other has a reed. Zorak Hakir, once the bubbles, the white bubbles start coming up, the mold, and then that sort of stuff. He whacks, he makes a sound with his stick. Stop pouring. Enough. What was I going to say? Why did you say stop pouring? Why did you have to hit someone? I was going to say because sound of the voice can ruin the wine, not good for the wine. If you see reviews on there, yes, but some muffin coffee. If you have any of this stuff on the top, get rid of the whole barrel. We don't want any of it. And then you will have the mincha should be the wine should be any wine that has mold. You want to drink? Oh, it's just on the top layer has mold. I'm not interested. I want a nice clear bottle. We're holding back the Gemara. Hey, Navi and Mike Mossig, do not bring sweet, cooked, smoked wine, and if you do bring, ask it more about funny ratio. It says in the ratio, and I pointed it out in the Venus, do not bring this why can't you do this wine because it's sweet? Maybe cautious, but after the fact it's kosher. You just said if you drink sweet wine after the fact it's kosher. Omar Ravino, both Rashes top bottom that you take the two and you put them together and you say whiskey and sweet wine is no good. You must say it's a little bit of good because the mission says okay. You're gonna put both of them. Say no, both of them are not good.
I think I'm gonna go BT.
But actually, let me try to fix the Zoychak over here. No, in fact, they're not both. One is kosher and one is not kosher after the fact. Chulio the Shinshaw, when sweetness to the sun, there's nothing wrong with that. It's not a disgusting drink. It's a great drink. They make the best wines in the world from it. So as it be, it sat in the sun a little bit too much. The sun comes in a different direction. The sun is what gave it extra sweetness. It's not a disgusting wine. Fully of the potato, but when the sweetness comes from the actual species, what's the word I'm looking for? Variety of grape. The entire variety, the sweet variety, that's low. That's disgusting, so to speak. We don't want that type of grape. We want a nice red grape, whatever it is, the Sauvignon, whatever it is. You give me some Shaka grape from Mexico, not interested. It's the most grape. If you have the Sauvignon, the Merlot grape, and the sun hit it a little bit musk on the side, and that's why it's sweet blue. But the whole, well, herbal, I'm looking for a better word. Not variety, not the mean. Okay, you know what I'm saying. Don't give me that. Not the blend, no, blend is disgusting. Okay, back there. And maybe you should be ready to come up to it. Rebbe says you can't bring all the way. Let's get into it. Why not? I'm a kiss. I gotta be ready. Why not? I'm a bro, like two very short. Black heavens, young. It says those two words together. The sheep and the wine. Not heavens, it's also a sheep. I'm going to see soon also. A sheep is a year old. I always fear that. A sheep is a year old. The guy themselves is so true one has to be a year old. As the Gemara, if you compare it to a sheep, you're not getting this to son of possible. A sheep when it's 2 years old, it's impossible. I've got this to son of possible. But if you're not getting on, if you're telling me, yeah, 1 year old, 2 years old, it's possible. Not actually it's possible. But I, a guy in the station, and Leon says in food, if you have 1 year old, don't bring it. You may be kosher. It's not possible, it's kosher. But if you're comparing it to sheep, it's kosher. I'm trying to say, don't let y'all be, and who says it should be? It's ready. It's kosher. You may be kosher. It's kosher. Hello, my Lord, I have the ready to sin. I'll say the yayin is happened. It says in Apostle, don't see the wine when it is red. When it is red, it's red when it's a year old. As soon as it switches ages, it starts becoming less and less red, more and more brown. When it's red in its first year, that's when it's the most desirable, it's the most tasty, it has the best taste, and we're concerned, the public is concerned that you're going to drink too much, and you're not going to know how to differentiate things right and wrong. You might do silly things. Because of this puzzle, I'll say yayin to you. Because of this puzzle, this is the reason why on the Seder night, we are not to drink red wine and not white wine. Now, what about on Shabbos? So, I had an argument with people in fucking here, who don't know. I couldn't believe it, because this guy knows his stuff. He's a very, very big, he's a Talmud Chacham, knows a lot of things by heart, and, you know, he's making this Friday night, yeah, Friday night, on white wine. So I asked him my height, because we share a lot of the same hashkafa. He's also running, etc. So, you know, if he comes from a different background, whatever, he comes from a very similar background. So I asked him, he says he doesn't think that you have to drink red wine on the Friday night. So I sent him this morning, I sent him the Guru, a couple of times days. The Machaber says you can do on white wine. If you drink the Ramadan, that's it. You can toss it, white wine. Completely toss it. But we don't pass on it. It says in the Guru that it is better to use red wine on the regular Sabbath. And this is the possible. I'll play the yayin for the Sabbath. And not surprisingly, I was a little shocked because what do you expect when you send somebody on the Shabbat like that? Yeah, but I was this, and that, and my uncle said this way, that way. Like, I didn't realize that. Okay, I'm going to start doing red. On the spot. Something you might. You shouldn't bring grapes that hang like we do. Our grapes today, we don't let them go on the floor. You have vineyards that are cultivated with the whole, you know, you take the tool and you soften up, you loosen up the dirt underneath the vine twice a year. ear rated, give it a little ear, whatever, you know, these winemakers, they know what they're doing. They a lot of ear, a lot of salt. So, you guys have how does it taste so? If you guys have had a corner of an orchard or the harvest, the rubbing they say is that cultivated the ground more than everybody. But on the counter, in fact, we made produced wine with very mayo of had trait. Typically speaking, the Gemara that we're using Ziga. Ziga is the wine. The wine was way too strong. So they would typically put 3 parts water, 1 part wine.
I mean, on some level, I feel bad for some of the things. In some ways I do, in some ways I don't. Or you can do. Yeah, some things do.
There's also another way to drink water, because the water wasn't sanitized, so, you know, full of alcohol.
Makes me sad.
Rabbi Yosef's wine was so strong because he cultivated the land double, that it produced double amount of wine. How? By being able to add double amount of water. Double than usual. Usually it's 3-1, now it's 6-4.
He's always giving us more shit. He can't stop.
Says the Gemara weiter, they wouldn't gather the wine in large smaller barrels. These are really the same as a card of jug. So you look a medium-sized jug. And in these ones in Sanchez, you wouldn't put the 2 next to each other like this, because if this one is spoiled, the aroma from this one will go and climb into the other. So they would distance them 1-1. Elazazakis, they would store them 1-1, not next to each other. Keitzad Boydek, he said, how does the shaman check the wine? When the wine, when it started bubbling, the foam, he was begging to say stop for. He wouldn't say it, but that's what it meant. Stop for. When the sediment starts pouring out, he was begging with this stick. As the Gemara, why did he say with his mouth? He said, Yochanan says, actually, it helps and proves Rabbi Yochanan right. So, Rabbi Yochanan saying, you know that when the Hamikdash, when you summon to the chorus, they would say Chodesh Eifer. They say these words because it's good for the summon. So too, speaking is terrible for the wine. Perhaps you could say that there are times that it's good to speak, and there are times that it's really bad. There are times that it's good to be quiet, and there are times it's really bad to be quiet. If you're going to give somebody a compliment and build him, so it's a great thing. You did a big mitzvah. It doesn't cost much. Build up a person.
There's a whole other world.
But at the same time, that's talking to someone. That's infuse with beautiful smell. It's the right thing to do. But talking at the wrong time, talks when there's wine, you ruin it, kill it. And the same thing with speaker, a voice of the same thing with speaker's heart. It's not a talking about to be quiet when you need to say something. If somebody's insulting somebody else, stick up for them and say stop. I'm a big shouting, I'm just going to be quiet. No. Sometimes somebody read the shit up and you know that person is not whatever. Something really wrong, you shit up. Say something. You're not excited for not saying something. Of course, with the right halachic parameters. But, so you're going to start saying no. I know people that say no. It's always awesome. It's Lashon Hara. Not true. Not true. If you're going to save a person's life because this shidduch is a terrible shidduch, if you know something about the person that's going to destroy the other person, you need to say it. So shtika in that case is mamish also. The shtika is killing somebody. On the flip side, sometimes you're quiet, you don't say something, and you save the world by being quiet. That's what Gemara is saying over here. Sometimes Hebrew is good for the Psalm, so sometimes the Hebrew is Laliyayim. Depends on the situation. The same tool could be great, it could be terrible. Rabbi Yossi bar Rabbi Yehuda Omer. So now we have some 3 questions. Boy, Rabbi Yochanan on the Bishu said that it's a little bit of hemach, a little bit of mold on top, so rid of the whole barrel. Boy, Rabbi Yochanan, maybe I jumped that to the 3 questions. This is the famous question that we had at least 3 times, probably 4 times already. This is the 5th time. I'm not counting, so I might be off. But it says, you just said that if when Rabbi Yossi, the wine is no good, you're rid of the entire barrel. What happens if you decide to donate this $10,000 barrel to the Beis HaMikdash? You're a big tzaddik, no? Maybe you should get malchus. You're not a tzaddik. Why? It's in the puzzle, it's a psul, but insist it's a psul, it's similar to being a mum. And about mum, we know if you donate an animal knowingly that has a blemish, you get malchus. And a mum, perhaps the whole idea of mum is only by the hey malchus. One rabbanon, that is the Kalim, if somebody donated rams, which are 2 years old, bring them from the best place in the world to get a ram. Oh, yeah, to us, if he donated a sheep that's only a year old, let's have Agalim, when he gets not feel calf, thank you. You're quick. A golden calf, you get it from Shocking. Rizaloi, how do you call that thing that has wings that go like this? Yeah, I know it's a bird. Rizaloi is excellent, Mark. Excellent. Inside joke. Falcon. Beautiful. Great. We need some humor here. We need some humor. Get those birds from China. And you know, even the big buses, you're not going to believe this. You bring a sheep that's its height is as tall as its width. What does that mean? So check out the spaces. Spaces says, this is the spaces, Voracious Rabbi is probably already factored it since last night. Because last night I just threw it in there and it wasn't so nice. He did the background and he did the underline. Voracious Rabbi, Omar, the Basim shall come in, the whole contact line is so tall. They're like giraffes. They eat from the top of the tree. No, before we made a tremendous nest. Going to safari. The animals that eat from the top, there's the animals that eat from the bottom. And there's the animals that eat from the middle. The giraffe doesn't eat from a bush that's, 5 feet tall. It's too short for it. Eat from the 10-foot trees, 20 foot. And then you have all the gazelles that only eat the grass. And the rubens only eat the grass. Then you have the middle guys. Yeah, they broke them in a way that they could all survive in the same area. It's not like they're all eating from the same crop. Beautiful. So this sheep, these sheep for the pond, they were so tall, they would eat from the top of a cedar tree. And when they put these sheep on top of a camel, Raglat crossing the feet would drag on the ground. So a number of things I want to show you. First of all, just understand the height of a camel, right? This is a camel is approximately between 7 and 10 feet tall. So if you put a sheep on top, its feet are more than 10 feet long. Its feet are like 11 feet long because they're dragging. That's besides his body. That's how tall these sheep were. Now I gotta show you another thing. I realized I didn't show you this. This is very important. This was
Anything saying after he's just flaming out.
12 o'clock, 12 a.m. last night here in no. What is it? Oh, that's when I took the picture. Sorry. Yeah, 12 a.m. I took the picture. But I'm telling Yosha, I said, go to sleep, basically. It's crazy. 4 a.m. He writes, no, it's only 11 minutes before. And it was up much later than that. In other words, he pulled an all-nighter together with another artist, I believe you forget that off them all, but they were up all night so that they could do the art for this guy, page 9. Right before Yontav, he's up again, obviously doing the test, and he told me, oh, it's almost, I heard the siren in the background, and he says, it's the siren. I said, yeah, I know, when he's finishing up a piece that shows the menorah in an interesting way, please. And then I wrote there, I couldn't get the right thing. I said, we missed the great AI piece. The Gemara says that the sheep is out of the camel. Halal, we didn't do it. So he sent me a piece. Mamish right before Yontav. It probably took him a few minutes only, but where is it? Oive, not in here. Okay, send it to Mark and hopefully Mark will put it in. For that, I can't. Right. Maybe he's trying to be funny. He didn't think it was a real piece because the front feet and the back feet are. Okay. Zog to Mark. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Let's get this going, man. There's some more juices figured out. Poor kid, I'm just not.
Oh, my Rabbi Baruch Shilo, my kind of Yehuda. What's the shot of the Yehuda that brings trying to achieve the sin? You and Necha, by your mother. In the future, the sheep will raise harder the sheep meal cup very, very well. Here we go. The boy side, let's see what he did here. Here's a joke. Yeah, was 15. I didn't even notice that. It was very, very long way. Why does he have very short front feet? Like, just because there's a schmuck to walk like that, you know what I mean? He's dying from thirst, and the camel is just enjoying himself in the garden. Okay, you're right. Excellent. Go ahead. If I was in this measuring singing right now, or some other nigga, on top of the wall that protects Yerushalayim, I stationed guards all day, all night, all the time. They will not be quiet. Hamaskiris Hashem al-Dominus. Those who mention Hashem, they will never be quiet. My Amish, what do these guards say? That they're not being quiet. How come I over there, Shiloh? Avad Kosoko, Kuzakutiyo, Yes, the Ferno, Kiva, Kolomoye, Akosoko, Rakim Tsiyoy. You shall. How do you say soko? Not to stand up, to build. The Rakim Tsiyoy. Have a humanus, have compassion on Yerushalayim. Hashem will rebuild Yerushalayim in the period of Yomeinu Amen. And before Yerushalayim was destroyed, what would the guard say? Does not to be rebuilt. Hashem chose Yerushalayim. even the motion blood, he desires to dwell in Yerushalayim. Hagen Allah calls the Banis at Tzibor, Hagen Allah calls permanent at Tzibor, Hagen Allah calls permanent at Tzibor. Says the Mishnah, Shemido Shayovish Hayubami. There are only two measuring cups in the Mishnah. Now it doesn't mean there's two measuring cups total. There's two sizes. There might have been 100 of the same one, but it's the same size. What are the two sizes?
Reshop's gonna get on the show and not be entertaining now. You think he's gonna come on here and tell you that Mustang won?
Right over here.
You know what I mean? Like Mustang.
The Sora, the Hatsi, the Sora. Those are the two sizes. Now it's very popular. There's 100 Soras and 2-3 Hatsi Soras. But the total types are only two. You must get to all measurements through these two measuring cups. There are three. Two types of sorry, which you might as well explain, different sizes of the total sorry. And a Chatzi sorry, total sorry, what would he do with these sorry? Says the Mishnah, every single mincha means the mystery side. Says in the Pasuk when it comes to the bowl, you bring a bowl, you need 3 Yisraelim of flour. So they didn't have a 3 Yisraelim vessel to measure that. So you use the 1 Yisraelim, you throw it out 1 time, throw it in, but you do it 3 times. The time round, same thing for the ram, you use 2. There's no special thing that helps 2 Yisraelim, you'd have to use 1 Yisraelim. Hello, but in Israel, you only measure it 1 Yisrael at a time. These are my mishans. What do you use the second to call the Yisrael? Shabbat, if I am only Khalidi Kohen Gadol, not Shabbat, you know the Kohen Gadol will bring 1 Yisrael home. And he would measure with the half Yisrael, half by the Yisrael, the half Yisrael, measuring the device in the morning, mincha that a Kohen Gadol is being and for that meal. Sorry, we say that, don't we say it every day of our life? What's the double lotion? Sorry, the language is saying sorry. There are 2 measuring the digest called so he says the pshat is like the one on the right is lower than the one on the left. The one on the left holds the Yisrael when you erase muffin, you make the top level. They both hold the same amount, but in different ways. The one on the left, you have to level out the top. The one on the right, pile it up. And by piling it up, you get a fully size. But the actual T is slightly smaller than the one on the left. What's the boys? And why is that? Because the Bible says you start to start. So the only way I understand to get these writing is by making them different sizes, but coming out with the same amount. Go to Shabbat, how you might be coming. The full one, the one on the right, how we use for everything. Stop. And the one on the left, I would use for since I have to move from place to place, I don't want anything to spill. It's also since I have to measure half of it, it's going to be a different measure. Make it flat. No, you can't one measuring device in the Samikos. The Lemar, you saw in Echad, like Kevin says, you saw Echad is only one measuring device. Okay, but I have a problem. The mayor has a very good time. But I'm a Lemar, you saw the sun. Why does the Pasuk say that there was 2? No, the rabbis Hatzi Sar. One is the fully start and one is the happy start. The mayor Hatzi Sar in Ole, and how the mayor already uses up these Sar and Sar. How did you know that the thing is called a happy start? Not the lay mid the extra buck. The Rabbanon above the Darshi, the Rabbanon don't hold that you can make a whole rough and a remold or a new flea from a buck. The mayor, how you start up like that, from my other Rabbanon learned from Visar Nechad. It says there's only one measuring device called Visar Nechad. What do they do with that? And when it comes to measuring the bull and the ram, you don't have a special device for that. You use Visar Nechad. Rabbanan, how do Rabbanan know that you don't have a special device for that? You're like three measuring up. Not below mini kuda because it says on top of the vav of the second Yisarn has a top. Not that. The sign you remember B'yoysi Lama Nokot Vav the Emtza Yisarn Yishon Sheyother. I got up. The sukkah that has a little dot over there. Well, even though the Lord Bishop Shleich was high, the Lord Bishop Shleim Ayel teach us from that dot. You don't have a special measuring device. The mayor, including the daughters, the mayor doesn't darshan the dot. This is us. Oh, I have to do the.
So you owe different person 10 minutes to
Sponsored by Koelo. Adar Global, experts in cross-border payments. Shadab.com. He's registered today, but the incident that happened first. No, begin about.
He's fine.
Actually, sorry, my volume is down. The Mishnah tells us that what do you do with the half? You saw him measuring the device. That's for the coin global. That's the only thing we use it for. As the Gemara Moed, what he measures is the half for a meaning. Maybe he's going to go the lawyer, one cut soil, or maybe he's on the way it works, the coin global brings it higher. He's starting from his house. He can't go back in the middle and take half. He has to give it one shot. And he divides it in half. But you don't need a measuring device for that. All around change is not true. You do need a measuring device. My Moed and I'm after he has a whole Yisarn in the device, now he has to take a half Yisarn and measure it out. Simon Tatsi Kavidishu. So here's the one I'm going to ask 3 questions. Well, nay, Roman I know that you said we had a machlokes. You may have said that there's 2 Yisarns, one is Godish, one is not. Rabbanan says that there's only one Yisarn. Now, what about the half of Yisarn in front of Meir? Is it one of these devices that it's a Chatz Yisarn up to the top that has to be flat? Or it's only a Chatz Yisarn if you make it a nice mound? Why ask you one is going to Meir? I don't even know what Rabbanan holds with the real, the larger size of Yisarn. Does it have to be Kodesh or not? I know according to your med, there's 2 devices. What about according to Rabbanan? That's why I asked only the having Yisarn according to Meir, because the full Yisarn have it according to Rabbanan. Of course, I have a problem. Over there, the Meir Nishma, the Meir. I can learn Meir to Meir. Now, once I know what Meir holds in the half, Meir is once I know that, then I'll know where Rabbanan holds. Now what? Meir, Yisarn Mopul. You know, when the coin global brings his kabitin, it should be an Yisarn, a flat Yisarn. So, Mela, where do we use the Chatz Yisarn? By the coin global. So, since the regular Yisarn, it's flat, so Chatz Yisarn now the model. Therefore, the half of Yisarn is also flat. And once I know the Meir holds it, the Rabbanan holds it. The Rabbanan is also why did they wrote about Hanukkah? So as wrote about the Kohen Gadol, remember the Kohen Gadol brings 12 bread, 6 in the morning. Out of the flour, it's half Yisarn. You bring 6 bread in the morning, 6 bread, and half Yisarn in the evening, which is 6 bread. You have to be clean. How did you break it up? By hand or by vessel. So the more we should be at. Certainly with the clean. Tony Akron. What he should bring the scales into the Samita. Show you for a second. When we're in the video, you see he does it by hand. So tomorrow, the Akron bring the scales. Big deal. normal feelings. Well, let's say, where's this? Well, then the possible where the Bakar doesn't get, the Bakar gets the Aliyah, nobody else gets the Aliyah, nobody wants that Aliyah. But Shibri Lochem, Mati Lechem, Lohu, Esinoch, Mati, from the Panaref, 10 women are going to bake the bread in one oven, and it's going to fall apart, it's not going to stick together. And Shibri Lochem, they're not going to divide the bread, your own tax uses. So therefore, since the word scale and bread is brought together in the first, the public verses, Lava and fire, it's not nice to bring that into the future. Right, and another question, another question from a ask of Kizdo. Shulchan Ma'arishi Kaddish Mutzim B'Goy Shula. Interesting lesson. But the question is very simple. Pretend this is the Shulchan that we put here. Let's show you the real Shulchan. This is a shulchan. It has a flat top. Plus it has these like shelves with the bread. When we just break it down to the physical, to the simple elements, we have a shulchan. We have a mizgeres, we have a nice decorative piece that's underneath. Remember what it says is on top. But in this case, the top of the table, like a regular tabletop that we have today, doesn't have a place. It doesn't have it inside. There's no wall from the side. So Mela doesn't have the power to give the dusha to the fragrance of the little vine. Typically speaking, you put the little vine inside a spoon, 2 spoons, to the season. Those spoons give the lavina of the dusha. But over here, there's nothing what to give the dusha. There's no wall. Maushi Kaddish nothing but goyish loy. Why? Since it has the possibility to give the dusha to the bread, how does the bread become colored? By putting it on the table. Mathematics is putting the lavina on the table. It can also give the dusha. Or you know what, perhaps only the bread is normal to put it on the table. It's not normal to put the lavina on the table. No dusha. Hey, has the Gemara of Omer, so look, if you notice, the Lemon Farm has a very funny shape. Why is it funny? Because it's huge residue, and they don't fit on the shelf. So what the Fangol would do, they would fold the bread over each other. So now, we took 2.5 cups. 2.5 times 6 bread is 6 levels of bread. Equals 15, right? Simple finance math, the idea is 2.5 times 2 equals 5. 5 times 3 is that 6 bread, 2. 2 times 3 is 6. So 3 times 5 is 15. It's complicated. Anyway, 2.5 times 6 equals 15. It gives a douche all the way to the top of the top bread. Very powerful. Why shouldn't we give a douche to the pregnancy? So the so maybe she gives dusha to the frankincense that's all on top, or wherever it is. This is what we got to do. The difference is behind the Bible, and if you say it's only 2 fucking for the bread, this is what, so 2 times 6 is 12, this is what we got to stay with, so that's up the mouth. Give it all the way, what's on top? Ain't even Kaddish. Right, it doesn't give it dusha too. I want to do it under 50 minutes, but because I want to say the shot correctly, it'll be 45 people live on YouTube. Wow. By the way, Bezer Hashem, in a few hours, I don't know how many, probably 3 hours or so, I'll try to give that paid test. If you're still on then, you have time, hopefully you can join us before Yom to get that paid tested. But then you should remember to always learn Torah, even on Yom Tov. Even if you did that, of course, I know my good friend Makadowski is knocking on my nothing because the Chazorah, always, every day I go by, to learn some Torah. On my leg, You know, I do have to say, the boy, I do have to say, I have to give it to my aunt Lara, who set me up this year, like never before. I got a great room to learn Torah. Mom, I just don't have to worry about people walking in. Without me asking, ask my wife to get Ellie his own private room to learn it. And Mom's like, I got a beautiful setup, so play after the setup. You're right. The Levina doesn't have the Dusha, enough Dusha that you should be able to put on the block. It's enough Dusha that if a full young touches it, it becomes possible. And in fact, the boy side, have a good with the young, have a good morning, have a great day, thank you for joining, have a good morning.
Meredith's book is spreading fur throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com.
Jailer Help Page has Big Browns, Big Brown. Look, a lot of Big Browns. That's good. You know, I'm not doing any awards, but it's funny. I'm a big dude. You know, I'm not Shaq. We're just tiny. I'm good, baby. I'm good. No complaints. Adam, hey, B and Jen. Did you just say Shaq has a small pick? I'm not Shaq where it's tiny. I didn't hear that rumor, but that's a rumor Shaq is saying is great. Shaq's got a huge I would assume.
A gentle reminder to say Spirit Oimer, Ayem Chamisha Yomim Loimer, or some say Boimer. Today's Spirit Oimer is sponsored. The report that among the business people produces more than the stroll than later Esther the four Shlema. You go on MDY.com and sponsor anything you want with all of this Spiro, including $50 a day. All of Spiro is about 6,000. I Sham. Oh, if you remember, the first night of the Oimer, I might have said the story, I might have not. I wanted to say the story. I know I said it in the English here, that I reminded my wife and my daughter-in-law right before I went to Meyer, which was like Guinness Muscle time. I said, oh, don't forget to say Spirit Oimer. Tonight is the first night of the Oimer. And they're like, wait a minute, I just said Spirit Oimer for Bracha. So then we had a whole Shiloh. Do I say bracha? Do I not say bracha? So after thinking about it, and I did not want to say the Spirit, and I actually didn't want them to say the Spirit, and I was telling them, don't forget in the future to say the Spirit. So I postured for myself, being that there's no real rub over there, that say bracha. But anyway, somebody sends me this today, Kobe, that the time Kanievsky said over that one time, this exact same story happened. The Eshkenazim Spira is a Shiloh by, I think it was like the Learned, I saw somewhere else, the Learned or somebody wrote that his grandfather and the Hagnish said, the Eshke is nicht changed. The first day is not counting one. So you're not Yaitza, and the name you have to say a bracha. Okay. For Hashem, you pass it, you have to say a bracha. Next. Tremendous force when the hotels, the cheer and people as an entertainment and as a fire part, you sit and you watch the cheer. So here's a hotel in Cyprus for Hashem, that everyone is learning. I don't know from that. If you're in a hotel, you're in a program, you're anywhere. Oh, it's actually a video, okay. This is at the Bordeaux program in Connecticut. This is at the MDY program in another channel. Actually, there's many more people that I was told to be studying. First of all, there are about biggest stuff in engaging in fashion, truly determined and experienced people have great like myself. These are outlets like strong. He wrote this in Hebrew. give a real geschmack in the Gemara. But basically, thank you to all the illustrators. And I want to thank Kobe and Ariel for the special Rakadat project, which is only the daf, which boils down the shir for about 30 minutes. Thanks to them, I was able to take down the challenging days of every face. Unlike previous years, when I could barely manage to open up a sefer during this time, this year I was able to review while cleaning and preparing in just 3 days. I managed to review more than 40 chapters of Gemara from Shepard's Buffalo. Instead of listening to music or other things while covering the calendar with foil, I simply put on the Rakadah playlist in my headphones and was able to read tons of chapters. Yesterday, at the beginning of the show, you mentioned an incident that happened to you that after Sunday Yom Tov, during the first day of the Omer. In fact, a similar story happened many years ago with my great-grandfather, who learned to because of what he went back for years to remove simply these words, the Erster Mishkin case. And that's where Kobe got the story. Brought down my grandfather's safer. I was being on the house of here. So Omer, once again, many things. To the wrong, because we're, of course, we're already looking forward to the wrong. The scroll and should live from apart and I compared to one. And especially with all that energy, even though I personally watch only on YouTube. Shaike Shapiro. And dear Belly, as you requested of me, I love this email because this is exactly what I meant when I spoke about it. That you requested of me, saying that I requested the shit and took it as a personal request. I made an awareness and saying that that's covered. I spoke to people about this in throughout Yosef. People even came up to me themselves who trusted after seeing my email. They also shared on my status. We are commanded, Basisa to come to your room, Kapal, the God of our faith with full. And Munas Kapal, you are my ready. Wow. Marita Mikha. And I follow. Ein Lecha, El Sefer Kirila. Beyond that, I put myself into the city properly. The Ion of the Year. He went over the city as much as deep as he can. I lived the entire city in my position, first back to the tyrant, trying to understand the greatest and the Nafkirinas from Maisa. I also listened to absolutely born to spirit a number of great bites with the Dushim opinion of others. In addition, I attended the Shansa Golis Russia, where this topic was discussed by Arifas with many placements in a wide area of Smarter with which gave a broader clarity to this subject. Also better understanding explaining that you bring awareness to topics in other areas of Hashem as well. For example, Bailamud is something that I and many others have become more careful about things because with Eli speaks about it often and gives excuse. The concept physical Chazar makes a real impact on the keyboard. Thank you very much for everything, especially for bringing awareness to Chodosh. So catching team Ma'ir grow in Yerushalayim. Because sorry, you don't just want to touch it, man, around the hardest to Shemayim. The bar will allow it to occur like me, but there's a Shema meet the Lord strong. If I have a story of Yerushalayim for Earth, the Chodrad will back first. I tell you, Gershi Road. It's quite beautiful. I'll tell you why I think it's so beautiful. It's because I don't care what Gershi came out with. Okay? I'm not going to fuck it. That was not the tachlis of the whole thing. The thing was to know that fucking the Torah, there are Tanoim that say that Chodesh is Manazeh, that there's not passages that Chodesh is Manazeh. To know the Sugya. And then when you decide not to be Chodesh, so you know why. That's not to be Mizalzo and say, like a person who doesn't keep Holy Scroll. Not to, pussy, Holy Scroll. No. But there are people who say that's Minachamura. And then people super massacre on Holy Scroll more than Foundation of Faith. I don't know what. You know, but to know that the head there might not be the greatest head in the world, to know why. You know, weird. You still having no weird. Stop. This idea was all sides of the other, that was the number one thing. After that, is it a fight today? We're going to fight today. Is it box? Is it remote? Is that okay? Official edition of the Washat is something like the Iranian and leading families' parent. Which Aaron and Miriam Landy, put us on the story to the Oilum Kazbo. That favor of citywide Shomer, gratitude to the elders and the 81 members of citywide Shomer. Wow. citywide program. Dem zouden een dedicated memory, de sector sponsor, dem zouden een dedicated memory of every memory of small farm from Chinese people from Rock for the Italian James of the Father that the Italian anonymous people with the staffing. The House of Founding Foundation is this mission for like going to the house of electric people. I'm thinking to myself now, David Salmon, you get so much good food at the Miami satellite vacation, what happened to place? You don't get food. Are there any people there? I want to hear it. I'm curious. I'm not a big fan of always being here. Once in a while. Anonymous. But please, the people who stand on the song, pray about that. More sponsors. Just throw them out. Don't first pick them out because of a festival. We're so proud of you. You have to mortify. Keep tagging. Sunday goes down with Candy Island, staying on her, but telling you change my meaning of life. My meaning is about the better, you know, you can start from your wife and finish on tomorrow. Monthly sponsor, Sidler for Slima of the four Slima of the Murray for Miriam. Weekly sponsor in honor of Mark Ashkenazi. Thank you for your constant generosity and giving of your time by giving an young efforts of really teaching about all the parts of sheer story. Daily sponsors, more like the positive is back. Sports for Slimo, Hanito Bass, Arabia Susana. Anonymous sports for Slimo, for Arab. This Main Street. Schmoyoshin, Ben Mir, Viral, Collaborative for Slimo. The test to Isengard. Learning, dabbling, listening for safety and security for all those in a stroll. Oh man. Heidi Smith, the memory of Baylor Yento Bass with the stroll, someone 6 years like Jock and Adina presents, Elizabeth our father, Phil Kuzansky, and Shlomo Ben Yaakov Simcha today on his 40th yard side. The Shlomo shall have an Aliyah on the YR month for Shlomo Yonatan Itam Memeshur Bracha, your four Shlomo. Mordechai, Ben, Esther, the Fusayela, Daniel Zeb,
They also put this in Braille, but
Bonsai.
as blind people go on pretty
Today,
rubbish,
we
I
just
can't
started
read any
now.
of that nonsense. So,
We are holding on the bottom of the KK over the hour.
I certainly will.
Up his phone.
Thought my neighbour was ignoring me, but he thought I
The
was
last
ignoring
one.
him.
Once again, we have easier Gemaras today. A lot of it is repetitive and very, very similar in terms of that. Until now, says the Gemara in the Diyim when the face, as long as it says in the Mishnah that you shouldn't drink the wine, the oil, sorry, it's talking about oil here. The Koya is the best place for oil. So it says don't bring oil from a field that has fertilization. Then it says, I'm tinkering is possible. Particularly said, the Mishnah is hours that grew it. So the title of the Mishnah to be Gurish. Rashi seems to be Gurish possible, although in the Mishnah, in your Mishnah might say it's possible. And that's why the following words are reversed also. But Tanya, you have a contradiction in the Greek, Contakton, the really possible. This is the opposite of the Mishnah. Mishnah says kosher, and on the end of the says kosher. And if you curse in the Mishnah possible, this is kosher. See, in the parentheses, the Tanya will be maybe kosher. Why the day you start off these hours that only go to third, the water that comes out of it is not oil, it's moisture, it's found water.
So, he's dead. Yes,
Or I'm using the gosh. Or the key or the thing already. My like you have a key, you can take this oil that I packed on it from the garden. But nevertheless, that's why, since you threw it out as possible, because the Rashi is here in the Mishnah that it's possible, why you threw it out as garbage? Shimon Bar Levi, you're seeing the son of Levi, who's Levi, he's super wealthy, he's part of the Jew of Mokamecha, he's the Gomlat Dar, and he's super wealthy, right? He was new, Aquinas' friend, to the cost of snoring on their table, you never, even in the winter, they have the vegetables, I don't know what it's called. Anyway, I call upon him very, very well. So, you choose by everything on top of it. He would throw it out. He would put his bread in. nevertheless, it's not good stuff. It's something you throw out. It's something just used for dipping. That's not good oil. The simona ashir in the country. You want to remember which one of the two kept it. You know, the wealthier one, which is the Shimon, the son of Rebbe, the very, very wealthy Rebbe, who kept it because many times you find that the wealthy are very, very stingy. In fact, maybe that's why they're wealthy. The stingy keep every time. And they're able to clear a lot of wealth. The Mishnah says, why is it that a lot of times wealthy people are stingy? They have a very hard time departing from their money. Why is it? He says because when you go to get stuff from a poor person who gives you stuff, it's a tremendous system. It's very hard. That's all he has. He has no money. He gives it to you. But the wealthy person who gives stuff, what's the deal? He's large. It's nothing. He doesn't get the stuff. When a woman makes a wealthy person very stingy, every time he gives you a dime, it hurts him. It burns him. Sometimes the same amount of hurt for a poor person. So then he gets disgusted. But his wealth is way of giving disgusted. Says the Gemara. Says in the Mishnah, says in the Megillah. Now it's a capital. She shall kadosh and every time he makes the Megillah, it's full of not. She shall kadosh and b'shem amor. The girls, they go up after Pharaoh, they smeared on the Shemin HaMoed for 6 months. Shemin HaMoed, this is what they were using by Vashti with Esther. Shemin HaMoed.
It's called smiling face with normal eyes.
This is the Shemin HaMoed. Really. 6 months is fun. Like Shemin HaMoed, what is the Shemin HaMoed? It's a parsimony. They say parsimony in English. Parsimony. Aleph, yeah. So special one knows that the Gemara was talking about the Line of MS, the rivers of a parcel. The parcel is a beautiful, great oil. The Gemara about all my stuff, the Gemara about all the things exactly, it's actually olive oil or olives that didn't bring a third, make oil from it. That's what they smeared on these oils. I know, you know, and people in the actually what was talking about. Why do people put it on the skin? It takes the wounds here. This is if you use 7 hours, what happens?
Chris, truth or lie? It is 100% true. To help me relax, there's nothing I like more than spending up to 4 hours. Where's this going?
Listen to this. Unbelievable.
To help me relax.
For 6 months, they had to put the soil on to remove hairs and to soften the skin. What happens on day 1 when it's the oil on? Nothing. No hair removal is garnished. No soft skin. Day 2, 3, nothing. But eventually, when you stick to it, it works. Right now, it's Yossi and his friends watch them like put on 20 pounds and it's back. It's going to take maybe 6 months, maybe even more to get rid of it. But those people that go on diets, that remember, those people that work on themselves, those people that work on their leaders. It's not something that happens in one day. Nothing can happen in one day. 6 months after. When you put it down, you say, oh, but Ellie's promised that it's going to change my life, and it didn't change my life. How many days have you lived? 1. It did change your life. In a very minute way. But 1, that's another day. Another day. 3 weeks later, all of a sudden, it's a serious thing. Same thing with this oil. Day 1, nothing. It's not nothing. It's microscopic. But it combines with another day and another day, and it's a huge difference. The guy told me he was here, doing this shit, hasn't missed a day in many, many years. 5, 6 years. I used to come every single day to this shit, and I saw him recently. Where are you? I haven't seen you in over a year. He says, I've been working on myself. I have an anger problem. I've been working on myself, and I don't get angry problems. 2 years out. One day, at the close to every 1 in the morning, one of the neighbors was really upset at the way I parked and yelled at me. And that's such an anger, and yelled right back at him. And then I felt really bad. I worked on myself for 2 years, I haven't been angry. And just like that, so I don't put this here anymore. You guys are gonna thank you. You guys are bad. Point is that it's over work for his anger. It's not something that it's not a switch that goes away. The person has it in him. What a beautiful thing after 2 years you never got angry. So one time you're angry, you know, but you can try to talk. But it takes time. It takes a lot of time. You gotta leave it. It takes a long time to talk to it. 2 years is gone. It's a lifetime of work. You're listening, Sally. You're listening. Come to your life. He's up to you, Mario. In the room, the guy being sleeping all night. You don't bring hours, and it's something water coming up on the Tuesdays. If it's oil, sugary, it's soaked in water, it's soaked in water, and olive is oil that's made from the sediments of the olive. The sorbet after that has a terrible odor. But you shouldn't bring it to this amigos. In Haiti, it's not good for a mintos. In Haiti, it's awesome. Yeah, that's awesome. Now we want to ask a question that we asked already 3 times. But that way, you saw it, now you saw it, it's about what if you didn't care, you didn't see the comment, and you made it like, say to yourself, why not have 1,000 worth of oil that smells? It's $1,000. So give the rich a what's wrong? Why can't I give $1,000 gift? Because it smells. It smells and it has a moment. Just like an animal that has a moment, and if you donate it to me, and you just get Malchus, so too, if you donate this oil, you're going to be Malchus. Maybe. But you want to eat that food, another day, perhaps so, because I look about an animal, not for an animal objects like oil, taking, we don't have that. So, let me just say over the Mishnah about that real quick. The whole side, look closely at this beautiful tree made out of mosaic. You see, there's a top part. It's a tic tac toe, but it's better if we would have had only 2 lines, so it's not kind of lines. The top part is very, very light green. The middle part is brown. The bottom part is black. Okay? The top part is going to fall reshiny. The middle is shiny. Oh, let me turn this around. Sorry. Got it? And maybe up there, this is going to blow up over here. Good. Now, what this is going to tell us is that in each, the top part is what it becomes light first, has the most solid hitting it, before in the top. That's the number 1 kind of album. Later on, let's call it 2 weeks later, a month later, they hit the center. That's light. And after that, all at the end, when the hours, because there's not even sun down there. I changed the color just to make it, emphasize it more. I'm not saying that's necessarily what the colors look like. After a month and a half, we get these, the bottom hours. How many? So the water, there are 3 stages of extracting the water. Stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3. So now, on the top level is Zayis Rishon. Zayis 1, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. The middle level is called what? Zayis 2. Zayis 2. So Zayis 2 has 1 1, 2, and 3. And the bottom level has 1, 2, and 3. So the bottom level is 3, 3, 1, 3, 2, 3, 3. The middle level is 2, 1, 2, 3, 3. The top level is 1, 1, 1, 2, and 1, 3. The best is 1, 1. The worst of the worst is 3, 3. So you see, the mission is going to tell you that step 1 is to take the mortar pestle and crush. And the oil that comes out of that is 1, 1. It's from Zayit's region from the top. And it's step number 1, hold 1, 1. After that, we put it under a beam and extract oil. So that's Zayit's region 1, step 2. So it's 1, 2. It's called a 1, 2. After that, you take the oil, you take the hours, you put them under stove with time and you grind it. That's step 2. So now we're looking at a Zayit tree starting 1, step 3. 1 / 3. We do the same exact thing all over again called the middle hour. So the middle hours are called Zayit 2. Step 1 is to take the mortar and pestle. So that's 2, 1. Zayit shaving 2, and step 1. We'll even call it. How do you say it? Really, it's Sudan. How do you say grade? It's a grade. It's a grade 1. Top grade. So Zayit shaving has grade 1 oil, has grade 2 oil, and grade 3 oil. And then you have Zayit juice. All the way at the bottom is the third one. And it also has 2 steps. 1, 2, and 3.